In the chaotic world of 90s Hong Kong, Nian finds himself in a precarious position, wrongfully imprisoned for crimes he didn't commit, all to cover for the infamous Nan. But fate has a twist. He awakens a powerful option system that offers him a chance to reclaim his life and fortune. With a staggering 300 million in bonds within reach, he must choose between loyalty to the man who betrayed him or seizing the opportunity for himself. As he navigates the treacherous underworld and the cutthroat business realm, Nian transforms into a financial mogul, commanding respect and fear. With enemies lurking at every corner and the thirst for revenge burning in his heart, he is determined to turn the tables on Nan and the powerful figures who conspired against him. In a world where survival is a game, Nian is ready to play to win, proving that in the end, it's all about the money. He is not just a pawn, he is a player. Chapter 1. The Beginning at Chizhou, The Awakening of the Option System. In 1992, at the Chaiwan Prison on Hong Kong Island, a message appeared before Nian. Congratulations, host, you are faced with a choice, and the option system has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host, you have successfully extracted information regarding the whereabouts of 300 million in bonds from Lu Binsun. The first option, remain loyal to the task, and inform Lu Yaozu of the exact location of the 300 million bonds. Reward, a loyal dog. The favorability of a major figure towards you increases by 100, but you can only bow and scrape for the rest of your life. The second option, engage in underhanded dealings and devise a way to seize the 300 million bonds for yourself. Reward, a billionaire. Obtain a black gold VIP status at Standard Chartered Bank, and no one will scrutinize your financial sources. Nian fell into a moment of silence upon reading the prompt. Having traversed into this world for a month, he realized he possessed an advantage, which had only just revealed itself. A month prior, he had found himself in this 1990s Hong Kong. While others traversed as influential figures or undercover agents, he had landed in a prison as an inmate. If he had been imprisoned for his own crimes, he would have accepted it. However, he found himself incarcerated due to Nan's actions. Nan had eliminated a rival of the Hongxing, leading the police at the Copper Lobo 1 precinct to demand a handover. Naturally, Nan, having earned merit, would never surrender him, and thus Nian became a scapegoat. The settlement fee of 100,000 left him languishing in a dismal prison for 3 years. Meanwhile, Nan, having garnered accolades, ascended to the status of a prominent figure. In 1992, amidst the rapid economic growth of Hong Kong, 100,000 was scarcely a significant sum. To put it in perspective, during Nian's 3-year incarceration, property prices had doubled. The previous occupant of his body had squandered his days gambling in prison, failing to secure any reduction in sentence, and instead accumulating a mountain of debt. Among those debts was a substantial sum owed to a man known as Dinosaur, an underling of Lu Yaozu. Dinosaur had entered the prison with the intent of extracting information from an elderly man named Lu Binsun, who had once been Lu Yaozu's father-in-law. After Lu Yaozu caused the death of his daughter, he sought information about the 300 million bonds from Lu Binsun. Despite being in prison for a while, Dinosaur had yielded no results. During a card game, Nian lost over 200,000 to him, depleting his settlement fee and incurring an additional 200,000 in high-interest loans. Fortunately, Nian shared a cell with Lu Binsun and often performed duties alongside him, gradually becoming acquainted with the elderly man. Dinosaur approached Nian to compel him to extract the bond information from Lu Binsun. If successful, the high-interest debt would be erased, and Nian would receive a reward of 1 million. However, when Nian first arrived, he had not yet acquired his advantage. Thus, completing this task seemed daunting. Nonetheless, Nian, having studied psychology in his previous life, employed a psychological technique to subtly suggest to Lu Binsun the idea of the bonds. Over time, Lu Binsun began to think about the bonds during the day and dream about them at night. Eventually, one night, Nian overheard Lu Binsun in his sleep, accurately revealing where the bonds were hidden within Lu Yaozu's house, specifically in one of the many terrariums housing lizards, a hobby of Lu Yaozu. When Nian prepared to share this revelation, a prompt echoed in his mind in the dead of night. This revelation filled Nian with excitement, for it confirmed that he indeed possessed an advantage after his traversal. This was 300 million, not merely 30,000 or 3 million. Possessing such wealth would allow him to live a life of leisure, maintaining a bank balance in the 9 digits long after his demise. Any rational individual would not choose the first option, armed with the knowledge from his past life, who would not desire to achieve greatness rather than serve as a mere dog to others. The previous occupant of his body had met a dismal fate as a dog. Although the second option's reward seemed modest, the black gold VIP status implied significant advantages. Its true value lay in the Frasino one will scrutinize your financial sources, allowing Su Nian to deposit all income into the bank without fear of inquiry. An ordinary person, even with a nameless 300 million bond, would face insurmountable challenges in cashing it. Despite its nameless status, presenting such a bond at a bank would undoubtedly raise suspicions. A thug attempting to exchange 300 million bonds would likely be met with skepticism by any prudent bank. To utilize the bonds, one would have to find financial magnates willing to buy them at a discount, inevitably resulting in a significant loss, often exceeding half the value. By choosing the second option, Su Nian could avoid losses while liquidating the bonds. With determination, he decisively chose the second option in his mind. Host has selected the second option. Please retrieve the bonds within 7 days to complete the task and obtain the corresponding reward. In light of the host's first choice, to prevent potential failure in task completion, the system grants an additional novice gift pack containing 1. Gene modification agent, 2. 30 by 30 centimeters portable space, 3. Glock 17 with 5,000 rounds of ammunition and a silencer. Upon reviewing the system's rewards, Su Nian gasped in astonishment. These rewards were remarkably tangible. The gene modification agent would enhance his physique, while the portable space would allow him to store essential items for survival, yielding unexpected advantages. The most advantageous item within the portable space was undoubtedly the Glock 17, known for its stability, impressive lethality, and substantial magazine capacity, a standard issue for American law enforcement. This would undoubtedly serve as his greatest trump card. Both items provided by the system materialized in his portable space. Although the space was limited, it was ample enough to accommodate the system's rewards. The gene modification agent appeared as a small blue capsule, resembling a standard cold medicine capsule, unremarkable in appearance. However, according to the system's usage description, consuming the agent would enhance his body, granting him a physique on par with elite athletes. Without hesitation, Su Nian retrieved the capsule from his portable space and prepared to ingest it. As the capsule was swallowed down the esophagus, Su Nian felt a sharp pain beginning to spread through his body. It started in the center of his abdomen and then radiated outward. He became dizzy, struggling to breathe, as if the world around him was spinning. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was slowly roused by a voice calling out to him. 9567. Hurry up and come out to complete your release procedures. Do you still wish to leave? The prison guard's voice resembled that of a horse duck. Following the sound, he glanced over to see the assassin Xiong, who wore an impatient expression, striking the iron bars with his baton. It turned out that he had awakened at 6:30 in the morning. Due to his release today, a guard had come specifically to inform Su Nian. Su Nian had a rather indifferent relationship with the other inmates in his ward, and he did not bid farewell to anyone upon his departure. He possessed little in the way of belongings. After spending 3 years in prison, he had not even gathered enough for a relocation fee and was burdened with significant debt. In truth, the dinosaur had not held much hope for him, merely suggesting that he try his luck. Upon learning that Su Nian was about to be released without any news of the bonds, the dinosaur had issued a stern warning, instructing Su Nian to find a way to repay the money within a week of his release. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Liu Yaozu operated a large casino in Amen, collaborating with several factions, and Su Nian knew that failing to settle the debts would lead to a grim fate. The urgent question of how to acquire the 300 million loomed over him. In addition to this pressing financial matter, Su Nian had another imperative, to exact revenge and ensure that Chun Haonan paid the price, as well as to hold De Lao Bi accountable. 3 years prior, at the Xinguang nightclub, he had drawn the death lottery to take the fall for Chun Haonan. If it was a matter of fate, Su Nian would not blame anyone but himself for his misfortune. However, after his incarceration, he had overheard conversations among several newcomers from the Hongxing gang, who inadvertently revealed that his imprisonment was no mere accident. De Lao Bi had manipulated the lottery, designating him to bear the blame for Chun Haonan. The reasoning was simple. Chun Haonan was his chosen successor, and Su Nian's past had been marred by conflicts with Chun, compounded by his gambling habits. Having languished for 5 years in De Lao Bi's shadow without achieving anything of note, he had become the most expendable of individuals. This revelation imparted a crucial lesson to Sun Nian. In this world, it was all about money. With wealth and power, even the most trivial matters could be justified, rendering notions of brotherhood and loyalty utterly meaningless. He vowed that he would not allow Chun Haonan to escape unscathed. As he collected his personal belongings from 3 years prior at the window, Sun Nian mentally mapped out his plans for life after his release. Chapter 2. Seeking a loan from Chun Haonan outside the prison. Just as Sun Nian had anticipated, no one remembered him. After 3 years of incarceration, he had no visitors during his imprisonment, and upon his release, there was no one to welcome him. He was once among the most unsuccessful gangsters, insignificant and humble, yet mired in a plethora of bad habits. Fortunately, he still had over $30 in cash among his belongings stored before his imprisonment. Occasionally, a minibus would pass by the prison entrance, and after waiting for nearly half an hour, Sun Nian boarded an empty minibus. This route was rather obscure, with hardly anyone traveling it. The driver, upon noticing a former inmate boarding, felt a sense of foreboding. He lamented over the radio to his colleagues, expressing his displeasure about having to wash his vehicle with pomelo leaves after work, a local custom believed to dispel bad luck. His implication was unmistakable. He blamed Sun Nian for any impending misfortune. Upon hearing the driver's complaints, Sun Nian silently stood up, approached the driver's seat, and casually took the driver's cigarette and lighter to light one for himself. The driver instinctively glanced at him, noting the sinewy perfection of Sun Nian's muscular arms. Not overly bulky but rather reminiscent of a boxer, his physique was both agile and practical. This transformation was a result of genetic enhancement. Previously, Sun Nian had been lean, with only slight muscle definition, but now his physique resembled that of a flawless male model. The driver, intimidated by Sun Nian's unusual behavior and striking build, was rendered speechless. With a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, Sun Nian said, "I have only $30 to my name. I'll give it all to you, leaving me with no money for food. I wonder if $5 will get me to Tongluan." "And no problem. It's tough for you too, brother. I won't charge you," the driver stammered. Although this minibus was not headed to Tongluan, the driver, overwhelmed by Sun Nian's presence, disregarded the route. Even as he spoke, his lips quivered in fear. Sun Nian did not wish to bully ordinary people. After all, everyone was struggling to make a living, but he made an exception for those who spoke thoughtlessly. Tongluan, Xinguang nightclub. Since becoming the right-hand man of Dalao Bi, Chun Haonan had acquired considerable power. For instance, he was fully entrusted with the task of collecting debts in Tongluan. The protection fee for a territory was divided as follows. The leader took 30%, the gang received 40%, and the remaining 30% was distributed among the underlings. Tongluan is one of the most prosperous districts on Hong Kong Island, with ample profits to be made. While Dalao Bi claimed to be the decision-maker in Tongluan, he essentially controlled territories belonging to the Hongxing gang. Competing factions such as Dongxing, Lianxing, Hongla, and Hongxing also operated within the area, making debt collection no simple task. Chun Haonan would always mobilize a large group of underlings for each collection. Sun Nian had previously been one of Dalao Bi's subordinates and had experience in debt collection, so he was familiar with many of Dalao Bi's operations. He was cautious and always concluded debt collection at Xinguang nightclub, his stronghold, where all funds would be consolidated before being handed over to Jiang Tianxing. In the past, Dalao Bi would send his trusted aides, De Tu and Lao Yang, to transport the money. However, Lao Yang had been killed before Sun Nian's imprisonment, and De Tu had been incarcerated for assault. Now, Chun Haonan was Dalao Bi's only remaining confidant. Today marked the day for collecting and consolidating the funds, which was also Sun Nian's reason for coming here. To amass the 300 million, he needed to invest some sunk costs. At least in his plan, a small amount of funds was essential. He donned a pair of sunglasses and a mask, quietly waiting in a silver Mitsubishi van parked at the nightclub's back entrance. This vehicle belonged to Chun Haonan, and it had not been replaced in the 3 years since Sun Nian's imprisonment. During his time inside, Sun Nian had learned a thing or two, particularly some lock-picking techniques from the seniors he had associated with. Inside Xinguang nightclub, Chun Haonan, Shanji, De Tian, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai were exiting through the back door with a money box. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that this month had been exceptionally profitable, yielding $1,500,000. Indeed, it's usually around 1 million, they remarked excitedly. The more money they earned, the more they could expect to receive. Although they were at the lower echelons of the gang, they could still anticipate a share of $7,000 to $8,000 each month, and with this month's earnings, they might even receive $10,000. Let us hurry and deliver the money to Mr. Jiang. Then we can head to Xinbao TV for some fun. I heard there are some beautiful girls there. For Shanji, the allure of women surpassed that of money. Among gangsters, saving was not a common practice. Once they had money, it was only natural to indulge. Chen Haonan shot them a stern glance, warning them not to discuss money after leaving the nightclub. He remained vigilant, ensuring no one was following them before he opened the van door for Shanji and the others to enter. Bao Pai took the wheel while Chen Haonan sat in the front passenger seat, with the others in the back. Since the last row of the van was not fully occupied, they were unaware that someone had been waiting for them in the back for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Haonan, Su Nian received a prompt from the system in his ear. Host reunites with Chen Haonan. Please choose. Option 1. Greet Chen Haonan warmly and inform him of your release, resolving past grievances with a smile. Reward. Brother Haonan. Chen Haonan's affinity for you reaches 100, and he will treat you as a brother. But be aware that being Chen Haonan's brother often leads to unfortunate outcomes. Option 2. Take revenge on Chen Haonan and teach him a painful lesson. Reward. Martial arts expert. Acquire champion-level fighting skills in professional combat competitions. Having already laid a trap for Chen Haonan, Su Nian found the choice clear and without dispute. He selected the second option. Host has chosen the second option. Please inflict serious injury on Chen Haonan or cause him to lose credibility within the gang within 7 days. Upon completion of the task, rewards will be granted. To one's surprise, the system presented two paths, one of brute force and the other of cunning intellect. Yet, only a child would choose between them. Su Nian desired both. Baopi ignited the engine, and the vehicle began its journey towards Taipingshan, where Jiang Tianxing's opulent villa resided, nestled within one of Hong Kong's most luxurious residential districts. Su Nian, who had been reclining in the back seat, observed as they departed from Tong Luo Wan, recognizing that the moment had arrived. At that instant, Shanji, seated in the rear, was engrossed in conversation with a few companions, recounting the exhilarating prowess of a young woman from the previous night. Suddenly, Su Nian conjured a Glock pistol from thin air, cocked the hammer, and poised it for imminent discharge. The ominous muzzle silently pressed against Shanji's temple. Who is it? Shanji, startled, jerked around and found the pistol aimed directly at him, sending a chill down his spine. The others turned to investigate the source of the commotion, only then realizing Su Nian's presence. Regrettably, Su Nian wore a mask, concealing the faint smile that played upon his lips. Fear not. I merely seek a loan from Haonan, Su Nian remarked, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, first offering a moment of reassurance to Shanji before addressing the front passenger, Chen Haonan. Money can be earned again, but a brother lost is irretrievable. I trust you grasp my meaning. Do you intend to seize this money? It is designated for Mr. Jiang. You dare to rob from Hongxing? Are you not afraid of the ensuing bloodshed? Chen Haonan's voice brimmed with indignation. Having served under Boss B for an extended period and having escorted funds countless times, it was his first encounter with someone so recklessly audacious as to threaten Mr. Jiang's money. I care not. Failing to deliver the funds is your concern. If you wish to spare your brother's lives, you will heed my instructions, Su Nian asserted. What do you propose? Chen Haonan inquired, his countenance grim. Let your brothers follow the route I have devised. Su Nian had meticulously reviewed the map of Hong Kong Island prior to his arrival. Having once been a vagabond wandering the streets of Xianjiang, he was well acquainted with the terrain. Baopi cast an inquiring glance at Chen Haonan, who could only grit his teeth and acquiesce to Su Nian's demands. Chapter 3, 1. 5 million robbed. A bounty in the underworld. Bao Pai navigated the van through winding roads until they finally arrived at a secluded bus station. This was the minibus station in Shizhou, undeniably remote. Yet once one boarded the minibus, it could transport them to any corner of Hong Kong. Some late-night services operated until midnight. They reached this place at merely 10 p.m. Su Nian instructed Bao Pai to pull over, forcibly escorting Shanji out of the vehicle, while also summoning Chen Haonan to disembark. Hand over the box, and I will return your brother, Su Nian declared to Chen Haonan. A glint of ferocity flashed in Chen Haonan's eyes. He was acutely aware that the other party was driven by greed. Having sat in the passenger seat, he had taken the opportunity to conceal a small knife on his person, waiting for the right moment. Upon hearing Su Nian demand the box, he recognized it as the perfect opportunity. If he could seize the box and simultaneously deliver a stab, he could safeguard the money and capture a brazen robber daring to challenge Hong Xing, thus achieving a significant feat. As Chun Haonan approached, adrenaline coursed through his veins, causing his limbs to tremble slightly. As a psychology graduate, Su Nian could easily discern his intent. With a swift shove, he pushed Shanji aside and fired 2 shots in quick succession. The silenced pistol produced a sound as subtle as a stapler. In a flash, one bullet pierced Chun Haonan's arm, while the other struck his calf. Su Nian had aimed for the knee, but due to his inexperience with firearms, he missed. Chun Haonan let out a pained scream, the knife he had clutched falling to the ground along with the money box. Do not entertain any schemes, nor attempt to follow me. Head to the hospital, or your elder brother may not be saved. Su Nian's initial words were directed at Chun Haonan, while the latter part was meant for Shanji. Retrieving the fallen money box amidst the furious and fearful gazes of the onlookers, Su Nian strode into the minibus station. Only then did Bao Pai and the others leap from the vehicle, surrounding Chun Haonan. Despite his injury, the adrenaline dulled his pain, replaced by overwhelming anger. What are you all standing around for? Chase after him, he bellowed. Yet none of the remaining four made a move. Brother Nan, he has a weapon, one murmured. Indeed, money can be replaced, but lives cannot. Let us take you to the hospital first, Brother Nan. The thought of facing a man capable of such violence, armed with a silencer, filled them with dread. They suspected he might be a Daquan Zai, a notorious figure known for ruthlessness, capable of annihilating entire families in a fit of rage. They resolved to inform Mr. Jiang of the incident. This was where Su Nian's cunning shone through. Beneath his mask, he had stuffed cotton into his nostrils to alter his voice, creating a heavier nasal tone. Being a time traveler, he spoke fluent Mandarin, and his Cantonese was equally proficient, allowing him to blend both languages into a peculiar accent, leading others to believe he was an outsider. They were well aware of the fearsome reputation of Daquan Zai, men who truly risked their lives, which deterred anyone from pursuing him. Chun Haonan felt a wave of fear wash over him. He fell silent as Bao Pai instinctively dragged him into the vehicle, heading towards the hospital. It was not a large medical facility, but rather a clandestine clinic affiliated with their organization. Although they had been robbed, the money was far from clean. It had never been taxed, and thus, they could not report the crime. Without a report, hospitals would not treat gunshot wounds, compelling them to seek assistance from the black clinic to extract the bullets. At the same time, as Chun Haonan was being treated, Su Nian had boarded a minibus heading back to the city. Not only had the 1.5 million been deposited, but system rewards had also been credited. A surge of powerful sensations coursed through him, accompanied by newfound knowledge of combat. He felt capable of engaging in mixed martial arts in Southeast Asia. In truth, Su Nian had numerous opportunities to eliminate Chun Haonan moments prior. However, he had discovered an intriguing aspect of the system. Its options typically activated when he encountered pivotal figures. By sparing Chun Haonan, he could unlock further rewards from the system, while also being curious to see how the loss of 1.5 million would affect Chun Haonan's fate. Having stirred such considerable turmoil in Hong Kong, Su Nian wasted no time and proceeded directly to the Hong Kong pier, where boats departed for Ao Men. After resting for a night at a hotel by the pier, he boarded the earliest vessel bound for Ao Men. Gaining entry to Lu Yaozu's villa would require assistance, and the most suitable person he could think of was Meng Na. As a skilled assassin, she could easily reach Lu Yaozu's bed, and Su Nian was confident he could leverage his own appeal. His physique was such that few women could remain unaffected, complemented by his well-defined features. Assisted by genetic enhancement agents, his complexion was flawless, akin to that of an infant, further elevating his attractiveness. Were it not for his affiliation with Hong Xing, he likely would have had numerous admirers during his time in prison. Upon arriving in Ao Men, he found that, due to the hour, the casinos had yet to open. Consequently, Su Nian took a room at a hotel adjacent to the casino. The money he had carried was already exchanged for a black canvas bag, and after removing his mask and sunglasses, he donned a sun hat, presenting himself as an ordinary tourist. After a night of travel, Su Nian found a moment of tranquility in the opulence of his hotel room, clutching a substantial stack of cash as he drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, across the sea, the atmosphere was starkly different. With 1.5 million lost and Chun Haonan injured, the news reached the ears of De Lao Bi, inciting immediate chaos. At a clandestine clinic in Causeway Bay, Chun Haonan's surgery had just concluded. As the bullets had struck his limbs, embedding themselves in the bones, their removal proved to be a relatively straightforward procedure. However, the subsequent recovery is rather troublesome. Chen Haonan will have to endure this semi-disabled state for some time. As he was pushed out of the ward, he caught sight of De Lao B's face, which was filled with disappointment. Anan, how could you be so careless this time? Brother B, I'm truly sorry. Chen Haonan's expression was one of deep remorse. Take good care of your injuries, De Lao B said, patting his shoulder. This statement from De Lao B conveyed both concern and reproach, a blend that was evident in his tone. Chen Haonan had been loyal to him since their school days, and while he may not have achieved great accolades, he had endured hardships for the cause. Now, not only had the adversary harmed his trusted steed, but they had also stolen money, an affront tantamount to defecating on his head. Rest assured, I have already informed Mr. Jiang about the incident. Anyone daring to provoke us at Hongxing is stepping on the toes of a giant. Mr. Jiang has issued a bounty of 500,000 to hunt down the assailants. In the context of the Hong Kong police, a reward for information is referred to as Xuanhong, while in the underworld, it is termed Enhua. A sum of 500,000 is no trifling matter. It is sufficient to incite all the Hong Kong hoodlums to action. Hearing De Lao B's words, Shanji and the others displayed expressions of vindication. Yet, De Lao B swiftly shifted the conversation. Although this incident of the dividend being robbed was not instigated by you, it is still a result of your lack of caution. Had you checked the vehicle or left it in Causeway Bay, this calamity could have been averted. Thus, you cannot escape responsibility. I find myself in a difficult position, but I have interceded on your behalf with Mr. Jiang. He insists that you bear half the loss, amounting to 750,000. I understand you lack funds, and Mr. Jiang has suggested that you can repay in other ways. If there are any tasks within the gang that require drawing lots for life and death, you need not draw. You shall take precedence. De Lao B heavily patted Shanji and the others on the shoulders, adopting an expression as if he were bestowing a great responsibility upon them. It is worth noting that this stipulation did not extend to his trusted steed, Chen Haonan. Although Chen Haonan was commendable, De Lao B had never held much faith in his brothers, and this opportunity to chastise them was fortuitous. Brother B, this sum was lost in my possession, and I shall take responsibility for repaying the society. Grant me 1 month, and I shall return the money within that time. Chen Haonan remained steadfast in his loyalty. De Lao B had shielded him in this matter, yet he felt compelled to protect his brothers as well. Very well, commendable loyalty. However, you must first focus on your recovery. If you manage to retrieve the funds, it will serve as penance for your misdeeds. Rest assured, Brother B, I will send my brothers out to gather intelligence. Indeed, Mr. Jiang has analyzed the situation. He is aware of your vehicle and the timing of our money transport. It is likely that an insider or a traitor from the society is involved. It would be simpler to begin the investigation from the traitor. According to your account, there is an accent involved, and given the large circle, it should not be too difficult to locate. The information provided by De Lao B regarding the insider was accurate, posing the greatest threat to Nian. The news of his release from prison had gone unnoticed. But it was not a secret to everyone. Chapter 4. Mengna. Prepare a VIP room for me. While Chen Haonan was gathering clues in Hongdao, Nian had already entered the casino to engage in card games. The casino owned by Liu Yaozu did not collaborate with Hongxing, allowing him to play with ease. His bets were modest, never exceeding a few thousand or a maximum of 10,000 chips at a time. After all, his primary objective for being here was not to gamble, but to locate a specific individual. Fortune favored him today, as Liu Yaozu was absent from the casino. Had he been present, Mengna might have refrained from boldly approaching Nian. From noon until afternoon, devoid of any gambling skills, Nian lost more than he won, ultimately depleting half of his 200,000 chips. Although he had once been an avid gambler, he found no interest in the game. After sitting at the table for an extended period, he grew weary and was finally granted the opportunity to meet Mengna. After changing into a black floral shirt, with only the bottom 2 buttons fastened, he revealed his well-defined abs and muscular arms. Over the course of several hours, no fewer than 10 women had attempted to flirt with him, all of whom he ignored. Mengna, who had just taken a seat across from him, was also drawn to his nearly perfect physique. She was, after all, a woman of fleeting affections, associating with Liu Yaozu solely for monetary gain. Often frequenting the gym, her intention was to meet strong men, and Nian undoubtedly fell into that category. Mengna was equally alluring today in her black V-neck bodycon dress, which accentuated her voluptuous figure. Coupled with her cascading waves of hair and vibrant red lips, she embodied the allure of a mature woman. The game of Shou-Ha was inherently a duel between two players, somewhat akin to Texas Hold'em. Watching Ming Na place her bets, Xu Nian mindlessly called, regardless of the strength of his hand. In no time, he lost over 400,000 to her. Since sitting down, Ming Na had scarcely diverted her gaze from him, clearly aware that he was following her lead in betting. Another round commenced, and Xu Nian lost again, swapping in another 200,000 chips. With a playful smile, Ming Na remarked, "It seems this gentleman is quite eager to win against me, consistently matching my bets. Of course, if you lose to me, it only makes sense to win back what you lost from my hands. Wouldn't you agree?" Xu Nian maintained a smile, exhibiting grace despite his losses. "Prepare a VIP room for me. I wish to engage in a one-on-one game of Shou-Ha with this gentleman," she commanded, and her request was promptly met. Inside the VIP room, as a novice in the gambling world, Xu Nian was no match for Ming Na, and soon enough, he found himself utterly bereft of chips. He was wise enough not to convert all his money into bets, merely wagering 800,000 at the casino, which was sufficient to capture Ming Na's interest. "Mr. Xu, it appears you are out of chips," she observed, her smile unwavering as she scrutinized his face. "It seems my luck is not with me today," Xu Nian replied, raising his hands in resignation as he prepared to leave. "Shall we wager once more? If you win this hand, I will return all the money you have lost." Ming Na finally spoke. Xu Nian, of course, had no intention of departing. He recalled her previous wager with the assassin Xiong, and it seemed the moment had arrived. "What shall we wager?" he inquired knowingly. "If you win, I will return your money. If you lose, you will accompany me to the hotel next door for a drink." The absence of a wager involving clothing left him slightly disappointed, yet upon reflection, this seemed more straightforward. "Very well," he agreed without hesitation, settling back into his chair. As the dealer dealt the cards, luck smiled upon Xu Nian for this final hand. He was dealt 2 cards, one face up and one face down, both of which were aces. In Shou-Ha or Texas Hold'em, a pair of aces boasts a 90 win rate, yet for Xu Nian, who sought to lose, this was not an ideal hand. Ming Na, with a seemingly favorable face-up card, appeared confident. It was likely that her hidden card was also an ace. "Are we playing a game of luck here? With no chips left, shall we let the dealer deal the cards and determine the winner in one round?" "Sounds good," he replied, which aligned with his intentions. The dealer continued to deal, and Xu Nian's subsequent 3 cards revealed a pair of 2s and one other card, forming 2 pairs. Ming Na had a queen and a 10. Establishing her own 2 pairs. "Please reveal your cards," Xu Nian gestured graciously. "All right," Ming Na said, revealing a queen as her hidden card, also yielding 2 pairs. According to the rules of Shou-Ha, the winning hand is determined by the highest pair, which meant Xu Nian's hand would triumph over Ming Na's. Just then, the system prompt echoed in his mind once again. The host is engaged in a fierce battle with Ming Na at the card table. Please choose. Option 1. Win this round and mock Ming Na's poor card skills, taking the chips and departing. Reward. Money above all. Your charm -100, but luck 10. Option 2. Deliberately lose, allowing Ming Na to win and face her subsequent punishment. Reward. Up and down technique. The unique skill of the assassin Xiong. With it, you shall have no rivals. Yet again, such options presented themselves. One bore side effects, while the other did not, making the choice abundantly clear. Furthermore, the second option evidently aligned more closely with Xu Nian's interests. The host chooses option 2. Please cover your cards to indicate your loss. Following the system's directive, Xu Nian placed his cards face down. In the game of Shou-Ha, covering one's cards signifies surrender. "I concede. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received the up and down technique as a reward." A warm surge coursed through Xu Nian, invigorating his vital areas. In an instant, he felt a significant enhancement in his newly fortified attributes. Can this truly serve as a form of training? Is this the marvel of the system? Minna slowly rose to her feet and approached Xu Nian. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Mr. Xu, I suspect your hand is not as poor as it seems. Your hidden card must be an ace. You are intentionally letting me win. Are you not?" As her words lingered in the air, her hand reached towards what was once Xu Nian's hidden card. Upon revealing it, indeed, it was an ace. "It appears Mr. Xu is quite eager to share a drink with me. I have already reserved a room at the hotel next door." Ming Na's fingers delicately traced the contours of Xu Nian's chest, the innuendo unmistakable. "Very well. Xu Nian grasped her outstretched finger firmly. 10 minutes later, Meng Na led Xu Nian directly to the 28th floor of the hotel. A luxurious suite? What other option could there be? Surely, you did not think I would take you to a restaurant. Would it not be more straightforward to proceed directly? Meng Na gently tugged at the collar of Xu Nian's shirt. She was indeed a woman of ripe experience. Having spent 3 years in prison, Xu Nian was already filled with pent-up frustration, which only intensified under Meng Na's playful provocations. Originally, he had envisioned that they would first enjoy a drink at the hotel bar, and once sufficiently intoxicated, return to Meng Na's residence. At that point, he would subdue her in bed and take his leave with her money. However, he overlooked one detail. Lu Yaozu's opulent villa was situated on Gongdao, making the drive rather troublesome, necessitating a ferry. Given this circumstance, he had no choice but to further exploit his charms. Upon entering the hotel room Meng Na had meticulously arranged, Xu Nian was immediately captivated by the dreamy allure in her gaze. Under the influence of such an ambience, his own breath began to quicken. In both of his lifetimes, he had never savored such exquisite fare. Your muscle definition is truly exquisite. I frequent the gym myself, yet I have never encountered a man whose physique rivals yours in perfection. I wish to see more of your inner contours. Meng Na's hand ascended once more, displaying a fervor surpassing even that of Xu Nian, who had spent 3 years in confinement. Shall we not share a drink first? Xu Nian surveyed the room, noticing the absence of any provisions for alcohol. They say that a mature woman is like a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Rich and fragrant, Meng Na whispered softly into Xu Nian's ear, her warm breath causing his heart to race anew. Should anyone manage to resist in such a moment, one might as well consider them a homosexual. Chapter 5 Soft Rice. Non-existent the following noon, Meng Na finally rose from her bed, her body on the verge of collapse. With a combat power of 300, it was evident that she was no match for Xu Nian. Despite her exhaustion, a radiant smile adorned her face. Xu Nian had long been awake, sitting before the television, engrossed in the news. In this era, television news and newspapers were the primary means of acquiring information. Having just traversed into this world and spent a considerable time in a dire situation, he found himself unaware of many matters, relying on the news to enlighten him. This world was indeed intriguing, reminiscent of the chaotic realms depicted in Hong Kong films. The news primarily reported on street gang brawls or robberies at jewelry stores and banks. Xu Nian could even discern shadows of old acquaintances within the reports. For instance, Dedong, who had robbed a jewelry store, was still a wanted fugitive, with a bounty of 100,000 from the police and an additional 200,000 offered by the jewelry store. The incident involving Chun Haonan, however, was conspicuously absent from the news. Just as Xu Nian had surmised, they dared not report their dirty money to the authorities. Without reporting it, they could not access medical assistance. Xu Nian secretly hoped that Chun Haonan had not met his demise in some shady clinic, for that would render the situation rather uninteresting. After Meng Na refreshed herself, she emerged from the bathroom clad in only 2 pieces of lace undergarments. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated her fair skin, casting a luminous glow that rendered her irresistibly alluring. She gently wrapped her arms around Xu Nian from behind, playfully entwining her fingers around his neck, proclaiming, "You are the most manly man I have ever encountered. I cannot believe I lost last night." Meng Na held him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. A subtle smile graced Xu Nian's lips. No man in the world could resist such flattery. "I am returning to Gangdao today. Are you from Ammon? I feel as though I have never seen you before. Please, share your contact information." Meng Na's fingers caressed Xu Nian's face with an almost tender affection. "I also hail from Gangdao, having just come from Chizhou. I do not possess a mobile phone, nor a big brother phone. You have just been released? No wonder you seem." Meng Na's words trailed off, her mind lingering on Xu Nian's impressive demeanor from the previous night. "I will have someone acquire a big brother phone for you. Furthermore, you actually won our final game. I will ensure your money is returned. Let us keep in touch after you return to Gangdao, shall we?" After a night's reflection, Meng Na found herself somewhat infatuated with Xu Nian. Xu Nian felt a flicker of surprise within. Had he truly indulged in such soft rice? A man of his stature should not find himself reliant on such means. Moreover, Meng Na was not entirely virtuous. Lu Yaozu had abandoned his wife and sought to claim his father-in-law's fortune, a scheme undoubtedly fueled by Meng Na's influence. He merely sought to acquire 300 million. With wealth, the number of beautiful women available in Gangdao was limitless. "All right, How shall I find you when I return to Gangdao? Sun Yin maintained his composure, though he had no desire to partake in soft rice. However, one cannot dismiss an opportunity that is offered freely. Recovering what was rightfully his, Sun Yin considered the funds he had acquired to be clean. The money had all been withdrawn from the casino account. He opened an account at Standard Chartered Bank in Amin under the pretense of earnings from gambling, depositing the funds therein. Winning money at casinos was commonplace in Amin, and once verified that the money was not illicit, the bank posed no further inquiries. A small portion of cash remained, which Sun Yin used to purchase some gold ornaments and a Rolex, depleting his funds entirely. To the casual observer, it appeared as though he was extravagantly spending his winnings from the casino, yet he still possessed a bank card with 800,000 available for withdrawal at any time. Upon returning to Gangdao, Sun Yin found himself dining at a street-side cha chan tung in Causeway Bay. These eateries were known gathering spots for the triads, who would emerge in droves after sunset. Sun Yin arrived in Gangdao just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The establishment was filled with a throng of triad members from various factions, yet they were all engrossed in a singular topic of discussion: who had stolen the money from Hongxing. As Sun Yin had anticipated, the incident had already spread throughout the underworld, though each person recounted a different version of events. I heard that the robber took a minibus. Chen Haonan's brothers have tracked down the driver. Apparently, he got off at Chaiwan, near the Liansheng territory, so it must be someone from Liansheng. Your information is outdated. It was later discovered that after getting off at Chaiwan, he transferred to another late-night bus and rode all the way to Tsim Shui. It was someone from the Ni family. Nonsense. The Ni family has already clarified that it was not them. They would not stoop to such petty money. I heard it was the Dongxing crew. Supposedly the crows from Dongxing. How dare you speak of our boss like that? Although Dongxing and Hongxing are bitter enemies, we still adhere to the rules of the underworld. Speak again, and I shall end you. The previous speaker's words had evidently provoked the ire of the Dongxing members. For most, the situation remained murky, yet the high bounty on the dirty money had captured the attention of many. Upon his return to Gangdao, Sun Yin had also heard of the bounty placed on his head concerning the dirty money. The high price offered for this bounty clearly indicated the anger of the Hongxing members. However, from the conversations among the triads, it seemed that Chen Haonan had not faced significant repercussions. Sun Yin had been seated for quite some time, and the information regarding Chen Haonan was scarce. All he learned was that Chen had sold his car and his watch. Having assisted Boss B in collecting debts for so long, he must have amassed some wealth. Although triads typically do not retain money, those who navigate the underworld well often purchase a car or a Rolex. Should misfortune befall them, these possessions could serve as capital for a resurgence. Selling everything off would conservatively yield around 300,000, yet it still fell short of the 1.5 million mark. After finishing dinner and gathering sufficient information, Sun Yin prepared to depart. Just as he stood up, he noticed a familiar figure enter the doorway, flanked by 3 subordinates. It was Shan Ji, accompanied by Bao Pai, Chao Pai, and De Tian Er. He shares the closest bond with Chen Haonan and possesses a penchant for seeking the spotlight. With Chen Haonan resting due to illness, he naturally assumed the role of the leader. As Sun Yin rose to his feet, they exchanged a glance. However, it was evident that Shan Ji did not recognize Sun Yin. On the day Sun Yin took action, he had bundled himself up so thoroughly that his muscular physique remained concealed beneath layers of clothing, including a sun-protective jacket. He even wore height-increasing insoles, making his stature appear somewhat different from his current height. As the boss settled the bill, Sun Yin observed Shan Ji while speaking. "Oh, all right, 1 roasted goose leg rice and a chilled lemon tea, totaling $30. Sun Yin retrieved $30 from his pocket and placed it on the table. He deliberately spoke loudly in front of Shan Ji, ostensibly to gauge his reaction. Shan Ji regarded him thoughtfully, as if recalling something. A second later, "You're Onion. You've been released?" Having connections with the formidable De Lao Bi, Sun Yin had been well acquainted with the underworld long before others. Shan Ji recognized him and was aware of the past tensions between Sun Yin and Chen Haonan. In that fleeting moment, he pondered whether to greet Sun Yin. Ultimately, he decided to extend a greeting, not out of camaraderie, but rather due to the special circumstances at hand. De Lao Bi had assigned them a daunting task, eliminating Ba Bai. Accomplishing this would alleviate debts amounting to 300,000. Yet, Shan Ji doubted his own capabilities and felt the need for additional assistance, akin to a scapegoat should their operation fail. Sun Yin fit the bill perfectly. Loyal and willing to shoulder blame for the organization, in Shanji's eyes, he was nothing short of a fool. In the 1990s, who still adhered to the outdated mindset of gang affiliations. Everyone was in it for the money. Nevertheless, he required someone like Sun Yan. Shanji, it's only been a few days since your release, and I've heard there's been quite a stir with Brother B. Sun Yan noticed that Shanji did not seem to recognize him as a robber. His smile had turned somewhat more polite. Indeed, I wonder who had the audacity to stir trouble under the nose of the mighty. Now that you're out, why not seek out Brother B? We're all brothers here. You've borne the brunt for the organization, and at 1T let you go unrewarded. Sun Yan inwardly scoffed at Shanji's words. Were it not for Chun Haonan's past indiscretions, he would not be the one shouldering the blame. The incessant talk of loyalty to the organization was nothing but a jest. Yet, he maintained a stoic expression, having honed his skills in emotional management while studying psychology prior to his ordeal. I spent 3 years inside. I had hoped to emerge and start anew, wishing to sever ties with the underworld. In truth, Sun Yan's words were but a mimicry of the two. He perceived that Shanji sought his assistance, prompting his deliberate choice of words. In a world where people congregate, even purchasing fish balls necessitates an association with the gang. How could one truly extricate themselves? Now that Haonan is in trouble, Brother B could use capable individuals. I can lead you to him. All right, but let us do it tomorrow. I have prior engagements this evening. Sun Yan acquiesced. For now was the opportune moment to dismantle the Lao Bi and Chun Haonan. However, this evening was not suitable. Tonight, Meng Na had invited him to her villa in Qianshui Wan, which was her ultimate destination. 300 million in bonds awaited him. Chapter 6. 300 million in hand. Departing from Tongluan, Sun Yan hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the villa located at Qianshui 168. This expansive 800-square-meter villa, situated in the precious real estate of Hong Kong Island, is undoubtedly of opulent caliber. Those who operate legitimate casinos are seldom impoverished. Possessing a casino license in Amin ensures a lifetime of financial security. Although this luxurious residence belonged to Lu Yaozu, the servants were exceedingly obedient to Meng Na's commands. As soon as he pressed the doorbell, a Filipino maid emerged to lead him through a side entrance into the villa. Meng Na, in the prime of her vitality, had swiftly recovered from the tumultuous events of the previous day. Upon seeing Sun Yan in her home, she enthusiastically rushed towards him. Sun Yan took a moment to observe his surroundings. There were indeed numerous ecological tanks housing lizards. The one in the living room was particularly large, yet it was not his objective. After being guided to her room by Meng Na, it was the ecological tank within that piqued Sun Yan's interest. Meng Na changed into a seductive white lace nightgown in her home. As she tidied her hair, she approached Sun Yan and said, "This is my boyfriend's house, but he is quite busy. He just flew to Las Vegas yesterday to attend a casino owner's soiree." Perhaps due to Sun Yan possessing the key to her heart, Meng Na voluntarily divulged some details about Lu Yaozu, which put Sun Yan at ease. It would indeed be troublesome if Lu Yaozu caught him red-handed during his endeavor. I have also prepared some red wine, Romanicani. Shall we enjoy a little before proceeding? Sun Yan's previous display seemed to have led Meng Na to believe he was an aficionado of fine wine. Hence her thoughtful gesture of providing such an exquisite vintage, worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, per bottle. All right, let us indulge a little. With Lu Yaozu absent, there was no need for haste. The two exquisite crystal glasses were brought to the bedroom, where they began to savor the red wine. After a few glasses, both found themselves slightly inebriated, and the moment for intimacy arrived. 3 hours later, with a blissful smile adorning her face, Meng Na lay in a deep slumber. Sun Yan rose and approached Lu Yaozu's favored ecological tank, lifting the lid. He seized the large lizard inside with ease. As he gently lifted it, he uncovered a sealed document hidden beneath the gravel at the tank's bottom. Standard Chartered Bank bonds. Was 300 million truly within his grasp? Sun Yan felt a sense of surrealism. Just a month prior, he had been a downtrodden youth, consumed by worries in a dismal kiln. Today, he had acquired 300 million overnight. This document felt akin to a ticket, a pass enabling him access to high society. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the billionaire reward. A notification chimed in his ear, affirming the authenticity of the bonds. Sun Yan did not allow the sudden influx of wealth to cloud his judgment. He quickly rearranged the gravel, restoring the ecological tank to its original state. After returning the lizard and securing the lid, he meticulously ensured no glaring discrepancies remained. Only then did he feel a semblance of relief. Lu Yaozu was undoubtedly capable of operating a casino in Dao. Su Nian, having recently emerged from the mire, was solitary and lacked allies, unable to contend with Lu Yaozu yet. Thus, he resolved to remain discreet. Determined, he departed the villa, wishing to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, such as Lu Yaozu returning unexpectedly and discovering the bonds, leaving him oblivious to his own demise. In the dead of night, Su Nian traversed a considerable distance before finally finding a late-night taxi. With the funds secured, it was time for Su Nian to set his grand plans into motion. Of course, his immediate necessity was to purchase a vehicle for himself. The following morning, Meng Na, having realized Su Nian's departure, felt a pang of melancholy. Once you have tasted the sea, no other water suffices. Having experienced Su Nian, she feared she could never return to her previous life, leaving her uncertain of how to face Lu Yaozu. As she pondered, the familiar sound of an approaching car echoed outside. Meng Na knew precisely who it was. She hurriedly tidied her room. Fortunately, a Filipino maid had come that morning to assist with the cleaning, minimizing any evidence of Su Nian's visit. Meng Na donned her attire to welcome Lu Yaozu's return. The household staff, understanding of the situation, refrained from mentioning Meng Na's affairs. Upon his arrival, Lu Yaozu was visibly agitated. He sought to invest in a Las Vegas casino, but the starting bid was $200 million. His current net worth barely exceeded $100 million, and without liquidating his shares here, securing the $300 million bonds was imperative. In truth, Lu Yaozu was not as affluent as Su Nian had imagined. He was merely a minor shareholder in the casino. His connections with the underworld enabled him to manage operations, yet he remained a pawn in the hands of the true mastermind. His urgent quest for the funds from the bonds stemmed from a desire to invest in a new casino, a step that could potentially liberate him from the life of a hired gun. At this juncture, Meng Na approached Lu Yaozu, offering her counsel. That Robinson is a cunning individual. With his daughter deceased, he holds no weaknesses. Perhaps we should engage a skilled con artist to extract the location of the bonds? It's worth a try, Lu Yaozu replied darkly, observing the improvement in Meng Na's demeanor. He was not oblivious to her recent activities, but some matters need not be overtly addressed. They were, after all, both playing their respective games. Su Nian, eager to seize the opportunity, arrived at Standard Chartered Bank promptly when it opened to exchange the bond for cash, depositing the entirety into his new account. Now, $300 million lay dormant in his Standard Chartered account. The bank manager, nearly bowing in service, facilitated his transactions, allowing Su Nian to relish the taste of affluence. Due to his elite black gold VIP status, he was issued a prestigious black gold credit card. This is the legendary credit card with an unlimited limit, yet it does not imply that there are no restrictions. Certain substantial expenditures must be reported to be usable. Moreover, should any discrepancies arise concerning your finances, the bank reserves the right to revoke your credit card at any moment. Having departed from the bank, Su Nian found himself in the second-hand car market of Qigong. Desha was engrossed in watching television while picking at his boxed meal. The news on the screen was about Dedong's escape. These incompetent officers are truly pathetic. They can't even apprehend a major suspect, allowing Dedong to flee. One day, I shall run for office and rectify these inept individuals. Desha, with his mouth full, could not help but voice his frustrations. Desha, another big spender, has come to buy a car. While enjoying his meal, one of Desha's underlings rushed over. Is today still a good day for business? Excellent, let him in. He is already inside, wearing a Rolex. Let's make sure to fleece him. Do I need to tell you how to do it? Desha slapped the underling who had just spoken. At that moment, Su Nian walked right in front of them and witnessed his action. You must be Desha, right? Yes. Brother, are you looking to buy a car? What is your budget? Desha, am famously straightforward. No one in Qigong offers fairer prices than my dealership. Desha assured Su Nian, thumping his chest. I want a sports car, the most expensive one. With his current wealth, purchasing a brand new sports car was a simple matter for Su Nian. However, Hong Kong Island had already developed significantly by the 1990s, resulting in a plethora of household vehicles and a challenging registration process. If he opted for a new car, he would be left waiting indefinitely before he could drive it. Conversely, a second-hand vehicle could be transferred the same day, allowing him to meet the Lao Bi that very evening. Sports car? Come this way. Upon hearing the word sports car, Desha's mouth nearly watered. Selling one is equivalent to selling 5. Desha's dealership was indeed vast, featuring an array of vehicles: Porsche 911, BMW, Lamborghini, everything one could desire. However, Su Nian detected a few discrepancies. The better cars with proper transfer documentation were scarce, implying they were likely stolen. Yet De Sha refrained from stating this outright, evidently underestimating Su Nian's acumen due to his youth. As Su Nian perused the selection, a particularly striking vehicle caught his eye, a red MR2. This car is quite new. Does it come with proper documentation? Upon realizing that Su Nian was interested in this vehicle, De Sha frowned. He had acquired the car for 250,000 HKD, and while it did have legitimate transfer papers, such cars typically sold for around 280,000 HKD, yielding him minimal profit. In contrast, with a stolen vehicle, he could make a profit of over 100,000 HKD. Of course, this car has proper documentation. I just acquired it yesterday. However, compared to other vehicles, it's not particularly cost-effective. Besides, if you're looking to impress the ladies, you should at least be driving a Porsche, right? De Sha continued to attempt to sway Su Nian. Upon learning that it had been acquired just the day prior, Su Nian recognized it as Chun Haonan's car. This one, I'd like to make an offer, and I also want a thorough cleaning service included. Knowing that Chun Haonan cherished this vehicle, Su Nian was unconcerned about potential issues regarding its condition. 350,000 HKD, including the transfer. How does that sound? De Sha, noticing Su Nian's keen interest, promptly quoted a price. Too expensive. Let us lower it to 300,000. The lowest I can go is 330,000. If not, it's not for sale. De Sha's expression soured. Fine then, if it's not for sale, it's not for sale. Su Nian feigned indifference. Damn it, are you toying with me? I skipped a meal to introduce this to you. And you say you want to buy it? De Sha erupted in fury. His second-hand car dealership thrived partly due to his assertive nature. You come in to inspect the car, and you think you can just walk away without buying? Seeing De Sha's underlings rising, eager to act, Su Nian merely smiled, displaying no fear. De Sha, I know this car was purchased from Chun Haonan. I'm aware of how much you paid for it. I'm simply looking to buy this car back from you. Do you wish to confront me? I am also a member of Hongxing. Consider whether you are qualified to do so. Su Nian's imposing demeanor effectively intimidated De Sha, who, initially intent on coercing a sale, now perceived Su Nian as someone of significant standing, perhaps even a red stick. As members of the same underworld brotherhood, De Sha's demeanor shifted instantly. Had I known we were from the same circle, this could have been resolved without issue. As fellow practitioners, I, De Sha, will certainly offer you a better deal. With that, De Sha quickly began to bond with Su Nian. Chapter 7. The big shop asks me for money? In Tongluan, Su Nian drove through the streets in the MR2 that once belonged to Chun Haonan. While it may not be classified as an extravagant sports car, it was certainly captivating enough to draw the attention of passers-by. In his previous life, Su Nian had rented various sports cars, such as the Porsche 911, but that model had long ceased production, and he had never had the chance to drive one, finding it rather novel. He playfully toggled the headlights on and off, thoroughly enjoying himself. Inside the Xinguang nightclub, Big Shotby sat in the manager's office, troubled. Jiang Tianxing was not the type to be overly generous, a loan of 5 million could easily be halved. With 750,000 owed to Chun Haonan and another 750,000 he himself needed to repay. He was not exactly a man of considerable means. Many assumed that a triad leader, flanked by followers, must be wealthy, but that was far from the truth. The more subordinates he had, the more mouths there were to feed, particularly since many of them had vices. They were gamblers, frequenting brothels, and enjoyed nightlife, often providing various excuses to borrow money, typically without any intention of repaying. Moreover, there were frequent incidents requiring bail money, which amounted to a significant expense. Coupled with the fierce competition in Tongluan and the regulations imposed by Hongxing, forbidding the sale of drugs, Big Shotby found himself with little profit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be driving an Audi several years old, valued at merely 500,000, and lacking proper registration, rendering it nearly worthless. To raise the needed funds, he had exerted considerable effort, borrowing from Shisanmai and Han Bin, yet still fell short by 300,000. As a leader, he couldn't very well resort to selling his car or house for this amount, could he? Just as Big Shotby was lost in his thoughts, Shanji cheerfully entered. Big Brother B, guess who has returned? Upon raising his head, Big Shotby was greeted by the sight of the elegantly dressed Su Nian. Nian, you've come out? Oh dear, I've been so preoccupied with club matters that I completely forgot, he exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. Over the past 3 years, he had never once visited Su Nian, yet now, upon his release, he acted as if he had simply forgotten, revealing a touch of hypocrisy. Su Nian smiled in response. It's all right, Big Brother B. What do you mean it's all right? Shanji, find an empty private room for Nian and treat him to a warm welcome. Just as Big Shot B was speaking, he suddenly noticed Su Nian's attire. It was quite remarkable, an Armani suit, an Hermes belt, and a Rolex on his wrist. To the untrained eye, they might appear inconspicuous, but Big Shot B, with his keen sense for people, could discern their worth. Nian, this outfit of yours is rather expensive. What gives? Have you struck it rich? Big Shot B clearly remembered Su Nian as a notorious gambler who had begun gambling at the tender age of 14, dreaming daily of wealth through luck. Seeing him now, he immediately wondered if Su Nian had won a fortune through gambling. Su Nian had anticipated this inquiry and had prepared his answer. No, 3 years ago, before I went in, I said I would save my money, but the bank manager deceived me into investing in Wanli real estate stocks. Upon my release, I was astonished to find that my initial 100,000 had ballooned to over $1 million. Isn't that incredible, Big Brother B? He chuckled. Over $1 million? At this revelation, Big Shot B's eyes visibly brightened. He was in desperate need of funds. Yet, as a big shot, he would not directly ask to borrow money, which would be undignified. Congratulations. Just remember to gamble less. This money will last you quite a while. Shanji, fetch a few lovely ladies to properly welcome Nian. Shanji understood Big Shot B's intentions well. He aimed to capture Su Nian, the unsuspecting fish, for his own benefit. If executed correctly, Shanji might not even have to undertake any perilous tasks. Of course, I shall summon some charming ladies for you right away, he replied, hurrying off. Before long, he had arranged a spacious room for Su Nian, who was greeted by several women upon entering. However, upon stepping inside, Su Nian's brow furrowed. Was Big Shot B's establishment in such disarray? The women Shanji had brought were all old enough to be Su Nian's mothers, and even with makeup, they appeared to be in their 30s at a minimum. Shanji, smiling and eager to please, asked, So, Nian, are you satisfied? Su Nian chuckled disdainfully, resting a hand on Shanji's shoulder. Do you think I am in dire need of maternal affection? Shanji was momentarily baffled, failing to grasp Su Nian's meaning. I'm a young, handsome lad in my 20s, and you bring me these old hags? Su Nian replied, exasperated. Shanji's smile faltered, and after a second, he awkwardly chuckled. Old hags are good for calming the fire. Save them for yourself then. Since today is Big Brother B's treat, let us start with a bottle of black and white champagne. Su Nian ordered the finest drink available, although it was not as prestigious as a vintage 1982 Lafite. Even the cost of the counterfeit black and white champagne was around $500 a bottle. Having frequented nightclubs, Shanji was well acquainted with this beverage. In their establishment, it was considered top tier. They sold it for a steep price of $3,000 a bottle, which made Shanji wince. Although the money wasn't his own, Big Shot B had recently instructed several key subordinates to tighten their budgets and cover Mr. Zhang's debts first. Very well. I shall retrieve it for you. Shanji left the private room, but instead of heading straight for the drink, he sought out Big Shot B to inform him of Su Nian's request for such an expensive beverage. Upon hearing this, Big Shot B felt a pang of regret. However, considering his need to borrow money from Su Nian, this small investment seemed necessary. Let it be. Go find a few more attractive girls to properly entertain him. Big Shot B was aware of the low quality of the women in his establishment. Recently, Dongxing had opened a lavish nightclub in Tongluan, luring many beautiful women away, and they were currently in the process of recruiting new talent. After acquiring the drinks and having Shanji invite a few youthful and attractive girls, Big Shot B, along with others, joined Su Nian in the private room, claiming they were there to have some fun together. Su Nian did not harbor any aversion to engaging in a bit of playful banter with this group of individuals. It presented a perfect opportunity for him to gauge whether anyone would recognize him that day. After an exchange of toasts, it seemed that none of them exhibited any signs of peculiarity. Su Nian meticulously observed their eyes, keenly attuned to even the slightest dilation of their pupils, yet regrettably, none responded in kind. They appeared to revel in their merriment, likely due to the overwhelming pressures they had been facing recently. Su Nian, however, felt rather indifferent. Even the women chosen by this group of ruffians could not hold a candle to Meng Na in his eyes. To him, Meng Na was rather ordinary, her skills overshadowing her looks, and he held no interest in engaging in any form of competition with these women, even if they possessed some degree of talent. Thus, his curiosity was solely piqued by the wine. In his 2 lifetimes, Su Nian maintained a fondness for wine, particularly the gentler varieties of grape wine. In his previous life, he had indulged more in red wine, while champagne was a rare experience for him. However, the ruffians could not appreciate champagne. They settled down for a couple of glasses before opting for beer. Their faces were adorned with insincere smiles, occasionally betraying a hint of awkwardness, as they had not forgotten the grievances between Su Nian and Chen Haonan. As the drinking session progressed, the formidable figure known as Boss B approached. Emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, Boss B draped an arm around Su Nian's shoulder and said, "Nian, you must have heard about the recent troubles with Hongxing. We were robbed of over $1 million, money that was supposed to be handed over to Mr. Jiang. Now the funds are gone, and I cannot account for it to Mr. Jiang. I need to make up the sum, but I am still short by 400,000. We are brothers after all. If you are in a generous position, could you lend me some? I will repay you next month." Su Nian was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Boss B would ask him for a loan. It was clear that this individual had ulterior motives. He assumed Boss B was merely trying to compensate him with such hospitality out of guilt. However, on the flip side, Boss B's request for money opened up a vast realm of possibilities. If maneuvered correctly, it could not only lead to a significant financial loss for him, but could even precipitate his removal from the position of decision-maker within Hongxing. Before Su Nian could ponder this further, the system reappeared in his mind. Boss B has requested that the host lend him money. Please choose. Chapter 8. Darker Than Usury, Option 1. As brothers, in my heart, when a brother is in trouble, I will lend a hand and directly assist Dalao B with the entire sum. Reward. Unmatched loyalty. Your elder brother gains 50 in fortune and 50 in romance. Option 2. As brothers, in my heart, if there are matters and the phone cannot be reached, I will directly indicate that I do not wish to lend. Although the reward for the second option was appealing, it paled in comparison to the last. Financial knowledge, while significant, could be delegated to others. Should issues arise in the future, they could also bear the consequences. However, receiving a company outright aligned perfectly with Su Nian's intentions. The generation of wealth from wealth is the simplest endeavor. He intended to engage in legitimate business with the money acquired. But given his identity in this world as a 12-year-old dropout and a hoodlum, venturing into respectable business would likely draw disdainful glances at social gatherings. Moreover, during this era, the most lucrative opportunities lay within the gray industries. His affiliation with the Hongxing gang would provide him with advantages, allowing him to encounter various iconic figures from Hong Kong cinema. Only by triggering options could he amass greater rewards. After deep contemplation, Su Nian made his decision. The host has selected option 3. Please ensure Dalao B signs the high-interest loan contract within 3 days. Dalao B regarded Su Nian with a hesitant expression, mistakenly believing he was reluctant to lend. A blend of awkwardness and anger flickered across his face. In his mind, if a powerful figure like himself had to humbly seek a loan from his subordinate, surely Su Nian should at least lend a nominal amount, even a mere few thousand to signify goodwill. Just as he was about to express his frustration, Su Nian interjected, "Brother B, since you've asked, I certainly have the means. However, as my superior, borrowing from your subordinate may not sound well. If the Dongxing fellows find out, they would surely mock you for it." Su Nian's words were akin to a refusal. Yet, Dalao B felt there was still room for negotiation, as Su Nian had not outright rejected him. Just as he was about to respond, Su Nian continued, "But Brother B, rest assured, I will lend you the money. How about this? I will arrange for a third-party financial company to provide the loan through legitimate channels. This way, no one can say anything about you. You can simply pay a nominal interest. After all, you won't need it for long, and once the principal is returned, the interest ceases. How does that sound?" Su Nian lightly patted Dalao B's shoulder, speaking with a casual demeanor. However, a hint of caution arose in Dalao B. Seeking a financial company? How troublesome. What if someone merely uttered a few words? Was he afraid of that? Brother B, while it may seem trivial, adhering to a formal process is advisable. Let us sign a contract. And you can offer an interest rate akin to that of a bank deposit. That isn't excessive, is it? Upon hearing this, Dalao B grasped the underlying intent. He perceived that Su Nian was apprehensive about repayment, while simultaneously hoping to extract some benefits from him. "Rest assured, such terms are certainly acceptable," Dalao B affirmed. wrapping an arm around Su Nian's shoulders. He had no intention of defaulting on this loan. After all, borrowing from his subordinate and then failing to repay would turn him into a laughingstock among the local underworld. With Dalao B's conditions met, the remaining time was spent enjoying music and dancing. Midway through, Shanji approached. He refrained from directly asking Su Nian for money, knowing well the conflict between Su Nian and Chen Haonan, believing Su Nian would not assist him. On Nian, the gang has a task. We are to take out Dongxing's Babai. It's a splendid opportunity for promotion. Would you care to join? Upon hearing Shanji's words, Su Nian couldn't help but scoff internally. The last time he was coerced into action, it was said to be for the gang's merits, promising him the title of Red Stick. Yet, what was the outcome? I have expressed that I am not interested in violent matters. However, such words would not suffice. Before Shanji could finish his sentence, Su Nian had already draped an arm around a beautiful woman nearby, stating, "Find someone else. I have ample funds and wish to enjoy myself first. It is unreasonable to thrust me into danger right after my arrival." While Su Nian said this, he discreetly noted the task concerning Ba Bai in the recesses of his mind. All right, Shanji replied 3 times, his expression growing somewhat grim, yet he wisely chose to distance himself. Once he left, Su Nian dismissed the woman beside him. After experiencing gourmet cuisine like Meng Na's, he found no interest in street food. Finishing the intriguing drink, Su Nian prepared to depart. Dalao B and Shanji were also ready to leave. As they reached the exit, those present were momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Nian's vehicle. Everyone recognized Chen Haonan and his MR2. However, witnessing Su Nian holding the keys and unlocking the electronic lock left them puzzled about how this car had come into his possession. "I just bought this car today. Why do you keep staring?" Su Nian asked with a knowing smile. "This car belongs to Nangu. Did you buy it from Desha?" Shanji inquired. "Indeed, from the renowned Desha of Shigong. Naturally, I purchased it from him. It was Chen Haonan's, after all." Su Nian feigned surprise. Aside from Dalao B, the expressions of the others were a mix of awkwardness and discomfort. This was Chen Haonan's beloved car. If not for the incident, it would never have been sold, yet it now rested in the hands of someone who previously had grievances with him. "Since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Su Nian announced before pressing the accelerator and departing. He had acquired the vehicle precisely for this effect. Currently, he was not short on money. In the future, he could own countless cars, yet only this particular one could evoke such a response. The following day, at Jean Kai Dai Financial Consulting Company, "Mr. Su, the loan contract you requested has been drafted." Su Nian relaxed in the conference room, legs crossed. A bald manager handed him a contract. He merely skimmed through it before cast aside. "Redo it," he commanded. "I shall not discuss the content for now, but your format is entirely incorrect. First and foremost, the text must be as minuscule as possible, with convoluted descriptions to match. Any technical jargon must be included, particularly those clauses pertaining to loan interest rates, which must be placed at the end of each page, and certainly not concluded. They must continue onto the next page." "Very well, I shall instruct the clerk to redo it immediately." Although Su Nian requested this loan contract on short notice, the substantial sum he offered made it worthwhile. Typically, a contract would suffice for a few thousand, yet he had provided 20,000. Even with more demanding stipulations, the manager would accommodate. After an hour of waiting, the 2 contracts were finally prepared. This loan agreement was replete with a myriad of financial terminologies, and the cited clauses were exceedingly intricate, making it quite dizzying to behold, compounded by the minuscule text that resembled mosquito-sized print. To read it in its entirety would require a remarkable feat. Even a young man like Su Nian found himself needing a brief respite after perusing just a page or two. With a formidable figure, Dalao B, to arrive, a magnifying glass would likely be necessary. Su Nian was thoroughly satisfied with the documents. Among the 2 contracts, one stipulated an annualized interest rate of 13.5, a rather standard figure, while the other calculated the rate weekly at a staggering 35.1 compounded. Borrowing for a week would incur an additional 35, aligning perfectly with the predatory lending principles of 9 out, 13 returned, and even surpassing the unscrupulous nature of loan sharks. Furthermore, the numbers 13.5 and 35.1 were exceedingly prone to misinterpretation. Much like the memes of the past, the sequence of Chinese characters does not always dictate readability. By providing Dalao B with a psychological suggestion that the borrowing rate was an annualized 13.5, even should he directly see the figures, it would likely go unnoticed. Sun Yin had thoughtfully prepared 2 contracts, the one displaying the annualized rate of 13.5 was meant for Dalao B's perusal, while the true high-interest contract was intended for his signature. After reviewing both contracts and finding them satisfactory, he settled the outstanding balance and departed with the agreements in hand. Upon returning to Xinguang nightclub, it was apparent that Sun Yin had overestimated Dalao B's literacy. Though he was not illiterate, the complexities of the contract were beyond his comprehension. He recognized only the interest rates, understanding that borrowing for a year would result in an additional 13.5, and for a month, approximately 1, which seemed fair. Just as Dalao B was cheerfully preparing to sign, Sun Yin deliberately nudged the paperweight off the table with his elbow. "Is everything all right, Brother B? This paperweight appears to be jade. It looks rather valuable," Sun Yin remarked while discreetly swapping the contracts beneath the table. "Not of much worth, just some Hetian jade," Dalao B replied nonchalantly. Sun Yin had lent him 400,000. If the paperweight were to break, so be it. The contracts were prepared in duplicate, yet Sun Yin had brought 3 copies, claiming it was to prevent any signing errors. Dalao B did not probe further. With the contracts signed, Sun Yin took his leave. At the moment Dalao B affixed his signature, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for securing Dalao B's signature on the high-interest loan contract. Reward: control of Jean Li Lai Financial Company." He intended to inspect his new financial enterprise and, of course, recruit personnel to assist in its management. This recruitment would not only entail finding company clerks, but also gathering some allies from the streets, and he already had candidates in mind. Chapter 9: Orphanage. Elite talent class of the gang. Sun Yin's parents were involved in the underworld. His father was a member of the Hongxing gang, and his mother was a dancer. During a gang fight, his father was brutally murdered in the street. His mother, succumbing to excessive alcohol consumption, also passed away in her sleep. At the tender age of 5, he found himself in an orphanage. Within those walls, the younger children often endured bullying from their older peers. In response to this mistreatment, the younger ones banded together for protection. The previous inhabitant of this body had forged connections with many talented individuals, though he had likely been unaware of their capabilities until Sun Yin, through memories, discovered the extent of their talents. In Mongkok, after midnight, an order unique to this place prevailed. Gang skirmishes and street brawls were the commonplace spectacles here. The night market was nearly monopolized by the gangs, with rival factions sometimes clashing fiercely over prime vending spots. After witnessing a street fight, Sun Yin found himself seated at a victorious vendor's stall, savoring a late-night snack of stir-fried mantis shrimp paired with 2 cans of beer. Despite his newfound wealth allowing him to dine at lavish 5-star establishments, he believed that certain culinary experiences could only be found at these humble roadside eateries. These stalls were operated by the gangs, lacking formal names, yet their leader was known as Wang Bao. "Boss, do you happen to know a handsome fellow named Ji with bleached hair?" Sun Yin inquired as he observed the owner bringing out dishes. "Oh, Ji? He's quite famous around here. He refuses to join Bao Ji's ranks and instead spends his time fighting in Mongkok. He often enjoys late-night barbecues at a foos. If you're looking for him, you might want to try there," the owner replied, gesturing towards the end of the street. Having received this valuable information, Sun Yin quickly devoured several bites of the freshly prepared stir-fried noodles. After finishing, he left 100 Hong Kong dollars on the table, telling the owner to keep the change, and departed. At a foos barbecue, a G was seated with 2 fellow gangsters, both sporting yellow hair, enjoying their meal. The square table had 1 empty spot, and Sun Yin confidently approached, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Noticing a grilled chicken wing in front of a G, he reached over and took a bite. The 2 yellow-haired gangsters glared at him, their faces contorting with anger. A G, momentarily taken aback, wondered who dared to provoke him in such a manner. However, upon recognizing Sun Yin's face, he broke into a smile. "On Yin, you're out?" "Yes, I just got out a couple of days ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? I should host a welcome-back feast for you," a G exclaimed, his bond with Sun Yin evident as they had grown up together in the orphanage. During Sun Yin's time in prison, a G had written to him, "No need for that. Since I went in for the gang, I'd rather let them host the welcome. It's been years. How have you been faring?" "In this place, it's just the daily grind of fighting and surviving," a G responded. "With your prowess, are you certain you don't want a gang to back you?" "You know I dislike being tied down," a G remarked while lighting a cigarette. "I understand your temperament, but this isn't a sustainable way to live. One day, you might find yourself on the wrong end of a knife in the streets. Have you considered starting a business?" Sun Yin took a cigarette from Aji's pack and lit it. You have that thought? Aji noted, realizing Sun Yin's visit was more than a casual catch-up. Before I went in, I invested my living expenses in the stock market, and to my surprise, I made 10 million. I plan to start a lending company. I've even found a location, Sun Yin revealed. What? You made 10 million from stocks? Just luck, honestly. I never expected to earn so much. Sun Yin was adept at weaving tales, employing a tactic that made it difficult for others to discern the truth. Given his current standing, it was impossible for him to reveal the incident involving Liu Yaozu's 300 million debt. You intend to engage in usury? Yes, Sun Yin nodded. Forget it, that isn't for me. This line of work requires a heavy conscience. No worries. I plan to cater solely to those in the underworld. Most of my business will focus on them, thus collecting debts won't pose a significant issue. Aji's eyes brightened at this notion. He had avoided usury due to its predatory nature, preying on the impoverished and vulnerable. He believed in maintaining a moral compass, even in a life of crime. Only lending to gangsters? But if they run away, how will you recover your money? Won't you be at a loss? That's why I need to collaborate with people well-versed in the underworld, and you fit the bill perfectly. Sun Yin's self-assuredness sparked a flicker of pride in Aji. Before he could respond, Sun Yin continued, this venture is also for the sake of our brothers. We grew up together. Now that I've found a profitable path, why not let everyone join in? It's tough for us all to make ends meet. Aji was momentarily taken aback by Sun Yin's words, prompting memories of their shared experiences in the orphanage and at Marinol High School. During their school years, they often faced bullying and fought back, eventually losing interest in education and leaving school one by one, each forging their own path thereafter. Have you reached out to them? Aji inquired, his interest piqued. He had not managed to swindle a single cent. After leaving the orphanage, he had apprenticed under a master, learning a few tricks of the trade. However, his master's skills were far from impressive, rendering his own efforts even less noteworthy. Every month, he relied on chance in the streets. With a stroke of luck, he could scrape by, but on ill-fated days, it was inevitable that he would go hungry for several meals. Aware of his inability to earn a living, he had contemplated turning to horse betting for prosperity, only to find himself ensnared by usurious debts. Now, in addition to rent, he faced immense pressure to repay loans. Failing to settle his dues would inevitably lead to a beating if spotted on the streets. This epitomized the harsh reality of the lower echelon of society, unable to make ends meet, lacking protection, and dying on the roadside without anyone to care. You still reside here, a voice suddenly echoed in the dim corridor. Cheng Sheng turned towards the sound and beheld Sun Yin's face. Ah, Nian, why did you shave your golden hair? I just got out of Qizhou after 3 years, Sun Yin explained, touching his buzz cut with a smile. Cheng Sheng, having fallen out of contact with his former brothers due to his own misfortunes, was unaware of Sun Yin's incarceration. You went in? What a misfortune. Taking the blame for the gang? Let us not dwell on the past. I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Are you interested in joining me? It's not another gambling scheme, is it? Everyone knew of Sun Yin's notorious gambling habits. No, it's something more promising. Sun Yin elaborated on the proposal he had discussed with Aji. I'm afraid I can't manage. Don't worry. You only need to handle the company's internal affairs. Remember, you were the last to leave school. You have the sharpest mind among us. Aji is already on board. Are you sure you want to join? Aji is in. Count me in. Upon hearing Aji was involved, Cheng Sheng agreed. He was indeed in dire need of money and had no reason to refuse. At Bolon Street, Good Fortune Bar, He Junyu stood at the entrance. Upon seeing a car approach, he quickly moved to offer parking assistance. A brand new MR2 came to a halt before him. He instinctively walked over, but as he was about to ask if the owner needed parking, he froze at the sight of the driver removing their sunglasses. Nian? You long time no see. You're out? He Junyu and Aji shared a close relationship, so he was aware of Sun Yin's recent circumstances. Just got released. Is the gang's settlement fee that substantial? You've struck it rich. He Junyu felt genuine happiness for Sun Yin, seeing him drive such an impressive sports car. This is merely the beginning. I have something to discuss with you. Sun Yin laid out his plan to He Junyu. He Junyu did not immediately accept the invitation. As a member of the Hongbao gang, albeit a low-ranking one, he had still paid homage to Guangong. Sun Yin seemed to sense his hesitation. I know you're not only capable in a fight, but also deeply loyal. Allowing you to park here is a clear underutilization of your talents. I'll give you 100,000. Take it to your boss and present it as a transfer fee. What do you say? He Junyu, who had a penchant for firearms and had participated in illegal competitions in his youth, had won several championships. Despite his talents, he remained unrecognized, relegated to being a lowly member of the Hongbao gang, demonstrating the lack of vision among its members. He had long felt unfulfilled, yet upon receiving the invitation from his former comrade, he took but a moment to consider before agreeing. Lastly, there remained one more individual, somewhat dim-witted, yet capable and loyal. Just a simple mention of a G was enough to bring him on board. Upon gathering these individuals, Nian couldn't help but reflect on the value of the Hong Kong orphanage. It was akin to a training ground for elite gang members. Chapter 10. The opening of the financial company and client Shunhaonen's visit. It was no small feat for Nian to assemble this group of elites. Among them, aside from Aji, who had a bit of a leg up, and he Junyu, who worked as a valet for Hongbao, the rest were nearly all at the lowest rungs of society. Locating them took a considerable amount of time. The financial company, Jinli Lai, which was awarded by the system, was in a state of disrepair. Originally established to facilitate loan operations for Standard Chartered Bank, it collapsed due to poor performance and competition from other firms. By the time it was handed over to Nian, it was left with merely a cleaning contract that had not been terminated. Once the brothers were gathered, Nian commenced the recruitment of normal staff. The first to come for an interview was a familiar face. Holding the resume, Nian wore a bemused expression. Miss Zhang Jiawen, is it true that you obtained your accounting certification at Meiguei Yuan? May I inquire, what is Meiguei Yuan? Juvenile prison, Zhang Jiawen responded decisively. Her youthful incarceration was not something she felt the need to conceal. You are hired. The monthly salary is 20,000. Can you start tomorrow? Nian set the resume aside. Since it was her, there was no need to scrutinize the document further. 20,000? Surely, you must be mistaken. It must be 2,000, Zhang Jiawen remarked, astonished by the figure. Although the economy in Hong Kong was rapidly advancing and wages were increasing, why should she, a recent ex-inmate, earn such a sum? Among her peers from the accounting class at Meiguei Yuan, earning 4,000 a month was already considered a significant achievement. Having just been released from prison, her salary expectations were around 3,000. However, Nian's subsequent words dispelled her doubts. You did not mishear. It is indeed 20,000. I am unconcerned with your past. I only value your capabilities. However, I must clarify that our company is not exactly conventional. Nian explained the nature of the business to Zhang Jiawen. Upon learning it involved high-interest loans, she instinctively considered declining the offer. Yet, a salary of 20,000 was not something one could easily dismiss. Working for 2 years could allow her to purchase a home in Hong Kong. Given that Nian was implying they would only engage in dealings with those involved in the underworld, Zhang Jiawen perceived his strength and influence. After contemplating, Zhang Jiawen stood and shook Nian's hand. Next, they required a legal advisor. The lending industry inevitably necessitated a shrewd understanding of legal loopholes, and contracts must be crafted with care, lowering the legal advisor's threshold. Initially, Nian intended to recruit someone from a law firm. However, before he could do so, Aji introduced him to an individual. This person specialized in representing gangsters in Mong Kok and was known for having little to no ethical boundaries. Under Aji's arrangement, Nian met him in a tea restaurant in Mong Kok. His name was Zhang Zhiro. The very lawyer detested for his role in Police Story. If anyone had a low moral compass, it would undoubtedly be him. Currently, he was an ordinary transactional lawyer, not yet connected with any significant figures, merely scraping by with minor cases. In Mong Kok, he could earn 200 for guaranteeing a gangster and around 2,000 for representing one, with more serious cases calculated separately. Nian was quite satisfied with his rates. Considering that having a legal advisor would save him considerable trouble, he offered a generous salary of 25,000, with 2 raises in the first year. Thus, the 2 most crucial employees were finalized within a day, and the reopening of Jinli Lai Financial Company was set into motion. Meanwhile, in another part of Causeway Bay, within the dilapidated tenement housing where Shunhaonen resided, a conversation unfolded. Brother Nan, I went with Bao Pai and the others to stake out. Ba Bai leaves with a heavy entourage. There's simply no opportunity to act. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to escape. Shanji, appearing fearful, conveyed the recent developments to the recuperating Shunhaonen. During these days while Nian prepared for the company, they were also organizing a plan to eliminate Ba Bai. Yet, even in the original film, Their plan nearly failed despite Chun Haonan's involvement, culminating in a chase down the street before they could finally take Ba Bai down. Now, with Chun Haonan, the most capable among them injured, relying on Shan Ji, a coward, or Bao Pai and Chao Pai, two timid souls, seemed futile. Shan Ji's visit was unmistakably clear. He wished to abandon the mission. Although unspoken, he understood Chun Haonan's sense of loyalty and his unwillingness to let his brothers die in vain. Chun Haonan furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long while. If he could repay the gang's money, he would not push his brothers into this perilous task. He had a total of 350,000, but still owed the gang 400,000. The assassination of Ba Bai promised a bounty of 300,000, regardless of success. If they secured this payment, Chun Haonan would only need to pay the gang an additional 100,000 to settle the debt. Yet, he was fully aware of the risks involved. Ba Bai was a powerful figure controlling a flower distribution network in Wanchai. He had wealth and could support many brothers, making him a formidable target. Let us postpone this for now. I will think of a way to raise the money. I cannot watch you all throw your lives away. You each have parents and girlfriends waiting for you, Chun Haonan said, already contemplating how to procure the funds. Upon hearing Chun Haonan's words, Shan Ji had more to add. Brother Nan, there isn't much time left until Mr. Jiang's deadline. I've thought it over, and if it comes to it, we'll just have to take the risk. Shan Ji feigned a gallant demeanor, deliberately trying to remind Chun Haonan of the dwindling time. Rest assured, I will raise the money promptly, Chun Haonan reassured him, patting Shan Ji's shoulder. After Shan Ji left, Chun Haonan lit a cigarette in his room. Days had passed, and he had lost hope of identifying the robber. With a bounty of 500,000, there had been no word on the streets. By now, it was likely that the big players who secured the money had already returned to the other side. Retrieving the money has become increasingly improbable, so one can only contemplate how to acquire such a substantial sum. A group of rogues, lacking funds, cannot possibly seek a loan from a bank. For someone without a legitimate profession, the likelihood of a bank extending credit is virtually non-existent. The only option that comes to mind is high-interest lending. The area of Tongluan is relatively small, yet bustling, situated in close proximity to the police headquarters on Hong Kong Island, and thus devoid of any illicit gambling establishments, resulting in a scarcity of predatory lenders in the vicinity. The only available options appear to be those of lesser stature. It is likely that the total amount they could lend does not even reach 400,000, let alone providing a loan of that magnitude to Chun Haonan at once. After much contemplation, Chun Haonan finds himself unable to identify a suitable lender. The impending deadline for Shan Ji and his associates' mission looms closer, leaving Chun Haonan restless throughout the night. The following morning, leaning on his cane, Chun Haonan descends to purchase breakfast and subsequently, adhering to his usual routine, visits Brother B's mahjong parlor. Seated at the front desk, he enjoys his meal while observing the gamblers exiting after an overnight session. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a stack of business cards placed on the mahjong table. Typically, the tables are adorned with takeout menus from nearby restaurants, catering to those who find themselves too engrossed in the game to leave for a meal, allowing the parlor to receive a small commission, a win-win situation. However, these cards are clearly not from any restaurant. Upon inspection, he discovers elegantly inscribed text that reads, Jinli Financial Loan Company. If you dare to borrow, we dare to lend. Below that, in smaller print, it states, Jinli Loans, the unparalleled choice for large-scale borrowing. Grand opening discounts, 9 out for 13 back. This is unmistakably a high-interest lending establishment, audaciously promoting its services on Brother B's turf. Initially suspecting that it might be a venture initiated by a prominent figure from Hongqing, he inquires with the front desk attendant, who placed these here. The attendant replies, oh, it was Nian who brought them. He said if they stay here for a day, we get $100, and if we refer a client, we earn a 3 commission. Brother B agreed. Although Brother B does not engage in high-interest lending, he does not mind collaborating with others. Unfortunately, he only manages a couple of mahjong parlors. After hearing the attendant's words, Chun Haonan discreetly tucks the business card away. In the afternoon, Chun Haonan, still relying on his cane, appears at the entrance of Jinli Financial Company. The firm, overseen by Su Nian, is more of a street-side establishment, comprising a modest 2-story building with an office on the 2nd floor and a reception area on the 1st, totaling less than 300 square meters. With Su Nian having sought partnerships with certain individuals in the underworld, a couple of potential clients, sporting bleached hair, can be seen milling about downstairs. Chun Haonan strides directly inside. In the office on the second floor, Su Nian, engrossed in a discussion about operational details with Zhang Jiawen, is momentarily taken aback upon seeing the figure on the surveillance monitor. He had not anticipated that Chun Haonan would also seek to become one of his clients. Chapter 11. A grand contract for Haonan. On the first floor of the company, Cheng Sheng was entertaining guests. He was a failed con artist, but years of street hustling had honed his eloquence. Upon arriving at Su Nian's company, he was promptly appointed to the position of sales manager. Currently, he had no employees under him, and all sales responsibilities fell squarely on his shoulders. Despite this, he was exceedingly pleased. For Su Nian had painted a grand vision for the future. As the company expanded, he would be responsible for managing all future sales recruits. The promotional efforts of the past few days had begun to bear fruit, and with Cheng Sheng's persuasive abilities, he had already lent money to over a dozen individuals, most of whom were gamblers who had lost money at horse races or mahjong. The amounts were modest, ranging from a few thousand to 30,000, with none exceeding 30,000. The attraction lay in the low and transparent interest rates. After entering the company, Chun Haonan stood at the entrance, listening to Cheng Sheng's explanations, and quickly grasped the situation. In their establishment, borrowing money primarily depended on one's status in the underworld. The higher the status, the larger the loan one could secure. For mere low-level hoodlums, the maximum loan was capped at 5,000. However, if one was affiliated with a well-known boss, the amounts available for borrowing increased significantly. Furthermore, there were no hidden fees. For instance, borrowing 10,000 meant receiving 10,000, unlike traditional usury, where one might only receive 9,000 after deductions. There were no compounded interests, only a fixed monthly interest of 20%, explicitly stated in the contract. Chun Haonan felt that this did not resemble usury, but rather bore the semblance of a charitable endeavor. At that moment, Cheng Sheng had just finished persuading two young men, both freshly released and in dire need of funds, granting each a loan of 5,000 to be repaid in a month. Upon noticing Chun Haonan waiting at the entrance, Cheng Sheng eagerly approached him. "Hey there, looking to borrow some money? Come on in. How much do you need and for what purpose?" Cheng Sheng produced a colorful promotional flyer featuring two 3-column tables, with grandiose headings contrasting their services against conventional usury. The advantages were neatly outlined, with the usury row marked with crosses. Just by glancing at this promotional material, Chun Haonan felt a strong urge to engage with their lending services. "Who is your boss? This seems to be BGE's territory, doesn't it?" Though tempted, Chun Haonan's mind remained clear. The area around Tongluan was predominantly under the control of Bigo, and it was standard for such businesses to have protection. If there were any encroachments, Chun Haonan would not condone them. "Are you one of BGE's men?" "Our boss is Su Nian, previously known as Lan Zai Nian, and also a subordinate of Bigo," Cheng Sheng replied, while pouring a glass of water for Chun Haonan. This treatment was not due to Chun Haonan's identity. Cheng Sheng treated all clients with the same courtesy. Su Nian. Upon hearing this name, Chun Haonan nearly lost grip of his glass. Su Nian had just descended from upstairs, coincidentally witnessing Chun Haonan's reaction. "Liang Zainan, long time no see," Su Nian greeted with a smile. The juxtaposition of their nicknames, one being handsome and the other scoundrel, revealed the disparity in their standings within the underworld. "Why yeah, long time no see. You've started a loan company?" Chun Haonan hesitated, initially intending to say usury company, but reconsidered after hearing the interest rates. "Indeed. I was fortunate before opening this venture. I made a substantial profit and decided to invest in a business. Relying solely on gambling isn't a sustainable approach, wouldn't you agree?" Su Nian replied with a smile, inadvertently showcasing his Rolex. Although more prestigious watch brands existed, individuals in their line of work often held a particular admiration for this brand, equating it with success. Not long ago, Chun Haonan had owned one himself, with a hint of bitterness. Chun Haonan remarked, "It's good that you're thriving. Bigo must be aware of your business here, right?" "Yes, I have a partnership with him," Su Nian responded. His collaboration with Bigo was limited to client referrals and monthly protection fees. As this was his wholly owned business, he had not relied on the gang for any support, thus avoiding any profit-sharing obligations. "That's a relief." Chun Haonan felt an awkwardness, unsure of what to say next. Memories of a past confrontation with Su Nian at a bar flashed before him, stemming from a trivial conversation between Su Nian and his girlfriend, which escalated into a fight. Not long after, his girlfriend had eloped with another man. "Haonan, if you need money urgently, just let me know. I can arrange the most favorable loan terms for you. Everyone knows your name." Just tell me how much you need, Sun Nian said, patting his shoulder, displaying a generous demeanor unclouded by past grievances. I need to cover half of the expenses regarding Bigo. Otherwise, my brothers will be sent on a perilous mission. I'm currently short of 400,000. If that seems excessive, I can borrow less. 100 or 200,000 would suffice. Ultimately, the lives of his brothers held more importance than his pride, and Chun Haonan found himself requesting the loan. For 100,000 then? Given our brotherhood, that's a simple matter. I'll have the finance team prepare the cash and the legal team draft the contract. Come back in 2 hours to sign. I'll offer you a monthly interest of 15%. Will 2 months suffice for repayment? Sun Nian replied readily. That is more than enough. Chun Haonan felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing he could borrow 400,000 directly to be repaid in 2 months, especially since Sun Nian was offering a reduced interest rate. This gesture stirred a flicker of gratitude within him, recalling how he had once assisted Sun Nian during his own struggles, only to find Sun Nian now extending a helping hand without holding grudges. All right, you may leave for now. I will have the contract prepared. Sun Nian dismissed Chun Haonan after their discussion. As he gazed towards the entrance, a cold, disdainful smirk crept upon his lips. Low-interest loans? Such a notion was non-existent. For Chun Haonan and any others seeking loans, no such favorable terms would truly be available. The so-called low-interest rates were merely an enticing facade. A monthly interest of 20% far exceeded standard loan rates, and the company's actual profits did not stem from this. The real gains were hidden within the clauses concerning overdue payments. Once a payment is overdue, it incurs a penalty interest, which transforms the 20 monthly interest into a weekly rate, with any period less than a week calculated as a full week. Sun Nian's contract is crafted with remarkable cunning. The clauses regarding interest rates and pertinent information are articulated in plain language, while the terms concerning overdue penalties are cloaked in intricate financial jargon. Furthermore, the text is inscribed in minuscule print, rendering it painful for the eyes to decipher, thus making it nearly impossible for an average person to notice the page concerning penalty interest. To ensure the downfall of Chun Haonan, Sun Nian has even introduced an additional stipulation. The interest accrued from the penalty is added to the principal, effectively resulting in compound interest. Hence, the sum of 400,000 becomes a bottomless pit, unless Chun Haonan can repay it within 2 months. However, with Sun Nian currently in Tongluan, how could Chun Haonan possibly manage to secure the funds? Once the money is lent, she guarantees that he will be unable to repay it. 2 hours later, the contract meticulously tailored for Chun Haonan is finally ready. As the time is opportune, he arrives to sign the agreement. Sun Nian's company has a somewhat unique signing procedure. Not only does it require Chun Haonan's identification number, a photograph of his ID, and his fingerprint, but the signing process is also recorded on camera. Nevertheless, upon hearing Sun Nian's explanation that this is to prevent future disputes, Chun Haonan refrains from further inquiries. Sun Nian carefully places the money into a paper bag for him, while Chun Haonan brings his own backpack to carry the funds, taking the money with utmost caution as he departs. He is the last client of the day at their company. Being a new establishment, there are not many patrons. For companies of this nature, the most effective way to generate profit remains to recruit individuals to entice gamblers at casinos, directly persuading those under the influence to borrow money on site. However, typically, the casinos have already monopolized this business, leaving no room for Sun Nian to intervene. After reviewing the day's lending quota, it seems that the influx of cash is rather sluggish. Without alternative channels to attract customers, the company's growth will remain stunted. After much contemplation, she conceives an excellent strategy. Since she is not in need of funds, acquiring the horse racing business would be even more lucrative, and it could synergize seamlessly with her loan company. Chapter 12. An encounter with the unremarkable. Life goes on. The term betting on horses does not merely refer to establishing a betting station. Such stations primarily serve to profit the racecourses, and given that there is no concept of rake at these betting outlets, opening one would hardly yield any financial gain. What Sun Nian had in mind was the now popular practice of placing bets via telephone. Most residents of Guangdao prefer not to visit betting stations, and the convenience of telephone betting appeals to many. Generally, these agents do not charge any extra fees. They simply take a small percentage of your winnings as a reward when you are successful. Consequently, a significant number of individuals have developed a habit of remote betting. This old gambler, in his previous life, operated in a similar fashion, frequently seeking bets through Lu Yaozu's associate, Long, while imprisoned, Otherwise, he would not have accrued such substantial debts. Reflecting on this, Nian ascended to the second floor and shared his thoughts with Ajie. Upon hearing this, Ajie shook his head in disapproval. Nian, we cannot pursue this. Such businesses are typically managed by influential figures within various gangs. Without that kind of authority, people will hesitate to place their bets with you, fearing you might abscond with their money, Ajie explained, drawing from his extensive experiences in the chaotic environment of Mongkok. Nian, also familiar with the underground world, recognized the validity of Ajie's statement. The so-called authority takes considerable time to establish, and mere position does not guarantee respect. Some individuals, despite being influential, are still scorned. However, as a former gambler, he understood the immense potential for profit in this arena. For gamblers, the calculation of previous investments pales in comparison to the sheer thrill of winning. Any profit is perceived as unexpected income, which they tend to spend lavishly, often tipping generously. Conversely, when they face losses, they become increasingly desperate to recoup their losses, leading them to borrow money for further bets, spiraling deeper into debt. Regardless of the circumstances, it is all a pursuit of substantial wealth. Leaning against his leather office desk, Nian fell into deep contemplation about how to acquire this fortune. At that moment, Zhang Jiawen entered. Boss, our company should invest in several computers. I have observed the office models of some high-end companies, and their use of computers is unparalleled in terms of confidentiality and convenience. Zhang Jiawen's role had taken on aspects of Nian's secretary and accountant, as she was responsible for noting various company matters, including financial information. She felt quite busy, and while out for lunch, she happened to notice advertisements for computers on the street, which sparked an idea. Upon hearing Zhang Jiawen's suggestion, Nian experienced an epiphany. In his previous life, due to his specialization, he had little exposure to computers, and, not being fond of online games, he had not considered the internet at all since his arrival. However, inspired by Zhang Jiawen's observation, he suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. It is the internet. Yes, we must leverage the internet. Nian exclaimed, clapping his hands joyfully. Zhang Jiawen, taken aback by his enthusiasm, stepped back several paces. While Ajie appeared puzzled. The internet? What do you intend to do with it? Certainly, the betting I just mentioned, Nian responded. Betting online? How does one even do that? Ajie, being a gangster, had no concept of such cutting-edge technology. Moreover, in contemporary Gangdao, aside from the white-collar workers in Central, the majority of the populace remains oblivious to the internet. Yet, this ignorance presented an opportunity for Nian. By strategically positioning himself, he could maximize future gains. In his previous life, he had encountered accounts of individuals in AMN who amassed fortunes through online betting, achieving wealth in the hundreds of millions. It is noteworthy that these individuals, often referred to as Dai Ma Zi, essentially functioned as loan sharks, and their astounding wealth bordered on the fantastical. Nian, disinclined to explain further to Ajie, who would not comprehend, directed his attention to Jiawen. Go to the safe and retrieve 100,000 yuan. Acquire a few top-tier computers. This venture is invaluable. Ensure that a Yu accompanies you when she returns. Additionally, keep an eye out for any web development companies in the coming days and inquire about the costs of creating a website. The reason for waiting for He Junyu's return was that he had gone out to secure loans. Nian had two key associates, He Junyu, responsible for bringing in clients for loans, and Ajie, who would handle collections in the future. Understood, Zhang Jiawen nodded, jotting down Nian's instructions before departing the room. The second-floor office spanned a mere 150 square meters, comprising 3 rooms and a large hall. Nian occupied the office designated for the boss, while another room served as a storage space, and the third was exclusively for Zhang Jiawen's financial duties, which included housing the safe. Lawyer Zhang Zhirong was relegated to working in the hall, but he did not mind, given his high salary. Despite being a somewhat detestable character in the police drama, his dedication to his profession was exemplary, as evidenced by the thick tome on financial law on his desk. According to Zhang Jiawen, since he had been notified to join the company, he had spent several consecutive nights studying financial law, leaving only late at night and returning to work promptly the following morning. Lawyer Zhang, let us leave early today. After work, we should unwind at a bathhouse. Do not overexert yourself. Take some time to relax, Nian suggested, patting his back. With few employees, he decided to treat everyone to a communal outing at the bathhouse. After the hectic days, Nian himself felt utterly exhausted. Boss, that's unnecessary. I am accustomed to it. Zhang Zhirong replied. In this company, I call the shots. We will finish up at 4:30, and then we can all go for a back massage. By the way, Jiawen, it's not appropriate for you, as a woman, to accompany us to the bathhouse. Consider today an early dismissal, Su Nian remarked, retrieving his wallet from his back pocket and producing 2 1,000 yuan bills. After work, why not take a stroll and purchase a few tailored outfits for the office? Su Nian suggested, having noticed that Zhang Jiawen's attire was noticeably oversized and somewhat outdated. Although she looked charming in her attractive OL clothing, the ill-fitting garments left Su Nian feeling that something was amiss. Thank you, boss, Zhang Jiawen replied, accepting the money without hesitation. A laborer perceives no rationale for economizing on behalf of her employer, despite harboring gratitude in her heart. She understands that the most fitting way to express her appreciation to Su Nian is through diligent work, thereby contributing to his financial gains. After finishing her shift in the afternoon, Su Nian, accompanied by the 4 talents of the orphanage and a dubious lawyer, ventured into the Junlai bathhouse, located opposite the Bay Street Broadway. This establishment stands as one of the finest bathhouses in the vicinity, boasting opulent surroundings and impeccable service. Should there be any particular requests, patrons can ascend to the private rooms on the 3rd floor. Su Nian and his entourage commenced their experience on the 2nd floor, indulging in a bath and back massage, followed by a sauna session. During this era, saunas have become exceedingly popular on Hong Kong Island, a trend learned from the neon-lit nation. After completing the entire process, Su Nian felt considerably relaxed. The bathhouse also offered massage services at reasonable prices, and since they were quite reputable, he arranged for everyone to partake in one. His disapproval of indecency was not the issue, but rather the fact that the company had just commenced operations. Establishing such improper practices would be ill-advised. Dressed in a massage outfit, Su Nian followed the signage into the massage room designated by the bathhouse. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rather striking scene. A beefy man, known as Ba Bai, was glaring fiercely at an elderly gentleman and a young girl. The elderly man, his hair as white as snow, was pleading for mercy. Ba Bai, she is merely a nail technician. She is not for sale. The elderly man exclaimed. Old fool, why are you babbling so much? Ba Bai retorted, kicking the elderly man to the ground. At that moment, the manager of the establishment hurried over. Ba Bai, what seems to be the problem? Given Ba Bai's reputation as a local enforcer, the bathhouse manager showed him great respect. Humph, tell him to watch himself. Upon the manager's arrival, Ba Bai refrained from making it difficult for the bathhouse owner, yet his expression conveyed that he had already secured his claim over the girl. His subordinates chimed in. What are you staring at? This is none of your business. A hint of amusement danced across Su Nian's face. Was this not the very scene that unfolded on the day Chun Haonan attempted to assassinate Ba Bai? Regrettably, due to Chun Haonan's injuries, Ba Bai remained unscathed and at large. His companions lacked the courage to pursue this mission any further, as Chun Haonan, after acquiring the substantial sum of 400,000, would undoubtedly not authorize them to undertake such a task again. Observing this infamous pawn from the Hong Kong film genre, Su Nian regarded him with a sense of detached amusement. With his own business just beginning to take shape, he preferred to minimize complications. Yet, at this moment, an exhilarating voice echoed in his mind. The host encounters the villain Ba Bai, who is bullying the weak. Please choose. Chapter 13. Ba Bai and the cannon fodder once again. Option 1. Choose to ignore, become brothers with Ba Bai. Reward, 20 million. The debt Ba Bai owes to Liang Kuan will be transferred to your account. Option 2. Intervene, stand up for the girl. Reward, heart of justice. Individuals akin to a sir will naturally develop a favorable impression of you. But this trait will vanish if you commit wrongdoing. Option 3. Allow the experienced Ba Bai to fulfill his role as cannon fodder. Reward, crucial intelligence. Obtain information regarding the location of Liang Kuan's flower warehouse. Staring at the 3 options before him, Su Nian fell into silence. The third choice aligned with his interests, yet he pondered the utility of such vital intelligence. What purpose did he have for the address of Liang Kuan's flower warehouse? Engaging in illicit dealings? That seemed rather unwise. Although he lacked a strong moral compass, he had drawn the line at dealing with flour. Furthermore, the associated risks were considerable. Selling flour on Hong Kong Island constituted a serious crime. Generally, those who navigated such circles, unless driven by immense ambition, would avoid such ventures. A mere few years of imprisonment could transform another into a reformed man. But a single stint for him would mean over a decade behind bars. However, reconsidering, the reward was not insignificant. Should he eliminate Ba Bai, it would serve as a means of self-preservation if Liang Kun sought retribution. The host has selected option 3. Please eliminate Ba Bai within 7 days. With the task confirmed, Su Nian refrained from hasty action. That evening, after escorting several brothers home, he returned to the Xinguang bar. The trap laid for Boss B had yet to detonate. It would be prudent to utilize it one last time. Upon entering the bar, Su Nian made a beeline for the manager's office, unimpeded by anyone since they were all his comrades. Just before stepping inside, he overheard Boss B engaged in a phone conversation. Mr. Jiang, are you putting me in a difficult position? Chun Hunan is injured, and he has used his funds to settle his debts. Now he expects his brothers to carry out missions? Yes, we may have lost face for Hong Xing, but capturing that robber is not our fault. All right, I will find a solution. As the call ended, Su Nian recognized the serendipity of the situation. He had come here precisely for this matter. It seemed Mr. Jiang was indeed placing considerable pressure on Boss B, as Su Nian could hear the sigh that followed the call's conclusion. Observing that the time was right, Su Nian confidently pushed open the door. Be go. Nian, what brings you here? The moment Boss B saw Su Nian, a glimmer of delight illuminated his eyes, suggesting that he had concocted a plan. Su Nian, in turn, picked up on this cue. I came to discuss expanding my company's operations in Causeway Bay with you. Be go. Upon hearing this, Boss B reached a decision. He could ascertain from Su Nian's demeanor that the latter was eager to make a name for himself. Moreover, Boss B was in need of someone willing to strive for success. Nian, if you wish to conduct business in Causeway Bay, you will undoubtedly require the protection of the organization. However, after you leave, consider what contributions you have made to the society. Be go. Paying the protection fee is not a contribution? With a single statement, Su Nian rendered Boss B speechless. After a brief moment of silence, Boss B adopted a more assertive tone, saying, if you desire to expand your business in Causeway Bay, there is a matter at hand. Someone needs to be dealt with, and since a Nan is injured, you must go. If you refuse, do not expect to do business in Causeway Bay. Boss B's stance was precisely what Su Nian sought. If he had to explicitly state his intention to eliminate Ba Bai, he could not present additional conditions to Boss B. In truth, his motivations extended far beyond the superficial desire to conduct business in Causeway Bay. Be go. This task is quite daunting. Ba Bai is surrounded by many. Would this not be too burdensome for me? Regardless of your approach, you are wealthy, are you not? You could simply hire someone to do it for you. Boss B rapped the table. Compared to his patience with Chun Haonan, he exhibited only impatience towards Su Nian. Well then, Be go. I can undertake the task, but should I succeed in eliminating Ba Bai, you must promote me to the position of Red Stick. Red Stick? To be a Red Stick, one must possess remarkable combat skills. Can you fight? Boss B questioned. Not to mention, to become a Red Stick, you must at least match Haonan in prowess. Wouldn't you agree? If I can eliminate Ba Bai, wouldn't that prove my capability? Su Nian countered. At the very least, grant me a place among the candidates for promotion. Each year, Hong Xing selects 2 Red Sticks, with approximately 6 individuals competing for the positions. Su Nian currently occupied the lowest tier within the organization, known as the Cgo Zai. The Red Stick ranks slightly higher. With 3 positions above the Cgo Zai, the Grass Shoe, responsible for relaying messages, the White Paper Fan, tasked with strategizing, and the Red Stick, engaged in physical confrontations. In the modern era of telephones and pagers, the Grass Shoe position had become virtually obsolete, leaving only the White Paper Fan and Red Stick as avenues for promotion. The ascent to Red Stick was the swiftest, as most influential figures within Hong Xing had risen through this rank. Explaining Su Nian's aspiration to become a Red Stick. The position of Red Stick? Very well, should you succeed, I shall grant it to you. Boss B acquiesced after only a few seconds of contemplation. He lacked the authority to directly promote a Red Stick, yet he could offer a chance for Su Nian to strive for it. As for the 30,000 yuan relocation fee promised by Jiang Tiansheng, he chose to disregard that sum. Having already provided Su Nian with a benefit, it was unreasonable to bestow 2 advantages upon him. Thank you. Be go. I now understand how to proceed. Su Nian's purpose for visiting was solely to maximize his own benefits. As for Boss B's attempt to shortchange him on the relocation fee, it was not the first time, and Su Nian was confident he would reclaim the money through his high-interest loans. The following night, Ba Bai, as was customary, appeared at the bathing center at 8 o'clock. The girl he had bullied the previous day was too frightened to come to work, yet Ba Bai had no intention of letting it go. He captured the old man with white hair who had spoken on behalf of the girl and brought him to a private room on the 3rd floor. Speak, where does that girl reside? Otherwise, I will sever your fingers. Let us see how you will massage afterward. As he spoke, Babai brandished a knife, intending to show the old man the consequences of crossing him. Babai go, I truly do not know. She is merely my apprentice, and I do not possess her address. Babai go, in truth, her situation is quite tragic. Her parents have passed away, and she came here out of sheer desperation. Humph, pretending to be kind-hearted. While I lack her address, I surely have her phone number. Make a call to her, inform her that you wish to be rescued, and she will come to accompany me for a few days. Babai remained as arrogant as ever. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that this was the final minute of his arrogance. Before the elderly man could utter a word, Babai heard the sounds of smashing and chaos from outside. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Prior to entering, he had stationed 3 subordinates outside. This sound clearly came from one of them. Startled, Babai was about to flee, but the door swung open on its own. 2 men clad in casual attire appeared before him. Babai Gu, so arrogant. You dare to bully an old man and an orphan. Are you even human? Nian stood with arms crossed, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded Babai. A G, wearing sunglasses and wielding a short knife stained with blood, stood beside him. You. I am Dongxing Babai. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? My boss will not spare you. Think this through. Babai, those who are excessively arrogant will eventually face retribution. Alas, we are merely executing justice on behalf of heaven. Nian understood that when it came to taking a life, one should not speak too much, lest they be counterattacked. Thus, as soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. In the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick to Babai's head. With a resounding thud, Babai's head collided with the wall, the immense force causing cracks to appear in the tiles. At that moment, a G stepped forward and delivered several more stabs to Babai. Watching his life drained from Babai, the 2 then departed. The elderly man, who had just been bullied, was already in a state of shock. It was only after Nian and a G had left that he regained his senses. Observing Babai's lifeless form, he spat disdainfully. Good riddance. Babai's demise was swiftly discovered, leading to a call to the authorities. Officers soon arrived, and the old man, loyal to his principles, inquired about the perpetrator. He could only admit that he had been too frightened to see anything. Chapter 14. Liankong's fury at the Wanchai Hospital in the morgue. Liankong felt a surge of anger as he gazed at the lifeless form of Babai, whose eyes remained stubbornly open. Who was responsible for this heinous act? Beside him stood an attractive woman who, noticing his distress, gently wrapped her arm around his. Brother Kuan, please don't be so sorrowful. Who said I'm sorrowful? He still owes me 2,000. Liankong retorted, though the figure he referred to was actually a debt of 20 million. The woman who had just tried to comfort him now wore an awkward expression. At that moment, Liankong seized the back of her head, asserting, I am extremely enraged right now. The woman understood immediately and slowly knelt down. It must be said that Liankong was quite the character. Babai's demise was far more gruesome than depicted in the original footage. Blood remained unwashed from his body for the sake of the autopsy. Fortunately, Liankong was swift, departing with his entourage just 3 minutes later. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Babai's death, which bore half the weight of his own ambitions. Over the years, Liankong had made quite a name for himself within the Hongxing organization, his aspirations well known. Jiang Tianxing perceived him as a threat and felt compelled to take action against him. As a man determined to seize the leadership position, Liankong had cultivated favorable relationships with most of the influential figures within Hongxing. However, he had not received any prior warning about the plot against Babai, suggesting that it was orchestrated by those closest to Jiang Tianxing. A little inquiry revealed that it was indeed the work of Big Brother B, and he even knew where Big Brother B was at that moment. That very night, at the Xinguang nightclub. In the most opulent VIP room, Big Brother B expressed his surprise to Nian. I didn't expect you to be so capable, managing to eliminate Babai in such a short amount of time. Had I known of your prowess, I would have entrusted this task to you much sooner. Big Brother B patted Nian's shoulder with satisfaction, having successfully disposed of Babai. Nian had also secured a reward of 300,000 from Jiang Tianxing, a sum he felt no obligation to share with Nian, which filled him with joy. Nian feigned a smile, concealing his true feelings. Upon receiving news of Babai's death, Big Brother B announced a celebratory banquet in his honor. This grand gesture would effectively inform the brothers on the streets that Babai had been eliminated by him. However, Upon reflection, he recognized the potential benefits this could bring. His current lack of reputation could be improved by the notoriety gained from this event, which might also serve him well in future dealings with Big Brother B. Sun Yin summoned the 4 talents from the orphanage, declaring that tonight there would be no demands, only unrestrained revelry. They would indulge in the finest wines and the most beautiful companions. This was a celebration proposed by Big Brother B, and regardless of the extravagance, he could not bear to oppose it. Initially, Big Brother B thought little of it, believing that even the costliest drinks in his own bar would not cause him distress. However, as the evening progressed, he began to sense something amiss. The champagne, priced at 4,000 to 5,000 a bottle, was being carelessly spilled, with 3 bottles opened at once. A truly extravagant display. Nevertheless, with the 30,000 soon to be deposited, Big Brother B felt reassured. This money would allow him to repay Sun Yin's loan, achieving a perfect balance. Just as he contemplated this, Sun Yin approached him. By the way, Brother B, I heard from Chun Haonan that there's a 30,000 reward upon completion of the task. Now that it's done, that money should rightfully be mine. Shouldn't it? Big Brother B's expression darkened visibly. He had not anticipated Sun Yin would bring this up. Yet, as a leader, he understood that if word got out that he had cheated his own subordinate, his ability to maintain control over his crew would be compromised. In such a situation, loyalty would be hard to uphold. With a forced smile, Big Brother B replied, "Of course, that is only fair. However, the funds have not yet reached me. You will receive them in a couple of days." His final words were nearly spat out through gritted teeth. "Thank you, Brother B." Sun Yin barely managed to suppress a laugh at Big Brother B's discomfort, maintaining a carefully composed demeanor to avoid any awkwardness. After Sun Yin mentioned the 30,000, Big Brother B's irritation grew as he watched the lavish waste of expensive liquor. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and stood up, intending to speak with the staff about dissuading Sun Yin from ordering more. Just as he stepped outside, he was approached by a sharply dressed man, Liang Kong. "Big Brother B, enjoying the company of the ladies tonight?" Liang Kong greeted him with a sardonic tone. Anticipating trouble, Big Brother B scoffed, "This is my venue. I can do as I please. What's the matter? Is your place lacking in women, prompting your visit here?" Liang Kong, unfazed, pulled the woman he had brought close to him. "Do the faded flowers from your venue even compare to her? Not only is she stunning, but her skills are exceptional. Should I let you experience her?" Upon hearing this, the woman instinctively clung to Liang Kong's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Cohen, I don't want that." Given Big Brother B's fierce appearance, most women would naturally feel intimidated. Disregarding Liang Kong's taunts, Big Brother B turned away, unwilling to engage further. Yet, Liang Kong seemed determined not to let it go. "What's wrong? Getting old and unable to keep up? If you're past your prime, perhaps it's time to retire. What benefit do you gain from assisting Jiang Tiansheng? Bai was my good brother. With his death, my anger is palpable, and I cannot predict my actions." Liang Kong's words served as a warning to Big Brother B. The commotion in the Xinguang nightclub drew the attention of Big Brother B's subordinates, who quickly surrounded Liang Kong. Unfazed, Liang Kong had brought his own crew, leading to a tense standoff between the two factions, neither daring to make the first move. Sun Yin, hearing the commotion, stepped out of the VIP room to witness the heated confrontation. Boss B's countenance darkened. He was reluctant to confront Liang Kong head-on, a figure even Jiang Tianxing regarded with trepidation. He doubted he could hold his ground against such an individual. What purpose does it serve to linger here? Shouldn't one return to their business? With a wave of his hand, Boss B dismissed his underlings. Observing the absence of hostilities, Liang Kong's men discreetly retreated to the exterior of the nightclub. "I've told you, you're getting old," Liang Kong sneered, leaning close to Boss B's ear, before shifting his gaze to Sun Yin. "You must be the one responsible for Bai's downfall, am I correct? Bai was a dear brother to me, and he still owes me over 2,000 yuan. Do take care of yourself." With that, Liang Kong merely offered a parting jibe before departing with his entourage. His visit was clearly not solely for mockery. It was more of a display of strength, aimed not at Boss B, but rather at Jiang Tianxing. Boss B's entourage undoubtedly included Jiang Tianxing's informants. Once Liang Kong exited, Boss B's enthusiasm for the evening dissipated, and he forgot his earlier intention to cut off Sun Yin's drinks. By the time he regained his senses, he found Sun Yin and his companions had ordered 2 more bottles of red wine. The tally for the evening had now escalated to 50 or 60,000 yuan. Boss B felt a pang of anguish. Not only had he failed to secure the 30,000 yuan, but he was also losing money. Already indebted to Su Nian, the prospect of treating others further delayed his ability to repay his debts. As Boss B indulged in his libations, Su Nian, noting the time, decided it was prudent to take his leave. Liang Kong's gaze upon him stirred a sense of unease. In the original narrative, it was Chun Haonan who had attracted Liang Kong's attention, leading to dire consequences and his expulsion from the Hongxing gang. It was imperative for him to devise a strategy to counter Liang Kong, with his most significant advantage being the critical intelligence awarded by the system. In addition to Liang Kong's interest in Su Nian, others had also set their sights on him. At the Wanchai police station, in the Serious Crimes Unit's office, Su Nian's photograph was prominently displayed on the central whiteboard. This individual had recently established a loan company in Causeway Bay, and according to information from Ba Bai's underlings, he was the one who had murdered Ba Bai. However, these gangsters were typically reluctant to cooperate with law enforcement. Even though Ba Bai's men were aware of Su Nian's involvement, they would not betray him. Our objective remains clear: to apprehend him and conduct an interrogation to uncover any inconsistencies. Zhang Lijun, wielding a baton, tapped against Su Nian's photograph as she proclaimed, "According to our predictions, Ba Bai's demise is likely to incite a clash between the two gangs. Capturing the true culprit may help mitigate the ensuing conflict." Chapter 15. The arrogance of having a lawyer. The following morning, Su Nian, who was peacefully sleeping in his hotel room, was abruptly awakened by a knock on the door. Having recently acquired 300 million yuan, he purchased a villa in Shallow Water Bay on Hong Kong Island, which was still undergoing renovations. Thus, he opted for a long-term suite in the hotel, initially assuming it to be a hotel staff member. Su Nian rubbed his eyes and peered through a crack in the door. "Didn't I request breakfast at 10? Why are you here at 8? Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the visitors outside, a sharply dressed group in suits, clearly not hotel personnel. "We are from the Wanchai Serious Crimes Unit. We suspect you may be linked to a murder case. Please accompany us for questioning." Zhang Lijun revealed her credentials, prompting Su Nian to realize the gravity of the situation. It was astonishing how quickly the Serious Crimes Unit had tracked him down. Su Nian stifled a yawn. "All right, let me just put on some clothes." He was clad only in his undergarments, and his well-defined physique caught Zhang Lijun's attention, leading her to steal a few glimpses. According to their records, Su Nian had recently been released from prison, and based on his booking photo, he had not appeared nearly this robust. Had he developed such strength during his years of incarceration? Zhang Lijun pondered. The Hong Kong of the 1990s was far less orderly than in the future, with prisons notoriously chaotic. While entering required a photo, exiting was a mere formality, leaving Zhang Lijun uncertain. However, she had her informants within the prison, and it seemed Su Nian was known as a high-stakes gambler, placing bets on horse races and card games. Hardly the disciplined individual he now appeared to be. Approximately a minute later, Su Nian emerged from his room. With a mere glance from Zhang Lijun, her two male colleagues swiftly seized one of Su Nian's arms. They cautioned him, "Stay still, or you'll regret it." Su Nian was pressed against the hotel door, but rather than showing anger, he spoke with a hint of resignation. "You seem to be merely suspecting me. Yet you're detaining me without a warrant? Mr. Su, based on our investigation, you have a prior conviction for manslaughter, so we must exercise caution," Zhang Lijun explained. Su Nian wore a sardonic smile. "All right, I understand. I shall have my lawyer take note of this. Are you trying to intimidate me? You're just a thug, talking about lawyers?" One of the accompanying male officers said impatiently, pushing Su Nian. Yet Su Nian remained unfazed, causing the officer to step back in surprise. The officer, taken aback by Su Nian's unexpected strength, warned, "Careful, you might injure yourself." Su Nian retorted mockingly, "You should be cautious. It would not end well for you." The officer, now irate, grabbed Su Nian by the collar, threatening, "Do you want me to charge you with obstructing justice?" Su Nian, uninterested in prolonging the exchange, followed the three officers to their vehicle and departed. At the Wanchai police station, in the interrogation room, the male officer's demeanor shifted to arrogance. "I ask you again, what were you doing on the night of the murder? Speak up. Are you mute?" Upon entering the station, Su Nian had uttered not but a single phrase, "I will speak when my lawyer arrives." "How dare you?" the officer shouted, clearly on the verge of losing control. "Go ahead. I assure you I will file a complaint that lands you in the most undesirable position," Su Nian replied with a grin. Regardless of the officer's tactics, Su Nian maintained his silence, responding only with a smile. Hearing Su Nian's words, the irritable officer calmed slightly, recognizing that Su Nian would indeed seek legal representation. As he exited the interrogation room, he shoved Su Nian from behind, a misguided attempt to regain his dignity. Su Nian, anticipating the gesture, leveraged the shove to slam into the corner of the table, striking his forehead against the sharp edge, blood trickling forth. At that moment, a colleague approached the door. "Hey, the lawyer for this individual has arrived." Before he could finish, he noticed Su Nian bleeding. "What have you done?" He pointed at the officer who had just interrogated Su Nian. "I merely gave him a gentle push. I didn't expect him to be so clumsy." The officer stammered, growing increasingly fearful as the lawyer approached. Zhang Zhirong rushed into the interrogation room. "What happened, boss? Were you subjected to violent interrogation?" He hurried to Su Nian's side, examining the wound on his forehead. Without delay, he retrieved a camera from his briefcase and snapped a few photos. "Hey, what are you doing?" The male officer, now visibly anxious, attempted to snatch the camera away. "Try touching me, and I'll ensure you face the press at the Hong Kong Daily. I will not only expose you, but also see to it that you are charged," Zhang Zhirong proclaimed loudly. This was a tactic he often employed. Su Nian had contacted him earlier that morning to inform him of the police's visit, prompting Zhang Zhirong to devise this strategy to provoke a violent interrogation, thereby gaining leverage for Su Nian's bail. Su Nian had intentionally inflicted the injury upon himself upon hearing Zhang Zhirong's arrival. Since taking the genetic enhancement drug, his senses had reached unparalleled heights. "Your client is now suspected of murder. We are conducting an interrogation process. He merely collided with something by accident." The male officer insisted vehemently. "You can explain that to the complaints department," Zhang Zhirong scoffed. At that moment, Zhang Lijun entered, having heard the commotion. "Ali, please step outside. I will handle this." The disgraced male officer exited, his demeanor deflated. Zhang Lijun sat down opposite Su Nian. "I apologize, Mr. Su. That officer is a new addition to the Serious Crimes Unit, and I extend my apologies on his behalf. May I strike you and then offer my apologies? Let us dispense with the trivialities. Since you allege my involvement in a murder case, let the interrogation commence. I await my return home for lunch." Su Nian remarked with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lijun realized that persuading him not to lodge a complaint against her subordinates was a futile endeavor. With a resigned gesture, she rubbed her forehead and produced a document. "When Bob I met his demise yesterday, may I inquire of your whereabouts?" "I was enjoying myself at a bar. Many brothers can vouch for me," Su Nian replied. This was a common tactic among organizations. One individual would execute the task, while others provided false testimonies. "You must understand that the testimonies of those gangsters will not be accepted in court. We have now gathered evidence of your involvement in the murder. If you cooperate, I can arrange for leniency under voluntary surrender," Zhang Lijun threatened, her tone menacing. If that were the case, why bother with a confession? Why engage in this lengthy conversation in the interrogation room? Just lock me up already. As for the testimonies of the gangsters being inadmissible, do not presume I am uninformed. You have indeed acted on the whispers from your informants on the street to bring me in. Such double standards reveal your hypocrisy, officers," Su Nian retorted. Having been in the force for 2 years, Zhang Lijun had seldom encountered such a formidable gangster. Ultimately, she was an academic, relying on criminal psychology to intimidate witnesses into confessing. Facing someone as articulate as Su Nian proved to be a challenge. His words rendered her momentarily speechless, striking a chord of truth. They lacked concrete evidence, and their sole piece of information had originated from informants on the street. Noticing Zhang Lijun's silence, Su Nian pressed further. "Do not take every rumor from the streets at face value. If I proclaim that I am your mother, would you truly believe it? If I claim to be Qin Shi Huang, would you accept that as truth? Without evidence, you can detain me for 48 hours, but rest assured, I will be released when the time is up. Do not expect to extract any information from me." Su Nian's defiant demeanor made Zhang Lijun feel as if she had struck an iron wall. The reason they had summoned Su Nian was due to his previous voluntary confession. However, they were unaware that he had taken the fall for Chun Haonan. Zhang Lijun and her colleagues found themselves powerless to discipline Su Nian. An hour later, Su Nian strode out of the police station with an air of arrogance. Having secured legal representation, he felt emboldened. Chapter 16. Is Chun Haonan to be the scapegoat? Emerging from the police station did not signify the conclusion of matters. Rather, it marked the commencement of a tumultuous aftermath following Bob Bai's demise. Boss B's territory was beset by a series of disturbances, rendering normal operations impossible for the ensuing days. Similarly, The venue associated with Liang Kuan experienced similar turmoil, with both factions embroiled in a tit-for-tat confrontation. The police began to exert pressure, incessantly sealing off establishments linked to both sides under various pretexts, all in pursuit of the perpetrator. Alternatively, there were whispers of a tacit agreement to designate someone as the fall guy. Babai had met his end at a bathing center, and numerous patrons bore witness. The news had proliferated widely. If no one stepped up to take the blame, the police would surely face humiliation. This incident had begun to affect the gang's revenue and cohesion, prompting Boss B to participate in high-level meetings of the gang for 2 consecutive days. Ultimately, Jiang Tianxing's faction reached a resolution. Mr. Jiang would compensate Liang Kuan a sum of money, temporarily putting the matter to rest. As for Boss B, he merely needed to identify someone to bear the blame. Given that the assailant was Su Nian, who had earned merit for the gang, it was inconceivable that he would be the one to take the fall. The identity of the scapegoat would ultimately be determined by the drawing of lots. The unfortunate individual chosen would receive a settlement of 300,000 yuan, and the gang would secure the finest legal representation to minimize their charges. Su Nian was quite familiar with this procedure. Upon this news reaching Tongluan, the area buzzed with activity. At noon, in the Longfeng Tea House, all of Boss B's subordinates congregated, amounting to just over 50 individuals. Most were lower-tier hoodlums from Tongluan, tasked with guarding or parking duties, with only a handful being core members. Nevertheless, Chen Haonan, as the frontman, was also present. Boss B occupied the main seat in the tea house. He had summoned everyone for a meal to discuss a pressing matter. It was widely recognized that the police were tightening their grip, rendering gang business untenable. Thus, Mr. Jiang had resolved to find someone to assist Su Nian in shouldering the burden of this incident. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to draw lots for life and death. Su Nian, having already achieved merit, was exempt from this drawing. He stood beside Boss B, observing the myriad expressions of the gang members below. Although a G and a U had aligned themselves with Su Nian, they had never paid their respects at the Hongxing Loyal Hall. Thus, they were not considered official members and were exempt from the lottery. They could be regarded as outsourced members, enjoying slightly lesser benefits, but they had evaded a grim fate. Typically, prior to such a lottery, it was customary to treat the subordinates to a lavish meal, a form of unspoken agreement. Su Nian felt particularly at ease. His attention focused on Chun Haonan and Shanji. Shanji was incessantly chattering below, expressing his disdain for Su Nian. Previously, he had implored Su Nian to accompany him on a mission, but Su Nian had declined, only to embark on it himself, earning 300,000 yuan while now expecting them to shoulder the blame. Indeed, it was clear to Shanji that Su Nian had deliberately avoided assisting, perhaps motivated by the allure of the 300,000 yuan. He speculated that Su Nian's actions were intentional, as he had not enjoyed a favorable relationship with Haonan in the past. Shanji, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai each voiced their grievances. At that moment, leaning on a cane, Chun Haonan raised his voice slightly, declaring, "Enough of this. We are all under the same boss. He has indeed earned his merit. If you lack the courage, how dare you speak ill of him? Let us proceed with the lottery. With 50 individuals present, what are the odds it would be any of you?" Chun Haonan's defense of Su Nian was rooted in the recent favor Su Nian had shown him by lending money. In his view, Su Nian's assistance warranted gratitude, and to hold on to past grievances would be petty. With Chun Haonan's interjection, the others fell silent. With his remarks concluded, Boss B initiated the lottery. The process entailed Boss B holding a red box, with each individual reaching in to draw a paper slip. A slip marked with life signified good fortune, while a slip marked with death designated the unfortunate soul. Years prior, Su Nian had faced a similar fate, being set up after drawing a slip. Su Nian had observed Boss B closely and discerned that he was concealing an additional slip. Evidently, Boss B intended to unilaterally decide the fate of someone he disapproved of, manipulating the draw to ensure that the last person would inevitably receive the slip-marked death. As Su Nian watched Boss B call names, approximately 30 individuals had been named without including Chun Haonan and his group. A playful idea sparked in Su Nian's mind. "Boss B, you must be weary standing. Allow me to handle the box for you, and you may take a seat." He seized the lottery box from Boss B's grasp. Boss B, momentarily taken aback, quickly waved his hands, insisting, "I am still young. I am not fatigued. You need not assist me. Please, sit down." Su Nian, undeterred, was resolute in preventing Boss B from tampering with the draw. There are so few left, let me take care of it. As Su Nian held the box, he continued to facilitate the drawing. Boss B attempted to reclaim the box, only to find his strength utterly mismatched against Su Nian's resolve, as if the box were welded to Su Nian's chest. A mix of embarrassment and helplessness washed over Boss B's face. Very well, if you are so determined, then by all means, proceed. Boss B cast the slip into the box, unwilling to risk a scenario where he would later be accused of foul play should the last draw yield no death slip. Su Nian noted this subtle detail as he managed the lottery. With a 1 in 15 chance, there were 5 in Chun Haonan's group. Their fate now rested on the whims of chance. Once all slips had been drawn, those with the death slip raised their hands. Among the throng, Chun Haonan's hands slowly ascended. Boss B's expression froze in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that this unfortunate soul would be his own frontman. Boss B was determined not to let Chun Haonan languish in prison without a plan. Upon seeing Chun Haonan's hand wrapped in bandages, he immediately conceived the most viable solution. The individual selected was Chun Haonan, yet, initially, when the influential figure B made this announcement, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the crowd, but his subsequent but caused their hearts to race once more. However, given Chun Haonan's injuries, even if he were to surrender, the police would not believe he was responsible, rendering him an unsuitable candidate. Thus, a new draw was necessary. Influential figure B also contemplated leveraging this opportunity to eliminate the subordinate he found most disagreeable. The audience erupted in discontent. Nevertheless, B's reasoning held a semblance of validity. As the person in charge, no one dared to contradict his opinion. Yet, one individual stood out among the dissenters. I disagree. Since it was Chun Haonan who drew the short straw, having the brothers draw again would be profoundly unjust. It is said that the selection is made by Guan Er Yi. How can we simply alter it? Even if we must change, it should ideally be someone related to him, such as his brothers or sisters. Su Nian's words garnered widespread approval. After all, no one wished to gamble on a probability of 50-something to 1. What if one were to draw the short straw and spend 6 or 7 years inside? Upon release, even a mere 300,000 would seem insignificant. B. What Su Nian said is correct. Indeed, there is no rationale for a redraw. Let Haonan go, or perhaps one of his subordinates. The crowd chimed in, voicing their objections. With Su Nian boldly leading the charge, they felt no fear of repercussions, as the blame would likely fall solely on Su Nian. The collective discontent left B at a loss. He glanced at Chun Haonan, and, upon noticing the few standing behind him, a new idea sparked within him. Hold on, I understand your sentiments. In that case, let Haonan's subordinates draw again. One of them shall bear the burden on Haonan's behalf. This left Shanji and his companions momentarily stunned. All right, Chun Haonan readily agreed. In his view, those who live a life of chaos invariably straddle the line between the grave and prison. Seeing Chun Haonan's acceptance, Shanji and his companions fell silent. Brotherhood dictates loyalty, and to refuse at this moment would be an act of betrayal. Should B become incensed and enact his wrath, the consequences could be dire. Following B's directive, Su Nian placed 4 paper balls back into the box, one of which was marked as a death sentence. As she approached with the box, she could observe the tremors of Shanji and his companions. This scene was both amusing and gratifying. One by one, they hesitantly reached into the box, each extracting a paper ball without glancing at it. Once all had drawn, they simultaneously revealed their selections. The expressions on Shanji, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai's faces reflected palpable relief, while the Tian heir appeared increasingly anxious. Slowly raising his hand, he revealed a piece of paper inscribed with the word death. He had drawn the short straw, and Su Nian couldn't help but smile. In the original narrative, the Tian heir had betrayed Chun Haonan for the sake of his girlfriend, making him the most susceptible to wavering loyalties. Su Nian recognized this as an opportunity to exploit his weaknesses. Chapter 17. Betraying a brother upon drawing the death lottery, the Tian heir's fate was sealed, marking the conclusion of the drawing ceremony. Boss B was indifferent to which of Chun Haonan's subordinates drew the short straw. As long as it was not Chun Haonan himself, that sufficed. In truth, Chun Haonan was not particularly concerned either. Had he truly cared, he would not have so readily agreed to the redraw. It is often said that a person's true nature is revealed in moments of genuine crisis. He was such a person, believing that his so-called loyalty was the foundation of his life on the streets. In reality, when faced with critical moments, self-preservation remained his foremost concern. As the Tian heir descended with a sullen countenance, Chun Haonan feigned comfort, assuring him that it was all right. The gang would procure the finest lawyer for him, and he would not face 7 or 8 years of imprisonment, at most 3 or 4. In Hong Kong, there exists a long-standing custom. For any gang-related homicides, as long as firearms are not involved, the sentence typically ranges from 7 to 8 years. However, within the realm of gangs, it is not uncommon for acts of revenge to escalate into beatings. Such matters are often difficult to categorize, as it is unclear whether the intention was premeditated murder or merely a lesson in discipline. Some astute lawyers exploit this loophole by reclassifying charges from intentional homicide to intentional injury or accidental death. They can potentially reduce the sentence to 3 to 4 years. Su Nian served as a prime example, having seen his charges downgraded. Despite Chun Haonan's words, they offered no solace to the Tian heir. He had envisioned marrying his girlfriend in a couple of years, and now the thought of serving 3 years in prison loomed ominously over him, perhaps leading to her departure with another, even starting a family of her own. He could only muster a forced smile, replying, "Yes, Brother Nian, I might still receive 300,000. Look at Su Nian. He left prison and immediately opened a company. Perhaps I too shall be so fortunate, treating this as a 3-year endeavor." Seeing the Tian heir speak thus, Chun Haonan surmised that he was coping, and he patted his shoulder, inviting him to dinner. The meal was hardly lavish. Recent events had left Boss B financially strained, resulting in a simple spread. The table was laden with dishes, half of which were vegetarian, and the finest fare was surprisingly boiled chicken. Su Nian nibbled at a few morsels before excusing himself. Later that evening, the Tian heir's girlfriend was inconsolable in a bar, her tears revealing the depth of their bond. The Tian heir could only pretend that everything was fine as he comforted her, staying by her side until the early hours. Stumbling into the restroom, he seated himself on the toilet when he overheard a woman speaking on the phone in the adjacent stall. "Take the blame? Help the gang take the blame? Don't be so foolish. Is it worth it for that little sum? If it's his wrongdoing, he should bear the consequences himself. Can't he manage that? Why not find someone to report him to the police? If he goes in, then there's nothing to pursue afterward." The woman's conversation jolted him into clarity. Why was his girlfriend so naive as to contemplate taking the blame for someone else? Though she frequented bars, she was not a gang member and lacked understanding of the concepts of loyalty and brotherhood. She simply sought a way to shield her boyfriend from imprisonment. The plan she overheard seemed like the perfect solution. As she exited the restroom, a newfound resolve took hold. She would be the one to protect her boyfriend. The woman who had provided her with this insight soon emerged. In her hands, she held no phone, only a makeup mirror. She walked past, heading towards another restroom stall, where Su Nian awaited. "Hey handsome, I've completed what you asked," she said. Memorizing that lengthy speech was exhausting. About the payment. Su Nian produced 5,000 yuan, pressing it into her bosom. "Remember, once tonight is over, you will forget everything. Rest assured, I am a man of my word." The woman, verifying the cash, beamed with joy as she departed. Once merely a hostess, earning just over 10,000 yuan a month by tolerating various unpleasant men, she had just made a fortune for a minute's performance. Enlightened, she contemplated pursuing a career in acting. The following day, Su Nian was summoned once more to the police station. Drawing from his previous experience, the officers were notably more courteous this time, with Zhang Lijun conducting the interrogation. "I have received credible information indicating that Boss B orchestrated the lottery to find someone to take the blame for you, essentially confirming you as the murderer of Ba Bai." "Do not speak without evidence," Su Nian replied, maintaining his composure. "I anticipated your retort. However, this time, it is not without evidence. Someone is willing to testify against you." The legal system in Hong Kong, based on British law, stipulates that witness testimony alone cannot serve as the basis for sentencing. Without physical evidence, even 10 witnesses would be of no consequence, and I could easily produce witnesses who can attest to my absence on that day. Su Nian's calm demeanor was unshakable. Zhang Lijun recognized that he was unlike other gangsters. He was evidently well-versed in legal statutes. She recalled that Su Nian had dropped out of school before completing his secondary education. How could he possibly comprehend legal texts? Had he dedicated his 3 years in prison to diligent study, seeking enlightenment? Doubts crept into Zhang Lijun's mind. Ultimately, she could extract no more information. When the woman had come forward to accuse Su Nian, she was aware that without physical evidence, any accusation would be futile. Summoning Su Nian had merely been a tactic to intimidate him. When that failed, she promptly released him. His swift departure was facilitated by an unspoken understanding. Sun Yin had previously reported Officer Ali's excessive force, and Zhang Lijun had opted for a no-bail arrangement in exchange for Sun Yin's immunity from prosecution. She also assured him that he would not be summoned again without cause. Upon stepping out of the police station, Sun Yin turned to Zhang Zhirong and inquired if a G had managed to capture the desired footage. Indeed, it has been filmed, developed, and placed on your desk at the company. A smile danced on Sun Yin's lips, signaling that the plan could now commence. It would be at the familiar Longfeng tea house. Boss B, puffing on a cigarette, regarded Sun Yin with a puzzled expression. Nian, what do you intend to do by summoning Chun Haonan and his crew? Within the tea house, there were only 9 individuals, 5 from Chun Haonan's side, along with a G, a U, and 2 others from Sun Yin's side, plus Boss B. Brother B, I have identified a traitor among us, Sun Yin declared. Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan felt a pang of anxiety. He instinctively suspected that Sun Yin was referring to him, as he had failed to defend his brother when Sun Yin suggested a redraw of lots the previous day. However, upon reflection, he realized this suspicion might not hold true. Then, he observed Sun Yin placing a photograph on the table. I was summoned by the police again today. They are acutely aware that the gang is seeking someone to take the fall for me, and someone has explicitly accused me of murder. Fortunately, my lawyer is quite capable, and as they lacked substantial evidence, I was able to extricate myself. Yet, the fact that they possess such information indicates that there is a mole among us, someone who has betrayed their comrades. Just as I left the precinct, I noticed a photographer capturing street scenes outside the station. I inquired, and he mentioned he had been taking pictures while the station was closed. I wondered if he might have photographed the person who reported the crime. So I purchased all of his film. This photograph is one I developed from his negatives. Take a look. Who do you think this is? Does it not resemble De Tian'er's girlfriend? Sun Yin said with a playful glint directed at De Tian'er. De Tian'er felt a chill run down his spine, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He picked up the photograph from the table, revealing an unmistakable image. There she was. Without sunglasses or a mask, boldly walking into the police station, her face captured with startling clarity. Boss B also recognized the truth and glared furiously at De Tian'er. Immediately, De Tian'er knelt, pleading, Brother B, I have been with you since I was 15. How could I possibly be a mole? She might have acted on her own, perhaps not wanting to lose me, leading her to this desperate measure. He endeavored to defend his girlfriend. Bring her here. Otherwise, I shall execute my family law on you, leaving you in a state of disarray. Boss B thundered in anger. He did not genuinely believe De Tian'er was a traitor. He neither dabbled in drugs nor arms, and it seemed illogical for the authorities to place a mole within his ranks unless their judgment was severely impaired. Thus, this was merely a means to provide Sun Yin with an explanation. I'll call her right now, De Tian'er said, seizing Boss B's phone. Chapter 18. Disposition. Half an hour later, a dejected figure entered the private room of the tea house. Upon witnessing her boyfriend kneeling on the ground, she instinctively knelt beside him. Dalaobi tossed a photograph before her. Is this person in the photo you? He demanded. Her complexion drained of color in an instant. Wasn't this the moment she had gone to report to the police earlier that morning? How could she have been captured in such a manner? Bewildered, she realized the image clearly depicted her face. Her penchant for vibrant red lipstick made it all too conspicuous. With a reluctant nod, she confessed, It is me. Is it you, Sun Yin, who reported this? Dalaobi inquired with an icy expression. Yes, she replied resolutely. Under the astonished gaze of De Tian'er, she began to speak. Clearly, he is the one who committed the murder. Why should my boyfriend take the fall for it? He has received so much settlement money from the gang. Can't he bear the consequences himself? As she spoke, tears trickled down her cheeks. Sun Yin scoffed derisively. Is this how you help me take the fall? The gang must act, not me. If anyone is to take the blame, it should be for the gang. If it weren't for the police pressuring the gang and shutting down several bars owned by Brother B, do you think Brother B would willingly hand over his own brother? If this blame isn't taken, then next month, the gang will be left to fend for themselves, and he might just be the unfortunate one to bear the brunt of it. By doing this, you are placing your boyfriend in a position of disloyalty. Do you not realize that betraying one's brothers is a grave offense that could lead to expulsion from the Hongxin gang? Sun Yin's words struck deeply. This matter had nothing to do with him. He was merely an unwitting pawn in a trap that had been laid. Yet, fundamentally, it was a matter of morality. Sun Yin turned to Chen Haonan. This is your own brother. Take a look at the consequences of betrayal. Perhaps you should handle this yourself? She placed a fruit knife on the revolving table, turning it toward Chun Haonan. Faced with the knife, Chun Haonan found himself torn. At this moment, Dalaobi stepped in to mediate. Nian, that is not quite right. Although you were indeed betrayed, it wasn't he by the Tian heir. He was planning to turn himself in this afternoon to help you take responsibility for this. How can you say he is at fault? The real issue lies with his girlfriend. She is the one who deserves punishment. However, she is not one of us in Hongxing, and our rules cannot punish her. Moreover, her brother is Defei. If you wish to take action against her, you must first consider whether her brother will permit it. Dalaobi remained steadfast in his support for Chun Haonan, regardless of Su Nian's efforts. The Tian heir was under Chun Haonan's wing, and naturally, he would shield him. His remarks were ostensibly a reminder but were, in essence, a warning to Su Nian not to act recklessly. According to Brother B, is this matter to be left unresolved? Su Nian asked with a cold smile. After all, you haven't been arrested. Once the Tian heir acknowledges this incident, I will have Haonan compensate you with 20,000 yuan, and we shall consider it settled. Dalaobi was not negotiating a solution with Su Nian, but presenting a final resolution. He sought to temper her fervor. Yet, he observed a strange smile on Su Nian's face. Very well, we can consider it settled, but... Su Nian moved behind her and suddenly pressed her down. She rummaged through the pocket of her denim shorts and ultimately produced an object resembling a pen. How shall we resolve this? Do you recognize this? This is a voice recorder. It can capture our conversation. If she intends to come forward and admit her guilt, why would she bring a recorder? Is she preparing to ensnare me? Or you, Brother B? Or perhaps all of us present? From the moment she entered, Su Nian had sensed something amiss. The woman was clearly preoccupied with her pocket. Although she feigned panic, Su Nian noticed the confidence in her eyes. It was evident that her scheme was far from simple. Realizing that Dalaobi had no intention of pursuing the matter, Su Nian decided to take a gamble, and to her astonishment, she had struck gold. The woman was indeed up to no good. Upon hearing Su Nian's exposition, Dalaobi's expression grew increasingly grim. What do you intend to do with that recorder? The woman, who had been crying just moments ago, suddenly ceased. Rising to her feet, she defiantly declared, "What do you think I intend to do? Naturally, I want to save my boyfriend. I do not wish to see him unjustly take the blame. If I can obtain a recording of your admission of guilt, it should count as evidence. But alas, I did not anticipate your cunning. My brother is Defei. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you off easily." She relied on her brother's status to embolden her. This revelation darkened Dalaobi's countenance. It was one thing for him to protect her. Being threatened by her identity was entirely another. Su Nian regarded the woman with a look of incredulity. Even if your brother were Mr. Jiang, it would make no difference. In this world, one must adhere to the rules of the underworld. To violate those rules makes one an enemy of all. Your brother is merely a member of Hongxing, albeit a relatively successful one. Do you think he would dare to challenge the gang's rules to protect you? I could just as easily bring you before the Zhongyi Hall of Hongxing to confront you, and I would be justified in doing so. After stating her case, Su Nian turned to Dalaobi. Brother B, you ought to articulate how this matter will be handled. It is no longer solely my affair. If you fail to address her, word will spread that you, a figure of authority, fear a mere red stick of Defei, and you will become the subject of ridicule. Su Nian's words served to inform Dalaobi that if he did not resolve this issue, it would be disseminated widely. The Tian heir hastily knelt before Dalaobi, pleading, "Brother B," she acted out of impulse. "Please forgive her this once." Dalaobi inhaled deeply, savoring a moment of contemplation, before addressing Chun Haonan. "Haonan, this is the subordinate you have brought forth. Take him to the police station to turn himself in." He then directed his attention to the kneeling de Tian heir. "There are laws of the nation and rules of the family. If I were to overlook every individual who has violated our rules, how could I continue to be a figure of authority? Rest assured, since she is Dafei's sister, I shall summon Dafei to handle this matter. You need not concern yourself with the remaining affairs." Ignoring Daishoner's pleas, Dalaobi instructed Chun Haonan to take him away. Chun Haonan and his companions exited the private room. Once outside, Chun Haonan delivered 2 resounding slaps to the tearful face of Daishoner, questioning the utility of his weeping. Su Nian was evidently well prepared. Bigu was now under his control and must be managed accordingly. Having accepted the gang's remuneration, it was imperative to adhere to the gang's rules. Otherwise, Bigu would find himself in an even more precarious situation. Chun Haonan felt helpless, torn between loyalty to his superior and his subordinate. Ultimately, he was compelled to sacrifice the latter. After Chun Haonan dragged Daishoner away, silence enveloped the room. Unlike Daishoner, who wailed for mercy, the atmosphere was one of quiet anticipation for the outcome. De Laobi ended the phone call and turned to Su Nian, relaying that Dafei deemed the matter outside his purview. Since rules had been violated, it was to be dealt with according to protocol, leaving the method of resolution to Su Nian. However, he did convey Dafei's regards, which served as a subtle warning. De Laobi patted Su Nian on the shoulder, implying the need for caution before departing. His actions signified that the manner of dealing with the situation was of no concern to him. Any ensuing troubles would equally not implicate him. Dafei's so-called regards were merely a cautionary note to Su Nian. Yet, regarding Emir Huanggo, Su Nian held little regard. Before he could make a decision, a system prompt echoed in his ear. The host now faces choices for resolution. Please select. Option 1. Family discipline, 3 blades, and 6 holes. Reward. Gang rule expert. You will be able to recite various gang rules of Hongxing. Option 2. Take as a steed. Reward. Safety first, 100 boxes of absolutely unbreakable raincoats. Option 3. Request her to shoot a video for future use. Reward. Golden Butterfly Film Production Company, a defunct film production company, equipped with a complete set of recording and disc production equipment. After perusing the rewards, Su Nian had made his decision. The first 2 options seemed rather unfeasible, primarily due to the unappealing rewards. The last option, however, appeared significantly more advantageous. Upon acquiring the film production company, he would have the opportunity to generate profit. Moreover, retaining a threatening leverage could prove beneficial in the future. The host selects option 3. Please ensure the recorded video is completed within 1 day, with a duration of no less than 1 hour. The system's requirements were quite strict. It seemed the male actor could not be inadequate. Gripping her hair, he half-dragged, half-pulled her up from the ground. Your brother said to deal with you as I see fit. Let us proceed. Chapter 19. The disappearance of MR2 in a day rental apartment in Tongluan. After completing an epic 3-hour endeavor, Su Nian felt somewhat disoriented, as if his very spirit had been lost and was now in the process of being reclaimed. Lighting a cigarette, he began to organize the footage recorded by the camera. From the moment the recording concluded, Su Nian's rewards had already been credited to him. The woman, in both looks and skill, paled in comparison to Meng Na. Her only merit was the ability to stand and engage. Su Nian had no intention of maintaining a long-term relationship with her. His sole purpose was to secure the system's rewards and possess a leverage against her. As she regained consciousness, Su Nian extinguished his cigarette. This tape contains 3 hours of highlights featuring you. If you do not aspire to become a star, it would be prudent to comply and assure your brother that nothing occurred, understood? You are also on camera, and association with a mistress is a serious taboo in our world. I doubt you would dare to release this footage. Su Nian chuckled lightly at her naivety. You are quite foolish. Are you not aware of the existence of editing? I can simply cut out my appearances. Su Nian shrugged nonchalantly, infuriating her further. Despite her brother's formidable reputation, she found herself powerless against this man. Wishing to wed to Tian, it was imperative that this incident remain undisclosed. After concluding his business and tidying up his tools, Su Nian departed, choosing to spare her for she still held potential utility as a valuable pawn. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Nian had no intention of driving off in his MR2. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback. Where was his car? Could it have been towed for illegal parking? This thought flickered through his mind, despite having parked in a metered space. Due to the scarcity of parking on the island, many areas were designated as timed parking zones, while unmarked spots were monitored by local thugs. Su Nian had parked in a legitimate space. Had someone been watching over his vehicle, it should not have vanished. Instinctively, he concluded that if it had not been towed, it must have been stolen by Chun Haonan and his crew. As the previous owner, possessing a key was entirely plausible. Stealing the car for revenge seemed reasonable. However, upon further reflection, that notion appeared illogical. It dawned on him that his car was an MR2, and he had parked in Tongluan, coincidentally after Ba Bai's demise. Could it be Xiao Jiaba? This thought intrigued him. At the Xingxing Club in Tongluan, after personally sending his brother to prison, Chun Haonan was drowning his sorrows with remaining companions. Bao Pai had just concluded a call on the bar's public phone and returned to inform Chun Haonan. Brother Nan, I inquired, and it seems she has returned. Su Nian claimed he spared her for Defei's sake. Fortunately, this matter did not escalate. I did not anticipate that the Tian Air's woman was Defei's sister. Had she not been related, she would have faced dire consequences. Su Nian is truly ungrateful. The Tian heir took the blame for him, and yet he orchestrated this event. Indeed, Brother Nian, should we find a day to teach him a lesson? Perhaps we could throw a trash can over his head and beat him senseless, then flee. I doubt he would recognize us. The group expressed their indignation. Chen Haonan, however, remained composed, a marked change from his former self. He had eliminated Ba Bai. They ought to be cautious. TCH, doesn't T that mean Ba Bai let his guard down? If I were to go, I could manage it. Shan Ji scoffed, conveniently forgetting how he had previously begged Chen Haonan to avoid involvement. Chen Haonan disregarded him, raising his glass to invite everyone for another round. After clinking glasses with Shan Ji and the others, he downed a large mug of beer in one go. Opposite him, Shan Ji paused midway through his drink, eyes fixated behind Chen Haonan. Brother Nan, there's a beauty behind you. Following Shan Ji's gaze, Chen Haonan turned to see a woman clad in a crop top and leather skirt seated at the bar. While many women adorned in such attire frequented bars, few possessed her striking beauty. This was indeed Xiao Jieba. She hummed a tune, sipping her drink alone, clearly in high spirits. Is she not captivating? Brother Nan, dressed so provocatively, she must be seeking attention. Watch, I shall take her home tonight. Shan Ji proclaimed, rising to approach her. At that moment, Chen Haonan halted him. Do not disturb her. This was the first instance Shan Ji had witnessed such an attitude from Chen Haonan. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned enlightenment. Oh, Brother Nan, you fancy this girl too? Should I inquire about her contact details on your behalf? Do not meddle. Chen Haonan shook his head in refusal, yet he did not deny Shan Ji's implication. A day passed, and Chen Haonan returned with Shan Ji and the others for another night of drinking. While they had ample choices for libations, the recent incarceration of De Tian heir and the resolution of Ba Bai's murder case had been announced at a police press conference, prompting all bars and nightclubs of Hongqing to resume operations. Upon returning to the same establishment, the others quickly grasped the situation. Chen Haonan was still preoccupied with the previous woman. Shan Ji whispered to Bao Pai, if we spot her again, ensure to create an opportunity for Brother Nan to meet her. Rest assured, Bao Pai understood the unspoken plan. After approximately an hour in their booth, they indeed saw Xiao Jieba reappear. Today, she donned a leather mini-skirt and a cropped top, revealing even more skin than many athletic garments. A clear display of both poverty and generosity. Chen Haonan had changed his position to gain a direct view of the bar, as had Bao Pai and Shan Ji. At this moment, Shan Ji nudged Bao Pai's leg, and the latter instantly comprehended. As Baopi rose to his feet, preparing to approach, he was met with the sight of a familiar figure. Xu Nian, accompanied by Aji, happened to walk beside the stuttering girl. Xu Nian patted the shoulder of the other, uttering some words unknown to him, and then both Aji and Xu Nian seized one of her arms, effectively capturing her. Baopi was left utterly bewildered. Chen Haonan witnessed this scene as well. Unlike Baopi, who was lost in thought, he felt an immediate inclination to assist, having developed a certain fondness for the stuttering girl upon their first encounter. Hey, what are you doing? Is this a kidnapping in broad daylight? Chen Haonan shouted. He disregarded any potential offense to Xu Nian. After all, what could possibly outweigh the importance of a woman? Xu Nian turned her gaze towards Chen Haonan, surprised to find him present in her pursuit of the stuttering girl. It was curious that Chen Haonan, who had only recently met the girl through the loss of his MR2, now found their fates intertwined. Was this the bond between the male and female protagonists? Yet, he was unconcerned with such musings. This woman stole my MR2 yesterday and sold it for 150,000. I only just redeemed the car from Dasha today. So, Haonan, are you planning to pay her back? Xu Nian remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes. The heroic demeanor Chen Haonan had displayed moments ago was replaced by acute embarrassment. I absolutely will not. Do not speak nonsense. The stuttering girl was still intent on denial. However, when Xu Nian produced a photograph from her pocket, the girl was rendered speechless. Didn't he expect that, did you? Dasha's car lot is under constant surveillance. The transaction was recorded quite clearly, Xu Nian stated. Unlike Chen Haonan, who had stormed into Dasha's lot, delivering a beating to reclaim his vehicle, Xu Nian recognized that although Dasha could be rather detestable, he was conducting legitimate business. To snatch back a car purchased with hard-earned money would amount to theft. Certainly, those who steal must face the consequences. Xu Nian had spent 150,000 to retrieve her own car before seeking out the stuttering girl. Chen Haonan glanced at the photograph in Xu Nian's hand, and found himself at a loss for words. Help me, handsome. Please. My boss is Fei Home. If you dare to touch me, he won't let you off. The stuttering girl cried out, but her pleas fell on deaf ears as Xu Nian swiftly took her away. Once Xu Nian had departed, Shanji finally stood up. Nangu, what should we do? Should we get involved? This is beyond our jurisdiction. It is entirely reasonable for someone to seek out a thief after losing their belongings. Did you not notice that the bouncers at the bar did not intervene? Chen Hao Nan resigned himself to sitting down with a drink. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease settled within him, prompting him to consume several more drinks. The image of the stuttering girl looking to him for help lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Chapter 20. Out of money? Then one must use a human as collateral in the bustling district of Tongluan. The Jin Hu Dai Film Production Company stands modestly. This was a recent acquisition by Su Nian, and the company is rather small, comprising just an equipment room, a manager's office, a CD burning room, and an editing suite. With the addition of the reception area, it spans a mere 200 square meters. It is indeed a diminutive establishment. Devoid of any personnel due to the prevailing economic downturn, all employees have departed, rendering the company a mere shell of its former self. Within the equipment room, a solitary chair occupies the center, and a small stutterer is bound to its backrest, her hands tied securely, and her feet restrained to the legs of the chair. She finds herself in an unguarded state, with the door wide open. Su Nian closes the door behind him and switches on the stark fluorescent lights. The white glow illuminates the stutterer's face, making her already pale skin appear even more alabaster. Su Nian removes the socks that were stuffed in her mouth and cheerfully inquires, "Little thief, how do you find my socks? Are they delicious? You bastard, let me go, or when my brother finds out, he will surely cut you and your entire family." The small stutterer curses viciously, but her pitiful appearance renders her invective somewhat endearing to Su Nian. "Surely you are not oblivious to your predicament? You have stolen my car worth 300,000. Even if your boss or the police were to come, they would only commend me for catching a thief. Where is the 150,000? Produce it swiftly." As Su Nian speaks, he begins to search her person. However, she possesses little more than a couple of coins. It is blatantly evident that Su Nian is merely toying with her. The stutterer cannot possibly produce such a sum. She stole the car to repay a usurious loan, and the moment the money was in her possession, it was entirely given back to the loan shark, the vampire king. I have no money. All the money went to the loan shark. If you have the ability, ask my boss for it. Despite her speech impediment, she manages to deliver the most defiant retort. Return the loan, then? So, you cannot repay this sum? I cannot repay, there is no money. But I have my life. The little stutterer has debts to pay. Please choose, host. Option 1. No money means a life for a life. Reward. Financial supremacy, wealth 20, romantic luck -100. Option 2. Use a human as collateral, take her as a mount. Reward. Double energy. Your current energy will be doubled, granting you extraordinary vitality. Another choice presents itself. This second option bears a striking resemblance to the previous one, yet the disparity in rewards is astonishing. The former reward is simply unfathomable to Su Nian. However, this one is different, and the stutterer might even be considered a form of reward. Su Nian silently selects the second option in his mind. Please ensure the subject voluntarily submits within 3 days. To his surprise, it requires her consent. Su Nian had initially thought that a show of force would suffice. However, upon reflection, it does not seem overly complicated. After making his choice, he gazes at the stutterer, a wicked smile playing on his lips, which startles her. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Disregarding her pleas, Su Nian picks up a small blade resting nearby and gently presses it against the stutterer's neck. Is your life truly so valuable? Is your blood not red but golden? As he speaks, his smile grows ever more sinister, sending a chill down the stutterer's spine. Her earlier bravado was merely bravado. No one truly wishes for death. Yet, with a blade poised at her throat, the reality of mortality becomes painfully apparent. Please, big brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me, my blood is red. The latter part of her plea emerges in a rush, her tongue seemingly straightened by fear as she realizes the gravity of her situation. What will you do now that you cannot repay? Su Nian questions, a hint of mockery in his tone. I will have my boss pay you, just don't kill me. Upon hearing this, Su Nian pulls out an old mobile phone. Very well, what is your boss's number? Call him now. With trembling hands, The stutterer provides a series of digits. After a few rings, a man's voice answers, Bayphone. Who is calling at this hour? B boss, it's me. I was caught stealing someone's car, and he wants me to repay 150,000. Can you lend me some money? 150,000? Are you out of your mind? Nian phone. I can lend you 15 bucks. Do you want it? You are insane, and if you have no money, it's not my problem. The stutterer's boss, Fei Hong, is utterly heartless. He cares solely for gambling and wealth, and someone like the stutterer, who cannot bring him profit, is hardly worth his investment in rescue. Hello? Boss, hello? The stutterer hears the dial tone, but her hopes cling desperately to the last vestige of hope. Your boss seems rather unreliable, Nian remarks with a grin. Can I have one more chance to call him? The stutterer implores once again. 10 calls will yield the same result. If you wish to avoid death, I offer you another option. Accompany me for 3 months, and this debt shall be forgotten. What say you? 3 months. The stutterer is taken aback by the duration. In films, isn't it usually just 3 days? Nian appears to read her thoughts. Do you expect to settle this debt in 3 days? Do you think you are gilded? You are tied up like this. I can do as I please. However, I am quite the gentleman. Only upon your nod of agreement shall I take action. Understood? He taps the blade against her face lightly. At this moment, the stutterer cares little for gentlemanly conduct. Her only concern is survival. Is there a shorter time? You would take far longer to earn back 150,000 selling yourself. My time frame is quite generous. Nian coldly rejects her plea. Xiao Jieba's lips pursed slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, she timidly uttered, all right, but after 3 months, you must not pursue me any further. Nian's lips curled into a subtle smile. The matter of 3 months hence was no longer hers to dictate. Then why do you not let go of me? Why should I let you go? This is quite delightful. I have exerted considerable effort to style you so beautifully, and it would be a waste to squander it, Nian replied, already drawing closer to Xiao Jieba. 2 hours later, Nian cradled Xiao Jieba in a princess carry as he exited. He had not anticipated that Xiao Jieba was a complete novice with no practical experience. Initially, he presumed that a girl of her demeanor would at least be comparable to Meng Na, if not superior. However, Nian soon comprehended why Chun Haonan contemplated marrying her. Within Chun Haonan's circle, Xiao Jieba indeed represented an excellent choice, and she was remarkably untainted. This attribute added to her appeal, prompting Nian to carry her away once she had lost her fighting spirit. The following day, they awoke in a lavish suite of a 5-star hotel. Xiao Jieba vividly recalled the events of the previous night. Upon seeing Nian emerge from the bathroom, his muscular physique on full display, she instinctively tightened the blanket and huddled in the corner. I might die? Observing her reaction, Nian chuckled softly. What are you thinking? Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. I am taking you to the hospital. Go. To the hospital? That should not be necessary. I just need to rest. Despite knowing that he was the root cause of her predicament, Xiao Jieba felt a warm sensation in her heart at the thought of Nian's concern. After all, she had already consented for 3 months, and it was infinitely better to have a good person than a bad one. What are you pondering? I have scheduled an appointment with a specialist in voice medicine to examine your vocal cords. Your stuttering is difficult for me to endure, and it is equally troubling for others. WH. Who are these others? My benefactors, Nian replied casually. Xiao Jieba did not grasp the full meaning, but upon learning of Nian's intention to address her stutter, her heart swelled with gratitude. I have been this way since childhood. There is no need to see anyone. Having been this way since childhood means you have never seen a doctor, which is precisely why you must, Nian asserted. His desire to take her to the doctor was not solely for her benefit. It was also to ensure that he completed his task within the stipulated time. Furthermore, in the film, Xiao Jieba had suffered amnesia due to a car accident, and post-amnesia, her stuttering had ceased, indicating that her condition could indeed be treated. Chapter 21. Jimmy the Disc Seller. You tore my clothes yesterday. The stuttering girl remained curled up beneath the covers, too timid to emerge. Nian suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. Go wash up first. I will have someone from the hotel bring over a set of clothes. After Nian spoke, the girl, still blushing, did not move from her cocoon. Nian offered her the same warm smile as the day before, asking, do you need my assistance? The sight of Nian's smile evoked a mix of painful, yet joyful memories for the girl. And no, I don't need help. Like a child caught in a misdeed, she hesitantly emerged from the covers. Though somewhat impoverished, her cautious demeanor was undeniably endearing. Soon, the girl emerged from the bathroom, her face cleansed of makeup, only to curl back into the bed. This looks quite adorable. Spare yourself that ghostly appearance. The first time Su Nian encountered her at the bar, she wore dark, gothic makeup. Although she was quite attractive, that particular look rendered her ghost-like, which contributed to Su Nian's unfavorable first impression. Now, however, she appeared much more comfortable, resembling an ordinary girl next door. Okay, she nodded obediently. For some reason, she felt no inclination to argue with this man. All her rebellious spirit seemed to have vanished, leaving only a willingness to comply with Su Nian's wishes. The hotel manager delivered a brand new set of undergarments, a pair of shorts, and a white t-shirt. Once she changed, she resembled a typical neighborly girl. In the future, refrain from wearing those crop tops. There's hardly any meat on your bones. So who are you trying to impress? All right, she nodded again. At the Ingsen Hospital, Department of Speech Medicine, Su Nian accompanied the girl to consult the best specialist. One might wonder why Su Nian did not require an appointment to see the expert. The answer lies in obtaining a ticket from a scalper. Nowadays, the practice of queuing has become quite prevalent in Hong Kong, whether for medical appointments, movie tickets, or real estate viewings. Some unscrupulous individuals seize the opportunity to queue at dawn, only to sell the tickets at inflated prices. With a little extra money, Su Nian was able to procure any number for the girl. After a series of examinations, it was confirmed that the girl's vocal cord issue was due to a type of adhesion. A minor surgical procedure would resolve it. Of course, there are instances where individuals experience spontaneous recovery due to unforeseen circumstances, explaining why she could recover her voice after a car accident in a film. The operation would cost $30,000. Miss Su's health indicators were largely normal, though her liver function was slightly elevated, likely due to frequent late nights. The doctor recommended she be admitted a day early for some rest. Post-surgery, she would need to stay in the hospital for several days, with the first 3 being complete vocal rest, and it would take about a week for her speech to return to normal. Throughout the doctor's explanation, the girl clung to Su Nian's arm, listening intently. Perhaps due to the sense of security Su Nian provided. $30,000. That's so expensive, she exclaimed. That is merely the cost of the surgery. Hospitalization fees are additional, the doctor replied. No worries, just arrange for the surgery as soon as possible. Su Nian dismissed the girl's shock at the price. Let us proceed to the payment. The doctor issued a receipt. As they walked to make the payment, the girl expressed some reluctance. We could forget it. It's too costly. I can manage without it. She grasped Su Nian's hand. No problem, I will cover the cost, but this cannot go unpaid. You will need to extend your commitment by an additional month. Furthermore, the days spent in the hospital will not count toward the 3-month period. Consider it an extended vacation. Is that acceptable? And no objections, the girl cautiously replied. Although it sounded like Su Nian was pressuring her, she tightened her grip on his arm, leaning into his strong presence. A notification echoed in Su Nian's mind. The host has successfully gained the girl's voluntary submission, earning a reward of double energy. Instantly, Su Nian felt the fatigue from the previous night's exertions dissipate, invigorated and ready to take on 10 more challenges. Through his blend of kindness and authority, he easily secured the girl's loyalty. It seemed she no longer cared whether the commitment was 3 months or 3 years. After settling her into a luxurious hospital room, Su Nian purchased some daily necessities for her before departing. Returning to Causeway Bay, he began preparations for his own disc production company. Most would likely dive into producing various adult films, as the company's predecessor had done. However, the market in Hong Kong was exceedingly competitive, with even mainstream actresses being lured into such productions. Su Nian contemplated a different avenue: pirated films. With strict limits on the importation of Hollywood blockbusters, the Hong Kong film industry thrived. Yet, due to Western influences, the populace developed a keen interest in foreign films, making piracy their sole option. As the 1990s approached, the advent of home DVDs contributed to the decline of the Hong Kong film industry, with pirated discs becoming a factor in this downturn. Su Nian aimed to replicate some of Hollywood's foreign blockbusters. The quality of contemporary Hollywood films was exceptionally high. Merely burning copies would yield profits. Yet, he lacked the manpower to manage this endeavor. Having established a direction, he still found himself in desperate need of talented individuals. Stepping out of the company, Su Nian made his way to the street corner for lunch. Before reaching the corner, he spotted a dark-skinned man with unremarkable features standing mysteriously at a street corner, pushing a small cart. Upon noticing Su Nian's gaze, the man approached, saying, "Hey there, want to buy some discs? I have the latest Fingyue Xiaojiaran." He waved a disc in Su Nian's direction. Mistaking it for the Hollywood film Pretty Woman, Su Nian soon realized it was a pirated version titled Fingyue Xiaojiaran. This is a reimagined adult film based on a Hollywood movie, narrating the tale of two runaway girls. Su Nian displays little interest in the disc itself, yet finds the young man selling them quite intriguing. Is that not the unremarkable face of Guzai? If he is peddling discs, he must still be an uninitiated member of the gang, the young Jimmy. With this thought, Su Nian approaches him. "How much for each disc?" 30. "Do you have any Hollywood blockbusters?" "Yes, but they are rather scarce." Jimmy presents his prize selection for Su Nian to peruse. Titles such as Terminator 2, Beauty and the Beast, The Goonies, Hook, and Cape Fear, all films that ranked highly at the box office last year, are contained within simple packaging, a transparent case adorned only with the film's title. Su Nian perceives ample room for improvement. Many are not well versed in such films. If a brief synopsis were added, accompanied by more refined packaging, these could sell far better. "I'll take one of each," Su Nian declares, making a significant purchase that brings joy to Jimmy. The young man beams, having only just set up his stall, and yet he has already made a substantial sale. "Boss, that LLB $150. In these times, the technology for disc burning remains neither widespread nor fully developed, thus the prices are still rather steep, akin to those of yesteryear's videotapes. As technology evolves, the cost will inevitably decrease. All right, here is 200, keep the change." "Thank you, boss. Perhaps you would like to choose 2 more discs?" Jimmy happily accepts the $200 bill, glancing at it before tucking it away. "No, but I have a question for you. Which printing factory do you source these Hollywood discs from?" "Oh, it's over in the New Territories." Jimmy is quite forthcoming, not sensing that the elegantly dressed Su Nian would be a threat to his business. Su Nian nods thoughtfully. Jimmy appears to be a promising candidate for business. However, he refrains from immediately inviting him to join his ranks. That would be too abrupt and might startle him. Knowing that Jimmy is selling discs on this street suffices for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to approach him later. With these thoughts, Su Nian settles down at a roast meat shop, ordering a duck leg rice to treat himself. Little did he expect that just as he left, a gang member would approach Jimmy. From a distance, Su Nian observes as several gang members exchange a few words before they begin to shove Jimmy, attempting to seize his discs. Su Nian thinks to himself, is this not an opportunity? Chapter 22. Jimmy Zai joins the fray, partnering with Fei Ji. "Do not presume that your numbers intimidate me. Yesterday, your leader claimed it was his birthday, and I reluctantly paid 500 as protection money. Now you come demanding another 500? Jimmy Zai leaned against the wall, one hand guarding his hard-earned goods, while the other warded off the encroaching gangsters. Yet, it was evident that he could not fend off so many alone. Suddenly, someone pushed him from the right, and he stumbled into his merchandise, falling awkwardly to the ground. "Pretty boy, is your appearance all you have? You think numbers matter? If you refuse to pay 500, no worries. Just give us 300 each, and with my brothers here, we guarantee you won't walk away unscathed today." The leader of the gang, known as Fei Ji too, exuded an air of arrogance, clearly believing he had Jimmy Zai cornered. With 5 of them present, that would amount to 1,500 in total. "I hardly earned 1,500 in a week," Jimmy Zai lamented. "Not earning. You've just started, and I see you already have 360 in your pocket. Your earnings appear quite substantial. From now on, your monthly protection fee will increase by 2,000. Jimmy Zai seethed internally. These men were utterly unreasonable. Yet he understood that in this day and age, reasoning held no sway on the streets. Most street vendors had ties to gangs, and without their protection, one might find oneself paying protection fees to multiple gangs after just a month of business. This prompted Jimmy Zai to ponder whether he should join a gang. At that moment, a loud thud echoed through the air. The previously arrogant Fei Ji too was sent reeling to the ground, having been kicked forcefully, knocking over 2 of his underlings in the process. "Who the hell? I was just about to ask who you are, daring to cause trouble in Tongluo Wan. The street's protection fees are predetermined by the various gangs. Do you think you can dictate prices to us at Hongxing?" Joining a gang had its advantages. Showing one's affiliation could command respect. The gangsters froze upon realizing they were dealing with Hongxing. "We're with He Liansheng. All of us on the Tongluo Wan turf. Do you dare to touch us?" "I dare to touch anyone. Who is He Liansheng to me?" Su Nian's smile bore a hint of wicked charm. Baji, you are that Su Nian who took down Baji at the bathhouse?" Fei Ji tu's expression shifted to one of fear. Seems you are not entirely foolish. At least you recognize me. I'm sorry, Nian Go. We apologize, we were wrong. Upon realizing they were facing Su Nian, the gangsters quickly abandoned their hostility, offering hasty apologies before fleeing. From their reaction, it was clear Su Nian's reputation was spreading rapidly. At least in Tong Luo Wan, he had become well known. After dispersing the gangsters, Su Nian turned to Jimmy Zai, who had fallen and now noticed a long gash on his arm, from which bright red blood oozed. Fortunately, the wound was not severe enough to require stitches. Are you all right? Do you need me to take you to a clinic? Su Nian inquired. I'm fine. I can manage on my own, Jimmy Zai replied, shaking his head. Su Nian recognized this as the opportune moment to recruit Jimmy Zai. He picked up a large stack of discs and said, when helping others, one must see it through. Allow me to escort you home. There's no need. I can go back myself, Jimmy Zai insisted. What if they return? I would prefer to ensure your safety, Su Nian countered. Jimmy Zai, fearing he might offend a more powerful figure, relented. However, it felt peculiar for a man to insist on escorting him home. Jimmy Zai resided in a public housing unit in Tong Luo Wan, a government-built affordable housing project for locals unable to purchase homes. The conditions were far from ideal, comprising merely a two-bedroom layout totaling less than 40 square meters, with little sunlight penetrating the space, necessitating lights both day and night. Upon entering, a musty odor greeted him. Upon entering his home, Jimmy Zai thanked Su Nian, expecting him to leave. To his surprise, Su Nian sat down instead. A cold sweat trickled down Jimmy Zai's back. He felt uneasy but could only pour Su Nian a glass of water. Immediately, Jimmy Zai tended to his wound. Though merely a humble vendor, his physique was impressive, rivaling some of the street thugs who frequently engaged in brawls. You are quite strong and handsome. It's a shame to see you as a vendor, Su Nian remarked. Jimmy Zai smiled shyly. I had no choice. My previous factory closed, and I couldn't find suitable work. With a wife to support, I had to resort to vending. Su Nian nodded in understanding. Realizing it was time to broach the subject, he asked, do you wish to earn more money? Jimmy Zai's heart raced at Su Nian's direct inquiry. Could it be as he suspected? Su Nian had aided him when he needed it, and insisted on accompanying him home. Was this a predilection for something else? I don't want to be a gigolo. What are you talking about? I asked if you want to make money. I will not engage in that kind of work, Jimmy Zai asserted firmly. Who wants your body? I merely seek your intellect. What do you mean? Jimmy Zai asked, perplexed. Although I am a thug for Hongxing, I am also a businessman. I have just acquired a DVD production company. Observing your business acumen, I can tell you possess considerable intelligence. Would you consider assisting me? Once you join, you will be a part of Hongxing, and we will look after you. A DVD business? A gang running a company? Jimmy Zai responded, bewildered. What is strange about a gang owning a company? With 97 approaching, one must devise a fallback plan. However, my company is not conventional. I will only deal in pirated foreign films. The reason for exclusively producing foreign films lies in the fact that the copyright issues are not as stringent. My dear brother, what is your intention in inviting me to your organization? Are you seeking assistance in selling discs? Indeed, however, it is not my intent for you to peddle them on the street. Instead, you should seek out those vendors and encourage them to procure from us wholesale. The Gene Who Died Disc Production Company stands before us. As Jimmy entered this desolate establishment, he felt a touch of surrealism enveloping him. Just earlier that day, he had been mercilessly beaten by a gang, and now he finds himself in the presence of a benefactor, suddenly embarking on a small venture of his own. After Su Nian guided Jimmy through the company, he soon found himself alone within its walls. Nian, I have arrived. Is there a task you wish for me to undertake? Upon entering, he rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. The personnel arrangements at the loan company were already sufficient, leaving him with little to do but follow a G in search of tasks. Yet, deep down, he yearned to gather his own followers and build a formidable empire, much like a G. This company, once a defunct disc production house, has now fallen into my hands. Henceforth, you shall follow Li Jiyuan. Together, you will harmoniously manage our affairs, one with intellect and the other with might. Su Nian patted Fei Ji's shoulder, bestowing upon him a weighty responsibility. Fear not, Nian, I shall excel. Su Nian then addressed Jimmy. From this point onward, he will assist you in managing the company. He possesses strength but lacks intelligence, so guide him diligently. Additionally, as you navigate this underworld, it is imperative to adopt a moniker from now on. You shall be known as Jimmy Zai, my literary general. Thank you, Brother Nian, Jimmy expressed, elated. The two individuals, who in the film had parted ways while seated in a vehicle, were ultimately united by Su Nian's design. Upon Jimmy's inclusion, the disc company was revitalized. The process of burning discs is, in essence, quite straightforward. One merely needs to secure the source material. The current state of the internet is far from the regulated nature of the future. With diligence, one can uncover any resource. However, it is not an era where everyone is adept at navigating the web, and Jimmy is not among them, prompting Su Nian to enroll him in a training course. The disc production company still requires a bit more time before it can transition into a profitable venture. Chapter 23. Business Expansion. 5 fleeting days have passed. During this time, Su Nian's loan business has flourished remarkably, accumulating over 100 clients, most of whom are individuals associated with the bustling district of Tongluan. The extent of this achievement can be attributed to Su Nian's rising reputation in Tongluan. Having dealt with Ba Bai, these gangsters perceive his strength as formidable. Furthermore, Su Nian's status within the Hongxing organization is bound to elevate, ensuring his credibility and attracting a greater number of borrowers. As the 5 days elapsed, Jimmy has made significant progress in his studies, now proficient in basic computer operations and the art of disc burning. Throughout this period, Su Nian has procured numerous Hollywood blockbusters, spanning both obscure and popular titles, as well as some captivating action films from the Nian nation, all of which require duplication. According to Jimmy's investigations and past experiences, these action films tend to sell better than standard movies, as certain films are best enjoyed in cinemas, while others are meant to be savored in the comfort of one's bed. During Jimmy's learning phase, Su Nian invested in a batch of blank discs, totaling 50,000. Currently, the wholesale price for a disc capable of holding a film is around $10, with an additional $1 for packaging, bringing the total cost to $11. Once burned, each disc can be sold for $16 to $18. Street vendors typically sell them for approximately $30, ensuring substantial profits for both parties. However, Su Nian opted to further reduce the price, selling each disc for $13 to capture market share. Should he manage to streamline operations in the future, both the procurement cost of the discs and packaging would inevitably decrease, thereby enhancing profit margins and allowing him to outcompete other disc companies. Additionally, Su Nian acquired several computers equipped with disk drives, effectively augmenting his production capabilities. Producing tens of thousands of disks daily is well within reach. The process of disk burning is straightforward, akin to transferring files onto a USB drive. Yet, even in the 1990s, many people still relied on copy shops to transfer music to their mobile devices, let alone create a disc. The film being burned is The Silence of the Lambs, a horror film that garnered multiple awards last year. Horror films remain a popular choice among viewers, and before the discs were even completed, Jimmy had already identified some small vendors eager to purchase them. The strong sales can be attributed not only to the competitive pricing, but also to the exquisite packaging. Most pirated discs on the market are poorly made, lacking any descriptions of the films, forcing vendors to memorize details for sales pitches. In contrast, Su Nian's products feature clear descriptions on the packaging without revealing any spoilers, making it easy for customers to make informed choices. In addition to Hollywood blockbusters, even the romantic action films from the Nian nation include detailed descriptions of their themes and cast. Nian We've already sold 2,000 discs. In just a morning, a substantial batch has been sold. Initially, Su Nian had hoped to sell 1,000 discs today. Understanding that a good reputation takes time to build, he was pleasantly surprised by the brisk sales. Recruit 5 individuals to assist with the workload. They should not be overly burdened. Ideally, they should be gangsters who can provide support in the future, he suggested. There's no need for that many. 3 will suffice, Jimmy replied, contemplating cost-saving measures for the company. Stop with the excessive chatter and just proceed, Su Nian urged. His motivation for running the company was never purely financial, whether it was the disc business or the loan company. His aim was to support a group of loyal individuals who would stand by him, sharing mutual interests. To achieve great ambitions, one must have a dedicated team, regardless of the nature of their endeavors. With profits starting to materialize, it was time to consider employing a few individuals. Su Nian had no aversion to making money. In fact, his true financial prospects lay within the real estate sector. In the Shatin district, a new development called Wang Hai Hua Yuan had emerged, priced at 19,000 per square meter. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nian purchased 20 units of the spacious layout, each covering 220 square meters, totaling over $80 million. However, he was confident that by next year, he would see substantial returns. Su Nian recalled that the Hong Kong property market experienced three significant surges in the 1990s, with 1992 witnessing an increase exceeding 30%, outpacing even his high-interest loans. If he could hold on to these properties until 1997, the value could skyrocket to $100,000 per square meter. Yet, as a newcomer, Jimmy had no inkling of Su Nian's financial prowess. "Boss, our profit margins are already slim. Hiring an additional person means we must sell an extra 1,000 discs to break even." Jimmy pondered, attempting to dissuade Su Nian from expanding. "We're not running a legitimate business here. We are not the only ones in the pirated disc trade. We're undercutting others with our low prices. How do you think they will respond?" Those involved in this line of work typically belong to various gangs. If they inquire, they will uncover who is encroaching on their territory. What will we do if they come looking for trouble? Su Nian reminded him that challenges would inevitably arise as the company grew. "I understand now," Jimmy replied, grasping Su Nian's intent. "By the way, boss, I've noticed that many software programs require paid software CDs for usage, yet these can also be burned onto disks. Perhaps we could venture into selling software as well? I've researched several programs, and their prices are quite steep. The legitimate versions cost around $100, while we could offer them for $200 to $300 Hong Kong dollars, which should attract buyers." Jimmy's suggestion sparked a renewed interest in Su Nian. In this era, the realm of computer software remains dominated by legitimate products. However, the art of encryption cracking has become rather facile. By simply burning the software onto a disk and duplicating the method of cracking, one could potentially amass a considerable fortune. You should venture to the electronics street and inquire at several stores about their interest in such services. If they do express demand, ascertain how much they would be willing to pay, Su Nian suggested. Presently, the computer business has yet to evolve into a large-scale computer city. Most vendors of computers and electronics seldom operate in proximity to one another, with a specialized electronics street located in Tongluan. "All right," Jimmy exclaimed with enthusiasm as he dashed out. While selling discs was Su Nian's enterprise, the idea of offering software through discs was his own innovation, and he was confident that Su Nian would appreciate his suggestion. After departing from the disc company, Su Nian proceeded directly to the Baptist hospital. Today marked the discharge of the stuttering girl. Since her admission, Su Nian had made it a point to visit whenever he could. The surgery had been remarkably successful, and her voice was gradually returning. Upon entering the ward, he found the stuttering girl peeling an apple. "You're here. Have some," she offered, extending a perfectly peeled apple to him. "Did you peel this specially for me?" he inquired. She nodded obediently. "Now, that's the demeanor of a proper young woman," Su Nian remarked, gently ruffling her hair. The girl, having shed her rebellious tendencies, was indeed a commendable individual. Holding the apple, Su Nian assisted her in completing the discharge procedures before leaving the hospital. As they settled into the MR2, the stuttering girl felt an odd sensation. Despite having stolen Su Nian's car, he showed her no resentment and treated her with kindness. "Where are you headed? Home or?" She hesitated. "I have no home. I was evicted for failing to pay the rent, and my parents have long since departed. With no one to care for me, I fell into the wrong crowd. But being out on my own, I constantly needed money. I borrowed a bit, only to find the debt spiraling out of control, leading me to." She trailed off, but Su Nian understood that she was insinuating her descent into theft. "Then why not join me? During the day, assist me with laundry, cooking, and cleaning, and at night, simply keep my bed warm." Su Nian had initially intended this as a jest, a light-hearted tease. However, the stuttering girl turned to him, her eyes resolute as she nodded earnestly. "Yes, I owe you so much, and you treat me so well. From now on, I shall abide by your every command. If you direct me east, I shall not venture west. If you say to stand, I shall not sit." Having lost her parents at a young age and craving affection, she found warmth in Su Nian's unconventional approach, rendering her utterly captivated. Chapter 24. Liang Kuan takes action after escorting Xiao Jieba back to the hotel. Su Nian did not leave until the following day. The saying "a gentle place is a hero's grave" truly resonates. Even with Su Nian's doubled energy, she felt somewhat fatigued, and Xiao Jieba had completely lost her fighting spirit. Upon waking, Su Nian followed her routine and headed to the company. However, upon her arrival, she discovered a commotion outside her establishment. Over 30 individuals had gathered at the entrance, and Fei Ji was engaged in a heated argument with them. As Su Nian approached, She could hear snippets of their dialogue. Your CD prices are so low, you are clearly trying to disrupt our market. We are all in the CD business. How can you sell at such a low price? Moreover, I must say, the adult films you sell lack any storyline. Are they even comparable to our serious productions? We have worked hard to hire actresses for these films, and you shamelessly attempt to steal our business with your pirated copies? It appeared that trouble had come from competitors. Nian had anticipated this scenario, yet she did not expect it to unfold so swiftly. This was unusual. Competitors should not have noticed this early. While Nian was lost in thought, Jimmy Z felt fortunate. If not for Nian's advice to recruit additional personnel, their company might have faced devastation. Nian pushed her way through the crowd. Which organization are you from? She demanded, hands on her hips, exuding authority. Upon hearing her question and sensing her imposing presence, the group recognized that the main figure had arrived. You are Nian? I am with Dongxing Hiyong. One shouted. I am with the number gang. Chao Ge? Another added. To Nian's surprise, it wasn't just one faction causing trouble. Multiple groups had likely formed a sort of piracy alliance, coordinating their pricing and content offerings. My boss is Hu Gu, operating in Wanchai, a third individual declared. At this, Nian's interest peaked. She delivered a sharp slap across the face of this man, sending him sprawling to the ground. The reason for her choice was clear. He had not identified his organization, indicating he likely had none, making him an easy target. With one swift movement, she had silenced the previously raucous crowd. What are you shouting about? We are all in business. Others can source their goods wherever they please. This is none of your concern. Do you think you can bully us at Hongxing just because you have more people? Don't get too cocky. Our boss, Hiyong, is well acquainted with Liang Kuan. Your boss, Bigu, can't possibly compete with him. Liang Kuan? Could this matter be connected to him? If anyone had been paying attention to her activities lately, it was undoubtedly those within Hongxing. Having previously crossed paths with Liang Kuan, she knew he would be keeping an eye on her. With this thought in mind, Nian delivered another resounding slap to the gangster who had just spoken. You can either leave now or summon Liang Kuan to defend you. The impact of her strikes had left the onlookers in stunned silence. They had never witnessed someone deliver a blow with such force that it sent the recipient spinning through the air before landing. The remaining individuals exchanged wary glances, feeling they were the ones in a position of weakness despite their numerical advantage. The gangster who had been slapped, Hiyong's subordinate, staggered to his feet, a distinct purple mark visible on his face. His disoriented state instilled fear in the others. Run, run, someone finally exclaimed, prompting a mass exodus. Once the crowd dispersed, one figure remained in the center. He Junyu. He had been the one to suggest fleeing, understanding that once one person ran, the rest would follow. An experienced player in this game, he knew the dynamics well. What brings you here? Not working? Nian inquired. Junyu was responsible for attracting miscellaneous clientele and had been diligent in his efforts. His presence here indicated something significant. 3 individuals have not returned their debts. A G injured one of them, and it turns out they are all Liang Kuan's lackeys. Collectively, they borrowed 400,000 with a monthly interest of 10%, and they are now overdue. Liang Kuan again. Had he initiated this? Nian lit a cigarette, deciding to observe his next move. This matter was for her to handle, as a G had not formally pledged allegiance to Guan Eryi and should not be involved with Liang Kuan directly. All right, I will attend to my own matters. Junyu was merely passing on information to Nian. Once everyone had dispersed, Nian glanced toward the street corner. A man standing there, upon noticing her gaze, hastily turned to leave. He was one of Boss B's underlings, and Nian recognized him from the lottery ceremony. Since taking the genetic enhancement serum, her memory had improved significantly. She could recall anything she had seen, especially if she had observed it closely. As the figure of Boss B, a powerful figure in the area, remained uninvolved during this episode, it suggested that he preferred to observe rather than intervene. Boss Nian, there are 3 electronic stores in Tongluan. They claim that if we sell pirated software CDs, they will each require 50 copies of every type of office software. After the uproar, Jimmy Z had entered work mode, a result of his business endeavors from the previous day. All right, seek out resources. If you struggle to find them, I will assist. Just ensure you do not set the prices too low. When selling, inquire whether they are moving well. If they do, we can increase our production in the future. Nian, preoccupied with thoughts of Liang Kuan, did not pay much heed to Jimmy Z's comments. She was aware of Liang Kuan's flower warehouse location but had not taken action, as she did not wish to give in easily. He is a gangster who, under no circumstances, would conspire with the police, as such an act not only contravenes the code of the Brotherhood, but also sets a precarious precedent. If competitors engage in similar dealings, it benefits no one and merely serves to enrich the authorities. Unless one can establish a long-term alliance with someone within the police station, facilitating mutual exchanges of interests, such collaborations are ill-advised. Nian pondered the characteristics of such an individual. During the British colonial era, individuals of high standing were likely plentiful. The sound of a ringing phone disrupted his reverie. Nian, this is Brother B. Liang Kuan has something to discuss with you. Liang Kuan? Nian felt a twinge of curiosity. Yes. He mentioned it pertains to a financial matter. You might as well seek him out. He is waiting for you at the Hongyun Film Production Company in Tsimsha Sui. Brother B merely relayed this information. Whether Nian chose to attend was beyond his concern. Nian recalled, I used earlier words. Liang Kuan's 3 subordinates owed him money that remained unpaid. Furthermore, it seemed Liang Kuan also operated a film studio, primarily producing adult films. Given his extensive connections within the disc business, that was hardly surprising. Though venturing directly into Liang Kuan's territory might be somewhat perilous, Nian decided to proceed, accompanied by his most formidable ally, a G. Upon arriving at the entrance, 2 gangsters awaited to escort Nian and his companion inside. In the boss's office, a woman dressed as a secretary was sipping water while Liang Kuan was just adjusting his trousers, an unusual scent lingering in the air. Welcome, Nian. I've heard you've recently established 2 companies in Causeway Bay, and business is booming. Liang Kuan greeted Nian with enthusiasm, extending his hand for a handshake. However, recalling the earlier events in the room, Nian felt a sense of distaste and merely clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Is that so? What brings you here? Nian responded coolly. Liang Kuan appeared somewhat embarrassed, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. Well, it seems 3 of my subordinates borrowed some money from you. They are hopeless gamblers and have lost it all. I heard your men gave them a thrashing. Are you looking to settle the score? Nian retorted. Not at all. I wanted to express my appreciation for the beating. I've long wished to teach those worthless gamblers a lesson. If you could assist me, I would be quite pleased. I, Liang Kuan, am a fair person. Debts must be repaid. Here is 500,000, which I am giving on their behalf. Liang Kuan produced a bundle of cash. Chapter 25. Does Liang Kuan show favor? Betrayal in return. What is this? Nian and a G exchanged glances, both bewildered by Liang Kuan's intentions. Nevertheless, Nian accepted the money and began counting it. Upon seeing Nian take the cash, Liang Kuan began to speak for himself. Nian, I recognize your capabilities, yet your boss lacks any merit. A figure like Dalao B is nothing more than a dog for Jiang Tiansheng, destined to guard this small patch of land for life. Associating with him will lead you nowhere. Why not come work for me? I am involved in high-interest loans and DVD production, both lucrative ventures. As Liang Kuan spoke, he suddenly noticed Nian tossing several bills onto the table before him. You overpaid. Your underling owes 400,000, with a weekly interest of 10%, compounded for overdue penalties, totaling 484,000. You can take this 16,000 back. Nian appeared to have ignored Liang Kuan's previous remarks, but in truth, he had listened intently, realizing Liang Kuan was attempting to recruit him. Regrettably, he had little interest in Liang Kuan's proposition. He feared that aligning with Liang Kuan might one day land him in South Vietnam or Myanmar for deliveries. Liang Kuan's expression darkened further. Keep that 16,000 as a token for treating your brothers to tea. Liang Kuan was not short on money. He routinely engaged in business dealings worth tens of millions. If there is nothing else, we'll take our leave. The company has matters to attend to. Nian showed no inclination to extend Liang Kuan any courtesy. The adage about not striking a smiling face held no weight for him. As they reached the door, Nian rolled the 16,000 into a bundle and handed it to the 2 thugs who had accompanied him earlier. Your boss sends this for you to enjoy some tea. Thank you, thank you. The 2 thugs were bewildered but felt fortunate, promptly expressing their gratitude. Liang Kuan emerged, watching Nian's departing figure with a venomous glare. He was already contemplating how to teach this young man a lesson. Just then, his landline rang. Hello, who is this? Liang Kuan's mood soured his tone, but the caller seemed unfazed. Kuan, Brother Kuan, it's Poison Snake Bing, a subordinate of Luo Ge. There's been a problem with the shipment. I just narrowly escaped the police pursuit, and now there's a bounty on my head. Can you arrange a boat for me to leave Hong Kong Island? As the most prominent figure in the Hongxing business, Liang Kuan had access to smuggling vessels. However, Upon hearing Poison Snake Bing's plea, Liang Kuen's irritation flared. Damn it. I asked you to send your sister to shoot a couple of adult films, and you refused. Now you come crawling back when you're in trouble? Brother Kuen, I was wrong. Once I'm back up top, I'll have my sister come to your company for a few shoots. You big circle folks are such a hassle. Fine, since you're with Luo Maosen. Tonight at 10 o'clock, at Bai Ni Pier, tell them you're with the Chong, and they LL get you on board. Just don't forget what you said. Okay. Thank you, Brother Kuen. Thank you. The caller expressed gratitude repeatedly before Liang Kuen hung up, disinterested. What a nuisance. Another batch of goods lost. Luo Maosen and Liang Kuen were close partners. They belonged to the same circle. With Luo Maosen responsible for transporting goods to Hong Kong Island, while Liang Kuen provided buyer information to distribute products worldwide, primarily targeting foreign clients, especially in North America. Recently, inspections in Hong Kong Island had intensified, leading to several disrupted transactions. Liang Kuen sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that his recent neglect in paying respects to Guangdong had led to such misfortunes? He had a vague feeling that someone was scheming against him. Liang Kuen switched on the television, which displayed news regarding the recent operations. Chief Inspector Zhang Lijun leads the investigation into the powder smuggling case, resulting in a 16-car pileup in the bustling streets of Central, with Major Crimes Unit member Chen Jiejun demoted. This incident was the reason Poison Snake Bing was being pursued. Liang Kuen couldn't help but chuckle at the report. Although Poison Snake Bing's transaction had failed, at least he had evaded capture. All involved in the transactions had escaped, and Poison Snake Bing had fled from Central, the most vibrant financial hub of Hong Kong Island. This incident was a resounding slap in the face for the Major Crimes Unit, leaving them utterly humiliated. Almost all media outlets reported on this, exposing the incompetence of the police to the citizens of Hong Kong Island. Among the 16 vehicles involved in the collision were luxury cars, Mercedes, Audis, and Rolls-Royces, resulting in significant losses for the police department. Liang Kuen promptly made a decision to conduct several more transactions in the coming days. In his view, the Major Crimes Unit would be unlikely to undertake major operations following this debacle. They would be preoccupied, allowing him to capitalize on the opportunity. He picked up the phone and called another business associate. Uncle Kuen, have you eaten yet? Oh, I saw the news on TV. I have 2 buyers currently in need of goods, but Luo Maosen is surely under police scrutiny. Would it be convenient for you? Don't worry, I'm only taking a small commission. By the way, I need your help with something else. There's a kid causing trouble. Ba Bai was taken out by him. You know Ba Bai is my main distributor here in Xiangang Island. Of course, I need you to take action, Uncle Kuen. That gang of Dongxing has no loyalty. They fled as soon as their leader was gone. Recently, Jiang Tianxing has been keeping a close watch on me. Thank you, Uncle Kuen. In a matter of moments, Liang Kuen had entrusted Su Nian's fate to another. If it weren't for the numerous spies Jiang Tianxing had placed around him, he would have taken matters into his own hands long ago. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hong Kong Island, Poison Snake Bing, clutching a substantial bag of goods, was hiding in an abandoned house in Sai Kung. After hanging up on Liang Kuen, he felt a sense of relief at his own cleverness. Although their operation had been exposed and he had become a wanted criminal, it had also yielded him significant gains. The goods in his possession were worth over $1 million. If he chose to vanish, that entire sum could effortlessly flow into his own coffers. As for being wanted, he remained indifferent. He still had his sister to consider. After severing the call with Liang Kong, he dialed another number. Hello, Donna. I have a batch of goods stored in Xiangang. As he mentioned the location, the voice of Poisonous Snake Bing lowered in tone. You retrieve the goods, and I will secure a buyer for you. This afternoon, you will sell the cargo, and then take a boat back to the mainland. We shall amass great wealth together. Brother, won't this be problematic? What if your boss finds out? Enough with the nonsense. Without my assistance, could he possibly earn such a fortune? I am exposed. I asked him for help, and he merely told me to figure it out myself. I cannot remain here any longer. If I do not reserve some money for myself, what will happen to our mother in the future? This afternoon, take the goods to the Grand Department Store in Tsim Sha Tsui, using the packaging from your last delivery. A foreign girl will meet you for the transaction. Poisonous Snake Bing's betrayal was not without reason. Had Luo Maosen cared for him, he would not have chosen to flee with the goods. At the Jinli Financial Company, a special guest arrived today. A Nian, that was him, claimed to be an officer and sought to borrow 500,000. A Yu entered the room with a portly middle-aged man. Nian Go, I am an officer from the Major Crimes Unit, trustworthy and reliable. You may rest assured in lending me the money. I shall repay it promptly. Sun Yin cast a glance at him and inquired, "What do they call you?" "Everyone calls me Fei Tang," he replied. Sun Yin nodded thoughtfully. "How convenient. Like a pillow delivered when one is sleepy." Rising from his comfortable chair, Sun Yin placed a hand on Fei Tang's broad shoulder, stating, "You know me. I typically only lend money to my brothers in the underworld. However, since you are an officer, that is a different matter. I have a matter for you that would benefit us both. If you have no objections, I shall lend you the money interest-free." "Really?" Fei Tang's eyes brightened at the mention of interest-free. Were it not for the pressing demands of Naja Xiong, he would not consider borrowing from others at exorbitant rates. He sought the money primarily to settle his debts with Naja Xiong. Yet, he was wary of Sun Yin potentially requesting unlawful actions. Thus he cautiously asked, "Nian Go, what do you wish for me to do?" "What to do? Of course, I want you to earn merit. I assure you, there is no disadvantage for you in this." Sun Yin patted Fei Tang's chest, his mind already crafting a perfect plan. Chapter 26. An unexpected encounter with the enchanting Tang Na. Having arranged matters for Lianquan, Sun Yin finally felt the weight lift from his heart. From Lianquan's temperament, he understood that after being rejected today, Lianquan would undoubtedly retaliate. The question remained as to what schemes he would concoct. In the film, Chun Haonan had suffered greatly at Lianquan's hands. At this moment, Sun Yin could hardly have anticipated that Lianquan would resort to sending someone to deal with him. Although he had not offended Lianquan as severely as Chun Haonan had, he had indeed encroached upon Lianquan's business and threatened his interests. In the afternoon, just before the end of the workday, he called back Ayu and Aji. He led them to the upscale Dada department store in Tsimsha Sui. This newly opened shopping center boasted a hotel on the upper floors and a high-end department store below. Upon arrival, Sun Yin did not disclose the purpose of their visit until he guided them directly to the Rolex watch shop. "Come, each of you choose one. The company has been doing well lately, so I am offering you a little benefit. Recently, the loan company has recovered debts from over a dozen individuals. These debts were calculated weekly at a 10 interest rate, yielding profits exceeding 200,000. The process of debt collection has been somewhat convoluted. Aji has recruited 12 new associates for this endeavor. Ayu has also gathered 7 or 8 individuals to assist him in securing loans, establishing themselves as figures of authority in the eyes of others. As leaders, they must not appear weak." Upon entering, Sun Yin distributed a salary of 10,000 to each of them, along with a small commission from the recovered debts, but had not afforded them many other benefits. "On Yin, our company has only just begun to turn a profit. Is it wise to be so extravagant? Select one each. I won't have you choose anything overly expensive under 100,000. In this line of work, one cannot appear lackluster. Otherwise, when it comes time to collect debts, people may perceive you as lacking authority. Who would dare? I can knock him out with a single punch." Aji boasted, showcasing his large fists. In recent days, he had not refrained from physical confrontations during debt collection. In this world, there were few who played by the rules. Many only yielded after a beating. However, it is only right to repay debts, and despite Aji having thrashed several of his opponents, no one had sought retribution against Sun Yin, likely out of a desire to avoid conflict with Hongxing. Recognizing that neither wished to choose, Sun Yin decided to assist them. Upon acquiring the watches, he thought it prudent to purchase a few more. One for lawyer Zhang, Zhang Jiawen, and Cheng Sheng, while the remainder could be stored for future rewards for Feiji and Jimmy. Any surplus could be reserved to recognize those subordinates who performed exceptionally well. Sun Yin aimed to establish a merit-based reward system to inspire genuine dedication among his team. "Sir, the total for 10 Rolex watches is 894,800. We'll round it down to 890,000 for you." After the receptionist packaged the watches, she handed them to Sun Yin and then passed him a slip of paper. "This is my number. Do give me a call." Evidently, Sun Yin's generosity had attracted the woman's attention. Unfortunately, he had little interest in such commonplace affections. He casually handed the note to Ayu. "Consider it a gift." Junyu hesitated, glancing at Aji. "I'm not fond of this sort of thing. It's yours." Aji responded with confusion. Although he watched as the phone number circulated among them, the girl approached him, the last to hold the note, saying, "Do call me when you have the time." In her eyes, being associated with Sun Yin, though not as affluent, assured her he could not be lacking. Moreover, Aji's decent looks, while not matching Sun Yin's, were still above average compared to most men. Aji, oblivious, turned and departed without a backward glance. The three exited the store together, with Sun Yin and Aji bantering about why he had not accepted the girl's advances, oblivious to their surroundings. Just then, a woman equally distracted entered the mall. They collided as they both exited through the same door, sending her crashing to the ground. Only then did Su Nian notice the woman sprawled on the floor. She wore a white, off-shoulder sleeveless top paired with a light, simple long skirt, holding a white designer handbag. The impact caused her belongings to scatter, revealing a bag of white powder sealed in plastic. It was Tang Na, the very woman assisting her brother with illicit transactions. Su Nian instantly recognized her and identified the situation as one ripe for exploitation. Just as he prepared to react, the system in his mind presented options. The host has interrupted Tang Na's transaction. Please choose. 1. Capture her and hand her over to the police. Reward: a heart of justice. Individuals like the police will develop a natural affinity for you, but this trait will vanish if you commit wrongdoing. 2. Assist her in concealing her actions, but at a cost. Reward: flourishing romantic prospects. 3. Ignore the situation entirely as if it never occurred. Reward: 100 Hong Kong dollars. Upon seeing these options, Su Nian was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense was this? The third option offered no reward and was thus pointless. The first option's reward was of no use to him unless he immediately withdrew from Hongxing and became a law-abiding citizen. Weighing the rewards, he deemed option 2 as the only viable choice. While Su Nian had his principles, it was not his place to judge the sale of such items. Many others on the streets engaged in similar trades. And perhaps even Jiang Tiansheng was covertly involved. He couldn't very well impose sanctions on them all. Furthermore, he recalled that the items Tang Na dealt with were sold to foreigners, not to his own people, thus further justifying his decision. Having made his choice, Su Nian selected option 2. Please assist her in concealing her handbag within 30 seconds, and help her evade pursuing officers within 1 hour. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please meet her at Laya Fitness Center to collect your reward. Su Nian initially thought his task was simply to help her conceal the item, never expecting it to be so complicated. Although he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, in reality, only 2 seconds had passed. Seeing the object that had fallen to the ground, he stepped on it with his foot, then gave it a forceful kick, sending it back into the elegant white handbag. The remaining items were dealt with in the same manner. Within just 2 seconds, everything was gathered. Tang Na looked at the man before her in astonishment. In an instant, she felt a cold sweat break out all over her body. Had he discovered her secret just now? But Su Nian merely smiled at her and extended a hand to help her up. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention earlier. Are you all right? Both a G and a U witnessed the scene, but as individuals accustomed to life and death situations, they pretended not to notice. I'm fine, Tang Na replied guiltily, avoiding Su Nian's hand and instead pushing herself up from the ground. Unfazed, Su Nian smiled and withdrew his hand. Feeling uneasy, Tang Na picked up her bag and turned to leave. This was the first time she had assisted her brother in such a matter. In the past, she had been aware of her brother's illegal activities but had never participated. She had even advised him several times, yet he refused to stop. If not for her mother's suffering from a chronic illness and the substantial costs required for ongoing medication, she would never have taken such a risk now. After distancing herself from Su Nian and the others, she went upstairs to wait in the newly opened cafe of the hotel. However, as soon as she sat down, she noticed Su Nian leisurely sipping coffee not far away. Her instinct was to leave, but remembering that only about 10 minutes remained until the transaction, she settled back into her seat. Shortly after, Inspector Li and Chao Migao entered. Inspector Li had received a tip from the buyer's side and had come to stake out the location. Su Nian was familiar with how this scenario unfolded. If Tang Na were to be targeted by these two, escaping would likely become difficult, and she would face persistent trouble afterward. With this in mind, Su Nian focused his attention on the two men. Tang Na soon noticed the pair staring at her, which only added to her discomfort. Just as she was about to confront them, a woman in her 40s, dressed like a wealthy socialite, walked past the tall Li Xiuxian. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nian crumpled a napkin from the table into a small ball. Then, with precise force, he flicked it, striking the woman squarely on the buttocks. Tang Na also witnessed this. As she wondered why Su Nian would do such a thing, the woman immediately turned around and glared at Inspector Li. Unaware that it was merely a paper ball, she assumed someone had intentionally touched her. She was about to erupt in anger. But upon seeing Inspector Li's handsome appearance, her expression shifted dramatically. Oh my handsome, you're quite a looker. Inspector Li looked bewildered, unsure how he had provoked this middle-aged woman. He tried to shake her off, but he clearly underestimated the intensity of her interest as she persistently clung to him. Meanwhile, the straightforward Chao Migao failed to recognize anything suspicious about Tang Na. After spotting the foreign woman who was to receive the goods, Tang Na had already slipped away, leaving no opportunity for the two men to follow her. Chapter 27. The arrival of the assassin. As Donna departed, she happened upon Su Nian, casting a grateful glance in his direction. Yet, she maintained her distance, a reflection of her character. Due to her striking appearance, she had been pursued by numerous admirers throughout her life, leading to frequent harassment. Over time, she learned to disregard the advances of those who approached her, even when Su Nian offered her assistance. Su Nian, taken aback by being dismissed with merely a glance, felt a tinge of exasperation. However, he remained unperturbed, anticipating the return of his rightful reward on the morrow. As night fell, the actions of the notorious Du Bing and absconding with the goods had come to light. Unbeknownst to him, the mastermind, Luan Maosen, was already in pursuit. Du Bing, brimming with visions of a prosperous future, envisioned completing one last deal, amassing wealth, and returning home to establish a 3-story villa, engaging in small enterprises, and purchasing imported medication for his mother to manage her diabetes, thus enjoying a serene retirement. Regrettably, those who set their sights on concluding their final deals often met dire fates. The approaching speedboat flickered with lights, and Du Bing joyfully rushed to the shore, eager to board, oblivious to the fact that someone awaited him on the vessel. His location was not a legitimate fishing port, devoid of illumination. It was only as the boat neared that he recognized several figures aboard, including his boss, Luan Maosen, who brandished a large black pistol. Before he could step onto the boat, the gun was already pressed against his temple. Du Bing, far from foolish, sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately knelt, raising his hands in surrender. "Brother Sun, let us discuss this calmly." "Calmly? Do you have any idea how much your failure has cost me?" Luan Maosen's face bore a peculiar smile. "Brother Sun, I had no intention of this. Someone must have leaked information. It has to be an insider." Du Bing pleaded. "Rest assured, I have already dealt with the traitor, and his demise was quite gruesome. However, it appears there is more than one traitor among us." Luan Maosen kept his gun trained on Du Bing, fully aware of the latter's cunning nature. Two of Luan Maosen's subordinates disembarked, seizing Du Bing's arms and pinning him down. "What is the meaning of this, Brother Sun? I am utterly loyal to you," he cried, desperately swearing his allegiance to save his life. Luan Maosen's smile grew increasingly sinister. "And where is the shipment you were responsible for?" "I lost it while fleeing. It must have been collected by the authorities." Du Bing stammered. Luan Maosen chuckled darkly. "I have inquired with them, and they claim to have obtained nothing. Yet, passers-by reported seeing you fleeing with the goods." Du Bing's face fell. "Brother Sun, it truly fell on the way." "Fell? Then pray tell, where did it fall?" "On the overpass." "Is that so? Then what is this?" Luan Maosen tossed a paper bag towards him. The bag bore Du Bing's distinctive markings, the very packaging he had asked his sister to assist with today. "I wondered why my buyer abruptly canceled a transaction worth $200,000. Where did you place it?" Du Bing realized that the truth had been unveiled, and concealing it was no longer an option. Yet, to protect his sister and secure the money, he was compelled to make a bold decision. "I have stashed the money in that building over there. I will retrieve it now." Du Bing craned his neck towards the distant abandoned booth. At that moment, Luan Maosen sensed something amiss, but merely furrowed his brow without uttering a word, signaling for his two subordinates to accompany him. Upon reaching the building, Du Bing made an ill-fated attempt to draw his weapon and retaliate. Unfortunately for him, Luan Maosen was well prepared. With the sound of gunfire echoing, Du Bing was dispatched. "Brother Sun, we searched thoroughly but found no trace of the money," one of his subordinates reported. "That means he has not acquired the money yet, likely still with his sister. I know where she will show up. We shall seek her out tomorrow." Although Luan Maosen was unaware of Du Bing's residence, he recalled that Du Bing had previously picked up his sister from the aerobic center. By locating her during class, retrieving the money should pose no challenge. Fortunately, Liang Kuan provided me with this information, otherwise, I would have been oblivious to his intentions to flee. As Luan Maosen spoke, he beckoned one of his subordinates to bring him a phone. He intended to call and express his gratitude to Liang Kuan, but every attempt to connect met with failure, forcing him to abandon the endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Kuan was entangled in significant troubles of his own. Liang Kuan's entire warehouse had been raided. Had it merely been a warehouse, the situation would not have been dire. However, following the setbacks faced by the major crimes unit the previous day, he had decided to amplify his shipment volume. Today, he had received goods worth 50 million, effectively wagering his entire fortune. Unexpectedly, this warehouse was entirely seized, and it was done by an officer who had recently been demoted to traffic duties, Chinjiaj. He had initially entered to investigate, and upon acquiring accurate intelligence, he called for reinforcements, thus accomplishing a significant feat although he did not apprehend Liang Kun directly. This was Liang Kun's territory, and he was subsequently summoned for questioning, rendering him unavailable to receive Lawmousen's call. At the police headquarters, Fei Tang sat in the restroom, his hands trembling from an adrenaline rush. He dialed a number. Nian Gu, the matter has been resolved. Fei Tang gasped for breath as he spoke. Under Su Nian's guidance, he relayed the information regarding the flour warehouse to the recently demoted Chinjiaj. Among the major crimes unit, he was the only one audacious enough to venture into such perilous territory alone. With the information in hand, Fei Tang coordinated the response, mobilizing the major crimes unit and the action team to sweep through the warehouse. They apprehended over 30 individuals and seized tons of flour, including the head horse of Liang Kun, a Chong. This was the direct reason Liang Kun was summoned for questioning. Let us await promotion. Even if I do not ascend to inspector, I shall at least rise to the rank of a junior officer. The term junior officer refers to the position following the rank of sergeant, typically a supervisory level for a small team. This represents the highest attainable rank for most officers with lower educational qualifications. Unless one has made significant contributions, it is challenging to ascend to a position above that of an inspector without adequate qualifications. Should I be promoted to Jizai Bing, I would be profoundly grateful to Xu Nian. Gratitude, however, is unnecessary. We may collaborate again when the opportunity arises. With that, Xu Nian hung up the phone. Although Liang Kun had been apprehended, the matter was far from resolved. Individuals of Liang Kun's stature, even if confined to Qizhou, are capable of stirring turmoil within. Moreover, Xu Nian was certain he would not be imprisoned, as there was no direct evidence to prosecute him. If any of his subordinates dared to become a witness against him, their families would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He dialed He Juanyu's number. He had given He Juanyu a brief reprieve over the past few days, but he required him to remain vigilant at the police station, waiting for Liang Kun's release. Once everything was arranged, Xu Nian turned his attention to the slightly aggrieved Xiao Jieba by the bedside. They resumed their previous engagement. Xiao Jieba joyfully embraced him. Just as an intense confrontation seemed imminent, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Officers conducting a room check. Xu Nian exchanged glances with Xiao Jieba. In such an upscale hotel, was a room inspection customary? Put on your clothes first. All right. Xiao Jieba nodded in agreement. However, in an instant, Xu Nian sensed something amiss. He overheard a conversation outside. When he opens the door just a crack, I'll kick it open, and you all rush in and kill him. Though spoken in hushed tones, Xu Nian discerned every word clearly. Assassins? His immediate instinct was that these were Liang Kun's men. Otherwise, no one would place themselves in such peril. Yet, he found it perplexing that, despite Liang Kun's confinement, he would still issue such orders. Was this a premeditated decision made prior to his arrest? He could not fathom. Go hide in the cloakroom. Xu Nian urged Xiao Jieba, who had donned a t-shirt, toward the cloakroom. The advantage of a luxurious room was its ample space for concealment. Once Xiao Jieba was safely inside, Xu Nian approached the door. The individuals outside were growing increasingly impatient, pounding on the door. Peering through the peephole, he observed 4 figures clad in blue uniforms, typical of patrolling officers. They appeared quite diligent, yet their dialogue suggested they were unarmed. A 1-to-4 confrontation was quite manageable for Xu Nian at that moment. Chapter 28. The death of Ni Kun. As Xu Nian opened the door, she immediately encountered an assassin waiting in the crack, greeted by a formidable fist. With a resounding thud, the assassin's nose was smashed askew. Seizing the moment of confusion among the onlookers, Xu Nian swiftly swung the door open. A powerful kick propelled the previously punched assassin several meters back, crashing into 2 others who were observing on the left. Following this, a high-spinning kick sent the standing assassin on the right crashing against the wall. It was as if a scene from a film, each of her punches and kicks sending opponents flying several meters away, truly exaggerated. The young stutterer, still bewildered by the unfolding events, watched from within the room, trembling with fear. Nian Gu, why are you attacking these officers? What if they take us in? Xu Nian replied. Have you ever seen an officer raid a place armed with knives? These individuals are not officers. They are here to kill me. Come and lend a hand. Su Nian swiftly dispatched the remaining assailants, leaving only one conscious. With the young stutterer's assistance, she bound the three using the stockings she had purchased, an assortment of over a dozen pairs. Of course, they were not exclusively for the young stutterer. The luxury stockings, renowned for their elasticity and quality, held the captives securely. Once satisfied with the bindings, Su Nian instructed the young stutterer to contact the hotel front desk to report the incident. After managing the situation, she seized the only remaining conscious individual. The officers would arrive in approximately 10 minutes, granting her a brief window for interrogation. "Who sent you?" Su Nian inquired. As anticipated, the man remained tight-lipped, uttering not a single word. Su Nian dragged him to the bathroom, covering his head with a wet towel. Adjusting the shower to a steady stream, she began to waterboard him, a notorious method employed by the FBI. It is said that those subjected to this torture experience the sensation of teetering on the edge of death. Every minute, Su Nian offered him 10 seconds to breathe while posing her questions. Should he refuse to answer, the cycle would repeat. After merely 5 minutes, he could endure no longer. "Yes, it was Uncle Kuan who sent me." It was indeed Liang Kuan, Su Nian surmised, believing she had uncovered the answer she sought. However, the man needed to provide concrete evidence. She had a video camera in her room, typically used for playful recordings with the young stutterer, and fortuitously, today she could capture this incident. To her surprise, the henchman immediately denied it. "It's not Liang Kuan, it's Ni Kuan from the Ni family. Uncle Kuan from Tsim Sha Sui." Upon hearing this revelation, Su Nian's expression shifted dramatically. "Still not cooperating, are we?" she said, reapplying the towel. The henchman, bewildered by his own honesty, could not comprehend why he was being tortured. Su Nian doused him with water 3 more times over the course of 3 minutes. Yet, the henchman remained steadfast, insisting it was Ni Kuan. Su Nian, now perplexed, probed further. "Does your boss know Liang Kuan?" Yes, he stammered, both frightened and aggrieved. "Now I understand." Su Nian glanced at the time. The officers would arrive in 2 minutes. Upon their arrival, she handed over the man, who was then fitted with proper handcuffs before the officers departed. The smoothness of the process was attributed to the upscale hotel. The assailants had initially registered a room, subsequently changing into their current attire. Otherwise, they would have had no foreknowledge of the impending raid. This incident served as a wake-up call for Su Nian. Those dealing in illicit substances are interconnected. Taking down one may provoke the wrath of many. If she were to act, it must be with absolute resolve. Su Nian contemplated this, unaware that an unforeseen event was about to unfold that night. In Tsim Sha Sui, within an elder drama troupe, an elderly performer was shot dead. The other troupe members, terrified, called the police. When the authorities arrived, they realized the gravity of the situation. The deceased was not an ordinary elder. He was Ni Kuan, the current leader of the Ni family. The following morning, upon reading the news, Su Nian learned of this development. She was astonished that Ni Kuan had only now met his demise, implying that Mary and Lu Jiaming had taken action. However, Ni Kuan's death was, in fact, beneficial for her, prompting Su Nian to dismiss further concern. Liang Kuan had yet to emerge, indicating that the police were resolute in detaining him for 48 hours. Su Nian specifically called Fei Tang to confirm this information. According to him, the police intended to sever his connections to the outside world, hoping to reel in 2 bigger fish. Nevertheless, with Liang Kuan having legal counsel negotiating with the police, the likelihood of success appeared slim. At the Laya Fitness Center, Donna, clad in yoga pants and a fitted sports outfit, was energetically engaging in her workout. Without a sports bra, her upper body was particularly eye-catching. It was only within this all-female fitness class that she felt emboldened to dress this way. Su Nian, peering through the glass door, could not help but marvel at her allure, realizing why, in a parallel universe, a certain individual had been utterly captivated. However, Donna soon noticed Su Nian's unabashed gaze. Recognizing him as the handsome stranger who had assisted her the previous day, she felt a mix of irritation and delight. Intentionally, she cast a glance at Su Nian before turning her head and entering the changing room. With the others still engrossed in their workout, the changing room was empty. Her intention was simply to gauge Su Nian's next move. If he approached her, she might engage in conversation. Yet, upon stepping into the changing room, she was met by the sight of several men with unfriendly expressions waiting for her. Instinctively, Donna attempted to flee, only to have her arm seized and yanked back. A blade was pressed against her neck. "Where is the $200,000 your brother gave you?" Realizing their intentions, Donna replied, I don't know. I see you're eager to join your brother. Donna's pupils dilated. The implication was unmistakable. Her brother was dead. Before she could even begin to grieve. At that moment, a dashing figure, having clandestinely observed her practicing aerobics from the doorway, forcefully kicked open the door and strode in. Luo Maosen and his companions immediately turned their attention to Su Nian. Su Nian, without uttering a word, was there solely to rescue someone. Although he could have arrived earlier, his intention was to save Tang Na once more. Upon seeing the intruder, Luo Maosen wasted no time and signaled his underlings to act. However, he had evidently provoked an individual he should not have trifled with. The first assailant charged forward, only to be met by a swift kick from Su Nian, sending him crashing against a metal cabinet with a deafening thud. The cabinet visibly buckled under the impact, creating a significant dent, with the assailant becoming embedded within it. Before the next attacker could react, Su Nian executed a soaring kick, propelling him towards Luo Maosen, who was restraining Tang Na. After freeing the hostage, Su Nian lunged forward again, delivering a split kick that felled both adversaries. Having attained proficiency in Sanzhou, Su Nian's martial prowess was unparalleled. Coupled with his superhuman physical capabilities, Luo Maosen barely caught a glimpse of Su Nian's face before being rendered unconscious. Su Nian, however, tempered his strength, merely inflicting fractures upon his foes. Had he unleashed his full power, he could have easily caused fatal injuries. A simple strike to the ribs could lead to fractured bones piercing the lungs, resulting in respiratory failure. Su Nian withheld his full force, mindful of potential surveillance and the complications it could bring. Observing the bewildered Tang Na, he took her by the hand and led her away. Once they reached the ground floor, Su Nian finally spoke, having assisted you thrice. It is only fair that I receive some form of compensation. The host successfully requested a reward from Tang Na, earning the reward, flourishing romance. For reasons unknown, Tang Na suddenly found Su Nian much more agreeable. Perhaps it was his striking looks, or perhaps it was gratitude for his repeated aid. How should I thank you? She stammered. Tonight, you can sleep in my room. By the way, you still have $200,000, right? Go retrieve the money. Su Nian's candor left Tang Na momentarily speechless. Fortunately, his subsequent remark jogged her memory of her brother. Right, my brother. He has been caught by them. In this line of work, one must anticipate such eventualities. She should go and retrieve the money now. Su Nian, uninterested in comforting her, concluded that choosing this path came with its own risks and consequences. Chapter 29 The Fall of Two Kings. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Nian had already moved into a presidential suite. The luxurious room, though spacious, offered but a single bedroom. Given that Xiao Jiebai and Tang Na were unfamiliar with one another, it would be somewhat awkward to compel their cohabitation. Xiao Jiebai was taken aback upon seeing Su Nian return with a woman. During their time together, she had mentally placed herself in the role of Su Nian's girlfriend. The sight of another woman accompanying him inevitably stirred feelings of hostility within her. Her name is Tang Na. She is being pursued, and I've brought her here for safety. I've booked this presidential suite for a month, and I've arranged for a heavy security door at the entrance. It's best if she stays indoors as much as possible, Su Nian succinctly introduced Tang Na, for she had yet to respond to his expressions of gratitude. At that moment, Xiao Jiebai timidly inquired, what is your relationship with her? It's somewhat similar to yours. Now, hurry and fetch me a basin of water to wash my feet. Xiao Jiebai, somewhat displeased, let out a soft "oh" before retreating to the bathroom, emerging with a wooden tub. She half-squatted before Su Nian, using her delicate hands to massage his large feet. This scene left Tang Na utterly astonished. Influenced by Western ideals, women in Guangdao seldom adhered to traditional values. Although Tang Na had come from a different background, her mindset had begun to shift, and she found Xiao Jiebai's behavior perplexing. After Su Nian finished washing his feet, she poured out the water and began to knead his shoulders. Observing Tang Na's bewildered expression, Su Nian remarked, helping you comes with significant risk. Do you think I'm allowing you to stay here without compensation? You should learn from her. You both will be like sisters. Otherwise, you can just leave. Su Nian had little patience for her attitude. Tang Na's expression darkened upon hearing his words. Prior to arriving here, she had asked Su Nian numerous questions, including the nature of his relationship with his brother and the reasons behind his decision to save her. Su Nian merely stated that he knew her brother but did not rescue her for that reason. It was purely a matter of desire. Having received such an answer, she dared not inquire further. Yet, without her brother's protection, she felt exposed to peril in Gangdao, making a return to her previous life impossible. Especially with someone like Luo Maosin, whose power was formidable and whose whims could result in death, she understood that her life was precarious. There were tales of women sold to Siam, locked in cages, with no hope of escape or even the option of suicide. Being under Su Nian's protection offered Tang Na a semblance of security, and she was resolute in her desire to remain here. Observing Xiao Jibai's obedient demeanor, Tang Na seemed to have made a decision, approaching Su Nian and kneeling to massage his legs. This display of submission astonished Su Nian, who wondered how she could surpass Xiao Jibai so soon after her arrival. Standing behind Su Nian, Xiao Jibai felt an acute sense of rivalry. She can help alleviate your burdens, otherwise you'll be exhausted day and night. From now on, you two shall share your tasks, understood? Su Nian's words sounded like a command, yet for some inexplicable reason, Xiao Jibai did not resist, finding a sense of joy in this arrangement. Tang Na's massage technique was lacking, and Su Nian felt no comfort from it. He decided to bypass such pleasantries, pulling Tang Na into his embrace to prepare for the next step. At that moment, his phone rang. It was He Junyu calling. Nian, Liang Kuan has been released. I'm following him now and will report back to you shortly. Good. It would be best if he appears in a less crowded area. Let me know immediately. And I will come at once. Su Nian, now preoccupied, abandoned any thoughts of indulgence as he prepared to send Liang Kuan on his final journey. Upon Su Nian's departure from the hotel, an awkward atmosphere enveloped Xiao Jiebai and Tang Na, both strangers to one another, subtly competing for Su Nian's attention. Yet, Xiao Jiebai was more magnanimous. Having already experienced Su Nian's strength, she recognized the need for companionship to share her burdens. Shall we watch television? Oh, all right. Tang Na seemed to find a way to ease the tension, engaging Xiao Jiebai in conversation about the television program. Meanwhile, Su Nian arrived at Simsha Sui, where Liang Kuan had gone to a law firm after his release but had yet to emerge. Rather than driving his conspicuous MR2, Su Nian opted for a dilapidated Mazda, a common sight on the streets. The vehicle journeyed deep into the new territories. Arriving at a secluded wasteland where he ignited the car, watching as it was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame before he ceased. Climbing aboard He Junyu's vehicle, Su Nian departed from the new territories. Liang Kuan met his demise in the bustling office district of Simsha Sui. Although it was the afternoon and many were engaged in their work, no one witnessed the incident. However, within 10 minutes, his death was discovered. As Su Nian drove back, the latest news echoed from the car's radio. Liang Kuan's territory lay within Simsha Sui, thus many people recognized him, including the reporters covering the story. Coupled with the news of Ni Kuan's death the previous night, Liang Kuan's passing was collectively referred to as the death of the two Khans. According to the reporters speculating on the incident, the two deaths might be interconnected, given that both involved handguns. However, the attending officer did not share this perspective. The bullets that struck the two men were of different calibers, and the residue indicated the use of distinct firearms. Thus, they concluded it was a gang-related execution. The reasoning behind this execution was straightforward. Liang Kuan's warehouse had been raided, and to prevent any potential leaks, his superiors sought to silence him. This was the most plausible explanation they could conceive. Witnesses nearby noted that the handgun used to kill Liang Kuan was equipped with a suppressor. In this era, procuring handguns in Hong Kong Island is relatively easy, but obtaining a suppressor is considerably more challenging. The professionalism of the suppressor indicated the involvement of a skilled assassin. They immediately suspected Luo Maosin, who had recently been apprehended by the Bureau. After being knocked unconscious by Su Nian at the aerobic center, he was soon discovered by the attendees, who promptly alerted the authorities. The responding officers were astonished to find that the seemingly random individuals they had collected were, in fact, notorious drug lords. Luo Maosin had long been on the wanted list of the Hong Kong police, and bringing him in was a significant achievement for them. Unfortunately, Luo Maosin suffered a severe concussion and had yet to regain consciousness. The Major Crimes Unit had deployed heavy security at the hospital to guard these individuals. Su Nian perhaps never anticipated that this matter would unfold so smoothly, with others bearing the blame entirely, leaving him untouched. Chapter 30 Hospital Abduction. After the demise of Liang Kuan, Su Nian spent a week in tranquil solitude. Initially, he felt a tinge of anxiety, apprehensive that someone might come seeking him. To his astonishment, no one approached him at all. During this period, Su Nian reached out to Fei Tong, from whom he learned that the Major Crimes Unit had attributed the incident to Luan Mausen. However, Luan Mausen had remained unconscious in the hospital. His condition worsened by a kick from Xu Nian that resulted in a severe concussion. Other associates of Luan Mausen had regained consciousness, but when questioned by the police, their testimonies were disjointed. When asked about the brutal assault they had endured at the aerobics center, they spoke of encounters with Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, at times even claiming to have met Superman. The investigators found it perplexing that a metal cabinet could withstand several hundred pounds of impact without warping, leaving them baffled as to how a person could become embedded within it. Surely, there could not be a real superhero. The Major Crimes Unit continued their investigation, unaware that Luan Mausen had already awakened in the hospital and was plotting a significant scheme. On the third floor of the Baptist Hospital, Xu Nian accompanied the young girl with a speech impediment for a follow-up appointment in the speech therapy department. Her recovery had progressed remarkably well, and following this visit, she would no longer need to adhere to a restricted diet or return for further appointments. Upon receiving this delightful news, she expressed her joy by clinging to Xu Nian. "Nian, I wish to find a job in the future. Surely, no one will mind my stuttering now." The young girl had become a rebellious youth, largely due to her speech difficulties. Throughout her life, she faced ridicule wherever she went, and during her school years, the bullying reached alarming levels. Consequently, she entered society at a young age, hoping to secure a job, but found herself unwanted even as a waitress. Left with no choice, she learned to engage in petty crime, stealing car doors to survive, and fell in with a low-profile gangster. Now, feeling as though she had transformed into a normal person, she yearned to reintegrate into society. "If you wish to work, I can arrange something for you. Are you selling discs? I do not want to engage in loan sharking." The young girl had some awareness of Xu Nian's current enterprises. "No, I am planning a new business venture." "What kind of business?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Renting discs, you will understand in due time." The young girl nodded, half comprehending. As they conversed, they prepared to take the elevator to the first floor. Inside the elevator, there were only 4 or 5 individuals. Just as Xu Nian pressed the button for the ground floor, the elevator jolted violently, plunging into darkness. "Ah!" The young girl and another woman screamed in terror. Xu Nian furrowed his brow. Perhaps the others did not hear, but he distinctly caught a loud sound in the half to 1 second before the elevator came to a halt. The deafening noise resembled that of a gunshot, and not from an ordinary handgun, but a shotgun. Before he could ponder the implications, several more loud blasts echoed through the air. It was unmistakably gunfire, emanating from above. On the 4th floor of the neurology ward, the gunshot had heralded the onset of chaos. 3 armed thugs, clad in black leather jackets and sunglasses, engaged in a firefight with the officers stationed at Luan Mausen's door. Armed with 2 shotguns and an assault rifle, they unleashed a torrent of bullets, causing pandemonium. In a matter of moments, numerous hospitalized patients and visiting relatives suffered grievous injuries or lost their lives. The officers on duty fared no better. Some were shot before they could even draw their weapons, resulting in the deaths of 4 plainclothes officers in less than a decade. It was evident that this was a brazen abduction. Leading the charge was a disheveled man named Xiao Niao, notorious in the underworld for his ruthless exploits. He would not hesitate to rob individuals in broad daylight. As he surveyed the fallen officers, a wicked grin spread across his face. "Delightful. Ha ha ha. Let all these cops perish." Xiao Niao dashed into the intensive care unit, where Luan Mausen awaited him, having regained consciousness days prior. Under the cover of the thug's distraction, he had managed to make a phone call for assistance. Handing Luan Mausen a handgun, Xiao Niao shared an unspoken understanding with him, their camaraderie evident as Luan Mausen's health appeared to have improved significantly. They provided mutual cover as they retreated down the emergency staircase, unable to use the elevator due to the gunfire damaging the control panel. In the nearby restroom of the hospital, Zhang Lijun was paralyzed by fear. A dedicated officer, she had never encountered such a scene, even after rising to the rank of inspector. She had merely stepped away for a moment when her colleagues faced near annihilation, and she lacked the courage to even fire her weapon. It was only after the chaos subsided that she dared to use her radio to call for backup. Downstairs, Xu Nian could not ascertain whether he was safe. He remained oblivious to the unfolding events. His only thought was to escape quickly. After all, this was the world of Hong Kong cinema, where anything could happen. What if a group of terrorists had taken control? He pried open the elevator doors and led the passengers down the emergency staircase to the first floor. Though they used the same staircase, Xu Nian and Xiao Niao's groups did not cross paths, yet they arrived at the ground floor almost simultaneously. Without a shred of mercy, Xiao Niao and his accomplices opened fire on innocent bystanders, indifferent to whether they were elderly or infants. The sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by his sinister laughter. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Xiao Niao had succumbed to a frenzy of violence. Fortunately, Sun Yin retreated into the safety door just in time, otherwise, he would have encountered them head-on. However, human curiosity compelled Sun Yin to peek out. At that moment, he caught sight of Luo Maosan among the group of fierce bandits. Sun Yin rubbed his head in frustration. He never imagined that this individual possessed such influence, capable of assembling a group of ruthless individuals to rescue him from the hospital. Had he known, he would have taken action against Luo Maosan beforehand, even if it meant risking his own safety. After the group of bandits swaggered away, a cadre of white-clad angels rushed out to save lives. In an instant, the corridor of the hospital was filled with cries, pleas for help, and wails, painting a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Sun Yin, still shaken, stepped out from the safety door with a stammering companion. He initially intended to hastily vacate this place of turmoil, but then he noticed a young girl on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly struggling to inhale. Despite her evident distress, no one paid her any mind, as she was unable to call for help, and there were no visible signs of blood on her. The attention of the white-clad angels had shifted to more apparent casualties. However, Sun Yin was all too familiar with this face. Observing the girl clutching her chest in agony, a shadow of a person flickered across Sun Yin's mind. It couldn't possibly be her, could it? He thought to himself, and then immediately rushed to her aid. Nurse, nurse, someone has suddenly collapsed from a heart condition. Sir, please carry her to the emergency chest pain department. We are truly overwhelmed here. My apologies, a nurse replied apologetically. Sun Yin, seeing the situation, did not press further. He lifted the girl in his arms and sprinted towards the emergency department, following the signs. His stammering companion, witnessing Sun Yin's swift escape, could only remark, "He only chooses to save beautiful girls." In the emergency room, after the doctors administered life-saving measures, the girl stabilized somewhat. At least her breathing became easier. The hospital still recommended that she remain for further examination. However, the girl shook her head. "No, I can't. Hospital stays are so expensive. I only earn 200 yuan a day, and a single day in here costs 1,000 yuan. With her frugal lament, Sun Yin was certain that this girl was indeed Wan Mei, or rather, the little Jewish girl without a doubt. Chapter 31. Teasing the little Jewish girl. Madam, at your age, merely being startled can trigger a heart condition, which is a rather perilous signal. To speak frankly, should you experience another sudden fright without timely medical assistance, you may not be salvaged, the doctor stated earnestly. As a physician, they naturally respect each patient's choices, yet they bear a profound responsibility for their patients' lives. I am aware of my health issues, but I simply lack the funds. Hospitalization would be futile. The little Jewish girl shook her head, rejecting the doctor's advice. She was cognizant of her family's history of heart disease. However, the treatment necessitated extensive surgery, commencing at hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars, accompanied by the inherent risks of surgical failure. Ms. Wan, I have perused your medical records. Even if your family's history of heart disease precludes immediate surgical intervention, a comprehensive examination could aid in better managing your condition. But I wish to save enough money to undergo the surgery all at once. The little Jewish girl was not impoverished. Rather, her frugal nature had rendered her a minor affluent figure among ordinary folk. Yet, she was solely focused on reserving her funds for her surgery. Ms. Wan, in your current state, if no intervention occurs, I fear you may not endure until the day of your surgery. Early intervention is crucial with heart conditions. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the little Jewish girl fell silent once more. Let us admit her for an examination. Prepare a payment slip. I will temporarily cover some expenses, Sun Yin interjected at that moment. It was only when he spoke that the little Jewish girl realized she had been neglecting this benefactor. During her recent episode, she had not lost consciousness. Although she was unable to speak or move, her awareness remained intact. Since being cradled by Sun Yin, she had felt the warmth of his body, and she distinctly recalled him gently massaging her chest to soothe her while waiting for the emergency physician. Turning to gaze at her savior, she noticed that he was quite handsome, resembling a star who had stepped out of a film, especially with his well-defined, robust physique. Upon hearing Sun Yin offer to assist with her medical expenses, the little Jewish girl hastily declined, No need. You saved me in such a chaotic moment. How could I let you spend money? Nian noticed that the little Jewish girl was aware of his act of salvation and surmised that she should also remember the previous events. Thus, she would undoubtedly recall his rather brazen intentions. His smile broadened, for he believed that one should assist fully in matters of health. Heart conditions are not to be trifled with. Nian's gaze shifted toward her chest, a look that could be perceived as somewhat presumptuous. Yet, the little Jewish girl found it impossible to harbor any dislike, whether due to gratitude or other sentiments. At that moment, a woman in her 50s, already resembling an aunt, chimed in with a smile. You found yourself a good boyfriend. Not only is he handsome, but he is also kind-hearted. The little Jewish girl blushed and replied, he is not my boyfriend. That's all right. It's still a form of fate. You both make a lovely pair, the doctor remarked, handing the prepared slip to Nian. The total for hospitalization and various examinations amounted to $6,000. Nian took the slip and, disregarding the little Jewish girl's protests, strode out to settle the payment. I truly do not require your assistance. The little Jewish girl followed him outside, still attempting to refuse his help, only to spot a slender young girl standing at the entrance, gazing intently at Nian and herself. The little Jewish girl recognized the pair. My sister, Shishili. Nian tousled the young girl's hair. Shishili wore a somewhat aggrieved expression, yet she acquiesced. Yes, he is my brother. Nian produced the keys to his MR2. You should return home. I have some matters to attend to. Ensure that Tang Na watches the news. It is important. Oh, Shishili nodded obediently, accepting the keys. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind his instructions, she surmised they were related to the hospital. Having fought alongside Tang Na recently, the two had begun to confide in each other. And Shishili was aware of Tang Na's current predicament. She swiftly departed with the keys. Once Shishili had left, the little Jewish girl resumed the earlier discussion. You truly need not cover my medical expenses. You have already assisted me immensely, and I am unsure how to repay you. How about offering yourself in gratitude? Nian's directness startled her. The little Jewish girl was taken aback. Observing her bewildered expression, Nian chuckled. I meant, why not work for me? I have a heart condition and cannot engage in strenuous labor. My education is limited. The little Jewish girl lacked confidence in herself. It was evident that she had encountered numerous rejections in her job search, which explained her current need for odd jobs. Fear not. The work I offer will not be too strenuous. It merely involves overseeing a shop. Overseeing a shop? Are you in business? The little Jewish girl inquired curiously. One could say that. When I am not on the job, I assist the organization in collecting dues and such, Nian replied nonchalantly, yet his words alarmed the little Jewish girl. She could hardly fathom that this kind-faced gentleman was affiliated with an organization. Before she could voice her apprehensions, Nian had already settled her medical bill. Observing the little Jewish girl's stunned demeanor, he jested, the medical fees have been paid. According to the rules of the road, 9 out of 13 returns. Upon hearing this, the little Jewish girl's face turned pale. Brother, I do not have much money. I do not wish to borrow yours. I will repay you immediately. Her breathing visibly quickened. Nian recalled her recent heart episode, and, concerned that his jest might provoke another incident, quickly reassured her, I was merely joking. Do not be so tense. If you have another episode, I shall have to carry you again. Upon hearing his words, the little Jewish girl visibly relaxed. However, the mention of him carrying her caused her cheeks to flush once more. I do not wish for you to carry me. You are teasing me. You are a bad person. The little Jewish girl playfully struck Nian. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Nian inquired with a smirk. The young girl with a Jewish appearance felt her cheeks flush even deeper. She herself was perplexed by her unexpected reaction, which seemed to be purely instinctive. She only knew that when Nian expressed the desire to embrace her again, her heart raced a few beats faster. Observing the girl rendered speechless by her own blush, Nian decided to cease teasing her and gently guided her toward the examination room. While the girl underwent her checkup, Nian waited outside. The hospital was in disarray, with police and media arriving in succession. This incident had resulted in the tragic loss of 14 lives and left 36 injured. Many were caught off guard, panicking and sustaining injuries in the chaos, while others suffered burns from explosions caused by bullets striking oxygen tanks. Among the injured, a foreign officer of notable rank announced a significant piece of information. The government would cover all medical expenses for the injured. They simply needed to register and verify their details with the hospital to receive free treatment. Should they have already paid, reimbursements would be available post-treatment. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Nian inquired with the emergency physician from earlier. Upon receiving confirmation, the young girl was officially recognized as one of the injured. Thus, she found herself fortunate to receive such benefits. Although she would not be receiving a surgery entirely free of charge, the government would finance the stabilization of her heart condition. After the young girl completed her cardiac ultrasound, Nian shared the good news with her. The girl clapped her hands in delight. "This is wonderful. Now I won't owe you any money." Nian found the girl's thought process rather intriguing. "Is that all you were concerned about, owing me money? You know, 5,000 yuan can accomplish so many things. My grandmother and I can live for an entire year on that," the young girl remarked. Although Hong Kong Island was not particularly affluent at present, the notion that two individuals could subsist on 5,000 yuan for a year was quite extraordinary. That amounts to just over 400 yuan a month. It is worth noting that even the cheapest pork nowadays costs more than 10 yuan per pound. Be kinder to your grandmother. I can arrange a job for you, so you won't have to take on odd jobs anymore. That sounds too complicated. With full accommodation and meals, the monthly salary is 6,000. Are you sure you don't want it? May I inquire about the nature of the job? It's for a chain video store, essentially managing a small rental outlet. If you're interested in learning more, please contact me after your discharge. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. Aftermath. The urgency in Nian's departure was largely attributed to the matter concerning Luo Maosen. This issue extended beyond just Tang Na. According to Fei Tang's account, Luo Maosen was acquainted with Liang Kuan, and the two shared a symbiotic relationship. Although the police department deemed Liang Kuan's demise as a result of Luo Maosen's attempts to silence him, Luo Maosen was undoubtedly aware that he could not have executed the act himself. It was uncertain how close Luo Maosen and Liang Kuan were. Should Luo Maosen seek vengeance for Liang Kuan, Nian would need to prepare himself accordingly. This matter involved multiple departments, and the major crime unit had also arrived. Nian noticed the prominently featured Chen Jiejun passing by him, accompanied by Fei Tang. After dismantling Liang Kuan's warehouse, one returned to the major crime unit, while the other officially entered the assessment for promotion to police sergeant. Chen Jiejun had also developed a decent friendship with Fei Tang, as the two frequently undertook assignments together. Upon spotting Nian, Fei Tang greeted him with a glance. Nian subtly indicated the restroom with his eyes. Fei Tang understood immediately and remarked to himself that he needed to use the facilities. Hadn't Nian just gone? Regardless, he decided to head upstairs to assess the situation and asked Nian to join him later. Chen Jiejun, perplexed, nevertheless understood that it was common for men of this age to experience such issues. Eager to solve the case, he opted to part ways with Fei Tang for the time being. Inside the restroom, Fei Tang inquired, "What brings you here, Nian Ge? Are you here for a checkup? Are you feeling unwell?" Despite Nian being significantly younger than Fei Tang, it did not deter him from addressing Nian as Nian Ge. Nian found Fei Tang's concern somewhat exasperating. "Is it a kidney issue then? Let's get to the point. What is going on here? Such a significant scene. Who is the influential figure involved?" Although Nian recognized Luo Maosen, he could not identify the individuals accompanying him. "I heard he is also from a significant circle, having come over from Nanyue. You know how it is, those who come from there have substantial backgrounds. Another big circle? That poses considerable danger. These individuals adhere to no rules. They have no roots here, and if things escalate, they will have no choice but to relocate to Siam or Myanmar. Please keep me updated on any developments regarding this case. Nian Ge, do you know Luo Maosen? I do not, but I possess an insatiable curiosity. Besides, I nearly met my end from a stray bullet downstairs, and my friend suffered a heart attack from the shock. Is it unreasonable for me to gather some information?" "Not at all, Nian Ge. I have a matter to discuss as well. I would like to borrow 50,000 yuan. Fei Tang interjected. Naturally, he did not intend to let Nian command him for free. "That is agreeable. Come to my office tomorrow to sign a contract, and I will lend it to you interest-free." In truth, the act of borrowing was of little consequence. Nian preferred that Fei Tang simply accept the money. Once he did so, it would be even harder for him to refuse Nian's requests in the future, and they could become mutually beneficial partners, which was advantageous for both. Within the original monitoring ward, several officers kept their heads bowed, hesitant to speak. A high-ranking individual had arrived on the scene, the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Sidu Jia. Instead of offering solace for the recently fallen comrades, he immediately chastised them upon arrival. "You brought 2 firearms, 1A class, into the hospital, and you failed to notice? How do you expect to be competent officers? Situ, sir, they concealed the guns in flower baskets, and with so many patients' families present, we couldn't possibly check every basket. Have you never seen the Terminator? Such a dangerous criminal, and you treat him with leniency? Why not be meticulous? Are you still trying to justify your negligence? Each of you will write a report for me. Do not expect leniency. The phrase "do not expect leniency" insinuated demotion, leaving the remaining officers exchanging glances of dismay. They risked their lives on the front lines, witnessing the loss of numerous brothers, and now, their superior arrived without offering a single word of comfort, only to threaten their positions. While they felt disgruntled, there was nowhere to vent their frustrations. Zhang Lijun, reflecting on her own inadequacy, felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. Shortly after Situ Jia completed his remarks, a throng of reporters brandishing cameras surged forward, eager to capture the scene. Situ Jia swiftly became the focal point of their attention. Deputy Commissioner, is this incident a result of the police department's decision to detain a major criminal here for treatment? Will the police department bear full responsibility for this situation? Given the scale of civilian casualties, has this not constituted a terrorist attack? Amidst the crowd, Lu Huijin was the fastest to press forward, her questions the most incisive. Situ Jia, already suffering from a headache due to the unfolding chaos, found his discomfort exacerbated by her inquiries. He gestured dismissively, stating, "We will hold a press conference shortly to address all your questions of interest." With that, Situ Jia moved deeper into the secured area. Many news outlets broadcast live, capturing Situ Jia's retreating figure, which resembled that of a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Inside a white Mitsubishi van, the crew listening to the live broadcast chuckled. "This is the Deputy Commissioner? If you want me to speak, I would certainly articulate it more eloquently. What a useless figure. I truly wonder how he ascended to his position. He is incapable of apprehending criminals and cannot even provide a satisfactory explanation. Haha, it's not as if we are not formidable, armed with firearms. We charge forward without fear of anyone daring to impede us. Singu, you are fortunate. Had it not been for the professor sending us to rescue you, we would not have executed such a grand gesture. Now it seems we cannot remain in Hong Kong." As the recently escaped criminals exchanged banter, only Luo Maosen wore a grim expression. He was lost in thought, attempting to recall who it was that had knocked him unconscious. Only a fleeting image remained in his mind, which, if animated, would consist of no more than 5 or 6 frames. Yet, he knew one thing for certain. This individual was connected to Tang Na. "I need to cross the sea. I must return to the mainland." After such a significant incident, Hong Kong must have already reported my actions to the authorities there. It is no longer the 1980s. With the impending return in 97, they frequently collaborate. The little bird explained to Luo Maosan, "I must return. That vile woman, does she think hiding will absolve her? I want her entire family to perish." However, Luo Maosan was not fixated on Donna, but rather on Donna's mother. Yet now, he found himself under surveillance from both sides of the authorities, rendering his movements sluggish and ineffective. He had brought disgrace upon the Hong Kong police force, and nearly 3/4 of the officers were stationed at their posts, exerting every effort to apprehend Luo Maosan and his associates. The seas were rife with patrol boats, making swift passage across impossible. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the fact that even if he managed to cross, it would ultimately be futile. Within a residence in Causeway Bay, Nian conveyed, "Your mother will reside here. During the day, she will work as a cleaner at my company, cleaning once each afternoon. The job will require approximately 4 hours of work each day, with a monthly salary of 6,000. Is that agreeable?" Nian guided Donna, clad in a flowing white dress, accompanied by an elderly woman, as they explored a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment within the Causeway Bay Garden Complex. The elderly woman was Donna's mother. Since deciding to join Nian, Donna had contemplated bringing her mother to Hong Kong. Fearing retaliation from Luo Maosan, who was also entrenched in the underworld, she wanted to ensure her mother's safety. Unlike her brother, Donna had come to Hong Kong through legitimate means, devoid of any shady past. Thus, her mother could join her following the approval of her family visit application. Wow, cleaners earn such a high salary and live in such a spacious apartment? My daughter, you are indeed fortunate to have found such a wonderful husband, the elderly woman exclaimed. Yes, mother. Just settle in comfortably. If anything arises, you can always reach out to me. He will also arrange for a doctor regarding your health. I will not be here often, but I will make time to visit you, Donna reassured her mother. The elderly woman appeared to awaken to a realization, glancing between Su Nian and Donna. Have you been living together? Have you obtained a marriage certificate? Mother, the atmosphere in Hong Kong is quite liberal. Do not be so conservative, Donna responded. All right, I will have my friends take you shopping shortly. I have matters to attend to. Daughter, what do you need to do? Her mother inquired. Work-related, Donna offered a vague explanation. Currently, she was under strict orders from Su Nian to limit her outings, and if she were to venture out, she needed to disguise herself properly. Leaving behind the little stutterer, Su Nian took Donna away. Upon returning to Su Nian's car, Donna gazed at him with gratitude. Thank you, my dear. Is that all you have to say? Su Nian replied with a teasing smile. Of course not, Donna said, as she gently lifted the hem of her dress, revealing black suspender stockings beneath. Su Nian pressed the accelerator with a bit more force. Chapter 33. The Pursuit of Great Fish in Tongluan. According to reports from our frontline correspondents, a total of 20,000 police officers have been mobilized across the city to apprehend the perpetrators of the recent hospital terror attack. The chief has declared that he will not rest until the suspects are captured. The police have offered a reward of 3 million for anyone who can provide precise information leading to the arrest of the suspects. The wanted criminal Luo Mausen and his associates have now been classified as terrorists, and citizens are advised to exercise caution while out and about. In the presidential suite, Tang Na reclined in Su Nian's embrace as they watched the news. Tang Na paid little heed to the content of the broadcast. To her, merely being by Su Nian's side was enough to feel safe. Su Nian remarked playfully that he had heard from Xiao Li that she was looking to find him a sister. Is that true? He asked. What sister? If she really comes in, she'll be older than you all, and if she is the wife, you will all be concubines. Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Tang Na pouted in indignation. Yet, she quickly comforted herself, saying, concubine or not, they say that wives are inferior to concubines, and concubines are inferior to mistresses. After saying this, Tang Na buried her head in Su Nian's arms, engrossed in her own grand ambitions, paying no mind to what Su Nian continued to say. Su Nian could soon discern the truth in her words, for the lower status of concubines often compelled them to please the male head of the household more diligently in order to secure certain privileges. He returned his attention to the news. The 3 million reward and the 20,000 police officers indicated that the police force of Hong Kong Island was genuinely taking action. However, given that the police force had not significantly expanded, the number of 20,000 still seemed somewhat inadequate. With the capabilities of this gang, if they wished to flee or hide, it would be a challenge to apprehend them. The only real chance of capturing them lay in the reward. A staggering 3 million promised by the authorities, enough to purchase 2 rental properties and live lavishly for a lifetime, a sum that many would covet. The next news item reported that Inspector Zhang Lijun, responsible for guarding the hospital ward, had been demoted to the PTU unit due to negligence that allowed a dangerous criminal to escape. Following that was a somber announcement of the names of police personnel who had lost their lives. As night fell, within a certain tea restaurant on Hong Kong Island South Hung Hing Road, Nian inquired, have you heard about that big gang incident? A 3 million reward. If we could get our hands on that, we would never have to work again. Gugu, it's not that simple. They're armed with guns, and do you think it's just a matter of finding them? Just one glance from you, and they could shoot you dead, replied the timid Bao Pai, clearly uninterested in the reward. Though Chun Haonan appeared to be sipping lemon tea and seemingly not paying attention, his mind was already racing with thoughts. After previously losing 150,000 in gang dividends, he was now in dire financial straits. If an opportunity arose to earn that sum, he would take any risk necessary. It was said that providing a lead could yield a reward without needing to engage in a gunfight. Chun Haonan merely uttered this casually, but Shanji immediately picked up on his interest. Why don't we team up and search for them? We might just find someone. Stop daydreaming. Do you think they're foolish enough to hide in a crowded place? Nangu retorted. The greatest concealment is often among the masses. Don't you realize that? They might be sitting right next to us. As Shanji spoke, a spoon clattered to the floor from the adjacent table, startling him. He turned to see an elderly man with graying whiskers, but paid it no mind. Forget it. Karen is waiting for me. I'll take my leave. Having finished his meal, Shanji stood up and turned toward the door, only to freeze in surprise. Su Nian, accompanied by a Ji and Cheng Sheng, had just entered the tea restaurant. This establishment was conveniently located next to his company, and both Su Nian and Cheng Sheng had just completed their shifts. However, their overtime wasn't spent addressing company matters, but rather recruiting underlings. Despite Su Nian not yet being a red stick, He had already amassed over 40 subordinates, including those of his subordinates. As Su Nian entered, he leisurely exchanged pleasantries, while Shanji, who had a past grudge against him, chose to ignore him and brushed past. Upon entering, Su Nian and his companions garnered the attention of Chun Haonan and Bao Pai. As soon as they sat down, Chun Haonan and his group hastily departed. Su Nian's gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the elderly man seated at the table behind Chun Haonan. Su Nian's eyes lingered for 2 seconds, and both Ji and Cheng Sheng followed suit. However, they seemed to perceive nothing unusual. The television continued to broadcast the wanted information regarding Luo Maosin and his associates. Thus, they began to engage in a discussion about the matter. 3 million. This must be the largest reward in Hong Kong's history, right? It surpasses the underground bounty. With this 3 million, one could emigrate. If they report it and fear retaliation, they could simply leave. How perfect. Cheng Sheng clapped his hands, praising his brilliant plan. Yet, Su Nian paid him no heed. His attention fixed on the direction of the elderly man. His mind triggered a choice. The host has discovered Luo Maosin, disguised while dining. Please choose. Option 1. Take advantage of the fact that he is unarmed and apprehend him on the spot, but this will allow the other 3 criminals to escape. Reward. Bravery without strategy, your strength 20, memory -20. Option 2. Follow him discreetly to locate his hideout before reporting. Reward. Eagle Eye. Your vision will be as sharp as that of an eagle, enabling you to see a mosquito from a kilometer away. Option 3. Ignore them and directly inform Officer A that they have been spotted here. Reward. Bulletproof card. You will be immune to 1 gunshot wound. Su Nian was astonished to realize that this elderly man was indeed Luo Maosin. Had it not been for the system's prompt, he would never have discerned it. He had initially regarded the sight of an elderly person dining alone at this hour, over 10 o'clock and with 4 takeout meals and drinks beside him, as somewhat peculiar. It seemed he had bought food for his brothers. It was baffling that this group dared to appear in Tongluan. Su Nian was taken aback. They were exceedingly dangerous individuals. Su Nian even contemplated whether they had come looking for him. However, upon glancing over, it appeared that Luo Maosan did not recognize him. Are they hiding here, concealing themselves amidst the bustling city? Su Nian pondered this as the elderly man stood up, passing by Su Nian and exiting the tea restaurant. Su Nian had yet to make a decision. He immediately dismissed the first option due to its side effects, yet the rewards of the second and third options were equally enticing, leaving him momentarily in a quandary. If the other party failed to recognize him, he could disregard these individuals entirely, opting for the third choice to simply alert the police, leaving the apprehension to them, as long as he secured the reward that might one day save his life. Su Nian had never been a person driven by a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, he would have intervened to prevent Luo Maosin and his companions from escaping at the hospital. At that time, he believed that intervening would place him in peril, hence he chose to withdraw. This instance of following them would similarly jeopardize him, and the reward offered was merely an enhanced vision akin to an eagle's eye. Given that his eyesight was already among the best in humanity, was this reward truly significant? 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Time continued to pass after Luo Maosin's departure. Su Nian still hesitated until 10 seconds had elapsed. Sheng, take this phone and call Fei Tang. Instruct him to bring the team over, mentioning that I've spotted Luo Maosin and his crew. Ji, come with me. The host has selected option 2. Please follow Luo Maosin until his residence is located within a certain tenement on Hongxing Road. What a mess. This group of officers has even scrutinized the smuggling boats of the South Vietnamese. Now they truly cannot escape. Little Bird's underlings were lamenting inside the room. Upon hearing the sound of keys clashing at the door, they immediately fell silent until Luo Maosin entered. What is the situation outside? Little Bird inquired. What is the situation? I stepped out to buy food, sat in the tea restaurant for 20 minutes, and our faces were broadcast on television for the same duration, during which 5 waves of officers patrolled past. Hearing this, the group grew tense. Luo Maosin, however, spoke nonchalantly. Do not be so fearful. I still have a route. I have a friend at the Causeway Bay Yacht Club with a large boat that can take us out to sea. We can then connect with a passing cruise to return to the mainland. The reason Luo Maosin was hiding here was precisely for this. He was solely focused on returning to seek revenge on the mother of the venomous serpent Bing. That's good. I've heard that the police have already begun searching the building, so we must leave by tomorrow at the latest. Luo Maosin responded casually. The image of the young man he had seen in the tea restaurant flashed through his mind. The young man's appearance seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered him before. Chapter 34. Eliminating future troubles in Luo Mosen's mind. The image of Su Nian leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick replayed automatically. Whenever that scene surfaced, a phantom pain throbbed in his head. Xiao Niao and the others were unaware of Luo Mosen's condition. Xiao Niao carried a box of food into the inner room of the house. Inside were two individuals, a man and a woman, both in their 30s. The man was tightly bound to the bed, with his hands, feet, mouth, and eyes all secured. The woman's eyes were not covered, but her clothes were disheveled, and her fair skin was marred with bruises in shades of blue and purple. Upon seeing Xiao Niao enter, she reacted as if triggered, writhing frantically and emitting muffled cries. "Quiet, pretty one. I'm here to feed you. After you eat, we'll have some more fun," Xiao Niao said, gripping her face and lifting her up. As he tore the tape from her mouth, he warned, "If you don't want your husband to die, keep quiet." Once the tape was removed, the woman wept silently, too afraid to make any loud sounds. They were the original owners of the house. That afternoon, hearing a knock at the door, they had assumed it was a delivery person. Instead, several burly men burst through the iron gate, overpowered them, seized their home, and violated the woman. In just a few hours, she had endured inhuman treatment. What terrified them most was that these men made no effort to conceal their faces or disguise themselves. They even discussed their escape plans openly and loudly. As any frequent moviegoer knows, the more you know, the sooner you die. Desperate for a chance at survival, the woman waited for an opportunity. Noticing Xiao Niao seemed distracted, she seized the moment and screamed, "Help!" Before she could finish, Xiao Niao clamped a hand over her mouth and struck her head hard. "You wretched woman. Did you think I didn't know what you were planning? It seems you don't care if your man lives." Dragging her toward the kitchen, Xiao Niao retrieved a cleaver. Just as he was about to return to the room and inflict a few cuts on her husband as a lesson, Luo Mosen suddenly slammed his hand on the table. The loud bang startled Xiao Niao. He turned to Luo Mosen. "What is going on, boss? Are you trying to let the neighbors know we're here? I just remembered who I saw earlier. That man was the one who attacked me at the fitness center. The one who rescued Donna and knocked us out. He's the reason I'm in this state." Luo Mosen's voice was a mix of anger and excitement. With this revelation, he no longer needed to search for Donna. He could take his revenge directly on this man. "No way. That's quite a coincidence. You just happened to run into him while eating? Didn't you say you only had fragments of memory, like 0-something seconds? Are you sure it's him?" Xiao Niao asked impatiently. He was not Luo Mosen's subordinate and felt no obligation to follow his orders. If Luo Mosen insisted on revenge, it would mean taking another risk. Their earlier hospital raid had succeeded because they caught the police off guard, making it relatively low risk and enjoyable for Xiao Niao. But now, with heightened security, attempting another attack would be suicidal. I'm certain. The definition of his muscles was too striking, something even many professional bodybuilders can't achieve. I could never forget it. "So you want to go after him now?" "Yes." Luo Mosen gritted his teeth. "Ridiculous. Have you lost your mind? Even if you know what he looks like, do you know who he is? You only know he's in Tongluan. Do you know where he lives? You didn't say anything earlier, and now you bring it up. Do you really think we can still find him?" Xiao Niao fired off questions, his voice rising. As if possessed, Luo Mosen grabbed the pistol from the table. He must still be eating downstairs. Luo Mosen was determined to find Su Nian, unaware that Su Nian was already waiting for him downstairs. In the room, Xiao Niao shrugged helplessly. "Call the professor and tell him his brother is determined to get himself killed." His tone was resigned. Then, he hauled the woman up again. "Bitch, even if I'm going to die, I'm having my fun first." Over 10 minutes later, Xiao Niao emerged from the room. He heard no gunshots or police sirens. Assuming Luo Mosen hadn't found Su Nian at the tea restaurant and was still searching, he remained unaware that Luo Mosen was already downstairs, several bones broken by Su Nian's kicks, now bound to the staircase. Downstairs, a team of flying tigers had quietly arrived. Leading the operation was Superintendent Huang Bingyao, with Zhou Xingxing from Fight Back to School as the squad commander. "Are you the one who reported Luo Mosen and his group hiding here?" Huang Bingyao asked Sun Yan. "Yes, they're in Unit 404 upstairs. This old man is Luo Mosen in disguise. He either came out to scout or to escape. I happened to run into him. We fought, and I accidentally broke a few of his bones." Huang Bingyao tugged at Luo Mosen's fake beard, confirming his identity. A smile spread across his face. "Call an ambulance." Actually, wait until the operation is over. We don't want to alert anyone upstairs. Huang Bingyao observed that Luo Maosen's injuries didn't appear too severe. Based on Su Nian's description, breaking a few bones, he assumed it was at most a fracture. After all, the young man before him was no Sylvester Stallone or Mike Tyson. How could he possibly break an ordinary person's bones with a simple kick? Zhou Xingxing and his team, equipped in tactical gear, began advancing upward. Su Nian offered a final reminder. There might be hostages. This was, after all, a residential area. Upstairs, the flying tigers moved swiftly, quickly reaching the 4th floor. Among Xiao Niao's group, one member had been stationed as a lookout. It wasn't he until the police reached the 3rd floor that he spotted them. A confrontation was imminent. The flying tigers swiftly secured the entrance to Unit 404, preventing anyone inside from threatening other residents, while others evacuated the building's occupants. Chaos erupted instantly. Having seen the news, the residents were well aware of the brutality of Xiao Niao and his gang. They fled in panic, fearing they might be the next victims. In truth, the avian adversaries had reached the end of their tether. Had they not held hostages in their grasp, their actions would have long since been executed. They could only seize the unfortunate couple, serving as their final bargaining chips. Bring me a helicopter. Otherwise, I shall take their lives. The avian leader shouted, pressing a shotgun against the woman's temple, demanding the elite tactical unit to grant them freedom. However, this was no ordinary operation. It was a matter of the entire police force's honor, and their release was out of the question. The elite tactical unit could only contain the situation and await the arrival of negotiation specialists. At that moment, Zhou Xingxing descended from the rooftop via a zip line, intending to make a dramatic entrance through a window to assert control over the scene. However, upon landing on the 4th floor, he realized he had mistakenly targeted the wrong window, room 403. Below, Huang Bingyao watched in dismay, covering his face in disappointment. Su Nian seemed to grasp why he had been assigned to go undercover. Zhou Xingxing swiftly repositioned himself, maneuvering to the window of room 404. Several members of the elite tactical unit skillfully cornered the hostage-taker, forcing him to the edge of the window. With an MP5 submachine gun in hand, Zhou Xingxing unleashed a barrage of gunfire, a spectacle of sparks erupting in the air. Following the onslaught, he signaled completion with a no gesture. It was evident that the police force of Gangdao had the upper hand. Had the avian faction not employed an element of surprise, the rescue of Luo Maosen would have been an impossibility. Huang Bingyao, in a fit of joy, patted Su Nian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Come to the precinct tomorrow to collect your payment." After the mission's success, an increasing number of officers arrived to stabilize the scene. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Maosen was exuding copious amounts of blood with every breath. Su Nian had not held back his force. With a single kick, he shattered Luo Maosen's rib, driving it directly into his lung. With his lung punctured, death was merely a matter of time, unless Huang Bingyao could perceive the urgency and rescue him in time. Su Nian's ruthless actions were intended to eliminate any future threats. The fierce demeanor of Luo Maosen unmistakably indicated that he was coming for him. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he would be in such a state while armed. Chapter 35. The selection of the Hongkoan. As the events unfolded, Su Nian was preparing to leave when Fei Tang from the Major Crimes Unit hurried over with Qin Jiejun. Due to a mishap during their hospital operations, the members of the Major Crimes Unit found themselves without any qualification to participate in the preliminary action, relegated instead to the role of cleanup. Upon spotting Su Nian, Fei Tang instinctively moved to greet him, but, observing the presence of numerous high-ranking police officials, opted to bypass him and quickly approached Huang Bingyao. His robust frame jiggled as he ran. "Inspector Huang, the scene has been verified, and there were only 4 assailants. However, the crucial witness, Luo Maosen, seems to have perished." "Perished? Well, that's of no concern to me. This is your Major Crimes Unit's issue. Luo Maosen was not subdued by us, but rather by that dapper fellow over there." "If that is the case." Huang Bingyao approached the spot where Luo Maosen lay, inspecting his caved-in sternum, thus grasping the sheer force wielded by Su Nian. Huang Bingyao then stood before Su Nian. "The suspect has indeed passed away, but it bears no relation to you. Encounters with terrorists, after all, can lead to excessive force, which is understandable. You may provide a statement and then be on your way." Huang Bingyao's actions hinted at a degree of suspicion regarding Su Nian's potential acquaintance with the bandits. It was not so much a question of collusion as it was a speculation that Su Nian harbored animosity toward these criminals, therefore deliberately delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, the circumstances seemed far too coincidental. Regrettably, Huang Bingyao was destined to uncover nothing. The public record on Su Nian depicted him merely as an ordinary gangster, recently released from Chizhou. Having earned some money from his resettlement fund to establish 2 companies, recruiting several capable individuals, and now managing gray operations in the district of Tongluan. Thus, Su Nian was swiftly released from the police station. With the deaths of the Sanxiong brothers and Luo Maosen, even if Luo Maosen had brothers, they likely would not recognize Su Nian, leaving both Su Nian and Tang Na in relative safety. As for the reporting of Luo Maosen and his cohort, the police had promised to ensure confidentiality. The Big Circle gang operated under a different ethos from the conventional gangs of Hong Kong Island. They were more united, placing a higher value on loyalty, and often, when a minor conflict arose, the elders would intervene. Therefore, discretion was paramount. In contrast, the gangs of Hong Kong Island had grown increasingly detached from the traditions of the past, with most members now driven solely by profit. When a leader fell, others scrambled for power, with little regard for vendettas. The following day, after a peaceful night's rest, Su Nian was summoned to the office of Boss B at the Xinguang nightclub. Nian, I am unable to repay you so swiftly. We've opened several new bars in Tongluan, and business has been poor. This month, Mr. Jiang's numerous girlfriends are celebrating birthdays, and the gifts have cost over 100,000. I shall repay you next month. However, rest assured, regarding the Hongkuan matter you mentioned, there is progress. Mr. Jiang announced yesterday that the Hongkuan elections commence today. I have nominated you as a candidate. Please attend the association's dinner this afternoon. Although Boss B's words implied a delay in repayment, he seemed indifferent to Su Nian as a creditor. His tone was more of a notification than a negotiation. Su Nian inwardly scoffed. All right, thank you, Boss B. While he uttered his gratitude, his mind was already devising a plan to leverage this financial opportunity to unseat Boss B once he ascended to the position of Hongkuan. In the afternoon, at the Great Happiness Seafood Restaurant in Mong Kok, Su Nian, clad in a tailored suit, occupied a corner of the bustling hall. In large organizations like Hongsheng, significant events warranted feasts, yet not everyone was afforded a seat at the table. Even bona fide members who had paid homage to Guaniri were not guaranteed entry. Those present were primarily the Hongkuan members, and even those who were not had to be trusted confidants of the prominent leaders. Su Nian found himself at the table for the first time, unexpectedly seated next to the minion, Sheng Fan, of the notorious Dinosaurs gang. Sheng Fan, with a 2-liter bottle of cola in hand, guzzled it down with fervor. Resembling someone who had never tasted cola before. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Haonan, sitting opposite Sheng Fan, asked, Hey, have you never had cola before? It's free, why not enjoy it? Sheng Fan, holding up the half-empty bottle, offered it to Chen Haonan. With a disdainful expression, Chen Haonan turned away. Forget it, you keep it. Sheng Fan shot him a glare and muttered, Why ask if you won't drink? Can't you fetch a server yourself? You Tunmun folks have no manners. With disheveled hair, De Fei, while picking his nose, criticized Sheng Fan's behavior. After voicing his thoughts, he shifted to sit next to Su Nian, casually wiping his nasal refuse on the tablecloth, a mere 10 centimeters from Su Nian's hand. Su Nian thought to himself, This is a high-stakes affair. Annoyed by De Fei's remarks, Sheng Fan retorted, Who are you? I'm De Fei, never heard of me? Have you read my publications on horse betting? They're sold in Tunmun. De Fei provocatively replied. The so-called horse betting literature was an underground guide to gambling, thriving in a time of limited information, yet its content was illegal and lacked proper licensing, making it a common enterprise among gang members. Horse betting? I don't bother with that nonsense. Is selling it in Tunmun such an achievement? Is it that you don't read or can't read? You don't seem like someone who can read. De Fei continued to mock. As the two engaged in a verbal duel, Su Nian found himself caught in the crossfire. He felt as if saliva might splatter on his face, so he raised a spoon to shield himself from each side, eventually pushing back his chair to distance himself from the fray. Sheng Fan and De Fei soon resumed their quarrel. The tension in the air was palpable, as all present were there to vie for the coveted Hongkuan position. With only a few spots available each year, and this occasion featuring just one, the atmosphere among those gathered was distinctly charged. This table is filled with elites from various regions, each a formidable figure in their own territory, leading to a palpable tension as none are willing to yield to one another. Su Nian, disinterested in engaging in feudal disputes, chose to take a seat at the back. The position of the red stick cannot be attained merely through a verbal exchange. Fei, having exchanged barbs with Sheng Fan, eventually ceased his banter. Upon noticing Su Nian sitting beside him, he extended a hand, recently used for picking his nose, and introduced himself. I am Fei. Which turf do you claim? Tong Luo Wan, Su Nian replied. He did not shake Fei's hand, opting instead for a verbal acknowledgement. Faced with Su Nian's blatant disregard for decorum, Fei wiped his hand on the tablecloth and resumed his nasal excavation. You, the one who took down Ba Bai, have been making quite a name for yourself lately. Why come dressed so impressively? Running for counselor? This isn't about selecting a white paper fan. It's about choosing a red stick or a thug. Fei derided Su Nian's choice of attire. Your concerns are unnecessary. Wearing a suit to confront you is sufficient, Su Nian replied with a smile. Fei's face flushed with anger, but the rumors surrounding Su Nian's elimination of Ba Bai kept him from acting rashly. As the atmosphere grew tense, Jiang Tiansheng arrived. He embraced Fong Ting, entering the hotel lobby amidst the gazes of many. Fong Ting wore a striking blue low-cut bodycon dress, making it difficult to discern whether the attention was on Jiang Tiansheng or her. Nevertheless, Jiang Tiansheng achieved his objective, relishing the spotlight wherever he went, which is why he had chosen a third-tier star like Fong Ting as his girlfriend. He strode to the center of the lobby, taking a seat among the various tables of regional leaders. After sipping a cup of tea, Jiang Tiansheng stood alone on the podium, microphone in hand. Everyone knows today we, Hongxing, are preparing to select the next red stick. The red stick is typically the most formidable fighter within the gang, so candidates must have proven themselves by achieving merit for the organization, having taken lives and drawn life and death lots to qualify. The competition this time is fierce. 12 individuals vie for a single position. In previous years, we determined the outcome through a fighting ring, but this time, we shall do something different. The D from Liansheng owes us 10 million in gambling debts, and relying on their numbers, they have evaded payment. Whoever can reclaim this sum for us will become the next red stick of our gang. Upon hearing Jiang Tiansheng's proclamation, the group of red stick candidates exchanged glances of dismay. Everyone knows the D. He is unrivaled in Tsunwan. He commands a legion of at least 1,000 Liansheng subordinates in Tsunwan, who would dare challenge him on his own turf. Su Nian observed the visible discouragement of his competitors. Yet, collecting debts for the gang is often the duty of the red stick, making Jiang Tiansheng's proposition seem quite reasonable. Furthermore, with Liang Kuan deceased, and Jiang Tiansheng's faction holding considerable influence within Hongxing, no one dared oppose his suggestion. Perhaps noticing the lack of motivation among the candidates, Jiang Tiansheng added, with Liang Kuan gone and his chief horse, a Chong, imprisoned, his territory in Simsha Sui is now vacant. Whoever ascends to the red stick will be responsible for managing his domain. Upon hearing this, the room erupted with excitement. Chapter 36 Meeting D. Where is Liang Kuan's territory? It is located in the bustling area of Simsha Sui, one of the most prosperous office districts on the Kowloon Peninsula. Numerous office buildings are under construction here. To be frank, merely collecting protection fees from these construction sites could yield a substantial income, which has stirred excitement among many. Moreover, several seasoned members of the society, already established as red sticks, feel a sense of injustice. After all, when they were elected as red sticks, there was only a singular position available, devoid of any tangible benefits. If they sought advantages, they had to turn to their leaders. Now, being elected as a red stick means gaining control over territory. This is no longer merely an election for red sticks. It is akin to electing a decision-maker, akin to selecting a Sima, marshal. However, the composed Su Nian detected an anomaly. Jiang Tiansheng mentioned that Liang Kuan's territory would be managed by the newly elected red sticks, yet he did not state that it would be directly handed over to them. Simsha Sui is not a homogeneous area. Numerous gangs of varying sizes operate there. In the wake of Liang Kuan's demise, a power vacuum naturally invites other gangs to step in. Even if one were to take over Liang Kuan's territory, they would essentially be a lone commander. To collect protection fees, one must rally their own people and defeat the existing rivals. Otherwise, success is unattainable. Yet, this does not entirely equate to a lack of benefits. At the very least, Jiang Tiansheng's promise grants one a significant banner. Waving the Hongxing banner and claiming to reclaim the territory lost by Liang Kuan would deter others from retaliating if one proves victorious. Office buildings. Should he have the opportunity to acquire even one or two? I will head to Tun Mun and gather 300 to 400 brothers. I refuse to believe he will not repay. Sheng Fan's approach often gravitates towards the most direct and violent methods. Defei scoffed at this. You plan to bring hundreds from Tun Mun to Tun Wan? Have you lost your mind? Do you think the police are fools? If you manage to leave Tun Mun, I'll write my name backward. Although Defei appeared disheveled, he was among the most astute of the Red Stick candidates, even more so than Chun Haonan. At that moment, Chun Haonan contemplated a more direct approach, find an opportunity to place a knife at Didi's throat, leaving him no choice but to repay. Securing the funds and making a swift exit would render him immune to any subsequent retaliation from Didi, as he would be acting in accordance with society's mandate to collect debts, leaving Didi with no legitimate grounds to retaliate. Each individual had their own thoughts, and Su Nian was no exception, devising his own plan. 2 days later, Didi sat at a shrimp fishing spot in Suanwan, casting his fishing rod. His impatience was palpable from the manner in which he cast. Over the past 2 days, 6 young members of Hongxing had approached him for debts. One even resorted to violence in his pursuit, yet Didi, adhering to the codes of the underworld, merely beat the lad without taking his life. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, thinking a Copper Lorraine decision-maker is something exceptional, demanding I give him face? Does he truly believe he is that formidable? A crook who won my money now expects me to repay? Didi was not intentionally avoiding repayment. He genuinely believed there was an issue with the casino, which led him to renege on his debts. At that moment, a fellow angler sitting beside him listened silently to his grievances. This individual was none other than Su Nian. He couldn't help but reflect on Didi's authenticity. His emotions were transparent, and every sentiment was etched upon his face. Dealing with such a person was far preferable to navigating the treachery of someone like Alu. At least one need not worry about a sudden betrayal. Su Nian had invested some time to locate Didi, as the latter enjoyed fishing. If not at sea, he could typically be found at this shrimp fishing venue. He was not in a hurry to strike up a conversation. Rather, he was patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Catching shrimp was not particularly challenging, especially in such a shrimp fishing venue. Within a mere half hour, he had already hooked several. As Didi was lighting a cigarette, a shrimp took the bait. In his flustered attempt to grab the fishing rod, his lighter fell into the pool. Frustrated at the unlit cigarette before him, he considered seeking a light from the younger brother standing at the entrance. Just then, a lighter was offered to him, igniting his cigarette. Brother, what's the matter? Are you here to collect a debt? Didi had actually been aware of Su Nian for some time, as his fishing skills could be described as non-existent. Moreover, Didi frequently visited this shrimp fishing establishment, and he could easily recognize a familiar face. Didi, my name is Su Nian. I am not here to collect a debt. I wish to propose a business venture. Su Nian, the one who dealt with Babai? You aspire to be a red stick of Hongxing? What kind of business do you wish to pursue? Are you asking me to repay you? No, I am seeking your investment. Su Nian countered Didi's assumption. Investment? In what? Stocks or horse racing? It was evident that Didi was utterly clueless about investments. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned horse racing. No. I merely want to collaborate with you on a business deal. A deal worth 10 million. Wow. So you really do want me to repay you? Su Nian was taken aback by Didi's obstinacy, as he still believed that Su Nian's intentions were solely to prompt him to repay a debt. While that was indeed the case, Su Nian's proposal for repayment was distinct from others. Chapter 37. Assisting Didi in finding the cheat. After Su Nian divulged all her business ideas to Didi, she finally dispelled his preconceived notion that she had come to him to demand repayment. However, Didi's subsequent inquiry caused Su Nian to grimace slightly. You intend to set up a gaming hall on my turf and expect me to provide you with 10 million? Upon hearing Didi's description, Su Nian doubted her own understanding. Didi, let me clarify once more. It is not a chicken stall, but a gaming hall, or rather, a game arcade. Furthermore, I am not asking you to give me 10 million. It is an investment of 10 million, which naturally promises returns. Although the island currently hosts game arcades popular in Nian country, most are small operations filled with smoke and chaos. My vision is to establish a chain, a comprehensive network across the island where game currency is universally accepted and where membership cards can store credits. Moreover, isn't the island prohibited from operating coin pushers and slot machines, which possess gambling attributes? We could convert the tokens dispensed by these machines into game currency, and subsequently establish a separate company to buy back our game currency at a discount, thus satisfying gamblers while reaping profits in between. You have visited Nian country? You are aware of this? Didi, having been to Nian country, certainly understood the trends in gaming halls. Yet, from his perspective, investing in gaming machines was too substantial a risk for individuals like him. Compared to game arcades, a chicken stall was far more suitable, as the production costs for him were virtually zero. I have not been there, but I have seen it on television. Are you interested, Didi? Taking a drag from his cigarette, Didi exhaled slowly, forming smoke rings. It is not a matter of interest. Rather, it is your hongxing that irks me. You clearly won my money using tricks, and now Jiang Tianxing has gathered a group of people to pressure me for repayment. It is quite bothersome. Your words sound appealing, yet they are merely to fulfill your task. Among the numerous debt collectors, Sun Yin's demeanor left the best impression on Didi. Hence, he felt compelled to express himself to her. He was not devoid of the means to repay. Rather, he was simply irked and unwilling to do so. I understand. If I were cheated, I certainly would not repay either. However, Didi, you were at He Laoban's establishment, where legitimate business is conducted in Amen. If they cheated, it would be a significant issue that could lead to their gambling license being revoked. Are you certain it was cheating? Indeed, I was playing poker. And a man named Qian Wendy joined the table, consistently winning with either a flush or 3 aces. In just a few rounds, he had taken all my money. When I mentioned borrowing more, that scoundrel fled with the cash. When I inquired with the casino staff about his whereabouts, they claimed ignorance and refused to check the surveillance. Do you not find it suspicious that he might be in cahoots with the casino? Qian Wendy. Upon hearing this name, Sun Yin immediately recalled a certain handsome face. If he were the one who had won money from Didi, it was no surprise. This individual was indeed known for his cheating, collaborating with both the casino and the authorities. It was understandable why Didi felt so aggrieved. I am acquainted with him as well. I have seen him in Amen, though not at the casino owned by He Laoban, but rather at Lu Laoban's establishment. He is not a cheat who works with the casino, but rather a rogue who traverses various casinos to deceive. You know him? Do you know where he is? If I find him, I will not let him escape. I do not know. Even if I did, it would be futile. Catching such scum must be done on the spot. If you miss that opportunity, no one will acknowledge it later, regardless of whether he admits it or not. If I find him, I will have ways to make him confess. If you can assist me in locating him, I will repay the 10 million without any need for your so-called investment. I do not intend to take advantage of you. Didi was quite clear about his grievances. Sun Yin fell into contemplation. She had initially hoped to leverage this opportunity to collaborate with Didi, even if it meant conceding a little profit, as long as she could conduct business in Suanwan in the future. To her surprise, Didi was solely interested in this cheat. Give me some time. I will find him, Sun Yin promised, accepting the task. Her willingness to agree stemmed from another thought. She had taken the 300 million bonds, but Lu Yaozu was unaware. To retrieve the bonds, he would undoubtedly make further efforts. According to the original plot, his endeavor would involve sending Qian Wendy in to extract the precise location. Therefore, it was certain that Qian Wendy would appear at Lu Yaozu's casino. Returning to her vehicle, Sun Yin did not rush to leave. Instead, she dialed Meng Na's pager number and sent her a message. Soon, Sun Yin's pager received a reply, not concerning Qian Wendy, but rather an address and time, the implications of which were clear. To acquire specific information about this cheat, a certain degree of charm must be exchanged. After several hours of effort, Sun Yin finally extracted the information. Qian Wendy had been apprehended for appearing at Lu Yaozu's casino and had been compelled to strike a deal with Lu Yaozu. He was now imprisoned. This meant the original plot had commenced. To locate Qian Wendy, one would have to search within the prison walls. Not all this information had been directly relayed by Meng Na. She merely informed Sun Yin of his imprisonment, while the remaining details were deduced by Sun Yin herself. After toiling through the night, Sun Yin found herself in disbelief upon discovering that the person she sought resided in the very prison where she had previously been held. She could only convey this revelation to Didi through her pager. The Lianxing Society was no small group. Many of their members were incarcerated, and Sun Yin had previously had conflicts with individuals from Lianxing while in prison. Therefore, once she relayed this information to Didi, he would naturally verify it. After a restful sleep, replenishing her energy, Sun Yin received a message from Didi. In the afternoon, at the Yochi restaurant, box 202. Due to the character limit of pagers, messages in those days were succinct. Sun Yin instantly comprehended Didi's intent. Things were stable. In the afternoon, at the Yochi restaurant, upon entering the private room, Sun Yin was greeted by Didi's beaming face. "Ha! I did not expect you to be so capable," finding that cheats whereabouts so swiftly, even specifying the prison. Here is the 10 million. I, Didi, am a man of my word. Take it and count it yourself. Didi patted the black canvas bag resting beside him. Sun Yin joyfully accepted it. Since it was brother Didi who was seeking assistance, he felt compelled to exert every effort in the search. There was no need to discuss monetary compensation. Being a gift from brother Didi, it would undoubtedly be sufficient. It was not that he was averse to receiving payment. Rather, he had arrived alone, and how long would it take for him to tally the funds? Compared to those who would resort to threatening him with Hongxing to demand repayment, you truly possess a certain level of competence. Did you not express your desire yesterday to establish 3 gaming halls in Maitsunwan? Initially, I was reluctant to engage with you, but now it appears you have some potential. I am willing to invest 3 million, and with the protection of brother Didi over these 3 gaming halls, I shall take a 40 stake. Is that agreeable? To Sun Yin's delight, his business collaboration was successfully negotiated, and astonishingly, it did not require him to incur a loss. In this era, partnering with a gang for business ventures is commonplace, not to mention the possibility of losing out even more, as some businesses simply cannot thrive without the backing of such organizations. Consequently, many of the gang leaders capitalize on this fact, voraciously consuming your profits. No problem, if you need staff. Just let me know. Today, I shall discuss the subsequent commercial plans with brother Didi in earnest. In truth, Sun Yin had long contemplated venturing into the gaming hall industry. In his previous life, he had viewed a documentary chronicling the development of gaming halls in Taiwan, which provided excellent insights on how to build a commercial empire through this very avenue. Certain strategies, if applied today, would be formidable weapons, such as membership cards that store game tokens and the chain model gaming halls. Sun Yin possessed a more eloquent demeanor than the majority of gangsters, effortlessly captivating Didi during their dining engagement. Both indulged in revelry, drinking until the late hours of the night, with a tipsy Didi beginning to refer to Sun Yin as his brother. However, the unfortunate fate awaited Qian Wendy, who was casually sold off by Sun Yin. Chapter 38. The Boss B. Let Haonan have it inside the Chaiwan prison, in cell block 6, cell 03. It was already deep into the night, yet the sound of thuds echoed persistently from the restroom. A handsome young man had collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. This was Qian Wendy, the one sold by Sun Yin. He had once thrived within the prison walls, having gained the favor of several prominent figures who accepted his bribes and offered him protection. With their backing, he had manipulated the prison guards, particularly the fierce guard, Sha Shouxiong, to no end. Though Sha Shouxiong was infuriated, he found himself powerless against him. Unexpectedly, 2 of those influential figures were reassigned that very morning, and even the dinosaur sent by Lu Yaozu to assist him was transferred, replaced by several men associated with Lian Sheng. These men wasted no time in pummeling him, forcing him to clean the toilets, and whenever they spotted dust, they would slam his head into the toilet bowl and beat him mercilessly. By the end of the day, he had been assaulted 5 times. He had contemplated seeking help from the guards, but the one on duty was none other than Sha Shouxiong, who merely feigned ignorance, leaving him without a single ally in sight. But who could blame him for cheating? If he were to be beaten to death, it would be his own fault. The next day, Sun Yin, who had returned home in a daze at dawn, did not awaken until nearly dinner time. Beside him lay a hefty bag of money, the very fortune of 10 million he had embraced as he drifted to sleep the previous night. While an ordinary person would handle such a significant sum with utmost caution, fearing its loss, Sun Yin was not one to fret over financial setbacks. Grasping the bag, he set off to seek Boss B. Unable to reach Jiang Tianxing directly, he had to rely on Boss B for an introduction. Within the Xinguang nightclub, on Nian, your previous visit to confront D was far too brash. I have told you, he is not some nameless member of a minor gang. He is D, the arbiter of Tsunwan. With your arrogant demeanor, how could you expect him to repay you? It is only natural to repay debts. As you, Boss B, have said, we are from Hongxing, and we must possess a modicum of Hongxing's spirit. Chun Haonan harbored a strong disdain for the rogue D, and thus his attitude reflected this disdain. During their first attempt to collect the debt, he and Boss B were unceremoniously thrown out. Had it not been for D catching a 30-pound fish that day, they might have suffered a beating. Hongxing's spirit is not exhibited in such a manner, on Nan. In future endeavors, you must take my place. Your approach is far too foolish. I know where D will be today. Let us venture to Tsunwan once more, but this time, adopt a more respectful attitude. Chun Haonan reluctantly acquiesced. Were it not for the valuable territory of Tsim Sha Sui, he would prefer to forego this role as a red stick. After all, the selection for red sticks occurs more than once a year, and he would rather earn his position through competition than plead for others to repay debts. Yet, the tempting prospect of Tsim Sha Sui lay before him, compelling him to submit. Contemplating this, Chen Haonan rose to leave the office with Boss B. Just as the door swung open, Su Nian entered, carrying a large black bag. He flung the seemingly heavy bag onto the table with an imposing demeanor, only to turn and realize Chen Haonan's presence. Both Boss B and Chen Haonan gazed at him intently. Nian, is there something you wish to discuss? If you wish to contact D, I can assist you. Boss B instinctively assumed Su Nian's aggressive approach was due to his favoritism. Contact D? I am here to repay a debt. Nian, I mentioned that the money would be returned in a month. As Boss B spoke, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Su Nian claimed to be there to repay money, not to demand it. You. Just as Boss B was about to respond, Su Nian unzipped the bag, revealing bundles of $1,000 bills before them. In that instant, both men held their breath. A moment later, Boss B broke the silence, asking, is this money? D's 10 million? Indeed, Su Nian nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan bit his lip, unable to conceal his frustration. He had not anticipated Su Nian's interception of the funds. How did you manage to retrieve it? Boss B inquired incredulously. Oh, I spoke with D, and it turns out he was indeed swindled, but by a con artist who was not affiliated with the casino. I discovered that this con artist is currently incarcerated, and upon relaying this information to D, he returned the money to me. Su Nian recounted this with an air of nonchalance, yet Boss B found it somewhat surreal. He had encountered numerous con artists in the gambling world, all elusive, often changing names daily. How had Su Nian managed to track one down? Gazing at the money on the table, Boss B suddenly proposed, Nian, given your impressive capabilities, why not allow this opportunity for advancement as a red stick to Nian? Red sticks are tasked with violent missions, while you are better suited for the cerebral role akin to Bai Ji Fan. In due time, there will be opportunities for advancement in Bai Ji Fan. Boss B's words left Su Nian momentarily speechless. He thought he must have misheard. How could one be so shameless? Su Nian was so incensed that he laughed aloud. This position is traditionally held by the capable. Those lacking skill should not embarrass themselves. Are you truly asking me to concede a red stick position to Chen Haonan? Upon hearing Su Nian's scorn directed at Chen Haonan, Boss B became furious. Nian, have you forgotten how you once pleaded with me for money when you couldn't afford a meal? You borrowed $100 for food, and after a few days, you insisted on repayment. I lent you hundreds of thousands for emergencies. Did I ever utter a word about deferring repayment? Su Nian's retort left Boss B speechless. When it came to assistance, Boss B had hardly aided Su Nian. Even when he did, it was always at a price. Su Nian, indifferent to Boss B's anger, simply picked up the bag of money, muttering about his foolishness. With that, he turned to leave. He had other means to contact Jiang Tianxing. Although he lacked direct contact with Jiang Tianxing, he still possessed the contact information of other influential figures. In the office, after Su Nian departed, Boss B slammed his fist on the wooden table in frustration. The tremendous backlash left his arm throbbing with pain. Brother B, please do not be so angry. His acquisition of the money merely indicates that his abilities surpass mine by a slight margin. This position rightfully belongs to him. Although Chen Haonan felt a sense of loss, he accepted the outcome with grace. However, the wrath of Brother B had not yet subsided. Is this how one treats their subordinates? Now, in pursuit of becoming a red stick, he even forsakes his own elder brother. I shall inevitably expel him from the gang one day. He then turned to Haonan. You truly are like a stubborn mud that cannot be molded. Do you think my previous actions were for whom? It was all for you. Despite Brother B's words, it was evident that he remained unwilling to relinquish the lucrative territory of Jiandong. Chapter 39. Meeting Jiang Tianxing. Su Nian ultimately contacted Jiang Tianxing through Shi Sanmei. Shi Sanmei is the most loyal among these influential figures. After Su Nian approached her, she did not inquire about the reason and promptly provided him with an address, one located at the summit of Taipingshan. The presence of a gang's headquarters in such a prestigious affluent area underscores the lucrative nature of their operations. Fortunately, Su Nian had also purchased a residence there, valued at 40 million, which is currently undergoing renovations. Driving his MR2, he opened the convertible roof and leisurely inhaled the fresh mountain air along the winding mountain road. At that time, Hong Kong Island was rapidly developing, with severe pollution from vehicle emissions and industrial waste. The air quality at the summit was markedly different from that at lower elevations. Upon arriving at Jiang Tianxing's garden villa, Su Nian retrieved a canvas bag from the passenger seat and approached the main entrance. Jiang Tianxing's residence was secured by a dedicated security company, distinguishing it from the typical gangsters. The guards were either retired veterans or individuals with specialized training. Before allowing Su Nian entry, they conducted a search to ensure he bore no weapons. If Su Nian had truly intended to carry a weapon, their precautions would have been futile, given his possession of a compact spatial device. The courtyard of Jiang Tianxing's home was expansive, measuring at least 300 square meters, featuring a dedicated swimming pool, a garden, and multiple parking spaces. Among the parked vehicles were a Rolls-Royce, a Bentley, and a Mercedes-Benz. Perhaps Jiang Tianxing had outgrown the thrill of sports cars, as his collection consisted primarily of more business-oriented models. As Su Nian stepped onto the marble-paved floor and entered the interior, he was greeted by Jiang Tianxing, who was beaming with a smile, presumably having just finished exercising, as he was still glistening with perspiration. A towel draped over his shoulder as he wiped his brow. Su Nian initiated the conversation. "Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Nian, you're here. I heard beforehand that Didi repaid his debt. Impressive, isn't it? That old con man was located even while in prison," Jiang Tianxing remarked, demonstrating his keen awareness of current affairs. He seemed to possess information about Su Nian's success at the precise moment he received the funds, possibly due to an informant within Didi's circle or some other source. "Just fortunate. He happened to be in the same prison I had previously occupied," Su Nian replied modestly. "That indicates you had a good rapport during your incarceration. Otherwise, how could they have located him so swiftly?" Jiang Tianxing praised. Noticing Jiang Tianxing's continual compliments, Su Nian sensed that there was something more Jiang wished to discuss. He tentatively broached the subject. "Mr. Jiang, I've deposited the money. Please check it, regarding the position of the Hong Kuan. No need to count. We are brothers. Do you not trust me? The Hong Kuan's position and the territory in Jiandong are naturally yours," Jiang Tianxing affirmed confidently. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I shall take my leave then," Su Nian said as he turned to depart. "Don't be hasty. It's still early. Since you're here, why not stay a while? We're having Buddha jumps over the wall tonight. I'll ask my girlfriend to bring you a bowl," Jiang Tianxing suggested, motioning towards the house. Su Nian settled down at a glass round table in the garden, and as he had anticipated, Jiang Tianxing indeed had matters to discuss with him. Upon returning from the house, Jiang Tianxing held a note in his hand. "Liang Kuan is dead, and his underlings have been apprehended. Their entire operation in Jiandong has disbanded. Many of the bosses previously protected by Hong Xing have sought out new alliances, yet their debts from last month remain unsettled. This is the payment due from last month, 3,300,000. Find a way to retrieve this sum for the gang. And you may also use this opportunity to reclaim Liang Kuan's former territory." Once again, a monetary request. While Su Nian understood that a significant portion of Hong Kuan's responsibilities involved debt collection for the gang, he felt it excessive to demand this incessantly. Observing Su Nian's apparent reluctance, Jiang Tianxing quickly added, "If you are unable to reclaim these territories or secure the funds, it's all right. Those individuals have grown accustomed to collaborating with Liang Kuan. It is natural for them to not recognize you." Jiang Tianxing's words subtly implied that Su Nian lacked Liang Kuan's capabilities, a statement grounded in truth. Liang Kuan's rise to prominence had taken years, and his network encompassed thousands, including not just his direct subordinates, but also their subordinates. However, the gang structure on Hong Kong Island resembled a feudal system. The underlings of his underlings were not directly under his command, so Liang Kuan's immediate circle was not as vast as it seemed. As a newcomer, Su Nian could not possibly rival Liang Kuan. Yet, Jiang Tianxing's request was not solely intended to burden Su Nian or to siphon his resources. He had arranged this task as a means for Su Nian to establish his authority. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will exert every effort to accomplish this," Su Nian declared. "Excellent," Jiang Tianxing replied, patting Su Nian's shoulder with approval. He admired Su Nian's courage and ingenuity. At that moment, Fong Ting approached, carrying a stewed dish. She had changed into a pink sheer nightgown at home. Su Nian noticed the smooth fabric accentuating her figure. As she leaned slightly to place the dish on the table, Su Nian's gaze took in sights both alluring and forbidden. Su Nian couldn't help but wonder whether Jiang Tianxing harbored some peculiar proclivities, allowing Fong Ting to present herself thusly before him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, averting his gaze once the dish was set down. Jiang Tianxing silently acknowledged Su Nian's restraint. Although Boss B held a low opinion of Su Nian, Jiang Tianxing regarded him as a promising protege. Determined to further test him, Jiang Tianxing called out to Fang Ting just as she was about to leave. "Come and keep our guest company." Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's words, Fang Ting seemed to understand his intentions and sat down without hesitation. Su Nian was astonished, further convinced that Jiang Tianxing possessed some unusual inclinations. Although he was a desirable bachelor, he had no desire to become entangled in such matters, fearing that any future fallout would land him in jeopardy. "Mr. Jiang, I need to return and prepare for the endeavor into Jiandong. As I am just beginning to rise, my manpower is limited. If I am to venture there, I must recruit more capable individuals," Su Nian stated, standing up resolutely. This time, he was determined not to yield to Jiang Tianxing's wishes. As Su Nian stood up, Jiang Tianxing offered a polite smile, saying, "Very well, if you have important matters to attend to, you may go." He accompanied Su Nian to the door. Once she had departed, he seemed to be speaking to himself. Yet it felt as if he were deliberately informing Fang Ting. This individual possesses both intelligence and courage, and exhibits remarkable composure. He is well-mannered and a promising talent. However, I cannot fathom why AB does not favor him. Jiang Tianxing nodded to himself while observing Su Nian's retreating figure. Fang Ting nodded in agreement, recognizing his admirable qualities: handsome in appearance, courteous in demeanor, and boasting a physique surpassing that of a model. As she approached Su Nian moments ago, she felt her heart race. The prospect of Jiang Tianxing granting her a chance to spend time alone with Su Nian filled her with excitement and anticipation. Regrettably, Su Nian did not acquiesce, leaving Fang Ting with a sense of disappointment. Chapter 40. Preparations for expansion. Upon returning to Tongluan, Su Nian immediately summoned a few of his trusted brothers, the 4 distinguished members of the orphanage, along with the newly joined Jimazai. During this time, Su Nian's enterprise continued to flourish. The sales of blank discs had soared to an impressive volume of 100,000 units per week. Not only did the itinerant vendors come to procure goods, but many proprietors of audiovisual shops and electrical stores were also in attendance. They were indifferent to the nuances of authenticity. As long as the packaging was exquisite enough, it was deemed legitimate. Jimazai worked tirelessly each night for this venture. Though exhausting, it brought him immense joy. The Rolex previously gifted to him by Su Nian had also been delivered to his hands. Although the loan company reported that the total number of clients remained unchanged, the volume had increased significantly, shifting from small-time borrowers to substantial sums from the more formidable gang members. The individuals now associated with Su Nian had all prospered, each sporting a Rolex and adorned in designer attire, no longer the street thugs they once were. Su Nian gathered them in the office and promptly announced his promotion to a red stick and the acquisition of territory in Jiandong. Although Jiandong was bustling, most of it comprised legitimate office buildings, making it implausible for Su Nian to collect protection fees from law firms or Standard Chartered Bank. Thus, the greatest allure of Jiandong lay in the construction sites and other areas outside the office buildings. Su Nian had meticulously studied the notes provided by Jiang Tianxing. The list included 10 nightclubs, 12 mahjong parlors, as well as massage parlors, fishball stalls, and escort services, totaling 30 establishments. These were not directly managed by the gang, but were operated by independent owners, meaning they paid protection fees rather than profit shares. Liang Kuan appeared disinterested in such enterprises. Yet, it was understandable. His most lucrative endeavors lay in the trade of narcotics, while other ventures seemed trivial to him. Rather than expend effort on such meager returns, he preferred to expand the market for his primary business. Even Qingxing looked down on these protection fee operations. "Su Nian, we are already earning millions monthly from loans. Why venture into these territories for protection fees? It's chaotic there, and it could lead to unnecessary trouble." Qingxing's perspective aligned somewhat with Su Nian's. Collecting protection fees might appear deceptively simple, but it required dedicated personnel to oversee the establishments. If any issues arose, one would need to intervene. You are right. To be candid, the business in Tongluan is thriving, and I have no desire to abandon it. Therefore, I have made a decision. I will reclaim the territory in Jiandong, yet I shall not remain there to develop it. Instead, I will elevate someone to speak on my behalf. Su Nian's gaze fixed intently on Ajimi. Aji pointed to himself. Indeed, we grew up together, and your capabilities are commendable. You were once part of the underworld, making you the most suitable candidate. In truth, while Aji had exhibited a formidable presence in Wangjiao, He lacked lucrative ventures to sustain a crew. Otherwise, he too might have been a powerful figure by now. Since you hold me in such high regard, I am willing to take on the task. But reclaiming these territories is no simple feat. I have witnessed many such scenarios in Wangjiao, where other gangs occupy a stall. Displacing them is quite challenging, especially for such a substantial piece of territory. To set an example, Xu Nian succinctly instructed, allowing Aji to grasp the underlying message. In an instant, Aji understood. Recently, he had reclaimed a considerable amount of loans for the company and had come to realize a fundamental truth. To command respect, one need not inflict pain, but rather instill fear. Understood. Give me some time, and I shall execute this task with finesse. Xu Nian patted Aji's shoulder firmly, and then turned to the others. Those gathered here, I do not regard you as mere subordinates. You are my brothers. As my business expands and strengthens, you will be the founding members, receiving original shares and dividends effortlessly, akin to the uncles in the major gangs today. However, as we have yet to achieve significant growth, I will need your collective efforts. Feiji, you shall accompany Aji to Jiandong and conquer that domain. Henceforth, Aji's words will be my own. Heed his directives. Jimmy, seek out individuals capable of commanding respect. Recruit additional personnel for the disc company. IU, from today onwards, you will be in charge of accounts receivable. Recruit more brothers. I will find a new team to handle lending. Lastly, I must inquire if anyone has any talents to recommend. Xu Nian's final question plunged the room into silence. As members of the underworld, they scarcely knew many talented individuals. Boss. I know someone quite capable with a good temperament. I will ask him tomorrow if he is interested in joining. Jimmy exclaimed, tapping his forehead. Excellent. Xu Nian nodded approvingly. Witnessing Jimmy secure a commendation, Aji was eager to contribute as well. Xu Nian, I know some people in Wangjiao. There is someone working in a small gang there. While not the strongest fighter, he is intelligent and loyal. Very well, anyone else? At this moment, Ayu raised his hand. I also know someone. Good. I hope you all introduce individuals of substantial capability. If I confirm their qualifications and successfully recruit them, I will award you a bonus of 50,000. Upon hearing this figure, the room erupted in excitement. Securing such a reward would equate to acquiring a 3-square-meter apartment. During this time, Xu Nian had spent considerable time with them, imparting valuable knowledge, particularly emphasizing the importance of real estate investment. In this era, even if one did nothing, simply earning a living and purchasing property would lead to a significantly easier future, potentially allowing for early retirement and a richer life. After concluding his address, Xu Nian dismissed the gathering, with only Jimmy remaining. Boss, our latest batch of blank discs is priced at $9. I have heard that Hong Kong Island plans to establish a disc manufacturing factory, which will make blank discs even cheaper in the future. Xu Nian's strategy of engaging in a price war is indeed astute. The current high cost of optical discs can largely be attributed to the necessity of importing many blank high-capacity discs from the land of the rising sun. Should Guangdao be able to manufacture these discs locally, the prices would undoubtedly decrease significantly in the future. Furthermore, the land of the rising sun has recently introduced home games on optical discs. It would be prudent to investigate whether there are any cracked versions available in the market. If such versions exist, they should be duplicated and sold as pirated copies. The advent of optical discs has fundamentally transformed the gaming landscape, marking the inception of a glorious era for home gaming consoles. Recognizing such a lucrative opportunity, Xu Nian would certainly not let it slip away. Jimmy's eyes lit up, as Xu Nian's words perfectly aligned with his own thoughts. Chapter 41 Choosing Partners. After an extensive conversation with Jimmy, Xu Nian has already envisioned a pirated empire. He has even devised a plan for a rental store. The future rental industry is poised to become a booming market. Presently, some audiovisual stores are beginning to resemble rental outlets, as many of them offer rental services. However, they lack a significant advantage. They are not sufficiently formalized. Unless one is a regular customer, a deposit is required for each rental. Moreover, the process is cumbersome. Customers must visit designated stores to verify their registration details before retrieving their deposits. Xu Nian intends to establish a chain of rental stores. The deposit and customer information can be managed seamlessly through a membership card. Customers can preload their deposits onto the card, and the rental limit will be determined by their membership level. Additionally, customers will be able to return rented items at any participating store within the chain. Xu Nian has already secured 10 small rental locations in areas such as Tongluan, Central, and Wanchai. These are modest establishments that do not require extravagant decor. Su Nian has engaged a specialized design firm to create a deep blue storefront that will serve as a uniform design across all locations. The only remaining task is to develop a comprehensive membership management system. Previously, Su Nian had assigned Zhang Jiawen to consult with an internet company for the creation of an online betting website. Based on Zhang Jiawen's feedback, the cost of website development has proven to be quite steep. From acquiring a domain name to creating a complete web page and deploying it, the expenses can soar to 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Nian is uncertain whether he has been overcharged. In this era, those proficient in website creation often possess advanced qualifications. And since Su Nian lacks expertise in internet technology, he can only accept the situation. Not only does he require personnel, but he also seeks their assistance in developing the next project, the membership management system for the rental stores. With some modifications, this system could also be utilized in gaming arcades. Su Nian has instructed Zhang Jiawen to discuss the system's requirements with them. Zhang Jiawen returned with a stack of documents. Mr. Su, I have inquired. And their quotation is slightly higher at 2 million, which includes lifetime after-sales support, but any future modifications will incur additional costs. Zhang Jiawen placed a quotation sheet on the table. Su Nian examined it closely. The sheet detailed various services along with their respective prices, with network security measures being the most expensive. Given the current state of network security regulations, managing a website often necessitates significant investment in this area. As an outsider, Su Nian struggles to identify areas for negotiation. However, he has stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Domain names are currently available at remarkably low prices. Names like 123.com or AAA.com, once registered and maintained with periodic fees, can yield immense wealth in the future. Su Nian discreetly noted this down. It is a task that cannot be entrusted to others. Otherwise, they too might seize the opportunity. Su Nian refocused his thoughts and addressed Zhang Jiawen, who was reporting to him. As long as the work is executed well, the expenditure is inconsequential. I will allocate an additional 2 million to ensure they provide me with a fully functional backend system that can be utilized by multiple companies. I want them to create a plug-and-play management system. Plug-and-play? I'm not quite following. Zhang Jiawen responded, somewhat perplexed. The system Su Nian described is akin to the management systems employed by many modern companies. Most small businesses today do not develop their management systems in-house. Instead, they purchase ready-made systems and modify them as needed. Su Nian's intention is to adopt this approach, allowing for direct application should he choose to expand his operations in the future, thus avoiding unnecessary development costs. Furthermore, should someone express interest in his advanced network management system, he could potentially sell it, recouping his investment. After Su Nian's explanation, Zhang Jiawen began to grasp the concept. She is astonished by Su Nian's foresight. Based on her observations of him over the past few weeks, Su Nian, who barely completed middle school, is remarkably different from his peers, such as Aji and Au, who struggle even with basic expressions. Su Nian, however, stands apart. Not only does he possess a solid understanding of business operations, but his vision for the future is also unparalleled. This level of insight is not common. It suggests a familiarity with various technological fields that enables him to predict future trends with such accuracy. Moreover, she recalled noticing Su Nian's adeptness with computers. Zhang Jiawen, who attended night school to learn computer skills, still finds many operations unfamiliar and often types one key at a time. Yet, when Su Nian visited to review her work, he typed effortlessly, as if playing a piano, inputting information into the computer with remarkable speed, leaving Zhang Jiawen in awe. Her curiosity about Su Nian has been piqued. Su Nian explained that he had studied computer-related books while incarcerated, but Zhang Jiawen feels there must be more to his story. He seems to possess an almost limitless supply of funds, as if money holds no value for him. However, she refrains from directly voicing her suspicions, choosing instead to keep her thoughts to herself. After Su Nian's explanation, she presented another document. Boss, regarding the online betting website you mentioned, I conducted a survey in the vicinity of the racetrack. Although online banking allows for direct payments, many individuals still harbor concerns about such websites. This document contains the findings from the research Su Nian previously requested. The methodology was straightforward. Surveys were distributed near the racetrack. Participants received $30 for completing the survey, resulting in a high level of cooperation, with 500 responses collected in just 2 days. Zhang Jiawen has compiled some of the key feedback into a data table. The most significant issue lies in their apprehension regarding the safety of online betting, followed closely by the fact that some individuals lack proficiency in operating computers. However, Xu Nian possesses the means to address these concerns. You may leave. I will handle this matter. Seated in her office chair, Xu Nian pondered as she spun in circles. Utilizing a casino as a testament is the most effective method for establishing trust. As for those who are not adept at using computers, fear not, for the times will educate them. Two thoughts occupy her mind. One involves a collaboration with Jiang Tianxing, who is acquainted with the He family in Amen, where Hongxing oversees several major casinos. The other contemplates a partnership with Mingna, or perhaps with Liu Yaozu, who operates a casino in that region. Jiang Tianxing's business is substantial, and collaborating with him could enhance their ventures significantly. Nonetheless, smaller enterprises possess their own advantages, as their appetites are not as grand as those of Jiang Tianxing. Chapter 42 Chun Haonan's visit. The news of Su Nian securing the position of Hongquan swiftly circulated within the Hongxing organization. Reactions varied among the members, with most of the influential figures expressing skepticism about Su Nian's prospects. It was not that they doubted his capability to ascend to the role of Hongquan, but rather his ability to establish himself in Jiandong. Jiandong is a small yet lucrative area, and it is overshadowed by the Ni family. Although the Ni family is said to operate in Tsim Sha Sui, Jiandong is, in reality, the eastern part of Tsim Sha Sui, representing its most prosperous district, which the Ni family would not relinquish easily. Liang Kuan is well-connected and maintains a decent relationship with the Ni family. With Su Nian now aiming for Jiandong, he must inevitably confront the Ni family, particularly the four heavenly kings under their command. The death of Ni Kuan has led to turmoil within the Ni family. Following Ni Kuan's funeral, his son Ni Yongshao has ascended to power. Many influential figures believe that Ni Yongshao lacks the strength to control the four heavenly kings. Without restraint, the four heavenly kings are bound to reveal their greater ambitions. In addition to these influential figures, competitors have begun to harbor resentment towards Su Nian upon hearing the news. In Tunmun, Defei, who previously had a contentious relationship with Sheng Fan, found himself drinking outside a barbecue restaurant with Sheng Fan. This Su Nian, merely a monitoring officer, has inexplicably found fortune, resolving Big D's issue and repaying 1 million. If it weren't for his connection to that Qian Wendy in prison, how could he have been so fortunate as to locate that person? As Su Nian's story spread, it morphed into a tale suggesting he and Qian Wendy were former cellmates. Hence his swift assistance to Big D in finding the swindler. Other versions even claim that Su Nian betrayed his friend Qian Wendy, allowing him to aid Big D so quickly. Su Nian was depicted as a disloyal and treacherous individual, facing condemnation from a group around the table. He possesses no real strength, has fewer brothers than I do, and is not as capable as I am. Why should he be a Hongquan? Sheng Fan, having consumed some alcohol, became agitated and began shouting in the open-air diner. However, Defei, with a glint of cunning in his eye, pondered. While he certainly could not match Sheng Fan in combat skills, Sheng Fan represented the archetype of brawn over brains, having grown up in Tunmun with numerous brothers. Would Sheng Fan have a chance against Su Nian? As this thought crossed his mind, Defei began to flatter Sheng Fan. It doesn't matter to me whether I become Hongquan. Even if you offered me territory in Jiandong, I wouldn't dare confront the Ni family. But you are different. With thousands of brothers in Tunmun and our backing from Hongxing, how could the Ni family dare to challenge you? I feel it's quite unjust. Defei pounded the table, feigning great distress. Sheng Fan echoed his sentiment, exclaiming, Ni Kuan is dead. What is this inexperienced brat Ni Yongshao? If I were to go to Jiandong, I could subdue the four heavenly kings. Defei, taken aback by Sheng Fan's bravado, thought, if I let him drink a couple more cups, he might even claim he could become the top dog. Defei quickly changed the subject and revealed his plan. Next month marks the anniversary of old Zhang's death, and as per tradition, we the Hongquan will be invited to a meal. Perhaps next time. Defei lowered his voice and shared his scheme, intending to utilize Sheng Fan to embarrass Su Nian. Upon hearing this, Sheng Fan clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. How did I not think of that? Let us drink, and come next month, I'll make this traitor pay. The following day in Causeway Bay, beneath the Goldilocks Loan Company, Chun Haonan held a bag of fruit. Pacing below, after a struggle with his thoughts, he finally stepped into Su Nian's company. In the manager's office, Su Nian held a coffee cup in one hand while maneuvering the mouse with the other. The desk phone had been set to speaker mode. Mr. Jiang, please inform Mr. He that our self-established betting website can manage external operations, which is bound to be profitable. I've sent the website details via email for review. Su Nian ultimately chose to collaborate with Jiang Tianxing. Compared to Lu Yaozu, Jiang Tianxing was at least less greedy. As the host of Hongxing, he aimed to maintain the organization's dignity. Lu Yaozu, on the other hand, lacked significant barriers to entry. If he wished to engage in such a business, he could simply set up his own website and exclude himself. All right, I will take a look. Mr. He has also mentioned that if managing external operations is indeed this convenient, he would consider collaborating. Just as Su Nian finished speaking, a knock sounded on the wooden office door. Come in. Zhang Zhaoan entered, leading Chun Haonan. Boss, he claims to be your friend and wishes to pay you a visit. Su Nian was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Chun Haonan. Having taken his position as Hongkuan, he was surprised that Chun Haonan would come bearing fruit. What is it? Chun Haonan placed the apple on Su Nian's desk and said, Brother B asked me to come seek you out. He was overly excited earlier, and I apologize. Brother B is only looking out for the good of the organization. With this bland explanation, Chun Haonan shifted the focus of the conversation. He was not there to seek Su Nian's forgiveness. Was it merely to bring a few apples? Of course not. Brother B stated that with such a vast area as Jiandong, especially with the Ni family entrenched within, it would be impossible for you to seize it. The organization has a significant amount of money that remains uncollected there. It would be better to collaborate. Su Nian did not expect Chun Haonan to initiate a discussion about cooperation right away. A knowing smile appeared on his face. How does Brother B envision this collaboration? Brother B suggested that he could persuade these business owners to repay their debts and then negotiate with Ni Yongxiao to cede a portion of Jiandong back to us at Hongxing, thus allowing you to establish a foothold there. In the end, the income from that area, after paying the organization's share, would mean you give Brother B 60% of your portion. Su Nian was somewhat speechless. What was the big boss thinking? Did he genuinely believe that the individuals in Sim Sha Sui were benevolent? Not to mention how ruthless Ni Yongxiao was. The other players like Hong Lu and Hong Sheng were not to be underestimated either. However, upon reflection, since Ni Kuan's death, Ni Yongxiao had yet to make a move, and the four heavenly kings were still thriving. Perhaps Brother B genuinely considered Ni Yongxiao to be a mere inexperienced upstart. Su Nian even contemplated whether to acquiesce, allowing Dalao B to face adversity over there while she enjoyed the spectacle from this side. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it inappropriate. If Dalao B were to suffer humiliation, the subsequent endeavor to claim territory would be fraught with challenges, and should she emerge victorious, Dalao B might very well come to stake a claim for a share of the spoils. Why doesn't Brother B come? Su Nian inquired again. Brother B replied, I will first assist you, and when the time comes for me to make an appearance, I shall do so. It dawned on Su Nian that Chun Haonan's arrival was also motivated by a desire for a portion of the pie. Although the territory in Jiandong was not yet under her control, many had already set their sights on her. It was not solely rival factions. Numerous members of Hongxing also aspired to partake. It appeared that being too well known was not necessarily a boon. Even before she had taken action, everyone was already aware of her intentions. Chun Haonan cautioned Su Nian not to underestimate the complexity of the situation. Chapter 43, Is This Talent? Granting Brother B 60%? It would be better to give him everything. Why not inquire if he considers it appropriate? Although Su Nian expressed gratitude to Chun Haonan for his reminder, she could not resist the urge to mock him mercilessly. Both Brother B and Chun Haonan wished to reap the rewards without any effort on their part, which seemed rather foolish. Did Brother B truly believe that he and Chun Haonan could establish themselves in Jianshazui? Chun Haonan discerned Su Nian's taunt and instantly wore a grim expression. Yet, Su Nian was not satisfied and continued to strike. If you were genuinely capable, it would not be you buying fruit to visit me. It would be I purchasing fruit to see you. This statement undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to Chun Haonan, who had been lingering downstairs out of sheer embarrassment. However, Brother B was reluctant to abandon this lucrative opportunity. Directly seizing his subordinates' possessions did not align with their principles, so he had to seek reconciliation. Gritting his teeth, Chun Haonan managed to utter, On Nian, we were all brought up by Brother B. One ought to be grateful. Observing the fury in Chun Haonan's eyes, Su Nian furthered her assault. Indeed, you were raised by Brother B. But in all my time mingling, has he ever aided me in any way apart from giving orders? I once borrowed a pack of cigarettes from him, and he demanded repayment. I owed 1,000 in usury, and he promptly gave my address to others. Oh, now that I've fared well, you come seeking gratitude. Why not return in 2 years, and I shall elevate him to chief executive. A mocking smile danced on Xu Nian's lips, leaving Chen Hao Nan feeling akin to a clown performing for an audience at the entrance of a mall. He felt utterly humiliated, yet seething with rage. Noticing Chen Hao Nan's wide-eyed fury, Xu Nian continued to jest. What is it? Do you wish to strike me? Perhaps we should settle this in a duel. I can show you if I could ascend to the rank of Red Stick through a tournament. Historically, the selection of Red Sticks relied on the outcome of such contests, and with this sudden deviation from tradition, dissent was bound to arise. Chen Hao Nan did not doubt his own combat abilities. He practiced daily in an underground boxing gym and held an inexplicable confidence in his prowess. However, he saw no reason to resort to violence here. Should word of this incident spread, it would reflect poorly on the Hongxing Association, and he was resolutely against actions that would harm the interests of the Brotherhood. I shall inform Brother B of your attitude. Xu Nian remained impassive as she watched Chen Hao Nan depart. Before he could stray too far, she instructed Zhang Jiawen, Jiawen, take these apples to the cleaning lady. She enjoys eating apples. Oh, very well, Zhang Jiawen nodded, asking no further questions as he took the apples away. Upon returning to the Xinguang nightclub in Tongluan, Chen Hao Nan recounted the incident to Brother B. Upon hearing it, Brother B did not display much anger. I am aware of this matter, anon. I shall not let it rest. Brother B's expression darkened, his brow furrowed, as if concocting some grand scheme. In his eyes, Xu Nian remained the same unambitious individual, having reached this point merely by luck. Should he desire, he could make Xu Nian vanish from existence in an instant. Yet, due to the principles of the underworld, he would refrain from such actions, contemplating merely teaching Xu Nian a lesson. As for how to do so, did he not have 2 businesses in Tongluan? In the afternoon, Jimmy Zai was the first to bring forth whom he deemed a talent to Xu Nian. He introduced a man named Ali. This individual had been identified as an undercover cop by the association's elder during Jimmy Zai's contention for power and had been urged to eliminate him. However, in reality, the elder had no evidence to substantiate the claim of Ali being an undercover agent. The directive to kill him was merely a means of suppression or a test of compliance prior to assuming authority. To Xu Nian, Ali appeared unremarkable, his sole merit being a solid rapport with Jimmy Zai, coupled with diligence and capability. After Jimmy left, Ayu arrived with a candidate he admired. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Ayu, if not nearly identical. Hey Juan, you cheerfully introduced. Nian, this is a friend I met on the street. His name is Along. He is loyal and quite formidable. He currently operates in Jianshazui. Although he is merely a horseman, he is well acquainted with the territory if you wish to establish dominance there. Upon hearing the name, Xu Nian fell into contemplation. The character played by Zhang Yaoyang had not been portrayed as a good person very often. Now, with Along, who had such a benevolent visage, Xu Nian recalled a film, Happy Chick, where he was indeed a good person. Not only that, but he was also an undercover agent, entangled in a love-hate relationship with 2 street sisters while concealing his identity to investigate. Ayu, why are you introducing your boss to me? Along seemed unaware of He Juanyu's intentions in summoning him. I mentioned introducing a good boss to you. Your current small gang has little prospect. Why not switch sides and join us in Jianshazui to carve out our territory together? Upon hearing this, Along's expression shifted slightly. He was an undercover agent assigned by the police to gather evidence regarding the trafficking of young girls by that small gang. Thus, he could not possibly switch allegiances. However, feeling a sense of camaraderie with He Juanyu and knowing her intentions were kind-hearted, he could only manage an awkward smile. Nearly 10 seconds passed before he formulated a reasonable refusal. I have a good relationship with my boss. If I were to switch, it would be quite disloyal. Niangu, I appreciate your recognition, but I cannot assist you at this time. Along's refusal left a hint of disappointment on He Juanyu's face. No worries. We are all brothers in this line of work. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, and I shall certainly help. Xu Nian shook hands with Along and patted his arm, appearing regretful. Along was indeed a man of loyalty and righteousness, and Xu Nian held great admiration for such individuals. Just as Ayu departed, Aji arrived with others. Spotting a friend with white hair, tall and slender, his face adorned with a hint of nonchalance and a touch of arrogance, Xu Nian could hardly contain his eagerness to speak. This is Duan Kuan. He also operates in Jianshazui and harbors a strong disdain for the Ni family. He is eager for an opportunity to join you in establishing dominance in Jianxia. In the film Saw Do, a Ji introduced with a tone of gravity. Sun Yin could not help but exclaim in admiration. So, Duan Kuan has arrived in Ximxia, has he? However, in comparison to his brazen demeanor in the original film, Duan Kuan appeared somewhat inexperienced at present. This individual possessed a ruthless disposition, marked by coldness and an insatiable ambition. He was not suited to be a subordinate who could be kept close for an extended period. Sun Yin contemplated this, already formulating plans to decline Duan Kuan's proposition. At that moment, Duan Kuan spoke. Brother Nian, I am highly skilled in combat, and I harbor no fear of death. Rather than perish, I dread the thought of living a life without distinction. Allow me to accompany you in conquering the world. As Duan Kuan's words echoed, Sun Yin heard the prompt tone of the system in his ear. Chapter 44. The True Talent. Duan Kuan wishes to acknowledge you as a formidable leader. Please choose. Option 1. Accept him and allow him to become your subordinate. Reward. Talented utilization. Permanent loyalty of 20 from your subordinates, who will also receive slight enhancements in strength and intelligence. Option 2. Reject him and remain cautious of Duan Kuan. Reward. Cautious instinct. The ability to detect the scent of danger in the air, the stronger the intent to kill. The easier it is for you to discern. Once again, 2 commendable rewards present themselves. Sun Yin had already prepared himself for a meager reward should he choose to reject, but to his surprise, both rewards were favorable. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the second reward might be a precautionary measure against potential retaliation from Duan Kuan after a rejection. After much deliberation, Sun Yin ultimately made a bold decision. The host chooses option 1. Please accept Duan Kuan as a subordinate. Duan Kuan regarded Sun Yin in silence, his impatience beginning to show. In truth, had it not been for Aji praising Sun Yin's exceptional qualities, he would not have approached at all. He was merely extending a courtesy to Aji. At that moment, Sun Yin stood, opening the safe behind him and retrieving a Rolex watch. Akun, since Aji vouched for you, you shall follow me from now on. As long as I have a meal, you shall have a bowl. Rather, you shall share in my soup. Sun Yin grasped Duan Kuan's hand and placed the watch into his palm. Upon accepting Duan Kuan, a notification promptly echoed in Sun Yin's ear. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accepting Duan Kuan as a subordinate, receiving the reward buff, talented utilization. At this juncture, Duan Kuan had only recently begun to navigate the tumultuous waters of society. He owned nothing more than a second-hand Casio, and the notion of a Rolex was a distant fantasy. In Ximxia, the most prominent faction was the Ni family, yet it was rare for a big brother to bestow a Rolex as a token of allegiance. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Kuan's admiration for Sun Yin grew significantly. After inspecting the Rolex to confirm its authenticity, he received a gentle pat on the back from Aji, reminding him to maintain composure. Realizing his earlier lack of decorum, Duan Kuan immediately bowed to Sun Yin, offering the highest form of respect. Rising, he declared, Brother Nian, I vow to help you take down the Ni family. Why the Ni family? What grievances do you hold against them? Sun Yin inquired with a smile. A flicker of resentment flashed in Duan Kuan's eyes as he turned to gaze out the window, recounting a tale. It was a time when he had just dropped out of school, persuaded by dubious friends to sell cough syrup in Ximxia. In an era when medical advancements were lacking, this concoction had a slight addictive quality, thus garnering a considerable audience. However, the Ni family believed Duan Kuan was encroaching upon their territory, leading them to orchestrate an assault on him and his friends. Subsequently, Duan Kuan found himself targeted by the Ni family in every venture. Even when attempting to sell adult films on the turf of other factions in Ximxia. Thus, a deep-seated enmity was forged. Of course, this was merely Duan Kuan's perspective. The Ni family likely paid him little mind, their targeting of him merely an act of amusement. Why not forge your path elsewhere instead of stubbornly clinging to Ximxia? Sun Yin asked, intrigued. I grew up here. Why should I seek refuge elsewhere? Aren't there other factions in those places as well? I, Duankin, refuse to bow to them. One day, I shall personally trample Ni Kuan underfoot. Alas, he met his demise too soon. Duan Kuan asserted vehemently. Sun Yin nodded inwardly. This was precisely the kind of individual he sought, someone fiercely resolute, even if somewhat rebellious. If he could not manage such a person, what right did he have to thrive in Hong Kong? Very well, if vengeance is what you desire, I shall provide you with the opportunity, but not at present. Patience is required. Now is the perfect moment, though. That old man Ni Kuan has perished, and Ni Yongxiao lacks capability. Even the 4 prominent leaders under the Ni family cannot be managed, Duan Kuan remarked, echoing the prevailing sentiment regarding the Ni family's current predicament. However, Su Nian understood that Duan Kuan's observations merely skimmed the surface. Ni Yongxiao was far more formidable than his father. Su Nian was aware that Ni Yongxiao would soon make his move, and when that time came, dealing with him would be far simpler. Having been reminded by Chun Haonan, Su Nian had calmed himself and refrained from hastily entering Tsimsha Sui. Duan Kuan scratched his head in confusion, but Su Nian chose not to elaborate. It won't be long. For now, follow Aji closely, gather more subordinates. I will allocate 300,000 for you. Be generous with your subordinates. I am not short of funds, so do not be stingy. Seeing Su Nian's generosity, Duan Kuan felt a profound sense of assurance in his choice of allegiance. As they prepared to depart, Su Nian imparted a final reminder. Aji, ensure Duan Kuan is informed of my principles and conduct. Now that he is with me, he must not breach any taboos. Otherwise, I will have no mercy to speak of. Aji nodded, acknowledging the message. The taboos Su Nian referred to were his principles of not exploiting the vulnerable and maintaining integrity even within the underworld. After the two departed, Su Nian furrowed his brow, contemplating the future. With only a handful of individuals at his disposal, he found their assistance severely lacking. Su Nian switched on the television in his office. Typically, he would catch the news at this hour. As the screen flickered to life, an elderly man's face filled the frame. Several microphones thrust before him. A caption read, Police Chief C2 Jia. He was elucidating matters related to Luo Maosin and a group of prominent figures. C2 Jia? Upon seeing this name, Su Nian was reminded of several faces from within the prison walls. These were the individuals who had violated interrogation protocols to expedite C2 Jia's case, inadvertently leading to the death of a suspect. Su Nian had encountered them in the neighboring cell block during his time in Stanley Prison. These individuals, due to their affiliation with law enforcement, had suffered greatly at the hands of other inmates. Su Nian had once been at the bottom of the food chain and had been bullied by them, even enduring a beating alongside them on one occasion. The original owner of this body, however, possessed an optimistic disposition, smiling brightly even after enduring a beating. As he offered several cigarettes to Chiugang Ao, this gesture signified a semblance of camaraderie, albeit their interactions were limited due to being housed in different penal districts. It seems they each have approximately 3 years left on their sentences. If only there were a way to extricate them. The methods employed by Chiugang Ao and his band of brothers in the original narrative truly exemplify the essence of genuine talent. If they could be harnessed for one's own purposes, would it not open the door to boundless opportunities? Chapter 45. The Arson of the Company Nightfall. In celebration of welcoming 2 newly recruited subordinates, Su Nian took a group of key members to revel at a nightclub. The venue he chose was a newly opened establishment by Lian Sheng, where the young ladies were far more appealing than those at De Lao Bi's nightclub. As the formidable figure of Tong Luo Wan, De Lao Bi swiftly received the news. In the office of Xingguang nightclub, De Lao Bi smirked. Su Nian, do you think it matters that you don't frequent my venue? The moment you appear in Tong Luo Wan, I am aware of it, regardless of where you are. With a single phone call, he summoned the remaining 3 subordinates of Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan was not called upon due to his injuries, which, although healing, still warranted De Lao Bi's caution regarding dangerous tasks. When Shanji, Bao Pai, and Chao Pai arrived, they looked utterly bewildered. De Lao Bi leisurely recounted how Su Nian had humiliated Chun Haonan. As the elder brother, Chun Haonan found it inappropriate to mention such matters in front of his subordinates, but De Lao Bi spoke candidly. The revelation incited fury among Shanji and the others. To them, Su Nian was merely a recent ex-convict who had gotten lucky to become a red stick, forgetting his roots. They believed his rise to power was entirely due to De Lao Bi's influence. Without it, he would not even have been in contention for the position of a red stick. Bi brother, this person is utterly ungrateful. We should go teach him a lesson. Shanji and his companions eagerly expressed their willingness to confront Su Nian. Excellent. This is the spirit I desire. De Lao Bi nodded approvingly. However, the trio soon found themselves at a loss. They had only been speaking casually. Talking was harmless, after all. They assumed De Lao Bi would not truly confront his subordinates, perhaps merely issuing a warning. But now, the prospect of actual confrontation loomed large. Without Haonan as their anchor, how could they dare proceed? At that moment, De Lao Bi interjected, I don't intend for you to engage in a direct confrontation. Sun Yan has grown considerably stronger since his release. Taking him on directly would be challenging. However, I have another plan to teach him a lesson. What plan? Shanji and the others inquired in confusion. Isn't he running a company? Isn't he making money? Set his company ablaze. Let us see how he profits then. You will go tonight. He is currently at the nightclub with all his brothers. Upon hearing De Lao B's instructions, Shanji and his companions exchanged glances, seemingly awaiting one another to voice a refusal. Yet, no one spoke. The task was not one they could decline. De Lao B provided them with 5 lighters and 5 barrels of gasoline, clearly intending for them to incinerate Sun Yan's establishment. With 5 barrels of gasoline, they could reduce it to ashes. De Lao B also procured a dilapidated yellow Crown van for them, pushing them out to execute the mission. De Lao B's directive was to burn down one of 2 companies, Jin Li Lai or Jin Huadai, both located on the same street. Shanji drove, circling the area 5 times without settling on a target. Jin Li Lai was too close to the intersection, making it highly visible. Jin Huadai faced a tea house that served late-night diners, also drawing attention. Additionally, their greatest obstacle was their lack of courage. After several laps, they found themselves without excuses, finally halting in front of Jin Huadai's entrance. The trio began to douse the exterior with gasoline. Nearby, Jimmy Zai, along with Fei Ji and Ali, was returning to the company in a white van after selling 3,000 discs. The money had come too swiftly. While they had been drinking, Jimmy Zai received a call from a mainland boss requesting 3,000 discs, 2,000 of which needed to be blank, to be delivered to the port for a waterway departure that very night. Thus, they hurried back. However, they sensed something amiss almost immediately, spotting 3 figures pouring liquid onto the company's outer wall. Jimmy Zai frowned, his pupils dilating as he discerned that these were not mere buckets. They were gasoline barrels. The trio exchanged alarmed glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "This is bad." They propelled themselves into a sprint. However, Shanji and his companions, lacking experience, had not even stationed a lookout and were caught off guard. Jimmy Zai and his companions had reacted swiftly, causing Shanji and his crew to panic, abandoning the gasoline and scattering. Jimmy Zai, also accompanied by 2 others, pursued them in 3 different directions. Dressed in a suit, Jimmy Zai tore his trousers in his haste. Sadly, he could not catch Chow Pai. Fei Ji, having indulged too heavily, stumbled and fell twice over a distance of 300 meters, allowing Bao Pai to escape. Only Ali managed to apprehend Shanji, pinning him to the ground. Under the barrage of Ali's fists and kicks, Shanji quickly succumbed. His fervent desire to prove himself as a new member of Sun Yan's team fueled his adrenaline, enabling him to keep pace. With Ali's call for assistance, Jimmy Zai and Fei Ji returned to help. Upon recognizing Shanji, Fei Ji, in a drunken fury, kicked him, shouting, "You scoundrel! This is our hard work. Do you wish to ruin our company? Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Each exclamation was accompanied by a forceful kick. "First, bind him." Jimmy Zai interrupted Fei Ji's onslaught. Without hesitation, Fei Ji dashed back to the company for some rope, and together with Ali, they secured Shanji. Once bound, Fei Ji, still shaken, remarked, "If it weren't for the sudden business opportunity, our company would have been lost." As he spoke, he reached for a cigarette to calm his nerves. Jimmy Zai swiftly intervened, slapping the cigarette from his hand. "Are you trying to set the company ablaze?" This swift action snapped Fei Ji back to his senses. He awkwardly scratched his head. "I forgot. I was too tense. My apologies." Jimmy Zai instructed Ali to bring someone into the company. After contemplating for a moment, he made a phone call, summoned a few employees, and borrowed a water hose to begin cleaning up the gasoline. It was only after the gasoline had been sufficiently removed that he dared to call Sun Yan. Sun Yan was reveling in the nightclub. Upon arriving at this establishment, Sun Yan, unlike his usual self, did not avoid the company of a single princess. In his arms, he now held a young maiden clad in a deep blue jay uniform from Nian country, her face adorned with light makeup. She was none other than the goddess Lu Piao Piao. After indulging in a few drinks, Sun Yan's hands became restless. While exploring this new realm, he uttered the classic line, "You are so beautiful. It would be a pity to be in a place like this. Why not let me support you?" Just as the words escaped his lips, his mobile phone rang. Chapter 46. The Bakugan kid Sun Yan picked up the phone, and upon connecting, listened intently as Jimmy recounted the events that had just transpired. The fire of rage ignited in his eyes, and his movements became more forceful, causing Lu Piao to tense up entirely. Previously, she had worked as a technician in a massage parlor, but having accepted a position at this newly opened establishment due to financial constraints. She never anticipated encountering Su Nian on her very first day. Initially, she felt fortunate, as Su Nian was exceptionally handsome and possessed a physique that radiated masculine allure. However, Su Nian proved to be far more direct than she had expected. In such environments, it is customary to ascertain whether a client is willing to engage before proceeding, yet Su Nian disregarded this protocol. Lu Piapiao, perceiving him as a figure of authority, felt hesitant to refuse. After Su Nian answered the call, Lu Piapiao inadvertently overheard information she ought not to have. She assumed that once the call ended, Su Nian would hastily depart, but to her surprise, he broached the topic of their earlier conversation. What do you think about what I proposed? I will support you, ensuring you need not face those middle-aged men, replete with excess weight and unwieldy appearances. Su Nian remarked, gazing at Lu Piapiao's face. He did not harbor any proclivities for exploiting his position, save for exceptions like Lu Piapiao. Hearing Su Nian's words, Lu Piapiao's expression was marked by indecision. Su Nian, observing her hesitation, inquired further, how much do you earn here in a month? I am not certain. This establishment has just opened, but the manager mentioned a minimum of 12,000, she replied. 12,000, in these times, represented a substantial sum for an ordinary individual. Su Nian pondered for a moment before declaring, I shall pay you 15,000 a month if you come work by my side as my personal assistant. The title of personal assistant was merely nominal, for affluent individuals often maintain one or several such aides, capable of managing personal affairs and, when necessary, addressing pressing matters. 15,000? Is that true? Lu Piapiao stammered. Su Nian promptly produced 10,000 in cash and tucked it into her blouse pocket. The sensation of her skin against his hand eliciting a comfortable feeling. This is a deposit. Report to Jindalili Company tomorrow for work. Is that agreeable? Upon seeing the money, Lu Piapiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. No problem. The benefactor was not only handsome but also generous, and given her financial needs, she had little reason to resist such an enticing offer. With Lu Piaopio secured, Su Nian chose not to linger and disturb Ji and his companion's enjoyment. Departing alone, he promptly returned to the disc company, where he found Ji bound tightly. Upon his return, Su Nian settled into the genuine leather chair in the office. After lighting a cigarette and turning slightly, he regarded the kneeling Ji with a measured tone. Speak. Who sent you? Are you aware that there are over 1 million worth of goods in this company? By destroying them, you have caused a loss exceeding 1 million. Even selling you would not cover the damages. When Ji remained silent, Su Nian delivered a swift kick. Ji remained unresponsive. Not speaking? Let me extract the truth from him, Ali volunteered eagerly. Su Nian merely smiled at Ji. I did not expect you to possess a sense of loyalty. Since you refused to speak, why not take full responsibility for your actions? After all, you sought to burn down my company for seizing Brother Haonan's prestige. I do not accept this, so I intended to retaliate. Even bound, Ji retained an air of defiance, believing that Boss B would surely come to his rescue, or at least send someone on his behalf, granting him a sense of false security. Su Nian laughed heartily at his naivety. You are truly foolish. Do you think I am unaware of your identity simply because you refuse to divulge it? You believe that by revealing it, I would confront him immediately? However, since you have spoken, according to the rules of our world, the decision of life and death rests with me. Su Nian turned to Ali, instructing him to break all of Ji's legs, specifying, do not damage the bones, aim for the knees. I want him to be unable to walk for the rest of his life, and from now on, he shall simply be known as Shan. Su Nian's intentions were unmistakable, yet Ali scratched his head in confusion. But, where do you find 3 legs? At that moment, the astute Jimmy intervened, pulling Ali aside and whispering a few words in his ear. Ali's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. Grasping a baseball bat, he swiftly knocked Ji to the ground, delivering several heavy blows. Ji curled up in agony, rolling on the floor and wailing in pain. Su Nian stood from his chair, crouching beside Ji, murmuring, I truly do not wish to trouble those of your kind, yet since you have chosen to acknowledge your fault, you must face the consequences. Su Nian's words dripped with sarcasm as he turned to Ali again. Having beaten him so severely, should we not hasten to take him to a physician? Are we to send him to the hospital? Ali queried, perplexed. Are you willing to cover his medical expenses? We shall return him to where he originated. Leave him at the entrance of Xinguang nightclub. Ali responded with an "Oh," immediately dragging Ji away by the legs. causing the already injured Shanji to cry out in pain before losing consciousness. Ironically, his fainting might have spared him further suffering. Meanwhile, in the manager's office of Xinguang nightclub, the recently returned Bao Pai and Chao Pai relayed the situation to Boss B. With his face in his hands, Boss B expressed exasperation. You two have performed terribly. They returned with only 3 men, and you couldn't manage to escape? You couldn't even attempt to rescue Shanji? Is this what brotherhood means to you? Boss B looked down upon their cowardice, yet felt powerless. With a heavy sigh, he continued, Sun Yin must be aware that I intended to send him a warning. He will likely bring Shanji to confront me, so there is no need for you to panic. I can easily sweet-talk my way into securing Shanji's safety. Boss B maintained an air of confidence, but mere seconds later, his demeanor shifted drastically. Chapter 47. Chun Haonan comes to fight at the behest of Dalao B. Bao Pai and Chao Pai hastily dashed outside. At the entrance of the Xinguang nightclub, Shanji lay limply, resembling a lifeless bird, as 2 security guards hoisted him up, one on each side. Brother G, Brother G, the 2 cried out, each more sorrowful than the other. In stark contrast, the grievously injured Shanji had succumbed to a deep, infantile slumber. Bao Pai and Chao Pai rushed to his side, shaking his body, uncertain whether they sought to ascertain his condition or to rouse him back to endure further agony. Enough noise. Get him to the hospital. Dalao B emerged behind them, infuriated at the sight of Shanji's legs twisted grotesquely. Observing Bao Pai and Chao Pai's state of utter helplessness only heightened his ire. You two are utterly useless. Hurry up and assist. Dalao B's furious admonition jolted the 2 timid youths into action. The nightclub's security had arranged a vehicle for Shanji. Bao Pai hurried to open the door, while Chao Pai gingerly supported him. Once Shanji was seated, Dalao B took the passenger seat, and Bao Pai tended to Shanji in the back, leaving Chao Pai to catch a cab to the hospital. As they departed, Dalao B reminded Chao Pai to clean the floor. Even the blood of his subordinate could not tarnish his business dealings. Before long, Shanji was transported to a hospital in Wanchai. After being admitted to the emergency room, it took the doctors half an hour to deliver their findings. Shanji bore multiple injuries. Not only were his kneecaps shattered, but he also sustained severe damage below the waist. Additionally, he suffered a mild concussion, a fractured hand, and slight rib fractures. Upon reviewing the extensive treatment list and hearing the doctor reveal that Shanji would forever be unable to conceive and would likely never walk again, Dalao B's fury ignited. Sun Yin, how dare you disrespect me? Very well. Dalao B crumpled the examination report in his hand and hurled it against the wall. The doctor then interjected, this includes payment receipts. Please visit the window to settle the bill and ensure he remains hospitalized. Dalao B awkwardly retrieved the crumpled paper from the floor and glanced at the hidden invoice within the report. Upon seeing the amount, he inhaled sharply. 200,000? Are you kidding me? Dalao B exclaimed, incredulous as he pointed at the figures on the bill. Not only does he have one issue, his kneecap is shattered, but his lower leg can still be salvaged. With proper recovery, he might stand again. Thus, a major surgery is necessary. However, if not performed, he is guaranteed to be paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair for life. Since you are paying for the patient, you must choose. We do have more affordable options available. Dalao B fell silent. Shanji's predicament stemmed entirely from his own actions. If he did not pay to resolve this, the news would spread, and how could he lead his subordinates? In truth, he feared that no one would genuinely serve him thereafter. However, the time to pay the gang was approaching. The last sum had been stolen, and he had borrowed from Sun Yin to settle it. This month, competition in the Coppermine Bay area was fierce, with several newly opened venues squeezing him out, resulting in poor business and significantly reduced funds to contribute. If he diverted any more, Jiang Tiansheng would undoubtedly erupt in wrath. With these thoughts weighing on him, Dalao B reluctantly removed his golden Rolex and handed it to Bao Pai. Bao Pai, help me pawn this Rolex for cash. Remember, inquire at several pawn shops for quotes, and do not settle for less than 200,000. Understood, Brother B, Bao Pai replied. Witnessing Dalao B's willingness to part with his watch to save Shan Ji moved Bao Pai deeply. No sooner had Bao Pai left than Chun Haonan and Chao Pai arrived. Upon seeing Shan Ji's tragic state, Chun Haonan was consumed by rage. Ji, I will avenge you, Chun Haonan declared, charging out of the hospital room and heading towards the exit. Dalao B swiftly intercepted him. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to confront Sun Yin. Dalao B countered. Your legs are still healing. You can only walk straight. How do you intend to confront him? Am I to simply stand by while my brother is left crippled? Chen Haonan retorted angrily. He pointed accusingly at Dalao Bi. Brother B, you promised to take care of them. Now my brother faces a lifetime of barrenness and disability. Shan Ji adored women. What do you think he will feel when he wakes up? How is this not akin to killing him? Su Nian has effectively murdered him. Chen Haonan was so incensed that he grasped Dalao Bi's collar. At this moment, Chao Pai interjected, Brother Nan, do not be so furious. Brother B did not wish for this. It was all Su Nian's doing. Direct your anger towards him. Hearing Chao Pai's words, Chen Haonan pushed Dalao Bi aside and, accompanied by Chao Pai, stormed out of the hospital. Within the nightclub, Su Nian, having dealt with Shan Ji's affairs, returned to revelry. Lu Piapiao, standing at a mere 165 centimeters, appeared somewhat diminutive to Su Nian. Her slender frame nestled comfortably in his embrace, allowing him to hold her tightly. With the considerable sum of money Su Nian had provided, Lu Piapiao found herself relieved of immediate worries. Coupled with Su Nian's innate charm and exceptional qualities, she had surrendered much of herself to him. Accustomed to Su Nian's mischief, she buried her head against his chest, feeling his playful hands. Her breath quickening involuntarily. Just as Su Nian prepared to leave with her, two individuals burst in, Chao Pai and Chen Haonan. It was unclear how they had discovered Su Nian's exact private room number. Upon entering, they charged towards Su Nian with fierce intent, startling Lu Piapiao. Su Nian gently pushed her aside, confronting the furious Chen Haonan. Why the rage? Is there something amiss? You dare touch my brother? I will fight you. Chen Haonan seized a bottle and, in a dramatic fashion reminiscent of countless films, smashed it, wielding the jagged glass towards Su Nian. Su Nian swiftly kicked out, leaving Chen Haonan only with a blur and the rush of wind as he disappeared from view. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, causing the wine bottle in his hand to vanish without a trace. With a loud crash, the bottle shattered against the wall near the entrance, scattering glass shards everywhere. Chen Haonan was left in a state of shock, unable to fathom how capable Su Nian was in combat. He couldn't even discern when Su Nian had delivered the kick. Before Chen Haonan could regain his composure, several individuals burst through the door. How dare you stir trouble in my territory with Lian Sheng? You must have never faced death. They wielded clubs, the enforcers of the nightclub. Although Chen Haonan was there for matters concerning Hongxing, to them, it was their domain, and they bore the responsibility for any incidents. If a life were lost, customers would refrain from returning due to bad luck, compelling them to maintain order. Aware of his disadvantage and confronted by the numbers, Chen Haonan could only storm away with Lian Sheng and his entourage. Unbeknownst to him, it was these very individuals who had saved his life. Otherwise, Su Nian's next kick could have cost him dearly. As Su Nian resumed her seat, Lu Piapiao eagerly linked arms with her, her face radiating admiration, wishing to immerse herself in Su Nian's robust embrace. With such a display, Su Nian found no desire to continue drinking. Chapter 48. Assisting, let them repay. As the night deepened over Guangdao, the streets of Tongluan remained vibrant under the glow of neon signs, with numerous shops still in operation. Even at 10 o'clock in the evening, the pawn shops were busy receiving items. These establishments were operated by various triads, including Hongxing, which naturally had a stake in this area. However, Bao Pai dared not pawn the valuable item at his own pawnshop, as the stores under Hongxing were notorious for offering meager prices. Thus, he sought out pawnshops belonging to other gangs, feeling the weight of the 200,000 yuan watch he carried. After wandering around and consulting 7 or 8 shops, he finally found one that offered a reasonable price. They agreed on a pawn of 230,000 yuan, with the shop intending to sell it for 280,000 yuan. If he wished to redeem it, he had 2 months. Otherwise, the price would be reduced for sale after that period. Bao Pai quickly received a contract and the 230,000 yuan wrapped in a leather bag. He cradled it carefully as he navigated through the crowd. Although he appeared delicate, most of the people in Tongluan recognized him as Chen Haonan's brother. In a place where everyone knows each other, it was unlikely that any triad member would attempt to rob him. However, there was one exception, De Quanzi. Coincidentally, Ji Zhengxiong was lurking at the entrance of a jewelry store. He was devising a grand plan. The Zhou Dada jewelry store before him held approximately 5 million yuan worth of gold. Although not substantial, its small size meant they could collect all the gold within 2 minutes. They closed at 11 o'clock each night, locking the doors and leaving 2 employees behind to clean up. This was the store's most vulnerable moment. Moreover, Committing a crime at night was less likely to attract attention. Thus, he meticulously plotted with a few younger associates, outlining how to coordinate their exit and escape routes, and even preparing contingency plans A and B. The young men trailing him were talent imported from the mainland, seasoned veterans from the south, all possessing commendable skills. Xionggu, why not choose a bigger place? This small jewelry store won't yield enough for us. One of the blonde-haired youths inquired. Mind your business. Keep your mouth shut on the street, Ji Jingxiong retorted sharply. Xionggu, I'm just stating the facts, the young man protested. Silence. Ji Jingxiong's voice turned more severe. The blonde youth, seeing Ji Jingxiong's disregard for his opinion, turned away in displeasure, muttering under his breath. What a tough guy. I thought he was more formidable. What did you say? Ji Jingxiong asked, sensing the rising tension. The blonde, realizing the ire in Ji Jingxiong's tone, fell silent. Everyone's gaze shifted as they spotted Bao Pai crossing the street with his leather bag. The blonde quickly nudged his companion. The crew member immediately understood the implication. After exchanging glances, the blonde said, Xionggu, let us go over there to use the restroom. He pointed toward a nearby alley. Ji Jingxiong grumbled in annoyance, but did not prevent their departure. Soon, the duo followed Bao Pai. On another note, after dismissing Chun Haonan, Su Nian embraced Lu Piapiao as they exited the nightclub. That evening, they found a luxurious hotel room and engaged in some intimate activities. By the next morning, as Su Nian awoke to discover floral imprints on the white hotel sheets, he turned to Lu Piapiao in astonishment. Wait, how did I end up with a new car? Last night, he had assumed Lu Piapiao was merely acting the part of a schoolgirl. He hadn't realized the authenticity of her persona. Indeed, sometimes venturing into new venues yields delightful surprises. Su Nian secretly resolved to seek out new experiences in the future. He gently pinched Lu Piapiao to rouse her, instructing her to prepare as they needed to check out. He took her directly back to the company. Zhang Jiawen, who was working in the office, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Su Nian with a girl dressed in school attire. Su Nian explained, she is my newly hired personal assistant. You won't have to fetch tea or documents anymore, so you can avoid those late nights that are taking a toll on your skin. Zhang Jiawen glanced at Lu Piapiao, noting her beauty surpassed her own. Given Lu's appearance, it was evident she was not an entirely serious girl, stirring an inexplicable feeling of jealousy within Zhang Jiawen. Ever since recognizing Su Nian's talent, she had harbored a fond admiration for him, captivated by both his charm and skill. Understood, boss, she replied, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Just as she was about to leave, Su Nian added, by the way, the lock on my office door is broken. Please replace it with a new one. With this direct hint, Zhang Jiawen acknowledged and departed without looking back. Su Nian was preparing to call Jiang Tiansheng to confirm the launch of the external website when Aji barged in without knocking. And Nian, do you know what happened last night? What happened? Su Nian inquired, puzzled by Aji's amused demeanor. Did you not injure Shanji? Last night, Dalaobi instructed Bao Pai to pawn his golden Rolex to cover Shanji's medical expenses. After obtaining 230,000 yuan, Bao Pai was robbed by 2 Dequanzi while on the road. This infuriated Dalaobi, prompting him to call the police. You know how triads typically avoid cooperating with the authorities. They rather seek their own means to recover losses, yet he chose to report the theft for just 230,000 yuan. Now, he is the laughingstock in the streets, Aji chuckled. Su Nian joined in the laughter. Dalaobi was robbed in Tongluan? Indeed. Dalaobi, a figure of authority in Tongluan, lost money on his own turf. How embarrassing. Su Nian laughed heartily. However, after the laughter subsided, he contemplated another matter. Aji, it's time for Dalaobi to repay his debts. You should speak to him about it. Su Nian was ready to reel in the net. Chapter 49. The Debt Crisis. A joke on the streets in the manager's office of the Xinguang nightclub, due to the incident of the stolen life-saving money belonging to Shanji, the formidable figure known as Dalaobi had spent the entire night in restless turmoil. He first accompanied Bao Pai to the hospital and reprimanded him once he regained consciousness. Bao Pai was aware that the money was vital for Shanji's survival, and thus he fought fiercely to protect it. Unfortunately, he was overpowered by 2 skilled assailants and sustained 5 or 6 stab wounds. Fortunately, these assailants were adept enough to avoid his vital organs. Otherwise, Bao Pai would have succumbed to his injuries. After being stabbed, he lay unnoticed for over 10 minutes before anyone came to his aid. After leaving the hospital, he visited the pawn shop where Bao Pai had previously pawned his watch. He sought out several old friends, including individuals like 13 Mei, a figure of influence within the Hongxing society, to gather the necessary funds for the medical bills. After these exhausting efforts, he returned to the Xinguang nightclub, only to find that someone had spread word of the incident, rendering him the subject of ridicule. Dalaobi was consumed by fury. To make matters worse, a G arrived to demand repayment, but shockingly, the amount he demanded was double the principal. Previously, he had understood the interest to be 13.5 annually, yet a G presented an astonishing figure of 35.1 weekly, with additional penalties for late payments. In his rage, Dalaobi retrieved the contract for verification, only to discover that it was indeed written as such, albeit in minuscule print that he had overlooked. It dawned on him why Su Nian had been so generous in lending him the money. Enraged, he vowed to eliminate a G. At that moment, it was midday, and only a few lackeys remained in the nightclub. A G, being skilled in combat, swiftly made his escape. This confrontation irrevocably severed any ties between Dalaobi and Su Nian, leading him to resolve that he would not repay the debt. This decision, however, fell within Su Nian's expectations, as he had intended for Dalaobi to refuse repayment. Otherwise, how could he have disseminated the matter so widely? In Su Nian's office, Lu Piapiao sat on his lap as he fed her strawberries. Suddenly, the sound of the doorknob turning intruded upon their moment. Thankfully, he had changed the lock and secured the door. He gently set Lu Piapiao down and adjusted her clothing before opening the door for a G. "What is that smell in the room?" A G inquired upon entering, perplexed. "Perhaps it's musty. Next time, knock before entering. Let us discuss business now," Su Nian replied curtly, offering no further explanation. A G, oblivious to Lu Piapiao's peculiar demeanor, continued. "Dalaobi has stated he won't repay. Shall I send someone to collect violently? If he refuses to pay, we could burn down his nightclub, and we would be justified. Don't do that. If you burn down his nightclub, you would be incinerating my establishment as well. Once I become the figure of authority in Tongluan, all these nightclubs will belong to me," a G realized, nodding in understanding. "What shall we do now?" he asked. "I will lend you 50,000 yuan. You will go to Tongluan and enlist those who frequent the streets, whether gangsters or older women, to spread the news about Dalaobi's debt of 800,000 yuan to the lackeys and his refusal to repay. I want everyone in Tongluan to know about this. Tomorrow at noon, when I dine at the tea house, I expect to hear patrons discussing this matter," Su Nian declared authoritatively. "Understood." A G grasped Su Nian's intent. Su Nian retrieved 50,000 yuan in cash from the safe and handed it to a G, leaving the method of usage to his discretion, so long as it yielded results. Meanwhile, Dalaobi was singularly focused on locating the two assailants, unaware of Su Nian's devious tactics that would ultimately lead to his disappointment. Ji Jingxiong, the unseen kingpin, prided himself on his cautious approach. Upon learning that his two reckless subordinates had dared to meddle with the Hongxing society's finances in Tongluan, he swiftly resolved to act. Under the pretense of providing them with cover to escape, he led them to the seaside, where he used a concealed Swiss Army knife to fatally stab both men before disposing of their bodies in the ocean. After this grim task, he did not linger in Hong Kong, but rather utilized a false identity to cross the border back to the mainland, seeking refuge. The 200,000 yuan he had stolen became the capital for his business endeavors. In truth, robbing a gold shop rarely yielded substantial profits. Often, from a heist worth $1 million in gold, he would only receive 200,000 yuan, as 80 would be claimed by the fence. Thus, returning with 200,000 yuan satisfied him, at least affording him a lavish lifestyle for a while. That morning, Ji Jingxiong departed, and by evening, news of two bodies surfacing at Wanchai Pier made headlines. The corpses, having been in the water for a brief time, were easily recognizable. Bao Pai, watching television in the hospital, immediately identified them as the robbers who had attacked him. With this, all leads were severed, and it became clear that Dalaobi's money was irretrievable. This revelation incited further wrath within Dalaobi, compounded by the rapid spread of news regarding his refusal to repay his debts. He learned of the situation through one of his lackeys, overhearing their conversation as they mockingly discussed him, leading to his discovery. In a fit of rage, he wreaked havoc throughout the manager's office at the Xinguang nightclub, shattering nearly everything in sight. What he had not anticipated was that news of his indebtedness had reached Bolan Street. 13 Mei, who had previously lent him money, called to insist he write an acknowledgement of debt, Otherwise, he would find himself without allies. It is evident that he fears the wrath of Dao Lao Bi. Dao Lao Bi is seething with anger, but dares not unleash his fury upon Shirsan Mei. He can only simmer in his office after the call has ended. The ashtray, which he had only just retrieved, is now hurled against the wall in a fit of rage. With a resounding crash, the thick glass ashtray shatters into countless pieces. Sun Yan, you are heartless, while I am devoid of loyalty. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Dao Lao Bi muses, reminding himself that he is, after all, Sun Yan's superior. Regardless of his rebellious nature, he remains a member of Hongxing. Should he hesitate to return to Hongxing's Xiangtong, it would violate the principles of their organization, allowing Dao Lao Bi to expel him from Hongxing. Now that he has returned, a charge can be fabricated to justify administering the family law upon him. Chapter 50. Leveraging power. If the astute Dao Lao Bi could conceive of such strategies, how could Xu Nian be any less perceptive? Upon receiving the notification from Dao Lao Bi to discuss the debt issues at Hongxing Xiangtong, he had already devised a countermeasure. Coincidentally, the previous discussion with Jiang Tianxing had remained unfinished. Xu Nian dialed Jiang Tianxing's number. Mr. Jiang, have you given any thought to the matters concerning the external betting sites? On the other end of the line, Jiang Tianxing's languid voice responded, I've looked into it. Such sites are illegal in Hong Kong. While it may be challenging to shut down underground casinos, shutting down these online platforms should be straightforward, right? Ever since Jiang Tianxing learned about the profitable venture Xu Nian proposed, he had developed a keen interest, diligently educating himself on external betting sites. As an ambitious second-generation figure in the underworld, he aimed to steer his organization towards legitimacy. Thus, he sought legal advice and was aware of certain legal risks, although his understanding was evidently incomplete. Of course, I am aware of that, Mr. Jiang. But what determines which country's laws govern a website? Xu Nian countered. This question left Jiang Tianxing momentarily speechless. Knowing Jiang could not respond, Xu Nian provided the answer after a brief pause. Firstly, the physical location of the server. Secondly, the registration location of the operating entity. If you host the website servers in the United States and register a company there, it will be subject to that country's regulations. Therefore, there is no legal issue, as many nations currently lack comprehensive internet management laws. We could easily host the servers in Southeast Asia, close to Hong Kong, and if regulations change, we simply need to relocate the servers. Upon hearing Xu Nian's insights, Jiang Tianxing realized that this young man was far from ordinary. He had already considered such nuances. According to your reasoning, as developed nations promote the internet, and as countries transition into the digital age, we would be among the pioneers in external betting sites. There is no reason for me not to pursue this, Jiang Tianxing conceded. By forging a partnership with Jiang Tianxing, Xu Nian was destined to rise beyond the realm of a mere red stick. Much like Chen Yaoshan of Hongxing, whose position may not be as elevated, yet he commands respect from many at higher echelons. The profit sharing will follow our previous discussions. I will engage a professional team for operations. Mr. Jiang, if you wish to assign someone to our team, simply let me know. All right, as you've said, the internet holds great promise. I should indeed learn more. I've recently purchased a computer to delve into it. Do come over to teach me when you have time. I also know a renowned chef in Hong Kong known for his culinary skills. This was Jiang Tianxing's gesture of goodwill, and Sun Yan had no reason to decline. Certainly, Mr. Jiang, just call me when your computer arrives. However, I have encountered a minor issue that I must resolve before addressing the website matter. Xu Nian refrained from detailing the specifics to Jiang Tianxing. Is it related to Dao Lao Bi? Jiang Tianxing had already deduced the situation. This demonstrated the power of the decision-makers within Hongxing. Xu Nian acknowledged, not directly soliciting help from Jiang Tianxing. Dao Lao Bi is rather perplexing. He has a talent like you under his wing, but is infatuated with Chen Haonan. Do not worry. I will speak to Dao Lao Bi on your behalf. As for the debts he owes you, I will ask him for a bit more time. Jiang Tianxing stated. As a loyal figure within Hongxing, he would not easily dismiss Dao Lao Bi. Yet, he regarded Xu Nian as a promising newcomer and wished to mitigate any potential conflict between them, choosing instead to mediate. Jiang Tianxing's words were also a test of Xu Nian's character. Should Xu Nian prove to be vindictive, Jiang Tianxing would be reluctant to place too much trust in him, opting instead to exploit him for a modest profit. Xu Nian understood this dynamic. Since you have put it this way, I will certainly follow your arrangements. Excellent. I will discuss this matter on your behalf, Jiang Tianxing responded, satisfied with Xu Nian's reply. However, there remained another concern for him. How do you intend to handle the situation in Jindong? Dalao B is, after all, the decision-maker in Causeway Bay. Even if I advocate for you, if he employs some tactics, your business here may still face challenges. Please allow me a little more time. The situation in Jinshajiu is quite intricate, and I require additional assistance. I have already sought help. Xu Nian was truthful. The help he sought was in the form of legal counsel. The case involving Qiu Gangao garnered significant attention, and numerous lawyers were aware of its critical points that could lead to a retrial. However, without a formidable legal team, success would be unattainable. Understood. I will speak with Dalao B first. After ending the call, Jiang Tianxing promptly dialed Dalao B. Upon connection, Jiang Tianxing bluntly remarked, Dalao B, you truly know how to create trouble for me. If you were to retire, you would merely bring more complications to yourself and the organization. Confused, Dalao B inquired, Mr. Jiang, what seems to be the issue? What do you think? At your age, you should not be at odds with your subordinates. If you must quarrel, at least have the decency to win. How embarrassing. Dalao B immediately grasped that Jiang Tianxing had come regarding Xu Nian. This situation arose due to circumstances, as that young man was the one who acted ungratefully. Are you sure? Was it not you who first set fire to his company? Or was it your ambition to usurp his position for your favored disciple? At a loss for words, Dalao B found himself unable to argue. I have been lenient, considering your status as a veteran of Hongxing. You mentioned Chen Haonan's disability. I altered the competition format to a literary one. If he cannot even stand up for himself, why should you defend him? Dalao B fell silent, unable to comprehend how Xu Nian had managed to enlist Jiang Tianxing's assistance. Yet Jiang Tianxing revealed the answer directly. Xu Nian has established an online gambling platform that both he and I believe could be profitable for the organization. Your beloved disciple, Chen Haonan, cannot offer the same. Upon hearing this, Dalao B felt a chill run down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Nian had already caught the favorable wind from Jiang Tianxing, borrowing from his influence. Mr. Jiang, since Xu Nian holds such significance, I have no further objections. After all, you have granted him territory in Jindong. Once he arrives, they can consider it a clean slate. Dalao B exhibited a hint of irritation. What do you mean by having no debts? You still owe him 800,000. Do you intend to default? I must inform you that many individuals in the underworld have caught wind of this matter. If you wish to avoid becoming a subject of ridicule, it would be prudent to settle your debts promptly. Jiang Tianxing broached the subject of Xu Nian's outstanding obligation. However, this was the very issue that incensed Dalao B the most. Even if it meant confronting Jiang Tianxing, he was determined to fight until the end. Chapter 51. Qiu Gangao, why help me? He initially informed me that the interest rate for the loan was 13.5 per annum, yet the contract presented to me stipulates a staggering 35.1 per week. This is evidently a trap being laid for me. Mr. Jiang, how am I to repay this debt? The fury of Dalao B was palpable, emphasizing each syllable of Jiang's name with fervent disdain. Jiang Tianxing, attuned to the emotional undercurrents in Dalao B's words, recognized the depth of his ire. However, Dalao B, unlike Liang Kuan, lacked the standing to negotiate terms with Jiang Tianxing. He was given a month to settle the debt, and Jiang pointedly noted that the fault lay with him. This month, take the time to invite Xu Nian to dinner. I shall be present. The mere assertion of Jiang Tianxing's attendance was enough to indicate that Dalao B had underestimated Xu Nian's worth. Jiang Tianxing's tone conveyed a clear ultimatum. Dalao B clenched his fists in frustration, struggling to articulate a response for several moments. At last, he uttered, Understood, Mr. Jiang. With that statement, he severed the call, yanking the phone line and hurling the plastic device forcefully against the wall. Damn Xu Nian, where have you been these past 3 years? Have you been incarcerated or furthering your education? Upon your return, you seemed transformed, garnering even Mr. Jiang's esteem. Following Jiang Tianxing's warning, Dalao B realized he could no longer brazenly target Xu Nian. He could never have fathomed that Xu Nian had established a collaborative relationship with Jiang Tianxing. Was an external website truly of such significance? More important than a subordinate of over a decade? Dalao B was utterly ignorant of technology. Having only heard vague descriptions of websites, likening them to televised news, but with far greater breadth. Thus, in his subconscious, he construed the external website and news as Jiang Tianxing's venture into publishing, perhaps intending to extricate himself from their circle of brothers. Dalao B's suspicions began to sow discord between him and Jiang Tianxing. The following day, Qizhou Prison. Qiu Gangao had just been released from solitary confinement. A new scar adorned his face. After 3 years of incarceration, he had lost count of how many times he had been beaten. The inmates, embittered by their past encounters with law enforcement, required no justification to assault them. Even if they were formidable fighters, any attempt to retaliate would result in overwhelming opposition. After all, many of these individuals had been apprehended by the very serious crimes unit he belonged to. Yet, despite the odds, they would still challenge him, knowing full well they stood no chance against Chiu Gang-ao. Otherwise, their behavior would only escalate. Due to the severity of his confrontations, he often found himself in solitary confinement, locked away in a small, dark room, isolated from all human contact, bereft of fresh air or any sense of time passing, akin to a descent into hell. As Chiu Gang-ao inhaled the fresh air outside the confines of solitary, a prison guard approached him. 70,665. Someone has come to visit you. Change into clean clothes and follow us. Chiu Gang-ao was taken aback by the guard's words. His parents had passed away, and after 3 years in prison, his fiancée had long since remarried. His relatives viewed him as a source of shame, refusing to associate with him. Aside from a former colleague who had visited him once, no one had come to see him in 3 years. Who could possibly want to visit him at this juncture? He was perplexed, yet he followed the guard, eager to uncover the truth. After changing into fresh attire, he was led, shackled, to the prison visitation room, where he was confronted with 2 unfamiliar faces. No, they did not seem entirely strange. You are the notorious gambler Nian? Luangan Nian was Su Nian's moniker within the prison, bestowed upon him due to his penchant for gambling and frequent losses, often attempting to evade responsibility for his debts or concocting excuses to reclaim his losses, which frequently resulted in him being beaten, earning him the title of a gambling addict. It is I. It's been a long time, Chiu sir. What sir? I am merely a prisoner. Chiu Gang-ao laughed self-deprecatingly before inquiring. Haven't you already been released? Why have you returned? Is there something you wish me to assist you with inside Chiju? This was Chiu Gang-ao's immediate assumption. Otherwise, he could not fathom why a member of the Hongxing gang would seek him out. Their acquaintance was limited to mere nods of recognition. Su Nian, however, did not directly respond to his question. Instead, he introduced his companion, Lawyer Zhang. I've earned a bit of money and now operate a lending company. This is my company's legal counsel. Lawyer Zhang. Hello. Zhang Zhirong greeted Chiu Gang-ao politely. Chiu Gang-ao, perplexed, asked, Why have you brought this lawyer to see me? Not long ago, while sorting through old newspapers, I stumbled upon your past news. It surprised me to learn that your superiors had thrown you under the bus. Ah, that is all in the past. A glint of coldness flashed in Chiu Gang-ao's eyes. It was a sore subject he preferred to avoid. Yet Su Nian continued. Out of curiosity, I delved into the detailed reports of the entire case and discussed it with my lawyer. There is actually considerable room for appeal, particularly concerning the murder charge, which can evidently be contested. You were hastily tried, and given the overwhelming media pressure at the time, the judge may have rendered a biased verdict. Chiu Gang-ao, now growing impatient, did not comprehend why Su Nian persisted in revisiting this matter. What more is there to say about the past? We cannot dismiss this matter lightly. I came to you precisely for this reason. Have you ever considered seeking exoneration for yourself and your comrades? Exoneration? Is that even a possibility? Chiu Gang-ao chuckled self-mockingly. I was the scapegoat for the deputy chief of the police department. There is a possibility, and a significant one at that. My interest in this case has led me to consult several prominent lawyers, who stated that a complete exoneration is improbable. However, the murder charge can be reduced to excessive self-defense or affray, which would theoretically allow you to avoid years of imprisonment and potentially secure immediate release, even gaining some government compensation. At the mention of immediate release, Chiu Gang-ao's eyelids twitched. Yet, he quickly laughed again. It is futile. We lack the funds to hire a legal team. I can assist you in seeking legal counsel. You may be unaware that numerous seasoned attorneys are keenly interested in intervening in this matter, as the likelihood of success is substantial. Should they prevail, they would gain significant recognition within the legal community, and their firms would become the preferred choice for many influential figures. Essentially, you would be providing them with an opportunity for publicity, while they might offer you a reduction in their fees. However, rest assured, should you devise a plan, I can offer financial support. Chiu Gang-ao fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Why are you willing to assist me? Chapter 52. Recruiting Chiu Gang-ao. Is there a need for a reason to help someone? Su Nian retorted. Chiu Gang-ao suddenly declared with unwavering resolve, There is. He then added, his emotions stirring. Do you know that even our own brothers did not come to my aid back then? My brothers would rather assist that thief than support us. Do you think helping someone requires no justification? Nian smiled wryly, casting his gaze aside. If I must provide a reason, it would be self-interest. Just as you mentioned, your brothers did not help you. What benefit would they gain from aiding you? Would they abandon their principles as law enforcers merely to hear you utter a word of thanks? I am not doing this for a mere thank you either. You and your brothers are formidable fighters, capable of great endeavors. However, upon your release, you can no longer return to the police force. Given your past, you would find it difficult to reintegrate into ordinary society. Your only path remains as thieves. Yet, there are various types of thieves. Some brandish guns on the streets, while others band together for warmth, forming a powerful force that compels money to flow into their hands. I hope that upon your release, you will join us and assist me. Qiu Gangao fell into silence, taken aback by Su Nian's candidness. These thoughts had crossed his mind. Yet the reality of life post-incarceration felt distant. Upon reflection, if they were released, they would indeed find themselves with nowhere to turn. His brothers, once righteous police officers, had become the subject of scorn among the populace due to that incident. Their cases had been sensationalized across numerous newspapers and television stations, repeatedly scrutinized. A glance at their records would reveal their past, akin to ancient criminals marked with tattoos on their faces. Even if they bore no visible marks, each had an indelible record. Once tainted, their chances of leading a normal life were extinguished. The heroes from Shui Hujuan, bearing their marks, could only take refuge on Liangshan, for normal society would no longer accept them. Gangs were, in essence, a different form of Liangshan. Qiu Gangao chuckled bitterly. Are you so certain we will be released? I have sought legal counsel before, and yet we lost. Your defense at that time was innocence. Yet with the testimony of Senior Inspector Zhang Chongbang from the Major Crimes Unit, your claim of innocence cannot be accepted, Su Nian explained to Qiu Gangao. He had indeed studied Qiu Gangao's case meticulously, consulting several seasoned lawyers for analysis. Ultimately, they determined that if the defense focused on excessive self-defense, an acquittal was possible. Mr. Su, allow me to clarify the case for Mr. Qiu, interjected lawyer Zhang Zhirong. Well-versed in the law, he recounted the infamous case involving the kidnapping of Mr. Hua, a prominent tycoon from Hong Kong. Under public pressure, Deputy Commissioner C2 Jia ordered the Major Crimes Unit to resolve the case swiftly. Qiu Gangao and his team apprehended the suspect, who remained uncooperative, leading to violent interrogations, culminating in the accidental killing of the suspect. The prosecution accused them of violent interrogation and intentional homicide. A review of the case files revealed no concrete evidence of violent interrogation, while the evidence for intentional homicide stemmed solely from Zhang Chongbang's testimony. That night, heavy rain washed away the fingerprints from the stick Qiu Gangao used to strike the suspect, leaving only trace amounts of the suspect's blood. In ordinary circumstances, such evidence would support a defense of innocence. Unfortunately, Zhang Chongbang's esteemed position rendered his testimony highly credible, and the police department was compelled to provide satisfactory answers to the public, resulting in biased proceedings. However, the situation had changed. The incident had faded from public consciousness, and with diminished media scrutiny, coupled with pressure from seasoned lawyers, the prospects for a reduced sentence appeared promising. After absorbing Zhang Zhirong's analysis, Qiu Gangao fell silent once more. The very colleague he had fought alongside had become the most critical piece of evidence against him, igniting a fire of rage within him. If you can secure my release, I am at your service whenever you require my assistance. However, I cannot compel my brothers to follow my path, Qiu Gangao stated. Su Nian, observing the bitterness in his eyes, surmised that Qiu Gangao was contemplating revenge. He was aware of Qiu Gangao's volatile nature. If mishandled, he could become a double-edged sword, turning against himself. Yet, if properly directed, he could be an invaluable asset. If Su Nian could extricate Qiu Gangao from his predicament, he could find a way to deter his vengeful inclinations. As for his brothers, Su Nian harbored no concerns. None of them were faring well post-incarceration, or they would not have chosen to follow Qiu Gangao into a life of crime. Very well, it is settled then. I shall arrange for a competent lawyer for you. After leaving the visiting room at Chizhou Prison, Su Nian returned to his company and opened the safe. 500,000. I hope this esteemed lawyer you know is truly capable. Su Nian entrusted the money to Zhang Zhirong. Despite his wealth, Su Nian's social standing was modest, and he could only pave the way with financial means. Rest assured, Mr. Su, Lawyer Dong is exceptionally skilled. Are you familiar with the He family from Huazi Bank? Previously, when young master he encountered a formidable case. Lawyer Dong turned the tables, resulting in a payout of 200,000 against the opposing party. However, due to this case, his reputation in legal circles suffered. He now seeks to redeem himself with a legitimate case, Zhang Zhirong explained. The individual Zhang Zhirong referred to as Dong Weigua, a distinguished lawyer among the upper echelons of Hong Kong's legal community. If even he could not resolve the issue, then no one else could. Thank you for your assistance with this matter. Su Nian dismissed Zhang Zhirong and returned to his own affairs. With Jiang Tianxing managing this situation, it was time for him to attend to his responsibilities. Both of his companies were rewards from the system, exempting him from registration processes. Only this particular company required his personal involvement to register. Moreover, registration on Hong Kong Island is not permissible, as it would lead to complications in future operations. The only viable option lies in Southeast Asia. Su Nian deemed Malaysia to be the most suitable location, as it is said that the legalization of online gambling has been upheld through the 2020s. However, Su Nian possesses no connections in that region and must once again present this dilemma to Jiang Tianxing. Coincidentally, Jiang Tianxing had recently installed a new internet connection and acquired a new computer at home, prompting Su Nian to pay him a visit. This time, he would not be driving his MR2. That vehicle had become unworthy of him, and Su Nian had opted for a Bentley instead. Chapter 53 The Marvels of the Internet, Tai Ping Shan Mountain Path. Su Nian was navigating his Bentley Mulsanne S along the winding mountain road. Though designed in the 1980s, it still exuded elegance in 1992. The chassis was steady, the horsepower ample, and the interior opulent. Aside from the absence of a central control screen, it was nearly flawless. If only Su Nian were not the one driving, it would have been even more perfect. As such a luxurious executive sedan is best suited for a rear seat experience. Su Nian had to ensure that Jiang Tianxing personally greeted him at the door, which starkly contrasted with his demeanor during Su Nian's previous visit. Mr. Jiang, you need not wait for me at the entrance, Su Nian said with a cheerful smile. Jiang Tianxing was dressed as before, in athletic pants and a tank top, a small towel draped over his shoulder. I just returned from Iran. I was wondering who was driving such an impressive Bentley. Turns out it's you. So it seems the loan company has been quite profitable for you. Just a small profit, Su Nian humbly replied. He chose to arrive in a new car to assert his capabilities before Jiang Tianxing. In their partnership, he held the weaker position. If he did not demonstrate his strength, he risked being exploited indefinitely, or even being ousted by Jiang Tianxing in future business dealings. Let us discuss inside, Jiang Tianxing said, placing a hand on Su Nian's shoulder as he led him indoors. In the villa's courtyard, a woman emerged from the pool, and as Su Nian turned to look, he recognized the alluring Fong Ting, who had just surfaced. She donned a deep blue bikini, the minimal fabric accentuating her stunning figure, rendering even the worldly Su Nian momentarily speechless. Fong Ting noticed Su Nian's gaze and smiled enchantingly when their eyes met. Truly, as a star known for her roles in risque films, her smile surpassed that of the younger girls. Su Nian returned her polite smile, forcing himself to regain composure. As Fong Ting shook her hair dry, she once again captured Su Nian's attention, though fortunately, Jiang Tianxing remained oblivious as he walked ahead. Nian, I've placed the computer in the living room on the first floor. Please come and have a look. Jiang Tianxing soon led Su Nian to the computer. He had only learned two operations, turning it on and off. One could hardly blame him. Computers of this era were notoriously difficult to use due to the inadequacies of the system. Most were equipped with Windows 3.0, which, despite enabling graphical operations, lacked the essential start and taskbar features that defined Windows. The absence of these functions significantly increased the difficulty of use. It would not be until 1995, with the release of Windows 95, that these features would be available. As someone who had traversed time, Su Nian was also unaccustomed to this technology, having taken time to adapt to its operations. For Jiang Tianxing, who had never encountered a computer, it was even more challenging. Su Nian powered on the computer and prepared to instruct him. Mr. Jiang, you seem quite familiar with computers. Do you often use them? You should have no exposure to such things in there, Jiang Tianxing remarked, testing Su Nian's knowledge out of curiosity. Although there are no computers, there is a library, and I often read there, learning quite a bit. Su Nian casually fabricated a reason. To Jiang Tianxing, this explanation seemed plausible. You young people have such strong learning abilities. You grasp new concepts readily. Is it true that this innovative tool allows you to read the news and work? It not only serves for news and work, it possesses numerous functions. If you desire, you can also watch videos, listen to music, and even play computer games, Su Nian elaborated, opening a news webpage. At this time, there were not many software applications available, thus requiring input commands to navigate. Su Nian had memorized a considerable amount of relevant information, particularly from various forums. Oh, really? We can see this morning's news? If it were in the newspaper, we wouldn't get today's news until tomorrow, Jiang Tianxing exclaimed, observing a report on a gang clash in Xianyuan, which resulted in 1 dead and 1 injured. Why is there only one headline? What about the content? Jiang Tianxing inquired further. Here, Mr. Jiang. Place your hand here, Su Nian instructed, guiding Jiang Tianxing to position his hand on the mouse as he began to teach him the fundamentals of mouse operation. Merely clicking on a news article left Jiang Tianxing in awe, for the volume of information resembled that of a newspaper. No wonder you are optimistic about the future of the internet. It is truly remarkable. I've heard this makes working very convenient. But I never imagined it to be so effortless. There is even more astonishing technology. Just wait. I will demonstrate, Su Nian said, navigating to a movie website. Currently, there were no streaming applications, so films had to be downloaded to be viewed, along with the requisite media player. After a short while of operation and waiting for the download to complete, Su Nian opened a video file for Jiang Tianxing. This film was still in theaters. Yet someone had illicitly recorded it and uploaded it online. Isn't this the latest Hollywood blockbuster? How can one watch it online? Who would still go to the cinema? Jiang Tianxing was even more astonished. Not quite. The viewing experience on the computer is certainly inferior to that of the cinema, as this was recorded surreptitiously with a camcorder. I own a company that specializes in producing such discs. Indeed. One can even see figures moving in front of the screen. But this film hasn't been released in Guangdong. How could they manage to record it? Jiang Tianxing asked, puzzled. This was recorded in America, and the Chinese subtitles were added later, Su Nian clarified, leaving Jiang Tianxing even more bewildered. Recorded in America? It must take quite some time to transmit it here. How much would that cost? It requires neither money nor an extensive amount of time. Merely a few minutes, and just a single network cable is sufficient. Only one network cable? Mr. Jiang Tianxing inquired with astonishment. Indeed, allow me to elucidate for Mr. Jiang. Su Nian commenced his lesson, articulating his understanding of how the internet facilitates the uploading of content to servers, and how these servers subsequently distribute that content to every user eager to behold it. Interwoven in his explanation were his visions for future peripheral websites. Chapter 54. Does the elder sister browse such websites? After Su Nian's explanation, Jiang Tianxing seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. No wonder you say the internet is the future. If information can be shared so swiftly, will there still be a need for television and newspapers? Once computers become widespread, perhaps people will truly no longer need to read newspapers or watch television. Su Nian chuckled. This indeed reflects the trend of the future. A single mobile device could encompass all information. However, given Jiang Tianxing's lifestyle, characterized by indulgence in vice, and his status as the leader of Hongxing, it remains uncertain whether he will witness that era. If that is the case, perhaps we should learn a thing or two. The earlier we establish our footing, the sooner we can profit. After 1997, we shall strive to be good individuals. Jiang Tianxing possesses foresight amidst the backdrop of a grand era. He understands the urgency of cleansing one's reputation and reintegrating into society. However, according to subsequent policies, many organizations in Hong Kong continued to thrive, only gradually being phased out as the new millennium approached rather than being eradicated. Mr. Jiang is correct. In this day and age, being a good person may not necessarily yield less profit than that of an organization. Just look at the Hua family in real estate, or Li Huanghua, also in the property business. The real estate market is escalating too rapidly. In another 2 years, it is likely to peak, and many may choose to emigrate before 1997, resulting in a stagnation of property sales. Jiang Tianxing's remarks reveal the general populace's inaccurate predictions about the future. Despite the continual rise in property prices, most individuals remain skeptical, convinced that the market will soon reach its zenith and rebound. In reality, many have missed the favorable winds of the property market. Su Nian chose not to confront Jiang Tianxing. Disputing him now would only highlight his own superiority. Moreover, he is not Jiang's father and sees no necessity to guide him towards wealth. The property market is a complex affair, while prices are indeed elevated. Su Nian completed his thoughts and continued to engage in light conversation with Jiang Tianxing, teaching him to navigate the computer. In this era, computers are not overly complicated. He instructed him on browsing websites, utilizing input methods, and engaging in chat rooms. The most popular means of online socialization, apart from forums, are chat rooms. These rooms resemble group chats, yet most do not limit the number of participants, allowing for open discourse. Typically, chat rooms are organized by interests, enabling individuals to join discussions relevant to their passions. Jiang Tianxing found a chat room dedicated to golf and immersed himself in conversations about the sport. In no time, he began to navigate the website like a seasoned internet user, albeit with a somewhat clumsy typing style, as he pecked at the keyboard with his fingers, revealing his novice status. Jiang Tianxing is indeed unlike many other gang leaders. He possesses a level of education that surpasses many of his peers. After a brief period of learning, he began to grasp concepts quickly and operate with greater ease. At that moment, Fang Ting emerged from changing her clothes. Upon seeing Jiang Tianxing engaged with the computer, she curiously approached and stood beside Su Nian. A brilliant overhead light illuminated Su Nian's head, and he turned to behold a rather astonishing sight. Who on earth receives guests at home dressed in a Balenciaga silk nightgown? Moreover, there were no undergarments beneath it. Su Nian quickly averted his gaze upon noticing the revealing silhouette. "Darling, teach me how to play too," Fang Ting said in a charming tone. "You wish to try the computer? Perfect. Let Su Nian teach you while I take a shower. I just returned from a run and feel quite sticky," Jiang Tianxing replied, rising from his seat. "All right," Fang Ting said, promptly sitting in Jiang Tianxing's place, awkwardly attempting to mimic his actions with the mouse and keyboard. "How does one operate this thing?" she inquired, puzzled. Observing Jiang Tianxing had stepped away, Su Nian stood up and moved beside Fang Ting. "Simply move it like this, and the cursor will respond." Su Nian explained for a while, noticing that she was learning at a much slower pace than Jiang Tianxing. Sometimes, intelligence seems to be innate. Jiang Tianxing may not be a university student, yet he grasped concepts swiftly, while Fang Ting took 5 minutes just to manage a single mouse click. Su Nian could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Were it not for the view he gained by standing, he might have chosen not to instruct her. At that moment, Fang Ting said, "Why don't you place your hand over mine to guide me?" Her tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Su Nian glanced behind him, realizing there were no servants in sight, and Jiang Tianxing had already ascended the stairs for his shower. Since this was Fang Ting's request, he felt compelled to meet the eager learner's expectations. Su Nian promptly sat beside her, placing his larger hand over her delicate, fragile one. The moment he made contact, he felt her lean slightly towards him, her body nearly brushing against his arm. The thinness of her nightgown, coupled with the absence of undergarments, allowed Su Nian to discern her contours distinctly. He could not help but question whether Jiang Tianxing harbored peculiar tastes or if he had tested his girlfriend to such an extent. Su Nian forced himself to maintain composure and began teaching Fang Ting the basic functions of the mouse. After a brief period of guidance, her progress visibly improved. She could at least manage to click the mouse. Once Fang Ting learned to click, she expressed a desire to view the latest Hollywood movies Jiang Tianxing had mentioned. Su Nian readily assisted her in accessing the content. Fang Ting appeared genuinely intrigued by the film. Even with poor quality, she remained engrossed in watching. Observing her focus, Su Nian chose not to interrupt, but rather made his way to the restroom on the first floor, a pressing need beckoning. A minute later, upon returning to the computer, he was taken aback by what he saw. He had only been away for a little over a minute, and Fang Ting had already navigated to a different web page. Changing pages was one thing, but the content was quite provocative. The images of Western artistic nudity were remarkably avant-garde. Su Nian had only indulged in such viewing during his single days. He had not anticipated using the computer for such purposes, especially now that he had the means to enjoy live shows at any time. What could Fang Ting have been thinking? Su Nian remained perplexed. However, he soon perceived the flustered expression on Fang Ting's face. "Sister-in-law, how did you open such a thing?" Su Nian inquired with perplexity. Fang Ting's face flushed with embarrassment as she explained, "I have no idea. I was simply watching a movie when suddenly a pop-up appeared, obstructing my view. I attempted to close it, but unexpectedly, it redirected me here." What Fang Ting referred to was likely a pop-up advertisement inherent to the media player, a common occurrence in this day and age. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Su Nian's ears. "The host has discovered the sister-in-law browsing an adult website. Please choose." Chapter 55. Online Streaming Technology, Option 1. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't want Mr. Jiang to discover that you frequent such websites, would you? Reward, sister-in-law fragrance. Increases your attractiveness to all sister-in-law characters by 100, and the rate of goodwill increase from sister-in-law characters by 100. Option 2. Sister-in-law, do you enjoy this? I have something more captivating. Reward, streaming video technology, an automatically upgraded version that continuously iterates with internet bandwidth. Option 3. Sister-in-law, do you wish to grab my attention this way? You are still too naive. Reward, heart of iron. Nian gazed at these three options, a thick line of vexation forming on his forehead. What nonsense are these options? The risk versus reward of option 1 is utterly disproportionate. Uttering such words to the sister-in-law could lead to dire consequences. Unless the reward could take effect immediately, ensuring Fong Ting wouldn't expose this matter. Even so, the significance of this power to him was minimal. As for the reward of option 3, it was even more absurd. Not only would it offend the sister-in-law, but it would also yield a worthless reward. Nian was not involved in intelligence work and did not require an iron will. The host has selected option 2. Please immediately open a film starring Fong Ting and inform her that this one is more enjoyable. Countdown 00059. Nian was taken aback to discover that the system's countdown was merely 1 minute. Before he could react, he hurriedly approached Fong Ting from behind. Sister-in-law, let me show you how to do this. Nian placed his hand on Fong Ting's, guiding her in operating the mouse. Due to the urgency of the situation, his solid chest pressed against her back. Fong Ting, already clad in lightweight attire, felt the robust masculinity behind her. A seasoned veteran like Fong Ting had encountered numerous storms, yet she was momentarily stunned by Nian's actions. This was Jiang Tianxing's home. She felt a twinge of anxiety for Nian, whose audacity was remarkable. Nian's subsequent actions left her even more astounded. After closing the web page, he swiftly typed something on the keyboard. A new page appeared, revealing a synopsis and poster of a film she had previously starred in. She comes from Jianghuian Ku. This film was one of Fong Ting's more well-known works, primarily due to its sensationalism. Despite being a veteran in the industry, Fong Ting felt a flush of embarrassment at the resurfacing of such a scandalous past. Nian broke the silence, saying, Sister-in-law, what is appealing about these images? This one is far more interesting. Just as his words fell, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring streaming video technology. Upon hearing the system's notification, Nian quickly closed the web page on the computer and explained to Fong Ting, Sister-in-law, I was merely jesting. I wanted to convey that the current internet technology is highly advanced, enabling access to anything. Fong Ting's previously flushed face returned to normal. She was uncertain of Nian's intentions, but sensed he was deliberately trying to attract her attention. She mused inwardly about his audacity to tease even a sister-in-law, remarking, to think you even have a record of my third-rate star film. The internet is indeed remarkable. Fong Ting then continued, you must teach me properly how you entered my name into the computer. With a serious demeanor, she requested Nian to share typing techniques. Yet, as Nian earnestly attempted to instruct her, Fong Ting began to play coy, insisting she wouldn't need him to guide her hand, while deliberately leaning closer to him. Uncertain of when Jiang Tianxing might return, Nian feared that if Mr. Jiang were to witness them, it would be difficult to explain, prompting him to retreat. Observing Nian's reaction, Fong Ting felt a twinge of disappointment. After practicing for a while, and realizing she truly struggled to grasp it, she asked Nian to reopen the film so she could continue watching. Moments later, Jiang Tianxing descended the stairs, and upon seeing Fong Ting engrossed in a movie with Nian standing nearby, he inquired, why have you stopped learning? It's just so difficult to grasp this computer thing. Unlike you, who learned it instantly, Fong Ting said playfully. Jiang Tianxing smiled indulgently, responding, if you can't learn, then don't worry about it. If you wish to watch any films in the future, I will assist you. All right, since I live here anyway, Fong Ting replied, glancing towards Nian. However, she noticed Nian was utterly indifferent to their conversation, lost in thought, gazing out the window. She followed his gaze, but saw nothing. Jiang Tianxing also looked outside, and although he saw nothing, he sensed something was on Nian's mind. Recently, 2 plots of land at Taiping Mountain were sold. They are currently undergoing renovations, hence the noise, Jiang Tianxing explained. Nian, curious, asked, is there still land available at Taiping Mountain? When it came to the land at Taiping Mountain, Jiang Tianxing became animated. But there's only 1 or 2 plots available each year. They are newly developed by the government. You know how valuable land is around here. Yet we must maintain a certain amount of greenery. Otherwise, it would look quite unsightly. Previously, my villa area was tranquil, but now there are numerous neighbors, and the land they purchased was quite expensive. If it weren't for financial constraints, I would have bought a couple of plots to hold for appreciation. Sun Nian typically purchased pre-developed properties, holding only usage rights but not land rights, which kept prices relatively low. If he could acquire usage rights for 1 or 2 plots at Taiping Mountain and build a few villas, he would prosper. However, at present, he still lacked funds. Most of his business ventures were long-term investments, making quick profits challenging. The only glimmer of hope lay in the streaming technology he had obtained, encapsulated in a small disk residing in his personal space. The question of how to utilize it weighed on his mind. One option was to sell this technology to pioneering internet giants for profit. The second was to utilize it himself, establishing an online video site that monopolized computational technology. Sun Nian concluded that choosing was for children. He desired both. Chapter 56. Contacting Microsoft. After enjoying lunch with Jiang Tianxing, Sun Nian swiftly returned to the office. Eagerly, he powered on his computer and retrieved the disk containing the online video playback technology from the system space, placing it into the optical drive. After a brief moment of buffering, the contents were read successfully. Inside were several code files, which, although somewhat beyond Sun Nian's comprehension, were annotated in detail in English. As a diligent undergraduate, Sun Nian possessed a commendable grasp of the English language. Even if he stumbled upon a few unfamiliar words, he could discern their meanings with ease. This technology could be directly integrated into the client-side terminal of a website, allowing users to watch videos online upon opening it, or be embedded within browsers to facilitate the loading of online videos. The most prevalent browser of the time was Microsoft's built-in Internet Explorer. While this browser might seem retrogressive in future contexts, in the present it was nothing short of divine. Upon realizing the potential application of this technology within a browser, Sun Nian felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body. He recognized that a lucrative opportunity was at hand. To capitalize on this technology, however, a deeper understanding of the Internet was imperative. For instance, the current trajectory of Internet development indicated that the most formidable Internet company in Silicon Valley was Microsoft. Their release of Windows 3.0 in 1990 had met with resounding success, and their market capitalization had soared to billions of dollars, a figure that continued to rise. By the late 1990s, an Internet bubble would ensue, and if Sun Nian's memory served him correctly, Microsoft's market value would escalate beyond $500 billion. Should he manage to secure a stake in this corporate giant, Sun Nian envisioned acquiring shares in Microsoft and later selling them during the Internet bubble, potentially yielding a profit in the billions. Even if he chose not to sell, retaining Microsoft stock could position him as a significant shareholder. Yet, such endeavors were fraught with complexity. Even with foresight, should he invest heavily in Microsoft shares, any future issuance of new stocks would dilute his ownership percentage. To maintain a substantial holding, continuous investment would be necessary. Excluding technical equity participation, which could yield original shares or free shares, this online video playback technology might still lack the requisite threshold for such equity involvement. Leaning back in his office chair, Sun Nian fell into a contemplative reverie. Lu Piapiao approached with a cup of coffee, intending, as usual, to alleviate Sun Nian's fatigue, but he declined her offer. After deep reflection and extensive research, he confirmed the current rarity and competitiveness of this technology. As it was not yet widely misused, registering a dedicated technology patent was essential. Fortunately, the system had thoughtfully registered the patent in the beautiful nation of the United States, a leading power in the Internet domain, along with the European Union. This patent alleviated much of Sun Nian's burdens. He spent some time online and ultimately discovered a contact email associated with Microsoft's collaboration. He sent over the details of his technology along with the patent certificate, awaiting a response from Microsoft. 3 days passed in tranquil succession. During this time, the notorious figures B and Chun Haonan seemed to have evaporated, yet Sun Nian's strategic maneuvers remained unabated. Aji entered Sun Nian's office, bearing a large bag filled with documents. After dismissing Lu Piaopio, Sun Nian opened the contents of the leather bag. The materials were cluttered with photographs. Notably, the son of figure B attended Wan Chai's Chiming Primary School, while his wife was a full-time homemaker, responsible for picking up and dropping off their son at school and preparing meals at home. Aji laid out the documents, and Su Nian nodded in acknowledgement. The information on Figure B was not particularly difficult to uncover. Otherwise, in the original footage, Liang Kuan would not have casually permitted him to inherit family assets. I found a big circle of connections and acquired some valuable items, Su Nian remarked, opening his drawer to reveal several handguns. Upon seeing the contents, Aji merely smiled. I have no need for these. Su Nian replied, whether you need them or not, the others might. Give 2 to Ayu, and 2 to Jimmy and Ali, so they can stay vigilant. Figure B will undoubtedly make more moves. A dog that bites does not bark. Aji nodded thoughtfully, and then inquired. Duan Kuan is eager to return to Tsim Sha Sui to embark on a grand enterprise. When do you plan to go? Su Nian replied, soon, very soon. Did you not see this morning's news? Xiaogang Aos case is set for retrial. Aji nodded, leaving the photographs behind as he exited Su Nian's office. Su Nian opened his electronic mailbox, discovering 2 unread emails, both written in English. He opened the first email, which contained information from Malaysia regarding the registration of a company for server purchases. Jiang Tiansheng had facilitated contact with a datuk from Malaysia who could greenlight the necessary preparations for the peripheral website. Su Nian successfully completed a significant portion of the work, with the launch date drawing near. The day the peripheral website began to generate revenue would coincide with the death anniversary of Figure B. Currently, Su Nian lacked the stature to persuade Jiang Tiansheng to abandon Figure B, but once the peripheral website started earning, the dynamics would shift. Jiang Tiansheng would then recognize Su Nian's true value. The second email was the one Su Nian had eagerly awaited, a response from Microsoft. After a brief translation of the English content, he discerned that Microsoft expressed keen interest in the technology, particularly its application within browsers. They recognized the Internet's future and extended an invitation for Su Nian to discuss the technology's utilization in detail in the beautiful nation. Reading through the correspondence, it was evident that Microsoft was sincere. However, Su Nian furrowed his brow. As a mere gangster with no high school diploma, now presenting cutting-edge internet technology and impeccable code to Microsoft, he feared they might report him for possessing stolen patents. In this technological realm, educational credentials served as a crucial key to unlocking opportunities. Su Nian pondered deeply, realizing that he could not hastily acquiesce to this matter, nor could he journey to Meligua. At least for the time being, his presence was essential in Guangdao. Ideally, he preferred to remain behind the scenes in negotiations. However, he currently lacked a suitable representative. Su Nian began to tap away at his keyboard, crafting a response to Microsoft. His reply was straightforward, suggesting that if the individuals from Microsoft were sincere, they should come to Guangdao for discussions. As for the timing of the meeting, that could be arranged at their convenience. Chapter 57. The Vice President of Microsoft arrives in Hong Kong with eager anticipation. Williamson, the Vice President of Microsoft's Operations Department, awaited a response. The video streaming technology previously sent by Su Nian demonstrated how online decoding could be achieved, and the counterpart had even registered a dedicated patent number. This piqued the interest of Microsoft's internal team. Unfortunately, the individual behind the patent was not an American. Williamson had taken the initiative to research the patent holder, discovering that it was a resident of the island of Hong Kong. However, they remained woefully uninformed about this person's background, as Microsoft, despite being a leading technology firm, lacked the capacity to easily access such information. Moreover, with Su Nian not providing a telephone number, they were left to await a reply. After a day of anxious waiting, Williamson finally received an email just before the end of the workday. With hopeful anticipation, he opened it to find a brief message. I am quite busy. Please inform me in advance of your arrival in Hong Kong, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport. Upon reading Su Nian's response, Williamson felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Su Nian's engagement, indicating a willingness to consider collaboration, while the concern arose from the apparent nonchalance, suggesting that Su Nian was not in dire need of partners. Williamson instinctively concluded that Su Nian was likely negotiating with multiple companies. Despite Microsoft's prominent position in the internet landscape, it faced numerous competitors. For instance, Netscape, once a dominant force in web browsers, had begun to decline after Microsoft integrated the Internet Explorer browser with the Windows operating system. Additionally, IBM, another player in the computer systems realm, remained a significant rival. Williamson's primary concern was that Su Nian might collaborate with Netscape, a company they had worked hard to dethrone from its position of power. With urgency, Williamson picked up the office landline and contacted his secretary. Book me a flight to Hong Kong for tomorrow. No, make that tonight. Check for the earliest available flight and secure a seat. He was genuinely anxious, fearing that if Netscape were to leverage this technology for a resurgence, he would bear the brunt of the blame, thus disregarding any thoughts of rest. Just as he prepared to shut down his computer, he suddenly sat back down, realizing in his excitement that he had forgotten to respond to Su Nian's email. After composing a succinct reply, Williamson hastily gathered his belongings and departed, instructing his driver to take him to the airport. In Hong Kong's Causeway Bay, Su Nian sat in silence after reading the email from Microsoft. He had initially intended to delay the negotiation to find a proxy, but was taken aback by the urgency exhibited by the vice president, who was willing to fly in overnight. Su Nian pondered whether the technology was truly that enticing or if he had overlooked some critical information. Being outside the realm of internet technology, he had a limited understanding of its intricacies. With the advent of the first-generation media player, he believed that online streaming merely involved embedding the decoding process directly onto a web page, thus finding little novelty in it. As he recognized the urgency from Microsoft, Su Nian quickly searched for news and discovered the current competitive landscape involving Microsoft's rivals. Realizing the intensity of the competition, he hastily sent out emails to both competitors, mirroring the content shared with Microsoft. The following day, after enduring a 20-hour flight, Williamson landed at Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport. He was greeted by Jimmy and Zhang Jiawen, clad in a black suit. Jimmy, lacking any proficiency in English, and Zhang Jiawen, possessing only rudimentary English learned in a youth detention center, created an awkward atmosphere during their introduction. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiawen managed to understand that the gentleman before them was named Williamson, and they escorted him and his secretary to the luxurious vehicle recently acquired by Su Nian, a Bentley Mulsanne. Once inside, perhaps in an attempt to break the ice, Williamson remarked, "This car is truly comfortable. I quite like it." Jimmy, having not comprehended the English statement, turned to Zhang Jiawen and inquired, "What did this foreigner just say?" Zhang Jiawen, feeling slightly nervous and seated in the front passenger seat, thought for a moment before responding. He said the car is nice, and he would like one. What kind of collaboration does this foreigner have with Nian Go? He opens with a request for a car worth millions. Jimmy was visibly upset. From his perspective, the car was a collective investment born from their hard work, and considering their business was still in its infancy, he found it unacceptable for an American to demand such an extravagant vehicle. "If I ever find out he lacks sincerity in business, I'll make sure he ends up at sea in Saigon." Jimmy fumed. Zhang Jiawen, aware of the need to address their guest, replied, "If you desire this car, you may purchase it." Her intention was to imply that if he wanted it, he should acquire it himself, yet her limited English only allowed for such a vague suggestion. Williamson, puzzled by the exchange, scratched his head in confusion, but soon realized, "Oh, so you are the dealer for this vehicle?" Zhang Jiawen interpreted this as an inquiry about whether they had any channels for purchasing a car. She could only respond, "I will introduce you to a salesperson shortly." As they continued their disjointed conversation, they arrived back in Causeway Bay. Rather than taking Williamson directly to his company, Su Nian had opted for a luxurious 5-star hotel, the Victoria Hotel, where they would convene in a private suite. Su Nian had already uncorked a bottle of Romani Conti and had thoughtfully reserved an array of delectable Cantonese dishes, including Buddha jumps over the wall and steamed giant grouper. Upon noticing Zhang Jiawen and his entourage entering, he enthusiastically approached them, extending his hand in greeting and acknowledging Williamson. "Mr. Wei Lianxing, welcome to Hong Kong." Upon hearing Su Nian's pronunciation of English, Williamson felt as though he had encountered a savior and warmly embraced Su Nian. "I am Paul Williamson, the Vice President of Microsoft's Operations Division. I am here concerning the online video decoding technology provided by your esteemed company." "Ah, I am the Su Nian with whom you have been corresponding via email. Thank you for making the trip to Hong Kong. I have arranged a room for you at this hotel, but let us first enjoy our meal." Hearing this fluent English and polished grammar, Williamson finally felt a sense of relief. Earlier, during the car ride, he had engaged in awkward small talk with Zhang Jiawen, feeling genuinely helpless. Often, his statements elicited responses from Zhang Jiawen that did not correspond in meaning. However, remaining silent in the vehicle felt equally uncomfortable, leaving him no choice but to engage in stilted conversation. Now, at last, he had the company of someone proficient in English. Chapter 58. The sincerity of Microsoft. Upon hearing Su Nian spoke in English, Jimmy and Zhang Jiawen exhibited contrasting reactions. Jimmy's initial response was one of admiration. He had been with Sun Nian for a shorter duration than Zhang Jiawen and had witnessed Sun Nian's extraordinary intellect and foresight from their very first encounter. Thus, he found it entirely plausible that Sun Nian was proficient in English. Conversely, Zhang Jiawen, having spent more time with Sun Nian due to their work-related interactions, was privy to many details of his life, including his time in prison and his limited education. Despite her knowledge of Sun Nian, she struggled to reconcile the image of the man before her with the notion that he could engage in fluent and jovial conversation with a foreigner in English. As if sensing her skepticism, Sun Nian approached Zhang Jiawen after Williamson and his female secretary were seated and explained that he had learned English while incarcerated. Given the presence of so many remarkable individuals finding enlightenment in prison, his statement went unchallenged. Following this explanation, Zhang Jiawen's admiration for Sun Nian deepened. Sun Nian continued, "I did not anticipate that these individuals would arrive in Hong Kong without a translator. Please find a professional translator for me to avoid any potential misunderstandings during our discussions." Understood. Zhang Jiawen quickly departed the private room. Sun Nian then invited Jimmy to sit beside him while he faced Mr. Williamson. "Mr. Williamson, does the Burgundy Romanée-Conti red wine suit your palate?" Sun Nian inquired. "Indeed, this wine is of the highest quality even in the United States." "Mr. Su, you are exceedingly generous," Williamson replied. "You have traveled from afar. As your host, I must extend my utmost hospitality," Sun Nian remarked. "Thus, I see that individuals from Dongda University are indeed warm and welcoming. I am here for business, and I hope Mr. Su can expeditiously discuss the matters concerning video technology with us. To be candid, I am a businessman. This technology was not developed by me, but rather by several newly graduated students. They owed me a modest sum, and thus transferred the technology to me as a means of settling their debt. I possess a fair understanding of the internet, which is why I sought collaboration with your esteemed company." Sun Nian's words piqued Williamson's interest. If Sun Nian were an individual lacking technical knowledge, he might not grasp the potential impact of this technology on the future of the internet, thus revealing significant room for negotiation. Contemplating this, Williamson stated, "Regardless of the technology's previous ownership, as long as the patent is registered in your name, it will rightfully belong to you. However, the internet evolves rapidly, and without proper maintenance, this technology could quickly become obsolete. If Mr. Su does not possess technical expertise, it might be prudent to transfer the patent rights directly to us." Williamson's eagerness was palpable. In truth, foreigners are not particularly adept at discussing business over drinks. Williamson chose this setting out of urgency. Yet Sun Nian responded with calm assurance, "No, no, no. I am someone who takes great pleasure in researching advanced technologies, particularly enjoying surfing the internet. I have made acquaintances with dozens of individuals from various countries in numerous chat rooms, which is why I place such importance on this technology. Mr. Williamson, consider the implications of being able to initiate video calls in chat rooms. What a transformation that would bring to the world. Achieving this relies heavily on the technology one possesses. As for your concerns about ongoing maintenance, rest assured, I have contacted those students. They will oversee the subsequent maintenance and technological updates. I also plan to establish a dedicated company for this purpose. Our current task is to thoroughly discuss the value of this technology." After speaking, Sun Nian leaned back in his chair and took a slow sip of the red wine in his glass. "Mr. Su, apart from Microsoft, have you approached any other technology companies? What were their offers?" Williamson inquired tentatively. Sun Nian's previous comments had established him as no easy target for deception. Attempting to acquire the technology at a low price would be futile. Williamson, recognizing this, began to probe further. "I have reached out to Netscape and IBM, but they have yet to respond. Your Microsoft has been the quickest to reply and arrive, which is why I chose to engage with you first." Williamson felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feared Sun Nian might have already received quotes from other companies, leading to a competitive bidding situation. "Mr. Su, since you are knowledgeable in this field, I will be direct. I wish to integrate this technology into our IE browser. If developed properly, future web page construction could require merely a string of code to access our browser's built-in capabilities for video decoding, enabling online playback. This technology is crucial for our IE browser. To demonstrate our sincerity, I am willing to offer 100 million to acquire this technology outright. I will not permit you to buy this technology outright. If you insist on that, I kindly ask you to leave," Sun Nian asserted, rising and gesturing toward the door. Williamson was taken aback by this sudden shift in demeanor. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Su Nian upon discussing the outright purchase. If outright acquisition is off the table, we could consider an alternative arrangement, where we acquire the usage rights for 10 million annually, Williamson proposed. Su Nian scoffed. I had expected more sincerity from your personal visit. Given your current stance, I believe I shall negotiate with Netscape instead. This statement rendered Williamson silent. In his view, this technology represented a pivotal opportunity for Netscape, and he could not afford to let it fall into their hands. How about 30 million annually? That offer is already quite generous, Williamson stated. He had evaluated his bottom line during the flight, and this figure was approaching it. I seek not merely money. I desire a 15% stake in the IE browser, Su Nian declared, making a bold demand. Williamson fell silent, relieved that Su Nian had not mentioned a stake in Microsoft, as the value of IE shares was less than 1/10 that of Microsoft. However, Microsoft's internal personnel recognized the significant appreciation potential of IE. Williamson furrowed his brow. The price was excessive, and he found himself unable to make a decision. Chapter 59. Price negotiation. Should there be a need for discussion, I can afford you some time. During this period, I shall also entertain offers from other companies in pursuit of the most reasonable price. While your company has achieved notable success in the realm of computer systems, I find your bundled IE browser rather mediocre. Were it not for its integration with the system, your browser lacks significant core competitiveness. I have also researched the trajectories of several tech companies, many of which are contemplating entering the browser market. In this day and age, downloading software has become exceedingly convenient. Can your company truly rely on bundling to maintain its position as the #1 browser in terms of user numbers? Su Nian's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Williamson. Their objective at Microsoft was to become the largest globally, swiftly capturing market share to solidify their position as the frontrunner, subsequently leveraging their vast financial resources to devour any emerging competitors, ultimately achieving the status of an internet behemoth. The emergence of several competing companies at this juncture would be exceedingly detrimental to their long-term development over the next decade or two. Please give me a few minutes. I must step outside to make a long-distance call, Williamson stated. Su Nian nodded in agreement. At this hour, it was still the early hours of the morning in the beautiful country, and Williamson was not foolish enough to use such an excuse to deceive himself. He genuinely needed to consult with his superiors. After Williamson left the room, Jimmy looked at Su Nian with admiration. Though he was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, it was evident that Su Nian's presence had completely overshadowed the earlier foreign gentleman. This individual, who had boldly demanded a luxury vehicle worth several million while seated in the back of the car, was now utterly subdued. Jimmy relished the feeling of vengeance and took the opportunity to inform Su Nian about the earlier demand made by the foreigner. Su Nian was taken aback upon hearing this. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? He traveled all the way from the beautiful country seeking my assistance, and his initial inquiry was for a vehicle? Did you mishear him, or has he lost his mind? Su Nian remained skeptical of Jimmy's report, knowing full well that Zhang Zhaowen's command of English was rather average. He had expected Zhang Zhaowen to bring along a Cantonese translator, yet he understood that compared to national languages, Cantonese was merely a regional dialect. Unless a translator could be found in Hong Kong, it was indeed a challenge to bring one from the beautiful country. Su Nian and Jimmy had barely conversed for 3 minutes when Williamson returned. I have consulted with our president. He has stated that while we can offer shares, the patent must bear the name of Microsoft. Naturally, we are not outrightly depriving you of your technological achievements. The technology belongs to Microsoft, yet internally, it is yours. We can draft a detailed contract outlining all necessary stipulations. Su Nian was not surprised by this offer. To obtain shares within Microsoft, the sacrifice of the patent was inevitable. Although what he would receive was not genuine Microsoft shares, possessing a stake in IE would make him a shareholder. Should a shareholders' meeting arise in the future, he would still have the opportunity to participate. Su Nian was confident that, with his foresight regarding the future of the internet, he could certainly profit in this domain, potentially propelling Microsoft ahead of other enterprises. Eventually, he could leverage internal contacts to acquire Microsoft's original shares. Even if he ended up with just one ownership, that would ensure a comfortable legacy for his descendants for generations to come. That is a reasonable offer. Grant me 2 days to consider it. If I do not hear back from Wang Jing or IBM within that time frame, I shall agree to sign with you, Su Nian replied. Williamson sighed in relief. Had Su Nian continued to push for more, he would have been at a loss for how to negotiate further. Although Su Nian required time to deliberate, At least he was considering the offer. As for Wang Jing and IBM, Williamson had already devised a strategy to thwart their ambitions. Since the two companies were rivals, they would undoubtedly share internal information. The news of Microsoft's negotiations in Hong Kong would soon circulate, and once it reached their ears, they would likely uncover the reasons behind Sun Yan's visit. Therefore, he would simply need to inflate the price to a point where they would perceive Microsoft's offer as substantial, $2,000 for them to match. Indeed, Mr. Su, I believe our proposal for Microsoft embodies sincerity and aligns perfectly with your expectations. To that end, let us toast, Williamson said, raising his glass. Sun Yan mirrored the gesture, and their glasses clinked together. With preliminary terms established, Sun Yan felt a sense of elation. Following their meal, he took Williamson to experience some of Hong Kong's distinctive offerings. The so-called unique activities prominently featured the popular Japanese nightclubs in the area. As long as the price was right, one could indulge in a plethora of distinctive experiences. The following night, Wang Jing did indeed respond to Sun Yan. It seemed they, too, had caught wind of Microsoft's negotiations, and their offer was quite generous, proposing to transfer 20 of their browser shares to Sun Yan. Unfortunately, in Sun Yan's estimation, their shares held little value. Wang Jing was already on a downward trajectory, and by the time the internet truly flourished, they would likely have been acquired, rendering their shares little more than a nominal sum. Sun Yan promptly replied to their email, politely declining the offer. IBM's response was similarly straightforward. They had no plans to develop a browser, but expressed willingness to discuss matters further should Sun Yan be interested. He chose not to respond to their email. Considering the situation had been sufficiently piqued, and with little time to waste, Sun Yan called Williamson at the hotel. After a day filled with exertion and stress, Williamson, who had grown quite portly in middle age, was thoroughly exhausted. Upon returning to his hotel room, he lay down and did not awaken until the afternoon, only roused by the ringing of the phone. As he rose, he immediately felt a twinge of back pain. It was no wonder so many individuals flocked to Hong Kong for business. Had he known the previous project would have been beneficial, he would have insisted on attending the negotiations himself. Williamson, having visited this place just once, has already developed an affection for Guangdao. It is also possible that his fondness extends to the exquisite Jean Si Mao introduced to him by Sun Yan yesterday. Upon answering a call, he was overjoyed to receive the news that Sun Yan had agreed to the contract. I will return to the beautiful country, and once I have meticulously drafted the contract, I shall fly back to finalize our agreement with you. Williamson is meticulous, unwilling to overlook any detail in this promising collaboration. His diligence is motivated not only by the allure of this new technology, but also by a realization he had during a jovial exchange with Sun Yan yesterday. He discerned that Sun Yan possesses an extraordinary understanding of the internet, surpassing that of many contemporaries. Williamson is convinced that this will not be our sole collaboration in the future. Chapter 60. Upon his release from prison, Chiu Gangao exclaimed, "Prisons truly nurture talent, don't they?" The back and forth with Williamson consumed 5 days of time. Mr. Su, the contract will take effect immediately upon signing, and by the end of this year, you shall receive your first dividend as a shareholder. Inside a private room of a 5-star hotel, Williamson put away his pen and happily shook hands with Sun Yan. After such a lengthy endeavor, he finally secured the deal. Sun Yan, satisfied with the all-English contract, had taken the precaution of hiring a translator and a lawyer well-versed in the commercial law of the beautiful nation to ensure there were no issues before signing. Thank you, Mr. Williamson, for your diligence in this matter. Now that everything is settled, shall we revel at the nightclub tonight? Upon hearing Sun Yan's invitation, Williamson felt his legs weaken. Never mind. I must return to the beautiful nation for a meeting. Very well. I had intended to discuss a few matters with you, but since you are heading back, we shall converse another time. Sun Yan had hoped to inquire about the future developments of the IE browser as a shareholder and offer some suggestions to Williamson and his associates. However, as he had pressing matters, that conversation would have to wait. After bidding farewell to Williamson, Sun Yan drove towards Chizhou Prison. Today marked the release of Chiu Gangao and his companions. Just yesterday, the case was retried. Unlike the previous grand spectacle, this retrial saw only Mr. Hua from the Hua family and the Deputy Commissioner of Police testifying. This time, only one individual was summoned, Zhang Chongbang. The focus of the inquiry shifted from whether Chiu Gangao had assaulted the inmate to why he did so. With this new direction, the judge was soon persuaded, and Chiu Gangao and his companions were reclassified as having acted in excessive self-defense, resulting in death. This charge typically warranted a mere 2-year sentence, and thus their term had been served. Sun Nian had come specifically to welcome them. While these individuals would not immediately join him, he could at least make a favorable impression. Outside the prison, reminiscent of Sun Nian's own release, Qiu Gangao stepped out, inhaling deeply the air of freedom. He glanced around. They were not without family. In fact, Qiu Gangao had a fiancée. Unfortunately, at that moment, no one had come to greet them. Even the news of their retrial and release had made headlines, yet they stood with expressions of helplessness and indignation. As the leader of the group, Qiu Gangao decided to flag down a passing minibus. However, after 10 minutes of waiting, when a minibus finally approached, it ignored his signal and drove past. "Damn it! Don't let me catch you on Hong Kong Island. I remember your license plate," shouted Zhao Jiqiang, venting his frustration. Qiu Gangao frowned slightly. During their time at the crime scene, they had successfully extracted information from the criminal, but Zhao's reckless words had provoked the offender, leading to subsequent tragedy. Despite 3 years in prison, he had not gained much wisdom. As Qiu Gangao pondered how to reprimand Zhao, a Bentley Mulsanne, followed by a Chevrolet Lumina APV, arrived at the prison gate. Zhao looked on enviously at the luxurious cars. "I wonder which bigwig from the syndicate is being released today. Look at that extravagant reception, unlike us waiting for a minibus." Just as Zhao finished speaking, Sun Nian emerged from the Bentley Mulsanne. Clad not in a black suit, but in simple casual shorts and a t-shirt, he appeared more like a friend than a chauffeur. After Sun Nian stepped out, the sliding door of the MPV opened, revealing 2 individuals carrying a bucket and a brazier. In Hong Kong, there is a superstition that individuals who have served time carry bad luck, which can only be dispelled by washing with pomelo water and stepping over a brazier. Sun Nian, though not entirely understanding the tradition, respected it and brought these items to welcome Qiu Gangao. Upon seeing Sun Nian, a rare smile broke across Qiu Gangao's face. Sun Nian walked directly towards them, and to the astonishment of Qiu Gangao's associates, he and Qiu Gangao exchanged a fist bump and a friendly embrace. "Congratulations on your release. Your unjust suffering has finally been rectified." Qiu Gangao replied, "We owe it all to you. If you hadn't hired such an exceptional lawyer, we would still be languishing in prison." Qiu Gangao had not disclosed the details of the case's retrial to his brothers, but with Sun Nian's arrival, he introduced everyone. Although they were somewhat familiar with each other from their time in prison, they were aware of Sun Nian's newfound success upon his release and approached him, hoping for his future support. They all spoke kindly, except for one. Zhao, unable to restrain himself, remarked, "Look at you, a notorious gambler, and now you're a big boss." Quite the transformation. As Zhao attempted to pat Sun Nian's shoulder, Qiu Gangao swiftly grabbed his collar. Sun Nian was their benefactor, and Zhao's words at that moment could be perceived as disrespectful. Observing Zhao's flippant demeanor, a glint of severity flashed in Sun Nian's eyes. He understood that without Zhao, Qiu Gangao's team would only grow stronger. However, now was not the time to address that matter. Enough of these discussions. Let us wash with pomelo water and step over the brazier, and then I shall take you home. Qiu Gangao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I will return home and contact you tomorrow. Should you need anything, just let me know." "Certainly," Sun Nian nodded. Just as he prepared to lead the group to the vehicle, a man emerged from behind the prison gate. He was a bespectacled gentleman with a scholarly appearance. Sun Nian squinted, finding him familiar. Before he could ascertain the man's identity, he heard the prison guard's voice. "Lu Jiao, you forgot your lighter." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Sun Nian's face as he leaned closer to his companion Aji, whispering a few words, to which Aji promptly nodded. Chapter 61. Gui Li Wang Hei Chao. When Lu Jiao did not wait long at the prison gate before his family arrived to pick him up. Like Qiu Gangao and his companions, he too had been incarcerated for manslaughter, albeit unintentionally, and the victims were all gangsters. Lu Jiao's parents were small-time merchants running a shop. One day, upon witnessing some gangsters bullying his father, he impulsively rushed to his father's aid, resulting in a tragic accident where he inadvertently killed one of the assailants. Fortunately, his sentence was relatively light, amounting to merely 3 years, highlighting the devaluation of life among gangsters on Hong Kong Island. His parents and girlfriend came to welcome him, and as Lu Jiao embraced his family in a moment of joy, a prison transport vehicle passed by, within which was the injured Zheng returning from the hospital. This marked the conclusion of the narrative in Prison Storm. Following the prison riot, Zheng had returned to incarceration, while Lu Jiao's story reached its denouement. However, Sun Yin was quite intrigued by the circumstances. Given Lu Jiayao's straightforward nature, he was bound to encounter difficulties, especially in a society rife with gang affiliations. The fact that Lu Jiayao had killed a member of a gang would naturally invite retribution. Sun Yin was curious about which gang Lu Jiayao had offended and what fate awaited him upon his return home. After exchanging heartfelt embraces with his family, Lu Jiayao departed the prison in his father's somewhat antiquated second-hand vehicle. Under Sun Yin's subtle cue, a G followed in his Bentley. Sun Yin waited until Chiu Gang Ao and the others had dispelled any lingering negativity before inviting them into the vehicle. Although a G had departed, he left behind Duan Kuan to drive. With his unyielding disposition, upon hearing that Chiu Gang Ao was a formidable figure, Duan Kuan insisted on meeting him. As Chiu Gang Ao and Sun Yin engaged in cordial pleasantries, Duan Kuan scrutinized Chiu Gang Ao intently. Once inside the vehicle, Duan Kuan drove and nonchalantly remarked, "Brother, I've heard you're quite the fighter." Initially unaware that Duan Kuan was addressing him, Chiu Gang Ao only realized it when he caught Duan Kuan observing him through the rearview mirror. "What? You wish to compare skills? Let us do it." Duan Kuan abruptly slammed the brakes, causing Sun Yin in the passenger seat to nearly collide with the windshield, his hands instinctively shielding his head with a loud thud. The other occupants of the vehicle experienced similarly alarming reactions. "Come on. If you press harder on the accelerator, the airbags will deploy. If you want to compare, it's not the right time. Let us go home first and settle this at my company tomorrow," Sun Yin exclaimed in frustration. Duan Kuan, with an embarrassed smile, apologized. "Sorry, Nian Go, I got a bit carried away. You spent so much to get them out. I can't let your money go to waste." Sun Yin, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "It's my money, not yours. There's no need for such comments." Acknowledging his misstep, Duan Kuan chuckled sheepishly and resumed driving. The journey from Stanley to the city was bumpy, prompting Duan Kuan to focus intently on the road, rendering him silent. The residences of Chiu Gang Ao's companions varied, scattered from Kowloon to the New Territories. At that time, the salaries of the Hong Kong police force were modest, particularly for those serving on the front lines, leading many to reside in various government-subsidized housing. Sun Yin did not rush back to Causeway Bay, but instead accompanied Duan Kuan, ensuring each of them returned home while noting their familial situations. Among them, only the young master enjoyed the best living conditions. After his release, he could afford to stay in a hotel since his previous rental had been vacated. This was feasible because he was the only one without family ties, while the others had relatives to support. Although Chiu Gang Ao was not married, he had a fiancée. Observing their challenging circumstances only strengthened Sun Yin's resolve. Meanwhile, a Ji accompanied Lu Jiayao back to Wan Chai, where his father operated a small fruit shop on Ship Street. This area, rife with gang influence, was under the control of He Chao Wan, the infamous vampire king. The very thugs who had previously harmed his family were under He Chao Wan's command. Throughout Lu Jiayao's incarceration, He Chao Wan's harassment had never ceased, forcing his family to pay more protection fees in an attempt to quell the situation. Even during his imprisonment, He Chao Wan extorted 200,000 from Lu Jiayao's parents as compensation for the slain underling. His parents concealed these matters from him. Had Lu Jiayao known that He Chao Wan's men continued to bully his family, he would have undoubtedly acted impulsively once again. Yet, this was the reality of Hong Kong. In the current societal climate, various industries could not escape the predatory advances of gangsters. Upon returning home, Lu Ba prepared dinner, while Lu Ma and Lu Jiayao's girlfriend, Xiao Mei, assisted him. In that moment, Lu Jiayao finally sensed the warmth of home. Regrettably, this blissful tranquility was short-lived. 20 minutes later, a whistle shattered the serenity of the household, a sound identical to the morning assembly call in prison, prompting Lu Jiayao to instinctively stand at attention, a conditioned reflex developed over years of incarceration. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from outside as Lu Jiayao's reaction was observed. Living on the first floor, Lu Jiayao's family had left the roller shutter wide open for ventilation, allowing anyone to enter. A figure donned in sunglasses entered the dimly lit room, removing his shades to reveal a menacing visage. Upon recognizing the visitor, Lu Ba hurried out to greet him. "Is that you, Brother Wen? What brings you here? Come in, have some fruit," Lu Ba offered, presenting a basket of apples he had set aside, particularly fine ones meant for his son. However, with He Chao Wan's arrival, it was evident that his intentions were far from benign, and Lu Ba had no choice but to appease him with the apples. "Old man, do you think I'm satisfied with a few rotten apples?" He Chaowen took a bite of an apple, only to toss it at Lu Ba. "Brother Wen, these are excellent apples. They sell for $5 a pound outside. We've paid our protection fees this month. Is there something you need?" Lu Ba inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. "What do you mean by need? You're feigning ignorance here, aren't you? Your son has killed my subordinate, and he only served 3 years. Is my underling's life truly so worthless that a mere 3 years can settle this debt?" He Chaowen took a foldable stool and sat down, propping one foot up, signaling that he had no intention of leaving today. "Haven't we already compensated 200,000? Lu Ba lamented. Lu Jiayao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father, you paid 200,000? They were the ones who initiated trouble with us. Why should we compensate them?" No sooner had Lu Jiayao spoken than a large hand struck him across the face. With a sharp crack, he was sent sprawling to the ground. "You insolent brat, what do you mean by them initiating trouble? This street is under our jurisdiction. Yet you refuse to pay the protection fee. You brought this upon yourselves. We are all born of the same parents. Now that his parents are elderly, and you have taken his son's life, who will care for them? His father is ill, and I must pay 8,000. Chapter 62. Old scores and new grudges can't pay it back? No problem. Just hand over the 2 women inside. I'll take them to my place to work. The older one goes for 100 a pop, the younger one 300. 10 clients a day, I take 80, and the remaining 20 goes toward your debt. That should cover it, right? Maybe there'll even be a little left over to help with your household expenses. You're always complaining that running a fruit shop doesn't make money. Well, sending them out to sell themselves sounds perfect, doesn't it?" He Chaowen sneered viciously. Hearing this, Lu Jiayao could no longer hold back. Enraged, he charged forward, swinging his fist straight at He Chaowen's face. But He Chaowen had come prepared, strutting in so boldly for a reason. His 2 henchmen stood before him like elevator doors, swiftly closing in from left and right as the punch was thrown, trapping Lu Jiayao between them. The 2 men each threw a punch, striking Lu Jiayao from both sides. "Ah!" Lu Jiayao let out a piercing scream. He Chaowen watched, then grabbed Lu Jiayao by the hair, forcing his head down before driving a knee upward. After the heavy blow, blood seeped from the corner of Lu Jiayao's mouth. "Stop! Don't hit him!" A Mei rushed out from the kitchen, shielding Lu Jiayao. He Chaowen seized the opportunity, grabbing a Mei and dragging her toward him. "Your girlfriend is quite pretty, kid. She actually waited for you for 3 years. You're a lucky man." He Chaowen pulled the fallen Mei into his arms, his hands beginning to roam shamelessly. "Haha, since you're going to be selling yourself anyway, let me inspect the goods first. The brothers will make sure to take good care of your business later, guaranteeing you earn a full load every day." Though where exactly that full load ends up is hard to say, one of He Chaowen's henchmen added. "No, help, let me go. Yao, save me, save me." A Mei cried out desperately. "Let go of my wife. I'll fight you to the death." Mother Lu charged out from the kitchen, brandishing a knife. He Chaowen hadn't expected the family to be so fierce. He was caught off guard and slashed by the knife. But he quickly turned and kicked Mother Lu aside, sending her crashing into the corner of a table, blood streaming from her head. Then the yellow-haired henchman beside He Chaowen rushed forward, snatched the knife, and pinned Mother Lu beneath him. "Huh, you old hag, you must have a death wish, daring to touch me? This isn't just about money anymore. You cut my hand. It'll take at least 2 or 3 years to heal, and I won't be able to work. From now on, your girl will sell herself at night and work for me during the day." "Ha ha." He Chaowen pressed a Mei beneath him, his blood-stained hand tearing at her already scant clothing. A group of tall, burly henchmen stood around them, some snickering lewdly. The scene was like a living hell. A warm, loving family had turned into a living hell in just 5 minutes. Many neighbors witnessed this, but no one dared to speak up, let alone intervene. They didn't even dare to call the police. Otherwise, Lu Jiayao's fate today would be theirs tomorrow. From a distance, Ji grew angrier the more he watched. Even though he was part of the underworld himself, he would never bully people like this. In his eyes, people like this were nothing but scum. And the fact that the bully was He Chaowen made it even harder for him to tolerate. Pulling a telescopic baton from his clothes, he charged forward. By then, He Chaowen had nearly torn off all of Mei's clothes, exposing large patches of her skin. He was just about to take her right then and there. But suddenly, the back of his head was struck violently. His world began to spin, and he collapsed face first on his Xiaomei's chest. "Ah!" Xiaomei screamed again. Freed from He Chaowen's grip, she rolled away a few times. Only then did the watching henchman realize someone had stepped in to help the family. They all prepared to fight the intruder, a G. But with these worthless thugs, taking on a G was nothing short of a joke. The 7 or 8 men who had come with He Chao were quickly subdued by a G. However, 2 of them managed to escape before a G could deal with them. This was He Chao's territory, after all. If even one person got away, it wouldn't be long before 50 or 100 men showed up. If a G left now, he could avoid trouble. But it would mean the Liu family would face even worse retaliation, perhaps even fatal consequences. His only hope now was Sun Yan. Sun Yan had just sent Xiao Gangao and his group home, and was having Duan Kuan drive back to Tongluo Wan when trouble broke out in Wanchai. They had to turn around and head there instead. Fortunately, Tongluo Wan was close to Wanchai. A G had notified Sun Yan before taking action, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so rashly. A few minutes later, a large group of gangsters stormed the entrance of Liu Jiao's home. A G sat calmly on a wooden chair, one hand holding a cup of water as he drank, the other gripping the kitchen knife Mother Liu had wielded earlier, pressing it against He Chao's neck. Surrounded by the crowd, he remained composed and unflustered. Bastard! How dare you touch our boss? I'll cut you down. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The crowd closed in, ready to attack a G. A G showed no fear. Come on. The moment anyone steps into this house, I'll slit his throat. He Chao, still dazed from the beating, was terrified by these words. Get out. All of you get out. Don't come in. As the leader of a street gang, He Chao certainly had his methods. But the higher one's status, the more afraid of death they become, and He Chao was no exception. He still had years of comfort and luxury to enjoy. At He Chao's command, everyone took a few steps back. But they didn't leave. They simply stood there, surrounding the scene. Brother, this is my territory. Which gang are you with? Who's your boss? He Chao asked cautiously, afraid that speaking too loudly might bring his throat into contact with a G's blade. My boss is Sun Yan. I'm a G replied coldly. A G? It's you. He Chao's voice trembled slightly. He had heard of both a G and a U. After all, he was in the loan sharking business, and these two were now encroaching on his turf. How could he not know them? Conflicts have indeed arisen, yet it is unfortunate that these two individuals possess such formidable prowess, as one of them alone is capable of matching the strength of 10 men. After his subordinates were knocked to the ground, both of them managed to escape. Brother, given that we are all part of this underworld, let us converse amicably. There is a reason I seek them out. They owe me money, and it is only just that they repay their debts. This matter is beyond your jurisdiction, is it not? Chapter 63, Recruiting Liu Jiao money? Do you claim that you owe him? Aji scoffed mockingly, turning to look at the fallen Liu Jiao. No, it is they who extort us, Liu Jiao replied coldly, his eyes filled with animosity. After 3 years in prison, he was no longer the naive young lad he once was. He understood that the person before him had a vendetta against the He Chao, regardless of the reasoning behind this timely assistance. Liu Jiao recognized that he had no choice but to rely on him now. Did you hear that? He said he doesn't owe any money. Do you have a promissory note to prove otherwise? He Chao appeared taken aback. No, he killed my underling. What is wrong with demanding compensation? His parents have already stated they paid you 200,000. After all this time, you still press on? Do you need to ruin their family to feel satisfied? Aji replied coldly. At that moment, a Chevrolet emerged from the crowd. Disembarking were Sun Yan's trusted subordinates, a Yu, Duan Kuan, and Fei Ji, among others, totaling 14 individuals, all arriving in a convoy. Sun Yan was indeed concerned about Aji's safety, prompting him to call for reinforcements, albeit they were still en route. He Chao, oblivious to the impending arrival of Sun Yan's entourage, continued to plead his case, his tone almost pitiful. He killed my underling. And now their parents are in the hospital. I must lend a hand, right? How do we settle this? You claim your underling's parents are ill. Do you have their medical records? Which parent is afflicted? What is their ailment? How much is the hospital bill? In which hospital are they being treated? Who is their attending physician? Sun Yan arrived with his group, advancing through the throng with a Yu and Fei Ji clearing the path. Given Aji's hold over He Chao, they did not dare to act recklessly. Sun Yan's entrance was nothing short of dramatic, each probing question rendering He Chao speechless. The claims of his underling's parents being ill were undoubtedly fabrications. After all, the individual had perished, and he had no familial ties to him. Why should he concern himself with another's parents? He Chao stammered, I'm at the Baptist hospital. It's the ENT department. Brain tumor. The doctor's surname is Wang. Unbeknownst to him, He had ensnared himself in a web of self-incrimination. When a competitor poses questions, one should never attempt to prove oneself right. Merely demonstrating their fallacies suffices. The ENT department cannot treat the brain. I believe you ought to consult a neurologist, Su Nian mocked. Navigating through the crowd to Aji's side, Su Nian sneered, creating such a tumult. It seems Officer A will arrive shortly. And regarding the injuries inflicted on my subordinates, I have yet to settle that score with you. What a fortunate coincidence. Su Nian crouched and patted He Chaowen's scarred face. Wasn't it you who attempted to usurp my business? Is it not the nature of the underworld to engage in violence for profit? You encroach upon my financial routes. What is wrong with retaliating against your men? Of course, there is no issue. I am here to demand an explanation on their behalf. Su Nian stood, grasping the knife from Aji's hand. Holding the blade's spine, he sliced through the air, the silver edge glinting ominously. In the blink of an eye, a faint trickle of blood appeared on He Chaowen's neck. Wow, big brother. Someone's been killed. Chaos erupted at the scene. For many of He Chaowen's subordinates, it appeared as though Su Nian had executed a throat-slitting maneuver, eliminating him. Yet at that moment, He Chaowen begged for mercy, acknowledging their wrongdoing, imploring, I should not have killed him. Spare me, and I will compensate him with 200,000. The fact that he could still speak indicated his throat remained intact. Su Nian's earlier strike had skillfully incised the skin of his neck without striking any vital areas. This demonstrated Su Nian's remarkable control over his body. Both the force and distance of the blade were impeccably calibrated, an accomplishment beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Aji gazed at his brother in astonishment, truly remarkable. In response to He Chaowen's pleas, Su Nian merely smiled. He had emerged victorious. A leader must not lose face before his subordinates, regardless of their numbers. Without a valid justification for action, the previous momentum dissipated. Su Nian delivered a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Look at your leader, a cowardly wretch. After showcasing the defeated He Chaowen, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Just then, several plainclothes officers passed by, swiftly apprehending He Chaowen and his crew, escorting them back to the police station. Lu Jiao finally found a moment of tranquility. Thank you, two heroes. In today's Hong Kong, where martial arts films flourish, performing a good deed can earn one the title of hero. No need for thanks. I too emerged from Chizhou. I have seen you before. You were often bullied by dummy from the adjacent prison block, and you are a good brother of a Zheng, are you not? Su Nian addressed Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao was taken aback, realizing Su Nian truly recognized him. Yes, I am quite familiar with Zheng Ge. He has recently been reassigned back to prison. I have a good relationship with the Zheng. We even gambled together, but regrettably, he is from the neighboring block, and I could only see him during free time. Su Nian replied with a smile. The cold and ruthless demeanor he had previously displayed had entirely dissipated. As long as He Chaowen remains in the area, the harassment of your family will persist. I operate in Causeway Bay. I can protect you temporarily, but not indefinitely. Have you contemplated your future? Su Nian inquired tentatively. Lu Jiao was indeed a university student. While university students in Hong Kong were not uncommon, few mingled with the triads. Su Nian's assistance, or rather, his very first encounter with Lu Jiao, was also a means of recruitment. What should we do? We have little money at home. If we relocate, we won't be able to conduct business. And our loyal customers will vanish. Wouldn't that lead to starvation? Indeed. And finding a storefront with residential space is no easy task, Lu's father and mother expressed with furrowed brows. Perhaps it would be better if you enlisted your son to assist me with tasks, and in return, I shall ensure that he invokes my name, thus deterring any repercussions from them. Moreover, I could secure a storefront for you in Tongluan, enabling your relocation. Finding a storefront for us? That seems rather burdensome, does it not? Furthermore, my son is a university student. He wouldn't dare harm even a chicken. What assistance could he possibly offer? Lu Ba has moved beyond contemplating his son's potential involvement with the society. His primary concern lies in the inability to render any assistance to Su Nian. Presently, the threat posed by the underworld hangs ominously over them, leaving no room for thoughts about joining the society. No, I plan to establish a chain of rental DVD stores, which is currently in the preparatory phase. The company is in need of additional personnel to manage operational details. Your son, being a university student, would be quite suitable, would he not? Furthermore, once the business opens, it would be effortless for you two to venture into Tongluan to establish a rental store or continue running a fruit shop, as it would be a simple endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lu Ba and Lu Ma's eyes sparkled with hope. Their son has a criminal record, one of murder, making it nearly impossible for him to secure any respectable employment. Today, not only is there assistance on offer, but also a job presented to them. They recognized that the benefactor for their son had arrived. Chapter 64. Double dealing my son. They saved us. They are our family's benefactor. Since our benefactor needs assistance, we should offer our help, Lu Ba and Lu Ma advised. Indeed, considering your current difficulty in finding work, you may find that even driving a taxi might not be an option in the future. It would be better to align yourself with our benefactor, Lu Jia Yao resolutely declared. As long as you can protect my parents, I shall follow you. Rest assured, the family of my brother is akin to my own. I will leave 5 individuals here to assist you in packing, and we shall relocate to Tong Luo Wan tonight, Su Nian decided without hesitation. He was no stranger to the cunning nature of He Chaowen. He understood all too well that he would not spare Lu Jia Yao's family. It was even possible that upon his release, he would seek revenge. Thus, arranging for their escape in advance was the wisest course of action. This situation also prompted Su Nian to contemplate another matter he had been preparing. The issue with He Chaowen was far from over, and he could exploit this opportunity to his advantage. A day later, the Lu family completed their relocation. Lu Jiayao officially joined Su Nian's company, Su Duo Rental Agency. To Su Nian's delight, Lu Jiayao's girlfriend, Mei, turned out to be a university student who had returned from studying abroad. This was precisely the type of talent needed at this moment. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. Su Nian swiftly appointed both of them as company executives, offering a starting salary of 20,000. For most individuals on Hong Kong Island, this amount was astronomical, a figure that could elevate them across societal strata. Lu Ba and Lu Ma were settled into a residence in Tong Luo Wan, conveniently neighbors with Donna's mother, allowing Su Nian to ensure their safety. The conflict between Su Nian and He Chaowen began to circulate gradually through the streets. Who was He Chaowen? He was the decision-maker for Dongxing. Though he operated within the modest confines of the boat street, he was nonetheless a figure of significance. Su Nian had audaciously invaded another's territory and, without hesitation, severed a throat, thereby tarnishing Dongxing's reputation. This incident further solidified Su Nian's notoriety, elevating his status as a formidable individual. He Chaowen had just been released from the police station, courtesy of an old acquaintance, Wu Yo of Dongxing. Upon his release, he erupted in fury. Damn it, Su Nian. Once I cleanse myself of this misfortune, I will gather 100 men to eliminate him. How dare he touch me? I will make him realize that provoking me is not so easily done. Does he have many brothers in Tong Luo Wan? You think you can just march in and attack? Besides, you've just been released. Look behind you. 2 officers are tailing you. Do you really believe you can leave Boat Street with such a large entourage? This matter would be better resolved through discussion. The boss, Luo Tua, has already spoken. He will seek justice for you. I will accompany you to speak with Dalao Bi. Dalao Bi, having fallen out with Su Nian recently, had heard some rumors. This was the perfect opportunity to exploit. They could stake a claim in Tong Luo Wan and encroach upon Su Nian's business. Rob his business? He runs a legitimate loan company with contracts and interest rates. If he can take our business in Wan Chai, how can we possibly seize his in Tong Luo Wan? Are you foolish? Do you think you must always employ proper methods? Burn his company down, blow it up, then who will come to him for loans? Or, more simply, gather a dozen thugs to borrow all their money and vanish. I assure you, they will go bankrupt. It's not as simple as you think. They conduct assessments before lending, so they know how much each person can borrow. Even if they flee, it would only amount to several 100,000, which wouldn't cripple him. Instead, it would leave my men struggling to survive in Hong Kong Island. As for burning the company, we might consider it, but let us first see the attitude of Dalao Bi. With the sunglasses gifted by his subordinates, He Chaowen donned them and seemed to regain his confidence. In Tong Luo Wan, at the Starlight nightclub. What? You want me to negotiate with Dongxing on his behalf? He doesn't even acknowledge me as a boss. Why should I go? He is currently flaunting his power as a red stick. Dalao Bi remarked, exasperated on the phone. Just go, stop questioning. They have sent Wu Ye to negotiate, so we need someone of weight to show our sincerity. Su Nian has offered that you represent him, and in return, he will forgive you 20,000 in debt. 20,000. For Dalao Bi at this moment, that is no small sum. Not only does he owe Su Nian money, but also Chun Hao Nan. It is likely he will have to shoulder Chun Hao Nan's debt as well, which he has factored into his calculations. Money is crucial for him. All right, Mr. Jiang, Since you have come to persuade me, I cannot refuse. I will go tonight. Dalaobi concluded the call and immediately began to vent to Nian. I heard they've launched some gambling website that is quite lucrative. On the first day, they earned over 100,000, and by today, it has reached 300,000. Jia has brought in a considerable number of clients for him. These earnings may only increase. I truly wonder how this fellow is so sharp-minded without formal education. Bigu, is there any issue with tonight's negotiations? Should we bring more brothers? Chen Haonan showed no concern for Su Nian's burgeoning enterprise. In fact, these words grated on his ears. No need. Do He Chao and Wu Yi dare to touch me? However, I do have other matters tonight, so let us arrange the meeting at the Starlight nightclub. It saves us the expense of a banquet at the tea house. Dalaobi stated. In the realm of street etiquette, negotiations between two factions typically take place in a neutral location to avoid ambushes. Dalaobi was undoubtedly aware of this principle. His actions ultimately stemmed from a fear of death. Chapter 65. The Provocation, the Crow's Conspiracy Under the Veil of Night. He Chao made the decision to honor his appointment. Accompanied by Wu Yi, he was flanked by 20 young subordinates. Some were Wu Yi's, while others were his own. These youths, many barely of age, were emblematic of the contrasting natures of Dongxing and Hongxing. Hongxing adhered to a traditional hereditary structure, their demeanor steeped in old-fashioned values, where formal members were expected to pay homage to Guangdong, and generally, only those of age attained such status. In contrast, Dongxing was more inclined to embrace youthful recruits, known as Tongdang, those schoolyard ruffians lured into the underworld by their older peers. Upon entering the Xinguang nightclub, Wu Yi waved his hand grandiosely. Feast and revel as you please. The tab is on someone else. A shadowy figure, Dalaobi, emerged from the corner with a scowl. Wu Yi, He Chao, long time no see. Why the entourage? Wu Yi responded with brazen arrogance. Since you chose your own territory for negotiations, is it not fitting that I bring a few more companions? His gaze, however, was fixed on a recently emerged hostess, admiring her curvaceous figure in a form-fitting dress, even letting out a whistle. Dalaobi bristled at the lack of respect shown by Wu Yi. A figure of authority within Hongxing, bring whoever you wish, but their expenses are not my concern. Wu Yi smirked. I heard you've fallen on hard times, owing over 1 million to your own men. Seems the rumors hold true. Dalaobi's expression stiffened. I may not earn as much as you, but I maintain my principles. Wu Yi chuckled derisively and surveyed the nightclub. Look at this place. It's worse than any other. Who would come here for enjoyment? Our venue next door is far superior. Would you prefer to negotiate there? Knowing your financial state, I could offer you a mere 80% discount. Are you here for negotiations or to stir trouble? Dalaobi managed to hold his temper, but Chen Haonan could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward, shoving Wu Yi, who stumbled back. Dalaobi interjected. Wu Yi, we are not here to bicker. This attitude complicates matters. Complicate? Then, Wu Yi was about to utter a famous phrase when a bottle soared through the air, striking him on the head with a resounding crack. Blood trickled down his forehead. How dare you? You think inviting me here is showing respect? You've underestimated me, shouted a subordinate of Dalaobi. Wu Yi, enraged, bellowed. Dalaobi, if you wish to avoid negotiations, you've lured me here for an ambush. Haven to you, brothers, he called out, and his companions rose, brandishing their weapons, knives and swords glinting menacingly. At that moment, a throng surged towards the Xinguang nightclub, as Dongxing had recently opened a night venue next door, housing 60 to 70 individuals. In an instant, the tide of bodies overwhelmed Dalaobi's sparse defenses. Confident in his own territory, Dalaobi had not anticipated Wu Yi's sudden aggression. Within moments, Wu Yi and the Dongxing members seized control of the situation, the entire nightclub falling under his influence. Who was it that threw the bottle? Stand up and admit it. Wu Yi demanded, turning to Dalaobi. Dalaobi, now lacking his earlier bravado, shrank back. I cannot say who acted so recklessly. We, as leaders, do not know all our subordinates personally. Bring your men out. I want to identify them. Let each of them shout out, and I'll recognize their voices. Wu Yi growled. He Chao seized the moment to strike a blow. Dalaobi, I thought you were a formidable figure, but you've proven to be a coward. And your subordinate Su Nian, where is he? You defend him, yet he doesn't even show his face? Who said I wouldn't show my face? Su Nian stepped forth from the crowd outside the nightclub. He had been present all along, choosing to wait for the opportune moment to reveal himself amidst the chaos. The bottle thrower was not under his command, But the unfolding conflict was advantageous for Sun Yin. It provided Dongxing with a pretext to seize the Lao Bi's territory. In this era, gang confrontations required a justifiable cause. Should Dongxing prevail, they would solidify their claim, leaving Jiang Tiansheng with no grounds to reclaim it. Accompanying Sun Yin were a Ji and Fei Ji, who brought along a captive into the nightclub. The Dongxing subordinates hesitated, for while they had surrounded Xingguang, Sun Yin had also encircled them with his own forces. The escalating commotion had, inevitably, drawn the attention of the police, or perhaps it was Sun Yin who deliberately made them aware. Yet, as no fighting had erupted, the police merely maintained order from outside. Sun Yin threw the captive to the ground, declaring, "This is the one who threw the bottle. I saw him fleeing the nightclub, so I brought him back. Let us see whose subordinate he is." The henchman sprawled on the ground caught sight of the crow and instinctively exclaimed, "Brother Crow." The expression on the crow's face instantly became somewhat nuanced, as if torn between irritation and amusement. Boss B quickly grasped the situation, recognizing it as the crow's cunning scheme. "So you two are acquainted, are you?" Boss B remarked with a sardonic smile. "You claim my henchman hurled a bottle at you? What evidence do you possess?" Sun Yin remained silent, her gaze fixed on the surveillance camera overhead. In this day and age, nightclubs often installed surveillance cameras in their lobbies. Although the clarity was lacking, one could still ascertain identities based on attire and physique. Chapter 66. The Raven faces defeat. Preparing to act, Hao Nan quickly checked the CCTV to see if this individual was responsible, commanded Boss B to Chen Hao Nan. "Understood, Brother B." Upon receiving Boss B's directive, Chen Hao Nan swiftly made his way to the manager's office. In a short while, the matter was uncovered. Indeed, it was this young man who had committed the act. "Raven, it seems you referred to him as your underling? Did your subordinate hurl a bottle at you? Will you not offer an explanation?" Boss B inquired with fury. Raven, displaying remarkable decisiveness, lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the very underling in question. The unfortunate soul was sent crashing against the wall, his head striking it with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious in an instant. "I did not anticipate a traitor in my midst. Hence my assertion that seeking the protection of Guan Er-Yi was futile. In this world, loyalty is scarce. I shall personally deal with this matter." "Oh, you thought it would be so simple to resolve your own provocations?" At this juncture, Sun Yin interjected. "Sun Yin, what position do you hold? Do not presume that your elevation to the rank of Hongkuan makes you significant. I, Raven, am one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, of equal seniority to your leader. It is not your place to interject when I converse with him." Raven spoke with an air of arrogance, nearly looking down upon Sun Yin. He Chao Wan, upon encountering his adversary, immediately fanned the flames, stating, "Do not think that earning a few coins makes you impressive. We have navigated these waters for many years, and our connections within the underworld are so numerous that you could not count them on one hand. One must show respect to their seniors. Oh, have you grown bold, emboldened by others? The scar on your neck has yet to fade. Have you forgotten the day I held a blade to your throat while you trembled like a quaking motor?" Sun Yin remarked mercilessly. He Chao Wen's face flushed with embarrassment. It was due to that incident that he had lost all dignity before his subordinates. Many had begun to question his authority, even whispering behind his back. To restore his standing, he resorted to brutalizing an underling. "Do not be so arrogant. Do you genuinely believe Boss B can protect you? We, Dongxing, could easily deal with him in an instant." Sun Yin, upon hearing this, laughed rather than fuming, for this was the reaction he desired. "Our brother B maintains a close relationship with Mr. Jiang. He even knows the head of the Wan Chai anti-black group, Surly. They share laughter and camaraderie. Do you truly think you have the ability to challenge him? He simply grants you the courtesy of negotiation." Sun Yin seized the opportunity to elevate Boss B further. "Do you genuinely believe that running a shabby nightclub in Causeway Bay, collecting protection fees, is impressive? If you were so capable, you wouldn't be unable to gather even 100,000 or so." At this moment, Raven also chimed in with derision. He pointed vigorously at Raven's nose, declaring, "Were it not for the presence of the officers outside, you would have already been carried out. Should you continue to cause trouble here, I guarantee you will not leave Causeway Bay. Brother B is formidable. Brother B is powerful." Upon hearing Boss B's words, the underlings of Hung Hing began to cheer. Perhaps the noise inside had grown too raucous. The officers outside could no longer tolerate it. The head inspector of the Wan Chai anti-black group, Surly Xiao Xian, personally led his men inside. What is happening? What is all this commotion? The arrival of the anti-black group silenced the nightclub. Even the music ceased abruptly. All eyes turned to Li Xiaoxian. Boss B stepped forward, stating, "Everything is fine. Today, the brothers from the underworld are gathering. I did not expect my nightclub to be too small for everyone to sit," leading to a bit of a dispute over the private rooms. Gathering? There are over 100 people standing outside. Are they also here for a gathering? Sir Li Xiaoxian, hearing this explanation, smiled wryly, a mixture of exasperation and amusement washing over him. Indeed, they are queuing outside, waiting for their turn once the brothers inside have finished. I do not care what gathering you are having. Within 10 minutes, have them return whence they came, or I shall escort them all back to the station for tea. Tea? What a joke. Is there enough space in the station to accommodate so many of us? Raven retorted sarcastically. Lock him up, take him back for questioning. You two, Boss B, accompany us, and Sun Nian, do not blame me for not warning you. Do not cause trouble in my jurisdiction, or you shall face dire consequences. Sir Li Xiaoxian issued warnings to the main culprits. Lock what? If Sir Li desires our cooperation in the investigation, as good citizens, we shall comply and follow along. Raven rejected the handcuffs, but was willing to accompany them to the station. Thus, the farce of the day came to a close. The so-called negotiation had not materialized, and Raven's attempt to escalate the situation had failed. Instead, both party leaders were taken back to the police station. It seemed the police sought to issue a warning, thus denying them immediate bail and intending to keep them detained. The police on Hong Kong Island can hold suspects for 48 hours without evidence. They would likely remain incarcerated for that duration. Sun Nian was not detained, allowing him to initiate his own plans. He called Chiu Gang Ao. Ao, what is the situation on your end? Have your brothers been faring well since returning? Not well. It appears their families look down upon them. And finding a legitimate job is challenging. Most importantly, my fiancé has betrayed me. All of this is Zhang Chongbang's fault. I must seek vengeance. Do not rush. If you kill him outright, what fun would that be? Sometimes, living can be more torturous than death. Rather than killing him and becoming a rat in the gutter for life, I can offer you a better path. What path? I can assist you in your endeavors. But it has nothing to do with vengeance, right? It does, for Zhang Chongbang's territory is none other than Sim Sha Sui. Chapter 67. Chiu Gangao joins. The demise of Dalao Bi, even though his territory lay in Sim Sha Sui. What significance did that hold? Chiu Gangao remained perplexed. Sun Nian continued. If I were to offer you the opportunity to become the boss in Sim Sha Sui, how would he react if he found out? If he were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly devise ways to target me. After all, I was once part of the police force. He would see my descent into the underworld as a personal failure. If word got out, it would be a disgrace to the police department, and he would certainly seek to bring me down. But what if he could do nothing to unseat you from your position? What if you could leverage your identity to gain prominence in the media and occasionally criticize their missteps? Is such a fortunate scenario truly possible? Chiu Gangao inquired. Absolutely. I possess ample means to make his life difficult. As long as you assist me in my endeavors, I can assure you that he will despise you intensely yet remain powerless against you. Once you have grown stronger and established your own influence, you could exact your revenge at will. Chiu Gangao felt a stirring in his heart. As Sun Nian had articulated, even if he were to kill Zhang Chongbang directly, it would not suffice. However, such violence was the only method he could conceive. At most, he would ensure that Zhang Chongbang faced disgrace along with a grand confrontation that would humiliate the police department. Yet, if it were as Sun Nian suggested, he could keep the police in discomfort, which was evidently a more sophisticated form of retribution. What must I do? Chiu Gangao asked earnestly. First, assist me in a particular task. Upon its completion, you will officially join us. You may inquire around. I currently oversee the Sim Sha Sui territory of Hongxing. The once dominant Longtu Liangkuan has fallen, and we need to reclaim the territory from other gangs. Once you join us, I can assign you tasks in Sim Sha Sui. Following my strategy, I guarantee we will reclaim the territory within a month and even acquire more from rival gangs. Subsequently, you will govern the Sim Sha Sui territory, but I have one condition. What condition? Chiu Gangao asked eagerly. You must provide a blood oath. I need you to eliminate a certain individual. Only by doing so can I gain authority in Causeway Bay. Once I obtain this authority, I can transfer the Sim Sha Sui territory to you. Who is this individual? Chiu Gangao pressed. My boss, Dalao Bi, the figurehead of Hongxing in Causeway Bay. You want me to kill my own boss? Is it not said that gangsters value brotherhood? You would understand if you asked around. My boss has always looked down on me. I served 3 years in prison for the gang, yet he even attempted to embezzle my relocation funds. Chiu Gangeo nodded and replied, I should not question your motives. Just tell me where he will be, and I assure you I will complete the task. It would be best to provide me with a firearm to avoid any unforeseen complications. Having made up his mind, Chiu Gangeo resolved that if he could not be a good man, he would embrace the role of a thief, one so grand that Zhang Chongbang and his ilk would be powerless against him. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. 2 days later, Dalaobi finally emerged from the police station. After spending 48 hours in jail, he was determined to host a lavish welcome back. He organized a gathering with Chun Haonan and others at his starry night club. After a few drinks, the conversation shifted to Su Nian. This wretch lacks any sense of loyalty. He has become arrogant after earning a little money, forgetting who helped him navigate the streets. Without me, there would be no Su Nian today. I should be his father, Dalaobi proclaimed, raising his glass. His recent arrest was entirely due to assisting Su Nian. And at that moment, his hatred for Su Nian reached its zenith. Brother B, Chun Haonan interjected, Shanji will never have children again. The doctor says the only solution is to remove his reproductive organs and replace them with implants. But that technology is only available in the United States and costs 200,000. What do you suggest we do? 200,000. Is it merely for a prosthetic? Does it truly require that much money? You should ask Su Nian for it. I have none. How could Su Nian possibly provide it? We still owe him money, Chen Haonan retorted, doubting his ability to extract funds from Su Nian. As long as I remain the figurehead in Causeway Bay, he needs to heed my authority if he wishes to expand his business. I have plenty of ways to extract money from him. Just as Dalaobi finished his declaration, a lackey rushed in urgently. Brother B, a call has come into the manager's office. They say it's urgent. Dalaobi's expression soured. Who could it be? At this hour, it must concern business. Well, let me see who lacks the foresight. With that, Dalaobi headed to the office. A minute later, he ended the call, hastily grabbing his car keys and departing. Just as he left, Su Nian arrived with a G and a U, accompanied by all his subordinates. Under the pretense of bringing business to Dalaobi, thus providing him with an alibi. In Sai Kung, at an abandoned dock, Chiu Gangeo stood with 2 companions, feeling the breeze. A black Santana approached, and the person stepping out was none other than Dalaobi. Where are my wife and child? Dalaobi shouted as he exited the vehicle. A smug smile crept across Chiu Gangeo's face. First, allow my brother to search you to ensure you haven't brought any weapons. He instructed his brother, Zhu Shuming, to conduct the search. After confirming that Dalaobi was unarmed, they brought him forward. Where's my wife? Where's my son? What wife and son? Did you truly believe the pile of photographs I left at the entrance was real? We all know the code. We do not involve family members. I merely borrowed your son's backpack, and the reason your phone is unreachable is that I cut the line. At this hour, your wife should be preparing for bed with your son, no? Su Nian made it clear that he had no intention of harming Dalaobi's family. His goal was solely Dalaobi's demise. Dalaobi's family posed no threat to him, and any reckless action against them would only draw the police's attention to the matter. Are you toying with me? Big Brother B realized he had been deceived and shouted, You're playing me. I'm not playing you, Chiu Gangeo said coldly. I told you to come alone if you want your wife and son to live. I never said they were in my hands, but if you don't show up, I'll find a time to kill them all. After 3 years in prison, the sense of justice in his heart had long been worn away. All he wanted now was revenge. You. Who sent you? Do you know I'm the leader of Hongxing? Of course I know, Chiu Gangeo replied. As for who sent us, you might never find out. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shuming behind him drew his gun and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire erupted, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Big Brother B fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. His head was pierced, and he collapsed on the spot, his brains spilling out. As he fell, his eyes remained wide open, filled with unrelenting resentment. Chiu Gangeo didn't bother disposing of the body. Instead, he left immediately with his men. His intention was for Big Brother B to die right there, preferably to be discovered that very night or early the next morning. This place was often frequented by young couples who came to drink late at night and engage in intimate activities, which was precisely why he had chosen it. Chapter 68. The successor. Early the next morning, the news of the demise of Dalaobi was discovered. The police swiftly arrived, followed closely by a throng of journalists and media personnel. Dalaobi held a certain degree of notoriety, and the morning news prominently reported that the leader of the Hongxing organization, Dalaobi, had passed away. The reactions to this news varied among individuals. Chen Haonan, who had encountered Dalao Bi hastily departing the previous evening while drinking, felt an ominous premonition, particularly as Dalao Bi had not returned. He even drove around Tongluan in search of him, but to no avail, resulting in a sleepless night. Therefore, upon seeing the news about Dalao Bi that morning, he found it difficult to accept. However, his initial suspect was not Sun Yin, as he was aware that Sun Yin had been at a nightclub drinking the previous night. During that time, he had also visited Dalao Bi's office several times, stating that he wished to discuss some matters. His logical suspicion then turned to Wuya. The Dongxing organization differed from typical gangs. They relied on a following that was often ruthless, resorting to unscrupulous methods without regard for rules. Gang conflicts, including assassinations, typically employed cold weapons. But the Dongxing gang disregarded such conventions. It was noteworthy that Dalao Bi had offended Wuya and He Chao when due to matters concerning Sun Yin. Dalao Bi had even mentioned the previous night that he and Wuya had been detained in the same holding cell, where they had quarreled multiple times. Chen Haonan's first instinct was to confront Wuya, but given his current lack of allies and his own precarious state, he felt unqualified to do so. In desperation, Chen Haonan thought of the one person who could assist him, Dalao Bi's close associate, Jiang Tianxing. As a prominent figure in wellness, Jiang Tianxing was known for rising early to exercise while listening to the news. Upon hearing the news, his immediate reaction was to drop the barbell he was holding. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Chen Haonan. After ending the call, his anger intensified. Those scoundrels from Dongxing dared to act against someone with whom he had such a close relationship? His immediate suspicion fell on Dongxing due to the arrogance displayed by Wuya and He Chaowen. Their previous scheming at the bar was clearly aimed at encroaching upon Hongxing's territory. Now, having failed in one ploy, it was only normal for them to attempt another. After some contemplation, Jiang Tianxing found the situation peculiar. If this was indeed the work of Wuya, their audacity was astonishing, as anyone would suspect them in such a scenario. Although Dongxing was notoriously reckless, this act would jeopardize Wuya's plans, as it would render his quest for control over Tongluan baseless unless Dongxing genuinely sought war with Hongxing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Tianxing turned to dial the strategist Chun Yao's number. Chun Yao had also received the news, not through the media, but via word on the street, which suggested that Wuya was involved. However, that did not necessarily represent the truth of the matter. After hanging up, Jiang Tianxing immediately called the leader of Dongxing, Law. Despite the ongoing friction between their organizations, the leaders maintained a relatively amicable relationship. Luotawa, you must have heard about Dalao Bi's death? Jiang Tianxing inquired as soon as the line connected, only to be met with Luotawa's languid voice. Which big shot died? Oh, Dalao Bi. What? Dalao Bi is actually dead? Who did it? He was once your ally. To harm him is to harm you. Who has such audacity? Luotawa, spare the theatrics. The word on the street is that your subordinate Wuya is responsible. Impossible. Wuya wouldn't dare. Luotawa's voice faltered, betraying his unease. He knew Wuya was a loose cannon, but was reluctant to admit it. If the allegation were true, Jiang Tianxing would undoubtedly exploit the situation. Rest assured, I will inquire personally. If he is indeed guilty, I will bring him to you for resolution. How could I dare to handle your Dongxing people? If he truly did it, a war between our factions would be inevitable. Jiang Tianxing concluded the call. Through Luotawa's inquiries, it became evident that Wuya had been enjoying himself at his own establishment the previous night, with numerous subordinates ready to corroborate his whereabouts. Meanwhile, He Chaowen had coerced a woman in debt into filming an adult film to settle her dues, with his subordinates available to testify. This evidence suggested neither was responsible. However, Jiang Tianxing retained a degree of skepticism. After some hesitation, Jiang Tianxing dialed Sun Yin's number. Are you aware that Dalao Bi has died? Of course I know. It's about time. He was utterly ineffective as a leader. His death is well deserved. Sun Yin replied nonchalantly, lacking any hint of panic, even infused with a touch of mockery. Where were you last night? Me? Are you suspecting me? If I intended to act, I would have done so already. Why wait until now? I was at Xinguang nightclub. The situation with Wuya and He Chaowen remains unresolved. I had actually planned to have Dalao Bi arrange another meeting with them. My brothers brought knives, intending to settle things at the nightclub, but when we couldn't reach Dalao Bi, we just ended up having fun and dispersed. Sun Yin explained his thought process clearly. After hearing this explanation, Jiang Tianxing was increasingly convinced of Sun Yin's innocence. assuming he was telling the truth. It is for the best if it wasn't you. With De Lao Bi gone, Tongluan needs a successor, otherwise it risks being overtaken like Sim Sha Sui. Currently, no one else possesses the strength to fill that role but you. I shall announce at noon that you will be the next leader of Tongluan. Chapter 69. Assuming office in Tongluan, Su Nian never anticipated that he would directly inherit the position of the leader. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. It is worth noting that Hongxing had just lost its territory in Sim Sha Sui, causing Jiang Tianxing's income to plummet. Tongluan is also a bustling area. Should he lose this as well, Jiang Tianxing would undoubtedly be furious. Rest assured, since Jiang Tianxing has entrusted me with this responsibility, I am determined to excel in my role and will ensure that not an inch of Tongluan is lost. This confidence is precisely what I value in you. However, I must forewarn you about one matter. Should this task fall upon you regarding De Lao Bi, I will not be able to offer you protection. Mr. Jiang, you needn't worry. I remain loyal to those I associate with. Otherwise, I would not have taken on the burdens for the gang in the first place. Excellent. I will circulate the news of your appointment as the leader of Tongluan within Hongxing. As for whether you can earn the respect of De Lao Bi's former subordinates, that will depend on your own capabilities. If you prove to be more adept, feel free to replace them entirely. My only requirement is that next month's bonuses must not be lower than this month's. Jiang Tianxing did not particularly care who held the position of leader. His primary concern was the amount of bonuses for the following month. Rest assured, it will surely exceed the previous amount. After leaving this assurance, Su Nian hung up the phone. He had finally eliminated De Lao Bi, and now, with the position of Tongluan's leader, he could truly spread his wings. Before he could revel in his victory, something even more exhilarating transpired. His options system unexpectedly presented him with a prompt. Congratulations, host, on becoming the leader of Tongluan. Please select the future development direction for Tongluan. Option 1. Establish an underground casino and a flower factory, fully embracing the path of villainy. Reward. Outlaw aura. Option 2. Conduct legitimate business, embarking on the path of redemption. Reward. Increased support from Tongluan citizens. Su Nian did not expect that he could even choose a path. The rewards from both options were not immediately tangible. They would not yield instant benefits. In terms of long-term development, the aura from option 1 would undoubtedly prove more practical, as he could not remain in Tongluan forever. Yet, considering short-term growth, the support from citizens could be advantageous. According to the system, even opening a few convenience stores could yield greater profits. Resolute in his decision, Su Nian made his choice. The host has selected option 2. Task initiated. Please contribute 10 million within 1 month to Tongluan's charitable endeavors. Unexpectedly, this task appeared quite manageable. Had he chosen option 1, the system might have required him to immediately procure 10 million worth of flour. News of Su Nian's appointment swiftly spread throughout Tongluan. At this time, Chen Haonan was visiting Shanji and Bao Pai in the hospital, simultaneously delivering the news of De Lao Bi's demise. Among his few brothers, one was crippled, another severely injured, one was imprisoned, and now their leader had perished. Only the ineffectual Chao Pai remained by his side. Chen Haonan was weeping along with Shanji and Bao Pai over De Lao Bi's death. Just then, Chao Pai hurried over to deliver another piece of grim news. Su Nian had become the leader of Tongluan. What? Su Nian has taken over as the leader of Tongluan? Are you certain this news is authentic? Could it be a ruse by Su Nian's lackeys? No, Brother Ming's side is already discussing this matter. You know, Brother Nan, Su Nian is currently quite influential in Tongluan. He has not only established a direct connection with Mr. Jiang, but everything he touches turns to gold. Brother Ming and the others have stated that as long as Su Nian maintains their current benefits, they will continue to work for him. But Su Nian is merely a junior. He is a generation below Brother Ming and his associates. How can they be willing to work for him? Chen Hunan was perplexed. The Brother Ming they spoke of was merely another lackey of De Lao Bi, not one of his trusted confidants. Yet due to his early association with De Lao Bi, he held a significant position in Tongluan. This is undoubtedly true, Brother Nan. You are well aware of Su Nian's prowess. Moreover, when Brother Bi departed, he owed Su Nian over 1 million. If he wishes to succeed to the leadership position, he must first repay that debt. Who else in Tongluan can produce such a substantial sum? This essentially implies that he has invested part of his own money to acquire the position of leader in Tongluan, Chao Pai elucidated. This is a message deliberately propagated by Jiang Tianxing to deter those impoverished gangsters aspiring to ascend. Most individuals in this line of work would find it nearly impossible to produce such a large sum all at once. How shameless. Dalao Bi has scarcely been buried, and he is already scheming for power. A person devoid of loyalty like him actually managed to become the leader in our Hongxing. Chen Haonan furiously struck Shan Ji's hospital bed. It was uncertain whether his strength was excessive or if the bed was already in disrepair, but with one punch, a leg of the bed broke, causing it to tilt dangerously. Consequently, Shan Ji fell to the floor, suffering further injury. Instantly, chaos erupted within the hospital. In Tongluan, within just half a day, the news of Dalao Bi's death and Su Nian's ascension spread like wildfire. The Xinguang nightclub was seamlessly taken over by Su Nian, becoming his new stronghold. Compared to his two companies, this venue was evidently more expansive, and during renovations, Dalao Bi had left behind several secret rooms and doors that could be strategically utilized. Su Nian was quite pleased with this nightclub. The luxurious decor and ample space were commendable, though the staff and beverages needed significant improvement. He intended to completely transform the venue, utilizing his experience from the 21st century in various business domains, to establish it as the most popular nightclub in Tongluan. In the afternoon, Xiao Gengao swaggered into the Xinguang nightclub. Su Nian directly took over Dalao Bi's manager's office, where he met with Xiao Gengao. Here are 500,005 Rolex watches. Use this money and these timepieces to enhance the lives of your brothers, particularly ensuring their families are well taken care of. If they require financial assistance for any matters, they can come to me. By the way, there is an MR2 parked at the entrance. While it may not be an extravagant vehicle, it will suffice for transportation. Take it for your use. During this period, refrain from wandering about, for a new task shall soon be bestowed upon you. Xiao Gengao picked up the Rolex gifted by Su Nian and examined it with great care. A watch serves as a symbol of a man's identity. In his earlier days of service, he often pondered why those engaged in thievery could adorn themselves with exquisite timepieces and drive luxurious vehicles, while he and his fellow officers were relegated to toiling under the scorching sun on the streets. Now, having cast aside the burdens of morality, he finally relished the fruits of his desires. Thank you, Nian Go. Regarding the matters in Sim Sha Sui that you previously mentioned, grant me a week to stabilize the situation here in Causeway Bay, and then we shall commence our endeavors in Sim Sha Sui. Su Nian would never deceive Xiao Gengao. He had no intention of letting go of the lucrative opportunity that Sim Sha Sui presented. Well then, allow me to extend my gratitude on behalf of my brothers, Nian Go. Xiao Gengao had come alone, but as he departed, he carried a suitcase filled with money and a watch, driving away in a sports car worth over 300,000, reveling in the enjoyment of it all. Chapter 70. The Raven's Disturbance in the Evening. The Xinguang nightclub was temporarily closed for renovation. However, closing did not imply shutting the doors completely. The club was still open for recruitment, as Su Nian needed to interview prospective new hires. The focus was primarily on those aspiring to be princesses in the nightclub. The success of such establishments often hinges not on luxurious decor, but rather on the social skills and quality of the hostesses. Even a modestly decorated venue could thrive if its hostesses possessed strong social abilities. Patrons would be willing to pay a premium for exceptional service. Su Nian was not only on the lookout for new talent, but was also prepared to offer financial incentives to attract them. In Hong Kong, there existed a shadow industry akin to certain maid recruitment agencies, which, under the guise of providing domestic help, actually facilitated the arrival of young Southeast Asian women for less reputable purposes. Previously, Aji had connections in Kowloon that could assist in this regard. Su Nian allocated 300,000 to secure 15 individuals. However, there was a significant concern when it came to working in such establishments. Nightclubs were often subject to surprise inspections, and if any individuals were found without identification, they would face immediate deportation. Yet, Su Nian felt reassured by the presence of Fei Tong, who had recently gained recognition within the police force. He had proven himself invaluable and often had access to crucial information, such as Su Nian's rise as a key figure in Tongluan, for which Fei Tong personally called to extend his congratulations and promised to support Su Nian's business endeavors in the area. In gratitude, Su Nian generously gifted him 50,000. That evening, many candidates arrived for interviews, lured by the attractive salaries offered by Su Nian. Some were transitioning from other venues, as nightclubs were not regulated institutions, and most of the staff had not signed contracts, allowing them the freedom to leave at any time. By the end of the night, Su Nian had successfully recruited 12 princesses, bringing the total to 27, along with 8 waitstaff. However, there was still a vacancy for a supervisor, commonly referred to as the mama-san. This role was particularly crucial, necessitating a person of high emotional intelligence, good looks, and a strong ability to drink. Xu Nian had yet to identify a suitable candidate for this position. As Xu Nian pondered this dilemma, Yu knocked on the door. "Xu Nian, I hear you're in need of a supervisor?" "Not just one," Yu continued. "Boss B owns 4 nightclubs. Although the others are slightly smaller, any venture aiming for profitability must evolve. A competent supervisor is essential, considering their need for rest. Each nightclub should have at least 2 supervisors, totaling 8 vacancies. I have someone in mind." With that, Yu ushered a woman into the office. Dressed in a red A-line dress and shimmering high heels, her fashionable curled hair cascaded elegantly as she approached the manageress office. "This is a home." She previously worked at a neighboring establishment, but wishes to switch due to some friction with her supervisor. Xu Nian appraised the woman, recognizing her as Hong Gu. A fixed salary of 8,000, with commissions on beverage sales and additional commissions for the girls you manage. "What do you think?" Xu Nian felt no need to assess Hong Gu's professional skills. Her striking appearance alone suggested her proficiency in the field. "Such generous terms?" she inquired. "Indeed," Xu Nian affirmed. "Shouldn't I undergo an interview to determine if I meet your criteria?" "Not necessary. I have a keen eye for talent," he replied. "Excellent. I can start tomorrow. May I bring a friend to work here as well? Though I must clarify, she will not be available for client services." Xu Nian nodded in agreement. "As long as you bring her along, that is acceptable. Whether or not she participates in client services will not matter. Those who do can earn more, while those who do not will earn less. However, I must stress that in such an environment, if one wishes to refrain from client services without incurring the client's displeasure, it will depend on one's own capabilities. As a supervisor, you can look after your friend, but you cannot protect her indefinitely." "Understood, boss. I will make sure to advise her," Ahong assured him. The friend she referred to was Amin, who, due to family hardships, had felt compelled to work but was conservative in her views, leading her to seek a compromise in her employment situation. The decision to change jobs stemmed from hearing about the favorable conditions at Xu Nian's club, coupled with a recent altercation with her previous supervisor. Just as Ahong was about to leave, a group of individuals forcefully kicked open the door to Xu Nian's office. "You traitor! Ahong, how could you be so disloyal? Jumping ship to our competitor's nightclub over a trivial matter?" The intruders were members of the Raven Gang. Xu Nian was taken aback to discover that Ahong had indeed switched from their establishment. Ravens, people aspire to rise, and water flows downward. Clearly, she perceives greater prospects here. What is wrong with her switching jobs? Xu Nian retorted dismissively. "Do not think that just because you have become a key figure, it makes you important. Tongluan is not a place for just anyone to stake a claim. You should tread carefully, especially considering the circumstances surrounding Boss B's demise." One of the ravens hissed ominously, threateningly reminding Xu Nian that their territory also lay in Tongluan. Xu Nian's expression darkened, and the system prompted him once again. "The host has received a death threat from the raven. Please choose. Option 1. Pay to resolve the issue. Reward. Turtle shell, worn, grants immunity to 1 fatal injury. Option 2. Strike first. Reward. High-precision sniper rifle. Features a unique storage space. Can be directly stored in the host's exclusive space. Includes a 40x scope, ballistic display function, effective distance display function, silencer, and 500 rounds of ammunition." Upon reviewing the 2 distinct options, Xu Nian decisively chose the second. It was not merely the reward that swayed him. He was a man of principle. "The host has selected option 2. Please eliminate the raven within 1 week." This task posed little challenge for Xu Nian, and he was prepared to act swiftly. "Raven, you dare come here and taunt me after killing my boss. You must not have known death." With his words barely spoken, he erupted into action. Chapter 71 The Funeral of Boss B. The crow's sacrifice. The crow was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He staggered back 2 steps, colliding with the door. Xu Nian unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down upon the crow with relentless ferocity. The crow found himself utterly incapable of resistance, suffocated by the overwhelming assault. He had always considered himself a formidable fighter, yet he had no means to retaliate. The force of Xu Nian's fists felt as if they were shattering his bones with every strike. As he continued to pummel the crow, Xu Nian cursed, "You've killed my boss, and now you dare to act so brazenly?" The commotion quickly drew the attention of others outside. First came the crow's underlings, attempting to rush in to rescue their boss, but they were sent flying several meters away by Su Nian's kick. Then arrived the members of the Hongxing gang. Su Nian had not altered the personnel structure of the Xinguang nightclub, so many of these thugs were originally under Boss B. Hearing Su Nian's taunts and witnessing his brutal assault, they joined in, shouting threats as if they intended to end the crow's life. Su Nian had not exerted his full strength. He merely utilized 30% of his power, yet it was sufficient to elicit agonized cries from the crow. His body bore the consequences, with countless fractures likely sustained. Satisfied with the level of punishment meted out, Su Nian shouted, "Stop! Everyone, cease your actions." In an instant, all movements came to a halt, and they turned to Su Nian, bewildered by his command. Su Nian declared, "This is Hongxing's territory. If we kill someone here, how can we conduct business in the future? Inflict enough damage to incapacitate him, then throw him out." He gazed at the crow, who lay bloodied and speechless on the ground, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He could not kill the crow here, although he could easily find a subordinate to take the blame. Offering a sum of money as compensation, he knew that attracting the attention of the authorities at this stage would be detrimental to his interests. The crow would meet his demise, but not in this location. Severely beaten and rendered half-disabled, the crow was carried away. Su Nian did not pursue any further confrontation. Instead, he instructed Aji to follow closely behind the crow. An hour later, Su Nian received confirmation that the crow was lying in the emergency room of the Wanchai hospital. Following this incident, Causeway Bay erupted in chaos. The crow's underlings took to the streets, clamoring for vengeance. The anti-triad unit in Wanchai had to bolster their police presence. Su Nian was once again summoned for questioning. Within the interrogation room of the Wanchai police station, Li Xiuxian, known as Li Sir, looked at Su Nian with a smirk, saying, "You certainly have bravado, striking the crow of Dongxing right after taking office. You are indeed a young man with guts, but have you considered the repercussions?" Su Nian smiled lightly. "Li Sir, let us not speak recklessly. Which of your eyes saw me strike him? Is there any witness or evidence?" Li Xiuxian retorted, "Do not be so smug. Do you truly believe that the gangsters will not cooperate with our police? We have ways to compel them to testify against you. And what about your boss? Do you genuinely believe he perished at the hands of the crow? His death allowed you to ascend. I doubt it is that simple." Upon hearing Li Xiuxian mention Boss B's demise, Su Nian raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. "So what? Do you suspect me?" He noted the intensity of Li Xiuxian's gaze as it scrutinized his expression for any hint of guilt. Regrettably for Li Xiuxian, Su Nian revealed no cracks in his facade. A student of psychology, Su Nian was adept at reading micro-expressions, and Li Xiuxian, with his background in criminal psychology, found it impossible to discern any signs of deceit from Su Nian. Li Xiuxian continued his probing. "I've heard your boss was not particularly fond of you. After his death, you took over. Don't you think that casts suspicion upon you? Sibling killing is a taboo in the underworld. Anyone could use that as a pretext to come after you. Only a fool would act that way. You understand well. Just ensure you don't find any evidence pointing to me. The Dongxing members are furious. Do not create further disturbances. You will be held for 48 hours, and once things settle down, I will release you." Li Xiuxian was resolute in detaining Su Nian for the full duration, regardless of his access to legal counsel. Su Nian could only shrug. "Fine, I don't mind." 48 hours later, Su Nian was released. During his confinement, many events transpired. Jiang Tianxing had sent a lawyer to meet him, conveying a message. Jiang Tianxing advised him to remain calm, as tensions between Hongxing and Dongxing were nearing a boiling point. If further provocation occurred, the consequences would be dire. He suggested that Su Nian host a few tables of wine to apologize to the crow. Su Nian outright rejected the notion. Jiang Tianxing then proposed another plan, to silence the crow permanently. The crow lacked a core group of loyal subordinates. With his death, his followers would inevitably become embroiled in a struggle for territory, leading to chaos in Causeway Bay. Su Nian would thus reap greater benefits, and the new leader of Dongxing would not seek retribution against him. With the crow still lying in a hospital bed, Su Nian emerged and immediately instructed Qiu Gongao that it was time to take action. He then employed the same tactic as before, gathering all his subordinates to attend an important memorial service, Boss B's funeral. Su Nian chose this moment to deal with the crow, providing a sense of closure for the gang. According to current intelligence, the crow was still unable to speak, and he could not deny his involvement in Boss B's demise. Thus, it was fitting for him to bear the weight of this guilt anew. Upon returning to Causeway Bay, the funeral for Boss B had commenced. In front of the altar, Chun Haonan wept inconsolably. The injured Shanji and Bao Pai were also present at the service. Each attendee expressed their grief in different ways, yet Su Nian remained largely indifferent to the solemnity of the ceremony. Throughout, his gaze was fixed not on the funeral itself, but rather on the guests in attendance. In life, the Laobi held a certain degree of influence. At the very least, all the prominent figures of Hongxing were in attendance at his funeral. Naturally, the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing, was present, even assuming the role of a family member, which attests to the deep bond he shared with the Laobi. Additionally, individuals from other organizations who had connections with him also graced the funeral. The Chuanxing Society, Hongla, and Lianxing all sent representatives to pay their respects. As the ceremony progressed, it became customary for attendees to take turns offering incense at the altar for the Laobi. Su Nian approached the altar accompanied by a group of loyal subordinates. Observing Su Nian's entourage, Jiang Tianxing felt a sense of satisfaction, convinced that he had made the right choice in selecting Su Nian. During the incense offering, Jiang Tianxing seized the opportunity to exchange a few words with Su Nian. I have already pacified matters on the Dongxing front. If you have made a decision regarding that issue, execute it thoroughly. Rest assured, tonight's news will bring you a pleasant surprise. Jiang Tianxing's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated Su Nian's remarkable efficiency. Chapter 72, Flawless Execution and Territory Acquisition at Wanchai Hospital. Dressed in a pristine white lab coat, Qiu Gangao discreetly shed his disguise in the restroom, opting for his favorite ensemble of a shirt and denim jeans, though his sunglasses and mask remained intact. He casually discarded a silver vial into the trash, containing a potent plant toxin capable of inducing myocardial infarction and sudden death. Moments earlier, he had injected this toxin into the foredrip of Wuya. Once introduced into the bloodstream, the toxin would dilute perpetually, rendering resuscitation via defibrillator futile unless the toxin was entirely eradicated from his system. Otherwise, Wuya was doomed. A mere 15 minutes later, chaos erupted in the emergency room. Wuya suddenly lost his heartbeat, yet the cause remained elusive. The medical team could only attempt to revive him. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and successfully eliminating Wuya. Reward: high-precision sniper rifle. As the funeral drew to a close, Su Nian received this notification from the system, signifying that Qiu Gangao's assassination had been successful. Wuya's journey to the underworld would not be solitary. Simultaneously, a large truck careened out of control, crashing into He Chaowen's loan company. He Chaowen was playing cards with several associates on the first floor when the truck barreled in. Pinning him against the wall, his body crushed as if struck by a powerful force. He Chaowen was likely destined for the afterlife, and his demise was even more tragic than Wu Yu's. Perhaps he would even awaken with a system upon reincarnation. There was no need to wait for the news. As the funeral concluded, Jiang Tianxing had already received the news. Both Wu Yu and He Chaowen held significant positions in Dongxing. One commanding respect as a figure of influence and the other as a moneylender, both highly profitable for their organization. Each contributed at least double the monthly bonuses of an average liaison, or even up to 45 times more. Upon learning this news, Luo Tua was filled with both rage and sorrow, yearning to confront Jiang Tianxing at the altar of the late Boss B, as well as to confront Su Nian directly. However, the police officers stationed outside approached Su Nian first. Seeing Li Xiuxin enter, Su Nian maintained a relaxed demeanor. "Li sir, are you here to pay your respects to Boss B?" A vein throbbed on Li Xiuxin's forehead. "Do you realize that we had just died in the hospital? Do you know that He Chaowen was also killed by a truck? What terrible luck. Though, they deserved it. Neither did anything virtuous, and their demise seems like fate's reckoning. You speak so lightly of Wu Yu's death that implicates you in murder, and you will face incarceration." At this moment, Zhang Zhirong, who had been following Su Nian, stepped forward. "What evidence do you have proving my client killed Wu Yu? If you intend to take my client away, please present reasonable evidence." As a lawyer, Zhang Zhirong was well aware that law enforcement should approach attorneys with caution, for they could be formidable adversaries. "Fine, wait here. I will return to apply for an arrest warrant to take you in. I refuse to believe we cannot extract something." Li Xiuxin's words were resolute. However, upon returning to the anti-organized crime unit, he discovered the case was not as straightforward as he had presumed. Wu Yu's injuries had long been stabilized. His sudden cardiac arrest today was unexplained at first. It was later revealed that he had been injected with a toxin, leading to his demise. This indicated that someone had murdered Wu Yu within the hospital. The assassin had disguised themselves as a doctor to approach Wu Ye and subsequently kill him. The surveillance footage provided by the hospital revealed nothing conclusive about the assailant's identity, only a figure of considerable height. The evidence did not directly implicate Su Nian, leaving Li Xiuxian unable to secure an arrest warrant. They could only redirect their investigation towards this mysterious individual, seeking to ascertain who he was and whether he bore any animosity towards Wu Ye. As for the truck driver, he had tragically perished in the crash, leaving behind a son who, after his father's death, received a generous donation of 1 million yuan for medical expenses from an anonymous charity foundation. This donation came from a foreign charity, thereby exempting them from scrutiny regarding the source of funds. Li Xiuxian found it increasingly difficult to target Su Nian, who had been detained for 2 days and was now attending Boss B's memorial service. They could only explore alternative avenues for investigation. In fact, Su Nian was fully aware of their investigation, as he had an informant within the department. While they pursued leads regarding Wu Ye, Su Nian was already expanding his influence in Causeway Bay. Wu Ye's operations in that area were limited, primarily distributing goods through various bars and nightclubs, focusing on flour or meatballs. Additionally, there was a street where approximately 200 shops were extorted for protection fees by Dongxing. With Wu Ye's demise, the balance of power in Causeway Bay began to shift. Many of Wu Ye's former subordinates, eager for profit, hastily commenced collecting protection fees, often demanding more than before. Some shops were extorted up to 45 times within a single day, leaving them in dire straits. Su Nian instructed a Yu to monitor the streets, ready to discipline any Dongxing affiliates attempting to collect fees. Within just 1 day, many of Wu Ye's former followers were driven away, and numerous shop owners began siding with Su Nian, expressing their willingness to collaborate with Hongxing. Seated in the manager's office of Xinguang nightclub, Su Nian puffed on a cigar, his expression one of contentment, while Tang Na diligently worked beneath the desk. The Dongxing influence had been effectively dismantled. Aside from a few nightclubs directly managed by Dongxing, the proprietors who had previously collaborated were now persuaded to align with Hongxing. After 2 days of engaging with various business owners in Causeway Bay, the situation was nearing resolution. Jiang Tiansheng would also intervene to stabilize matters on the Dongxing front, allowing Su Nian to await the financial rewards. Just as he contemplated Jiang Tiansheng, a call came through. Su Nian gestured for Tang Na to continue her work as he answered the phone. Nian, you performed admirably this time. Your swift actions have scattered Wu Ye's associates in just 1 day. Luo Tua, upon witnessing Dongxing's lack of cohesion, has also conceded. Jiang Tiansheng delivered the encouraging news. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your assistance. This ordeal has indeed been quite exhausting. Your incessant meddling is quite remarkable. Had you delayed your dealings with the crow, the commotion would not have been so grand. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous, as next month's bonuses shall be considerably augmented. Su Nian observed Jiang Tiansheng, who appeared utterly captivated by wealth, and promptly seized the opportunity to broach a matter that had been occupying his thoughts. Mr. Jiang, might you be interested in establishing a gaming hall? I previously discussed this with Didi from Heilian Sheng, who expressed considerable interest and has already invested several million in me. I intend to create a chain of gaming halls. Chapter 73. Establishing authority. Su Nian began to describe his grand blueprint to Jiang Tianxing. Below, Donna, who was diligently working, glanced up at him upon hearing Su Nian's vision for the gaming hall, displaying a keen interest. Su Nian elaborated on his current progress with Didi, revealing that he had secured territory in Tongluan and was planning to set up several gaming halls there. However, Jiang Tianxing felt that Su Nian was expanding too rapidly. He questioned how one individual could manage so much. Even if investment was necessary, it could not be rushed. They needed to ensure the first gaming hall was operational before proceeding further. Very soon, in Suanwan, it should be ready to open in 2 weeks. Why not come and take a look then? Su Nian tentatively suggested. So soon? Since you say so, I must see it for myself. Jiang Tianxing had never doubted Su Nian's capabilities. He had successfully managed the peripheral website and even excelled after taking over De Lao B's nightclub. The nightclub had introduced themed days, swimwear, student, flight attendant themes, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The performers were exceptionally skilled, embodying their roles so convincingly that many patrons were utterly captivated. In no time, his venue became the hottest nightclub in Tongluan, with luxury and large private rooms requiring reservations a week in advance, while smaller rooms were filled by 7 or 8 in the evening, with the main hall at full capacity. Without even considering the cut from the performers, The revenue from beverage sales alone, based on current estimates, could match what Dalaubi achieved in a month within a week. Jiang Tiansheng had already directed several of his nightclubs to adopt Su Nian's business model. Many competitors began to imitate it. But Su Nian had also introduced a membership card system. Different tiers of membership unlocked various services and discounts on drinks, with levels only attainable through consumption, thereby increasing customer loyalty. Su Nian possessed a profound understanding of such establishments. Most patrons sought novelty, while a minority harbored affection for specific performers, making it simple to cultivate customer loyalty. Jiang Tiansheng, recognizing Su Nian's business acumen, began to warm up to the idea of video gaming, which he previously viewed merely as a vice for the younger generation. Not only Jiang Tiansheng felt intrigued, Donna was also stirred by the prospect, not for any frivolous reason but in search of employment. With Luo Maosen's threat dissipated, she could not simply remain at home as a decorative figure. Before arriving in Guangdao, she had completed high school. Although her educational level was not exceptionally high, it was certainly adequate, especially in an era where a high school diploma was commonplace. Even in Guangdao, the university admission rates were low, as exemplified by Su Nian and his associates. Husband, if you open a gaming hall, may I assist you? I wish to find a proper job, but I prefer not to deal with those unpleasant men. Am I unpleasant? Su Nian teased in response. You smell delightful, Donna replied coyly. Su Nian reclined comfortably in his chair, gently stroking Donna's hair. The gaming hall is rather chaotic. You wouldn't fit in such an environment. However, I am opening 3 rental video stores in Tongluan, which should be ready in about a week. I can offer you a managerial position with a reasonable salary. If it falls short, you can always come to me. He reassured her that the rental stores would not be directly associated with him, ensuring her safety should any issues arise in the future. Wonderful. You are so considerate, Moa, Donna exclaimed, planting a kiss on Su Nian, although not on his cheek. Speaking of the rental video stores reminded Su Nian of the little Jewish girl. She had been hospitalized for a little over a week and was likely discharged now, yet he had not heard from her. He pondered whether he had frightened her at the time. At this point, he was not lacking in female companionship. The little Jewish girl's presence or absence was inconsequential, and he put the matter aside. There remained much to attend to in Tongluan, with his business expanding and more subordinates joining, many of whom had previously followed Dalaubi. Su Nian found himself surrounded by individuals whose street cred often surpassed his own. Even though he had become their new leader, some still harbored arrogance. One such individual was Shizai Ming, who had been with Dalaubi for quite some time. His arrogance was coupled with a penchant for misappropriating company funds, and Jimmy had caught him in the act while reviewing the accounts. Su Nian instructed a G to bring him in. Just as Donna stepped away to freshen up, a G escorted the individual into the nightclub. The nightclub housed a small room dedicated to honoring Guan Yi, which also served as a meeting space with a long table. This room, referred to as Xiang Tang, was where issues were typically resolved with subordinates kneeling before Guan Yi. Now, a G had made Shizai Ming kneel in the Xiang Tang, awaiting Su Nian's judgment. In a matter of moments, Su Nian summoned many of the Cgeo subordinates back, including Chen Haonan. With Dalaubi deceased, Chen Haonan had no choice but to align himself with Su Nian to navigate Tongluan. This is the company ledger. In just 6 months, you embezzled over 500,000 from the company, a significant portion of which was meant for the brothers' bonuses. How could you stoop so low? Su Nian slammed the ledger onto Shizai Ming's face. Shizai Ming bore the appearance of someone who had indulged excessively, his frame emaciated and dark circles under his eyes prominent, with visible bruises on his body. A G had evidently taught him a lesson upon bringing him back, as he trembled on the ground. The impact of the ledger nearly caused him to faint. Embezzling company funds was a common practice among many of the thugs, albeit varying in scale. Yet, Shizai Ming would not dare voice such thoughts here. He could only plead for mercy. Nian Gu, I was wrong. Most of this money was given to me by Bigu. I took very little for myself. Only a few thousand. Bigu is already dead, and you still try to shift the blame onto him. Are you even human? In accordance with the rules of the underworld, consume this incense, and I shall grant you mercy. Su Nian extracted a bundle of lit incense from the censer and placed it before Shizai Ming. What? Eat it, exclaimed Shizai Ming. Haonan, come here and pry open his mouth. A G, feed him this incense, Su Nian commanded. However, Chen Haonan remained unmoved, evidently still resistant to Su Nian's authority. Su Nian smirked and said, "You, it's your turn." Upon hearing this, He Junyu approached, and forcibly opened Shizai Ming's mouth. Aji then thrust the incense into his mouth, being lit the moment it entered. Shizai Ming let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Forcing him to consume it was an impossibility. Sun Yin's intention was merely to impart a severe lesson, and summoning so many was also to establish his dominance. It was only when Shizai Ming succumbed to unconsciousness from the torment that Sun Yin spoke slowly. The formidable Dalao Bi is no more. Regardless of how he managed you in the past, I am here to impose a new set of rules. Henceforth, within my territory, there shall be no violence, only legitimate business and profit. I have ascended to this position as your leader. It matters not who you previously referred to as brother. From now on, you shall address me as Nian Ge. Should you be willing to call me that, I assure you that any profits I make in Tong Luo Wan will not go unrewarded. If anyone harbors dissent, you are free to leave. Whether you wish to switch allegiance or exit the underworld entirely, I will not hinder you. Sun Yin gestured invitingly. In that instant, a group of Sijozai began to murmur amongst themselves. Some genuinely did not wish to follow Sun Yin, while others merely considered his aspiration for legitimate business to be a fanciful delusion. Chapter 74. The Little Jew's Job Search. I shall grant you 5 minutes to deliberate. After this time, those who wish to depart may exit through that door. I have instructed Aji to prepare 100,000 yuan. Each departing individual will receive 5,000 as severance pay, allowing for a graceful parting. When we meet again, let us not regard each other as adversaries. For those who choose to stay, I have registered a company. In the future, your salaries will be disbursed through legitimate banking channels, and I shall assist you in acquiring social and commercial insurance, enabling you to live as upstanding individuals, with your finances handled transparently. As Sun Yin spoke, he gently tapped the table. Each word resonated with authority. The notion of gangsters having insurance was indeed unprecedented and astonishing. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Chun Haonan was the most restless of them all. Having incurred Sun Yin's displeasure, and with the death of Boss B weighing heavily on him, he felt disheartened and wished to withdraw from this life. However, he was in dire need of money, having substantial debts to Sun Yin. Leaving now left him at a loss as to how to repay them. 5 minutes passed. 3 members of the CGO chose to depart, while a greater number opted to remain. Those who left had been entrenched in the underworld for some time. They deemed Sun Yin unreliable and believed they could find better opportunities with other factions. Sun Yin honored his promise, distributing 5,000 yuan each to the departing individuals, totaling 15,000. This left him with 85,000, and with 20 CGO remaining. Sun Yin gestured grandly. Since you have chosen to stay, each of you shall receive 10,000 yuan. From now on, do not present yourselves in a disheveled manner. Attire yourselves properly, like respectable individuals. I do not demand formal suits, but at the very least, refrain from appearing like hippies. Sun Yin's generosity astounded many, including Chun Haonan. He had not anticipated that those who stayed would also receive a more substantial sum. Aji swiftly distributed the money. Your personal information will be recorded, and starting next month, you shall receive a monthly salary with a minimum guarantee of 4,000 yuan. The remaining amount will be distributed based on commissions, with an estimated minimum of 6,000 yuan each month. The higher your status, the greater your earnings. If you collect 500,000 yuan in a month, you may receive an additional 10,000 yuan, an impressive sum. Regardless of whether you serve as a driver, collect protection fees, or oversee venues, the total could amount to 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, resulting in significant commissions. Some of you have even taken on younger associates. If they formally join the CGO in the future, they will enjoy similar benefits, but I will only accept 5 new members each month. Those who perform well will be recommended. Do you understand? Sun Yin's approach fostered competition among them, albeit for the seemingly absurd role of a CGO. In reality, most individuals in this world do not even qualify as CGO. Often meeting untimely ends without anyone to mourn them. Those who dared to register often faced ridicule from others, with most only able to claim association with their respective bosses. Sun Yin's magnanimous gesture swiftly garnered the loyalty of the Xiang Tang members. As the saying goes, one navigates this world primarily for financial gain. If following Sun Yin leads to profit, why would anyone wish to depart? Even the 3 who had just left felt a pang of regret upon overhearing Sun Yin's policies, realizing they may have acted hastily. Once the crowd dispersed, Sun Yin retained Aji, Au, Feiji, Chung Sheng, and Duan Kuan, elevating them to the status of official Sijio. Sun Yin did not include Jimmy, who preferred to engage in business and sought a reliable patron. Moreover, his absence allowed for a cleaner background, facilitating his future endeavors in legitimate business. The same rationale applied to Lu Jiayao. After recruiting him, Sun Yin appointed him and his girlfriend to manage the video rental company, expediting its establishment. Upon returning to the office, Sun Yin had initially intended to engage in a friendly match with Donna for relaxation. However, as he settled in, his mobile phone rang. He gestured for Donna to continue enjoying the buffet while he answered the unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Su?" "It's me." A soft, delicate voice emanated from the other end of the line. Sun Yin struggled to recall the identity of the caller. Since assuming his position, he received numerous calls daily, and those who simply stated their names often proved bothersome. It was preferable when they initiated the conversation with a more engaging approach. "Who are you?" Sun Yin asked, somewhat brusquely. "It's Wan Mei. We met previously at the hospital. Have you forgotten?" "Oh, I remember now, a Mei." "Oh, I'm fine, just stubbed my toe. What brings you to call? Are you interested in working with us?" "Yes, I was wondering. Is the salary you mentioned last time genuine? Does it truly include meals and accommodation, with a wage of 6,000 yuan?" The little Jew inquired tentatively. It was well known that in Hong Kong, meals and accommodation could be quite costly, and that salary was equivalent to at least 10,000 yuan. Sun Yin let out another exclamation, noticing Donna's reproachful gaze. He playfully nudged her, signaling her to behave. "Am I joking with you? I presumed your silence meant you were not coming. Let me inform you that my establishment is opening soon, and if you do not claim your position, I shall have to find someone else. I reside in Shadian, and commuting to Causeway Bay is inconvenient. If accommodation is indeed provided, I would be willing to join, but my grandmother lives with me. I am unsure if that would be acceptable. Rest assured, it is convenient. I have ample housing available. Come on over." Sun Yin was not jesting. He had a substantial sum of money at hand, yet he lacked knowledge of the stock market and refrained from investing in it. Thus, the most prudent investment he could conceive was real estate. He had acquired numerous new apartments and also purchased several older properties in Causeway Bay, particularly smaller 3-bedroom units. His motivation for such acquisitions stemmed from a gamble on future redevelopment. Even if no redevelopment occurred, he could still profit from any significant appreciation in property values. Chapter 75. Nightclub Theme Day, when shall I come for the interview? The petite Jewish girl inquired cautiously. The benefits of this job truly seem as excellent as Sun Yin had described. An interview? Not necessary. This is hardly a challenging position. Anyone with normal intelligence can manage it. Besides, with your beauty, you will undoubtedly attract many patrons when you become the manager. Sun Yin winced mid-sentence, as if in pain. The petite Jewish girl asked with concern. "What's wrong? Is your foot still hurting from earlier?" Sun Yin quickly replied, "I'm fine, really. A mischievous cat in my office just scratched me a bit." She gently patted Donna's face as she spoke. "Oh dear, if you get scratched by a cat, you must go to the hospital for a rabies shot. Be careful." The petite Jewish girl expressed her concern over the phone. "Don't worry, I will get it done. Once I hang up, I'll go right away." Sun Yin emphasized her words, but the petite Jewish girl did not catch any hint of unease. She continued, "So when do I start working?" "First, move over here and leave your phone number. I'll have my assistant send you the address, and you can hire a moving company to bring you here." "Great, thank you, boss. I will work hard in the future." The petite Jewish girl solemnly expressed her gratitude to Sun Yin over the phone. After hanging up, Sun Yin turned her attention to Donna, who had been causing mischief earlier. "You've certainly been up to no good during these 2 days. It seems I must unleash my full strength to deal with you now." Donna pouted, dissatisfied, and said, "I already have 2 sisters. Why are you finding me more?" "How can you say that? With your combat prowess. I merely need to exert a little effort, and you'll be swollen for 3 days. What is wrong with finding a few more substitutes?" Upon hearing Sun Yin's words, Donna's face flushed crimson. "It's all your fault. It's not my fault that I'm in good shape. Anyway, I don't only run one rental store. I can easily assign a manager for each of you, which would save me effort. Let us have Shishili join as well. You can work together during the day and take care of me at night, right?" Donna inquired further. "Not quite. You will also have to work at night, taking shifts in the late hours. Otherwise, what will happen during those empty days? You certainly have your eyes on the young ladies. I heard Shishili mention it last time. When she arrives, I'll advise her to be cautious of you. Why not help me win her over, and and I'll get you a car. That way, you two can become sisters, and she can lighten your burden. Plus, think about it. She is new, and you were here first, so you can delegate tasks like foot massages, back rubs, and ear cleaning to her. Su Nian teased. In truth, it was merely a jest. However, to her surprise, Donna took it seriously. Oh right, dear, what you said makes perfect sense. This way, I won't have to work. But I worry she might be difficult to deal with. Rest assured, she is quite easy to handle. You just need to create opportunities when the time comes. The petite Jewish girl, unaware, was already being set up before her arrival. The following night, the entrance of Xinguang nightclub was bustling with activity. A line had formed outside a nightclub, all due to a massive poster hanging at the entrance. Today's theme, Midsummer Beach. This beach theme was rather intriguing. Compared to the campus-style theme from the previous days, the Midsummer Beach featured an abundance of bikinis. Whether male or female staff, or even the princes and princesses, they all donned beach attire. The waitstaff wore slightly more conservative one-piece swimsuits, lacking much allure. However, the princesses were a different story, adorned in bikinis with delicate strings that could make one's heart race at a mere glance. Even the two female greeters at the entrance were clad in bikinis. The nightclub opened at 7:30 p.m., but the seats in small to medium-sized private rooms were filled by 7 o'clock p.m. The luxurious and large private rooms had all been booked. Due to the overwhelming number of patrons, Su Nian had temporarily borrowed several staff members from other Hongxing establishments. With the beach theme today, the focus was not on acting, but rather on physique. With an astonishing 130 princesses operating simultaneously, it was nothing short of a commercial miracle. A significant portion of them had already been taken away by clients for late-night snacks by 9 or 10 p.m. Throughout the night, the main hall saw 4 tables of guests turn over. Su Nian spent the entire evening coordinating various resources, making several phone calls just to borrow personnel. Jiang Tiansheng, Shisami, Fei Ma, Didi, he contacted everyone he knew. He had not anticipated that the beach theme would be so successful. Just for this single night, the revenue could exceed 1 million. The gangsters who followed Su Nian were all beaming with joy, as many of them worked at the nightclub and could either receive bonuses at the end of the month or earn tips from clients, making a considerable sum just from tonight. Some gangsters even brought their girlfriends to temporarily serve as princesses to help maintain the nightclub's operations. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. As business flourished for Su Nian, it inevitably encroached upon the clientele of other venues. For instance, Fei Go from Hongxing owned 2 nightclubs in Causeway Bay, one high-end and the other catering to the masses. Yet both establishments had dismal business today. He had even hastily dressed the princesses in bikinis. But the results were still mediocre. He could not comprehend why Su Nian's venue was thriving. After Wu Ye's demise, Dongxing's establishment had not closed down, yet business had significantly dwindled. Despite being a new venue situated right next to Xinguang nightclub, they found themselves swatting flies daily, with princesses frequently jumping ship to join Xinguang. Moreover, organizations such as Hongla, Hongsheng, and the Numa gang swiftly copied the operational model of Xinguang nightclub's theme day. Yet their business remained starkly inferior. These nightclubs had previously been cash cows for various organizations, but now, with business so lackluster, everyone was at a loss, while Su Nian reaped all the rewards. Suddenly, he became the target of collective disdain. The various factions, which previously had only minor frictions and trivial disputes among themselves, found themselves compelled to unite due to Su Nian's formidable presence. The theme of this summer beach gathering served as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Initially, their interactions were limited to private exchanges. However, now that Su Nian had appropriated a significant portion of their business, they convened a dinner meeting, intent on devising a strategy to counter her influence. In the eyes of the other factions, Su Nian was merely a junior, one who lacked understanding and audaciously encroached upon the territory of her seniors. Chapter 76. A tree attracts the wind. Currently, apart from the flourishing Hongxing, there is the waning Dongxing. The various factions operating in Causeway Bay are relatively minor. Hongxing is a small force that has established itself on Xiangjiang Island, with its stronghold in Shengwan, led by Boss Bao, who built his empire through the business of mahjong parlors and has ventured into the entertainment industry in Causeway Bay. The individual currently overseeing operations in Causeway Bay is known as Fei Go, a trusted confidant of Boss Bao. Hongla, a medium-sized gang, is larger than Hongxing but still pales in comparison to Hongxing and Lianxing. Their leader, Piao Shu, has been succeeded in Causeway Bay by De Shu, an elder statesman of the Hongla organization. The Haoma Gang is another small faction primarily engaged in illicit activities in Causeway Bay, managed by their leader Ma Chao, who seldom frequents the area and has delegated responsibilities to his brother, Ma Wei. Among these factions, the most formidable is a gang known as New Hongxing, a splinter group that branched off from Hongxing while Jiang Tianxing's father was still alive. It is rumored that their initial attempt to establish a dual leadership structure failed, leading to the emergence of New Hongxing. Currently, the four Heavenly Kings take turns overseeing operations, with their representative in Causeway Bay known as Tian Ge. Despite his business suffering setbacks, he has not banded together with the smaller gangs, choosing instead to remain discreet. Within the confines of Chonglu Restaurant in Causeway Bay, Fei Go, De Shu, and Ma Wei gather with their respective subordinates to discuss strategies against Sun Nian. This newcomer had not displayed such audacity during the reign of Big Boss B, but with his demise, Sun Nian appears to be making a bold move. Had Big Boss B still been around, he would have ensured that his subordinates kept a low profile. However, Sun Nian may prove to be a formidable adversary. Indeed, his ruthlessness is evident. Consider the fate of Dongxing. He has shown the audacity to directly cripple the Crow Gang, and whether he was responsible for their demise remains uncertain. Our purpose here is to strategize against Sun Nian, not to sing his praises. When Ma Wei raised the question of how to deal with Sun Nian, an uncomfortable silence fell over the room. Sun Nian's strength instills fear in them. Had it been Big Boss B, they would have courted his collaboration by now, but with a young contender like Sun Nian, they hesitate. The younger they are, the more tenacity and ferocity they possess, while older figures often adhere to traditional norms. Young challengers are willing to employ ruthless tactics without hesitation. If I had a good plan, I wouldn't be seeking your counsel now. We are here to devise one, aren't we? You claim he is merciless, but how can we, as mere minnows like Hongsheng, hope to confront the great shark that is Hongxing without offering ourselves as easy prey? Fei Go's words resonated with truth. Previously, they had relied on Dongxing for protection, trailing behind the Crow Gang for scraps. With the Crow Gang's fall and Hongxing's refusal to engage in petty dealings, they not only lost revenue, but also had their business encroached upon, which feels like a death knell. Perhaps we should unite with other factions to apply pressure. Jiang Tianxing still adheres to the code of the underworld, and we could compel Sun Nian to relinquish a portion of his clientele, suggested De Shu naively. Are you still asleep? You think he would willingly give up even a portion of his clientele? Do you have any idea how highly Jiang Tianxing regards Sun Nian? Moreover, is he a charitable man? You think he would simply comply? Ma Wei retorted sharply. His elder brother, Ma Chao, was known for his vicious temperament, and Ma Wei was no different. So what do we do? De Shu inquired. This young man may possess vigor, but he lacks social experience. I have a plan. Let us render his establishment incapable of conducting business. Ma Wei produced a bag of flour. You intend to resort to the police? I have more than this up my sleeve. I can cut off their water and electricity, unleash pests, and create chaos to ensure they cannot operate. It is far from simple. And if he finds out? De Shu pressed. They lack the strength to confront Hongxing head-on. How could he possibly know? Will you let it slip? Or shall I? Ma Wei scoffed. The next day, the Starry Night Club operated as usual, adhering to its regular schedule, not a themed day. However, if customers possessed sufficient VIP status, they could request themed private rooms. The hostesses would familiarize themselves with the roles in advance, portraying the characters desired by the patrons. Sun Nian remained diligently occupied in the manager's office. His ambitions extended beyond this single nightclub, as he endeavored to reform several others, each with its unique direction. For instance, he planned to transform the Shangjiang nightclub into an elegant establishment, featuring renowned singers and high-end service, preferably staffed by university graduates. He was currently searching for renovation companies to undertake the refurbishments. Amidst his busy schedule, his personal phone rang. It was Fei Tang calling. Before Sun Nian could utter a word, Fei Tang's urgent voice conveyed, "Nian, go. We are about to head to your nightclub for an inspection. Someone has reported that you are selling flour." Before Sun Nian could respond, Fei Tang abruptly ended the call. The urgency in his tone suggested he was not far from the group and had to speak in hushed tones. Sun Nian immediately rose, summoning Duan Kuan, temporarily stationed to oversee matters. "Someone has reported that we are selling flour at the nightclub. Gather the brothers and have them investigate. I want to find out who dares to slander us in such a manner," he commanded. Additionally, recruit 2 others to take 2 company vehicles and intentionally collide them at the intersection ahead to block the road and delay the police. Duan Kuan, who was in high spirits after having consumed some alcohol, instantly sobered at Su Nian's words. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Su Nian also stood up, scanning the surveillance screen in search of any suspicious individuals. In his nightclub, the use of such substances was strictly prohibited, as was any form of solicitation. To put it plainly, those who indulged in such vices were predominantly delinquents, often lacking substantial financial means, and thus, Su Nian never considered this clientele due to their low educational backgrounds. Consequently, upon hearing reports of complaints against him, his initial reaction was to suspect that someone was attempting to deceive him. Chapter 77. Playing Tricks? The Starlight Nightclub Hall. Two individuals with strikingly yellow, frizzy hair cautiously placed 2 bags of white powder beneath a table. After setting them down, they prepared to leave. Yet, just as they were about to exit, the nightclub's doors were abruptly shut. Duan Kuan, accompanied by a group of henchmen, offered an apology to the patrons inside the hall. I apologize, esteemed guests, but there is a malfunction with the nightclub's main entrance. We require approximately 10 minutes for repairs. During this time, please refrain from entering or exiting through the main door. If you must leave, kindly use the rear exit. Duan Kuan's intention was to prevent anyone from leaving prematurely. Earlier, Su Nian had confirmed that no one had exited the nightclub during the past 20 minutes. Given the establishment's booming business, those who managed to secure a spot typically had no desire to leave early. Thus, an unexpected departure would undoubtedly attract attention. The 2 yellow-haired individuals immediately fell into a state of panic. They were acutely aware that the white powder was their responsibility, and if caught, the repercussions would be severe. Rather than ensnaring their intended victim, they risked incarceration themselves. In a moment of anxiety, their hands began to tremble. Duan Kuan, who had been speaking, did not leave. Instead, he walked around the hall with a walkie-talkie in hand. The decision to focus on the hall was a result of Su Nian's analysis. Concealing such an item in a private booth would be far too easy to trace back to its source. Booth patrons were required to reserve under their real names and typically possessed VIP cards, which also bore their names. Moreover, hiding such evidence in a booth would not facilitate easy incrimination. Law enforcement would likely prioritize apprehending those remaining in the booth. However, the hall presented a different scenario. Should such items appear in the common area, tracing their origin would be far more challenging. Once a guest departed, the investigation would necessitate sealing off the area until it was determined that the items were not linked to them. Only then could the establishment resume operations, and by that time, not only would the guests have dispersed, but the hostesses would likely have vanished as well. After circling the hall a couple of times, Duan Kuan soon identified 2 suspicious individuals. The uniqueness of the venue meant that it was uncommon for patrons to visit without ordering hostesses. Yet, these 2 yellow-haired boys had neither requested a hostess nor consumed much alcohol. They merely ordered a few bottles of beer and a fruit platter, just sufficient to meet the minimum spend. Their demeanor suggested they were not there for leisure, and their furtive glances toward the exit only intensified Duan Kuan's suspicions. He promptly requested a check on their tab, confirming that the duo had indeed settled their bill. Their behavior was odd for patrons in a nightclub. They neither engaged in hostess services nor consumed much alcohol, and yet they were eager to leave. However, rather than apprehending them immediately, Duan Kuan checked his watch and announced, "My apologies, the main entrance has been repaired. You may now enter and exit freely." After making this declaration, he turned and walked deeper into the nightclub. The 2 yellow-haired individuals, believing the door had merely been under repair, felt they had no reason to linger and promptly stood to exit. As they stepped out of the hall, Duan Kuan retraced his steps, searching their previous location, and indeed discovered the 2 large bags of powder. Each bag was larger than his palm, and if apprehended with this quantity, the consequences could lead to decades behind bars. Infuriated, Duan Kuan stashed the powder into his pocket and proceeded toward the nightclub's entrance. The 2 yellow-haired boys were already being bundled into sacks by his men. Just as they secured the last bag over their mouths, Duan Kuan's henchmen prepared to transport them to the manager's office. In a fit of exasperation, Duan Kuan jumped up and admonished them, "Are you fools? Nian has warned that someone will arrive to investigate shortly. Why are you dragging them inside? Hurry and load them into the van." Flustered, he directed his men, who swiftly carried the 2 yellow-haired individuals away. As soon as Duan Kuan settled into the van, several police cars arrived on the scene. Due to a traffic accident, they had taken a longer route and arrived 3 minutes late. A contingent of officers stormed the nightclub's entrances, sealing off all exits led by the homicide narcotics, and anti-organized crime squads, entering the premises to conduct a thorough search. At least 4 teams, totaling no fewer than 25 uniformed officers, were present. Fei Tang was among them, along with the rising star of the homicide unit, Chen Jiajiu. The officers conducted a comprehensive search, interrogating every patron and deploying police dogs to sniff around. Sun Yan had already been informed of these developments via the walkie-talkie. In the face of the search and inquiries, he remained composed, sipping tea. Ultimately, the operation consumed roughly half an hour, yielding no significant findings. In fact, the nightclub's atmosphere was more subdued than anticipated, with no overtly scandalous behavior. The most provocative scene involved hostesses merely nestled in the arms of patrons, sipping drinks. While the attire varied, student uniforms, kipayos, bunny girl outfits, most of it was confined to private booths. The desired evidence remained elusive, and instead, several male officers found themselves captivated by the array of beauty within. They observed the vibrant scene, feeling an impulse to partake, and if not for their duties, they would have eagerly settled down to experience it firsthand. Even if immediate indulgence was not possible, many resolved to return during their off days to witness the spectacle for themselves. After a thorough sweep, the lead officer, Li Xiuxian, was left frustrated by the lack of results. However, his ire bore little fruit. Sun Yan continued to sip tea nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the officer's presence. In a fit of frustration, Li Xiuxian pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Yan, warning, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. But heed my words, there better not be any traces of powder or pills. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to shut this place down." After repeated attempts to exert pressure on Sun Yan proved futile, Li Xiuxian resigned himself to seeking out the individual who had made the false report. Once they departed, Duan Kuan returned in the van. Upon the release of those 2 individuals with explosive hairstyles from the burlap sacks, it was evident that their bodies bore numerous bruises, either a deep purple or a sickly greenish-yellow hue, and a few of their teeth were missing. Moments ago, Duan Kuan and his companions had been quite incensed, yet upon their return, they appeared significantly calmer, clearly having found their outlet for frustration in a physical sense. Sun Yan, with a cigar in hand, pressed it directly against their bodies, using one of them as an improvised extinguishing device. The searing heat of the cigar elicited continuous cries of anguish from the yellow-haired individual. Once the cigar was extinguished, Sun Yan leisurely exhaled the final smoke ring and inquired, "Who compelled you to undertake this? Do you think you can play tricks on me in Tongluan? I am the one who devises schemes against others. There is no room for others to scheme against me." Chapter 78. The scheme unfolds. This young man with a wild, yellow afro appeared rather unreliable at first glance. However, it was only after Sun Yan applied his methods that he discovered the boy's lips were surprisingly sealed. Even in excruciating pain, he refused to divulge who was responsible. Observing this defiant demeanor, Duan Kuan had initially intended to take matters into his own hands and torment him until he spoke. To his astonishment, after a brief respite, the boy audaciously spat in Duan Kuan's face. This act ignited Duan Kuan's primal instincts. "If I do not make you speak today, I shall change my name to Chen Kuan," he exclaimed, seizing the boy's hair and dragging him across the floor until they reached the staff restroom. The other wild-haired youth was evidently his brother, sharing a striking resemblance and an equally stubborn disposition. Sun Yan turned to the second boy with a smile, saying, "I shall grant you one last chance. Will you reveal who sent you? If you remain silent, your brother's life may be in jeopardy." This time, Sun Yan chose not to inflict further torment. He merely observed him with a barely perceptible smile. Spitting defiantly like his companion, the second boy attempted to retaliate. Fortunately, Sun Yan was prepared. He sidestepped and retaliated with a swift kick, sending the boy sprawling to the floor, sliding until he collided with the door. "Send him over to Chen Kuan," Sun Yan instructed before departing without a backward glance. He had surmised who might be behind this scheme, as he had encroached upon the interests of many. The individual responsible was likely a competitor intent on shuttering his nightclub. However, without a lackey to identify them, confronting these adversaries was futile. 2 hours later, Duan Kuan reluctantly entered Sun Yan's office. He presented an unexpected answer. Still unwilling to speak. "Shall we dispose of one?" Duan Kuan gestured across his throat. "Eliminate one and interrogate the other? That seems unwise. They are brothers. Killing one would only exacerbate the hatred," Sun Yan replied. "Moreover, with the recent disturbances in Tongluan, Adding a murder to the mix would surely prompt the authorities to send in undercover agents. Nian shook his head. Let them go if they refuse to talk. We've vented our frustrations adequately. Have two others keep an eye on them, and we shall discover who is truly behind this. Duan Kuan nodded in agreement. Soon, the two youths were unceremoniously expelled from the nightclub. Despite Duan Kuan's harsh treatment, he refrained from rendering them incapacitated, allowing them to crawl away once he departed. Their destination was not far, merely across the street to Huaxia City nightclub. Inside Huaxia City nightclub, chaos erupted. How can they not be dead yet? Did they receive a tip-off, or did they inadvertently cross paths with him during their scheming? Uncle De slammed his hand on the table, spilling liquor everywhere. The two troublesome youths had yet to return, likely captured. I warned them not to associate with that yellow-haired fool, especially one with such an outrageous hairstyle. They seem intent on attracting attention. Ma Wei fumed, nearly shattering the glass table. These two wild-haired youths were under his command, clever and loyal. It was a shock that they had been apprehended. However, Ma Wei held firm in his belief that they would not betray him. Many were aware of his brother Ma Chao's brutality, and the two youths had family to protect. Betraying him would endanger their loved ones. What now? We cannot let this slide, Ma Wei remarked. We must proceed with the second phase of the plan. He gestured toward Uncle De, instructing him to provide manpower for the operation. At 4 a.m., as the nightclub was preparing to close for the night, 5 individuals clad in black athletic were arrived in a dilapidated van. They stealthily approached the back door of the Xinguang nightclub, each holding a bag and a stone. Inside the bags were live creatures, their vitality evident even without opening them. 3 bags contained grasshoppers, known locally as Chaoming. However, these were no ordinary grasshoppers. They were infused with the stench of excrement, which, when shaken together, formed a repugnant concoction. Once released indoors, they would fly about, spreading filth throughout the establishment, creating a grotesque atmosphere that would deter any patrons. Additionally, they carried 2 other bags filled with a multitude of rats and cockroaches, their other secret weapon. Even if Nian managed to clean up before opening, the pests would prove elusive. If he dared to operate the following day, they would report him to the health department. Upon inspection, the presence of such vermin would lead to a closure of several days, or even weeks, for sanitation. The 5 men, having grown up together as thugs, communicated silently through gestures, confirming the absence of any onlookers. They merely needed to identify a few easily breakable windows to shatter and unleash their biological weapons. As they meticulously surveyed the Xinguang nightclub, they remained unaware of the 3 figures that had quietly approached from behind. A van had pulled into the parking lot without its lights on, remaining undetected. Nian ambled confidently from the vehicle, while the 5 individuals continued their silent communication, unaware of the imminent confrontation. Nian turned to glance at Duan Kuan and the others, and soon these individuals were ensnared in burlap sacks. This time, Duan Kuan chose not to confine them to the office, but rather tossed them into a van. Observing the bags filled with biochemical weapons, Nian felt a sense of astonishment. The ingenuity of these organizations was truly remarkable, as they could devise such nefarious schemes. Fortunately, the 2 explosive-haired individuals had provided him with a timely warning, prompting him to lay in wait here tonight, anticipating whether others would continue to employ such tricks. To his surprise, the results arrived swiftly. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous, as he could resolve these matters all at once. Chapter 79, Demonstrating Methods. I refuse to eat. I refuse to eat. Nian Gu, Nian Yi, spare me, spare me. Several thugs were bound within a dilapidated van. Duan Kuan wielded chopsticks, lifting a cockroach while prying open one person's mouth, intending to feed it to him. The man, terrified out of his wits, lost control of his bladder, thrashing his legs in desperation and pleading for mercy. Nian maintained an expression of indifference, questioning why one would not enjoy cockroaches. Surely, you must relish grasshoppers, right? A Kuan, feed him a grasshopper, Nian remarked with a chilling smile. Grasshopper? The thug's eyes widened as he watched Duan Kuan unseal the bag containing the insects. Unfazed by the filth, Duan Kuan seized a brown grasshopper by its wings, forcefully shoving it into the man's mouth. He then restrained the upper and lower jaw, preventing him from opening his mouth until he witnessed the act of swallowing. Only after confirming that nothing remained in his mouth did he relent. A grasshopper was thus consumed, accompanied by a foul odor and a peculiar, slimy texture. Nian found himself compelled to step back, unable to bear the brutality of the situation. It was far too cruel. Forcing him to consume such a thing was akin to murder. Duan Kuan even managed to dispense with chopsticks, opting instead to use his hands, exhibiting a ruthless disposition. The thug who had just swallowed the grasshopper immediately began to gag. Yet, Su Nian remained unsatisfied. Aren't you fond of playing with little insects? Continue feeding him. I do not require anything from you but your consumption. Open your bellies wide. For every insect you bring, I will ensure you are well fed. At that moment, Su Nian's smile resembled that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Brother, we were wrong. We should not have targeted your nightclub. It was Uncle Da who compelled us to act. You may take it up with him. They pleaded. Yes, it was all Uncle Da's idea. It has nothing to do with us. We are but the small fry. Please show us mercy. The thugs implored for clemency. Perhaps they were not afraid of physical punishment, but they certainly feared this biochemical weapon. Honglu. Uncle Da, his territory also lay in Tongluan, where he operated a nightclub for his livelihood. Su Nian had not anticipated that Hong Lu would take such action against him. He had considered other competitors, deeming the Haoma gang the most probable, for they, like Dongxing, were notorious for incorporating numerous juvenile delinquents into their ranks. Such factions tended to be more radical and less concerned with chivalry. However, Hong Li's operation was akin to that of Hong Sing, characterized by a hereditary system. Generally, the leaders maintained a degree of camaraderie and would show leniency. Su Nian was astonished that this old man would dare to act so ruthlessly for the sake of business. In this world, loyalty among comrades was paramount. Why would your boss fund your existence only for you to betray him? I despise individuals devoid of loyalty, so everyone shall be fed a rat. Su Nian observed the group with amusement. The mere thought of a rat crawling down their throats to gnaw at their insides was enough to terrify them. Nian Gu, we were wrong. We should not have betrayed Uncle Da. It was not solely Uncle Da's idea. It was also proposed by Brother Ma Wei and Brother Fei Go. They forced Uncle Da to select a few of us, and we were merely chosen, the thugs revealed, divulging new information. The reason they had initially refrained from mentioning these two men was that they were far more brutal than Uncle Da, particularly Ma Wei. Su Nian was well acquainted with all three figures in Tongluan. 3 factions joining forces against him? Su Nian was astonished at how significantly his nightclub's business had impacted them. During his lending and disc-selling days, these individuals had never shown such urgency. It seemed that the trade of illicit substances was indeed the most potent catalyst for productivity. Who were those 2 explosive-haired thugs? Su Nian inquired. The 2 men had crawled to the hospital, and Su Nian had yet to ascertain their affiliations. They were under Brother Ma Wei. Very well, this information holds some value. I, for one, am not keen on making life difficult for those in your position. I have ascended from your ranks to become a leader, and I understand your plight. I shall offer you an opportunity. Deliver this bag of goods to Ma Wei's nightclub. No. Their faction's most lucrative establishment appears to be a bar called Dancing Waves. If you assist me in placing these items in his bar, I will reward each of you with 20,000 yuan. What say you? Su Nian casually produced a stack of cash as bait. One of the thugs swallowed hard. These young men, scarcely 17 or 18, viewed 20,000 yuan as a fortune. To put this in perspective, Uncle Da paid them merely 300 yuan each for their labor. Comparisons made between men reveal the true measure of value. Before others could respond, a buzzcut youth immediately piped up. I'll do it. If you pay, I'll do it. But I want a deposit first. All right, bold move. I shall reward you with an additional 10,000 yuan, but you must exercise caution. Do not get caught, lest you find yourselves in a predicament akin to this one. Fear not. I assure you it will be executed flawlessly. The buzzcut lad declared resolutely. We will do it too. Count us in. The others echoed eagerly. Su Nian provided each with a 2,000 yuan deposit, releasing them to carry off the repugnant items. The following noon, Ma Wei was roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon answering, he felt as though the very sky was collapsing around him. His most successful bar had been sabotaged. His thugs had arrived at 1 o'clock, only to discover an infestation of grasshoppers and an overwhelming stench within the establishment. Given the bar's aging renovations, the ventilation system was antiquated, rendering the odor reminiscent of a long-neglected public restroom. Who the hell did this? Were any culprits apprehended? Brother Ma, we did not catch anyone. Some of the brothers noted a significant increase in cockroaches and rats as well. What? Ma Wei suddenly recalled that these tactics were his own means of dealing with Su Nian. Even the insects were identical. Could it be that Su Nian, upon realizing he was targeted, swiftly retaliated? A thought arose in Ma Wei's mind. prompting him to immediately call Deshu and Fei Go. Deshu indicated that he had yet to receive any news from his subordinate and could only arrange for someone to inquire further. However, it soon became unnecessary to inquire at all, as Fei Go provided him with an answer. Su Nian's establishment remained unscathed. Evidently, the troublemakers had failed, and thus Su Nian returned everything intact. Yet, this was not a return to them. It was merely a restitution to Ma Wei. Enraged, Ma Wei could hardly contain his fury. This was clearly a scheme devised collectively by several individuals. Why was he alone left to bear the consequences of their failure? His subordinate was injured, the establishment had been disrupted, and he alone was responsible for covering the medical expenses of his subordinate. At that moment, Ma Wei cast aside thoughts of Su Nian, fixated solely on settling accounts with these two individuals. Chapter 80. The little Jew moved. Su Nian did not continue to fret over the matter. Today, he had arrived at the Shatin district in the new territories. "Oh dear, Mr. Su, you need not trouble yourself to help us move," exclaimed Ruan Mei. "It's no bother at all. Since Ruan Mei has a heart condition, it is best she exerts herself less. Look at me. I am robust. I can assist her just the same." Inside the public housing where Ruan Mei resided, Su Nian was diligently helping her with the household items. Today was the day she was moving to Causeway Bay. They were currently renting a public housing unit in Ma'anshan, Shatin. Although the environment was pleasant, it was somewhat remote, neither close to Kowloon nor Hong Kong Island. Presently, the employment opportunities in the new territories were not as plentiful as in those two locations. "I told you not to trouble yourself. You are my boss." It's quite unconventional for a boss to help an employee move. Ruan Mei chided Su Nian, albeit with a hint of embarrassment that betrayed her true feelings. She understood that Su Nian's actions were a display of his kindness. "It was not my intention. I suggested hiring a moving company, yet you insisted on doing it yourself. Do you think you and the elderly can manage the move? Carrying a television is no easy feat. What would you have done if I hadn't brought so many people along?" Su Nian retorted, shifting the blame onto the little Jew. Today, he was not alone. He had brought along 7 or 8 of Duan Kuan's associates. The appearance of Duan Kuan's crew was quite unusual. Duan Kuan himself had white hair, while his associates sported hair of vibrant hues, red, blue, green, and yellow, each with long locks. Had it not been for the certainty that it was 1992, Su Nian might have suspected he had traveled back a decade to the era of alternative fashion. This curious spectacle startled many of the neighbors, who even began to speculate that the little Jew was being raided because of debts owed to loan sharks. He himself drove the little Jew and her grandmother. However, upon seeing Su Nian's Bentley, both the grandmother and the little Jew hesitated. "Do you drive such a fine car?" "We just moved and are quite dirty. We might soil your vehicle," they expressed. "Not to worry. My brother was stabbed multiple times, and I still transported him in the back seat. These leather seats were originally white, but now they are stained red," Su Nian joked. To his surprise, the little Jew took him seriously. "What? Is that blood? Did he survive?" she asked, flustered. Su Nian burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting. Come on, I am not so particular." The little Jew's face flushed with embarrassment, yet the humor broke the awkward tension, allowing both her and her grandmother to get into the car. Su Nian then bid farewell to their previous location. In no time, they arrived at Causeway Bay. The apartment he had arranged for them was in the same building, even on the same floor, as the one he had secured for Tang Na's mother. The building housed 4 units per floor, and they were separated by 2 units, making them neighbors. Upon entering the apartment, the grandmother and the little Jew could not help but express their astonishment. "This place is magnificent. It is far better than our previous home. Are we really the only ones living here?" The little Jew curiously surveyed the surroundings, noting that the apartment appeared quite new, furnished with essentials such as beds, wardrobes, and a television cabinet, even boasting a brand new washing machine. Yet, there were no signs of previous occupants. "Of course not. I mentioned that my company is hiring. You may stay here for now. I have plenty of places to accommodate you. This building has over a dozen apartments that belong to me. If I truly cannot manage, I will ask you for additional rooms later," Su Nian explained nonchalantly. "What? You own over a dozen apartments here?" the little Jew exclaimed. "Otherwise, how could I have a place for you? Do you think I would rent them all?" Su Nian replied with an air of certainty. This place is simply too good. Especially in a location like Causeway Bay," the grandmother remarked, gazing at the view outside. Though the building density was high and the bustling streets below were noisy, the property prices were undoubtedly higher than in their previous neighborhood. Not a problem. As they say, properties bought for investment remain vacant. I plan to manage them until after the year 2000. Who knows, I might receive compensation for redevelopment in the future. Feel free to stay as long as you like, Sun Yin assured as he helped the little Jew and her grandmother move their belongings upstairs. Thanks to the elevator, the task was completed swiftly. They only needed to rearrange the items afterward. Sun Yin had merely assisted with larger items, such as the television and wardrobe, leaving the smaller items for them to arrange. As he was about to take his leave, the little Jew approached him somewhat bashfully. Would you like to stay for a meal? After all, you have helped me so much today, and you are my future boss. All right, I shall go buy some groceries. Since you have just moved in, it must be inconvenient to cook, Sun Yin replied. No need. We brought our gas stove, the little Jew said, gesturing to the kitchen. With so many helpers, they had retained nearly all of their possessions and had effectively moved their entire home. If they wished to eat, they could certainly prepare a meal right away. But we still need to buy groceries, which is quite a hassle. How about we dine out today and save the meal for another time? Sun Yin suggested. That works. The little Jew nodded in agreement. Sun Yin accompanied the grandmother and granddaughter downstairs, choosing a nearby cha-chan tung without being picky. As they dined, he pointed out, the blue shop across the street is my rental shop. This street is 1 kilometer long, with a rental shop at both ends. Though it appears small, it is bound to be profitable. Sun Yin gestured towards a modest area of about 30 square meters, yet it was well decorated. The entire street is lined with somewhat antiquated shops. Save for a singular rental store that exudes a sense of freshness, its sign adorned entirely with luminous light boxes, appearing more vibrant than its neighboring establishments. Is the rental business truly so lucrative? It may not be excessively profitable, but rather it aligns perfectly with the trends of the era. Just observe how every electronics store now displays DVDs at their entrances. In the future, households possessing DVDs will only increase, as contemporary films are increasingly being sold on these discs. One might ponder how many times one can watch a single movie. Purchasing a disc for a mere 20 yuan or a few coins is certainly more economical than renting one, as Sun Yin elucidated. Little Yudai nodded in agreement, although she found herself somewhat perplexed. All she knew was that her workplace was conveniently situated just across the street, allowing her to commute in a mere 3 minutes. A truly enviable existence. Chapter 81. Generous donations to the police force. Sun Yin sat conversing with Xiao Yutai, both engaged in light-hearted banter while savoring their meal. He shared numerous insights regarding his future business aspirations, primarily focusing on the development of home audiovisual systems. Xiao Yutai appeared somewhat lost in thought, perhaps finding the concept of the future too distant, given that most of her family had succumbed to heart disease and she herself bore the same affliction. Consequently, her interest in what lay ahead was markedly diminished. Sun Yin noted this observation and was about to shift the conversation when he was interrupted by the sound of shoes heavily thudding against the floor. Nian gu, Nian gu, Nian gu. A group of 13 or 14 individuals entered, all eagerly greeting Sun Yin. Their nervousness manifested in their rigid postures, producing the pronounced noise. Upon noticing Xiao Yutai, they excitedly exclaimed, "Dasa?" The sudden call caused Xiao Yutai to visibly blush, resembling a boiled crab. The building was in close proximity to Sun Yin's company, and a number of the individuals present were involved in lending and borrowing activities. It was midday, and they had all gathered for lunch before returning to work, many of whom Sun Yin had previously encountered. Rather than elucidate the term "dasa," he simply smiled and instructed them to sit down and enjoy their meal. Dismissing the group, Sun Yin had allowed Xiao Yutai and others like Tang not to reside here because it was a haven for their own people. Any intrusion from rival gangs would likely be detected promptly, and this neighborhood boasted relatively good security. The ecological dynamic of Causeway Bay indicated that older residential buildings typically had poorer safety, while areas with concentrated office buildings fared better. The building where Xiao Yutai resided was surrounded by various small enterprises, which was why Sun Yin considered it a strategic bet for potential redevelopment. Even if redevelopment did not occur, the presence of numerous companies across the street promised lucrative rental opportunities in the future. "I am not a dasa," Xiao Yutai weakly defended herself, her voice barely audible amidst the commotion. Ignoring the rowdy youths, Sun Yin remarked, "I will have a G warn them not to misidentify themselves in public." After their meal, he added, "I have some matters to attend to. You and your grandmother should take a stroll, purchase some daily necessities, and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. I will notify you when it is time to begin work, and I will provide you with some basic training." Xiao Yutai nodded obediently, intending to settle the bill, but Su Nian did not afford her that opportunity. He always dined on credit at this tea restaurant, as the owner was quite familiar with him. In fact, this establishment would serve as his cafeteria where meals could be charged to his account. That gentleman is quite kind. However, his background may be somewhat perilous. You must exercise caution if you choose to associate with him, Xiao Yotai's grandmother remarked, observing Su Nian's retreating figure. "Grandmother, what are you saying? I have no romantic involvement with him, and I have declared that I will never marry," Xiao Yutai said shyly, diverting her gaze elsewhere. "To claim there is no connection at all while he is so attentive to you is rather naive, don't you think? If you truly do not harbor feelings for him, you ought to inform him promptly to prevent wasting both your time and his resources. If you are not averse to him, perhaps you should engage with him. After all, you are of an age, and I am aging as well. One cannot live in solitude forever. Companionship is essential. Is it not? Don't say such things. You will certainly live a long life. Refrain from speaking like that," Xiao Yutai quickly interjected upon hearing her grandmother's words. "Ah, as your grandmother, I have experienced much and can see things more clearly than you. This young man truly possesses commendable qualities." The two continued their discourse regarding Su Nian. Meanwhile, Su Nian had already arrived in Central. He had donned a formal black suit, tailored specifically for him at an Italian boutique, reserved for significant occasions. Wearing this attire signified the weight he placed on today's matters. Su Nian had arranged a meeting to discuss an investment at the Victoria Hotel, which was somewhat unconventional. He arrived 20 minutes early and awaited the individual he was to meet. Huang Bingyao, dressed casually, soon appeared. The hotel's restaurant featured an extravagant buffet, offering an array of delicacies such as lobster, abalone, bird's nest soup, and shark fin. "Why have you summoned me to this upscale venue? Are you planning to confess?" Huang Bingyao asked, puzzled by Su Nian's invitation, as they had little rapport, having only met once during a case. "Surely your department is aware that I have recently become the authority in Causeway Bay," Su Nian replied. "I am aware that you also dealt with the crow, who subsequently died in the hospital. It seems you have been rather brazen in your actions," Huang Bingyao responded. "Was there any prior enmity with Luo Maosan that led you to act against him?" "Certainly not. If there were any grievances, I would not seek you out. However, the purpose of our meeting today is not to discuss such matters. I wish to address the alarming decline in security within Causeway Bay." Upon hearing Su Nian's statement, Huang Bingyao regarded him with an incredulous expression. "Is it possible for security to improve? Perhaps when you all have perished, the situation might improve." Su Nian regarded Huang Bingyao with silent incredulity. "Well, since you have chosen an unconventional approach, it is only fair that I respond in kind. There are 500,000 gangsters on this island. What size pit would suffice to bury us all? Perhaps when we have all aged and passed on, Causeway Bay will find tranquility. For now, however, we must endure. The current chaos is untenable. Just yesterday, at the nightclub, I narrowly escaped an incident involving cockroaches and rats being thrown at me. I believe this situation cannot persist, and I intend to allocate 10 million yuan to enhance the security measures in Tongluan." "You propose to spend 10 million? Do you aim to corrupt the police force?" No. I shall transparently donate this sum through social contributions. However, I hope that these funds can be earmarked for a specific purpose. I wish to designate them for the installation of additional surveillance cameras in Tongluan, as well as for upgrading the equipment of the patrolling officers in that area. Chapter 82. Testing the waters of Bayer's shop, installing surveillance? How did you know about our police department's plans for CCTV? I saw it with my own eyes. When I entered, there were no cameras at several intersections in Tongluan, but when I came out, they had all been installed. Although they are only at the intersections, isn't this a form of progress? Since there is progress, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to sponsor you to advance even faster? Then was it really necessary for you to seek me out for a discussion? Huang Bingyao inquired. Of course, it wasn't necessary, but I wish to collaborate with you. Although I am a person of influence, I do not intend to be a criminal for life. The year 97 is approaching swiftly, and I am uncertain of our fates. Given this, I propose cooperation. I am a person who abides by the rules. I do not engage in drug trafficking nor bully ordinary citizens. My role is merely to conduct business. However, some individuals wish to exploit my connections for illegal activities. If I gather evidence against them, would it be acceptable for me to provide you with that intelligence? You wish to use me to eliminate your competitors? You are quite the strategist. How can you ensure that you will never be involved in those illicit activities you mentioned? Huang Bingyao continued. I cannot swear an oath, can I? If one day I were to falter, you could eliminate me, right? But until that day arrives, the information I provide will undoubtedly help you capture numerous big fish. Su Nian's words left Huang Bingyao in silence. Indeed, as he had articulated, the matter of gangsters betraying one another could often be resolved with a single word. Many times, the police had sacrificed numerous undercover agents to obtain information that these gangsters might have already known. This was true even if they were not from the same syndicate. Cooperation is possible, but you must be honest. If I discover that I have been exploited, I will be very displeased. Rest assured, I will utilize you well. No, I guarantee a fruitful collaboration. Su Nian replied, rising to shake Huang Bingyao's hand, but Huang Bingyao ignored him. Very well, the charitable funds I mentioned will arrive this afternoon. Please remember to oversee their intended use. Su Nian was not offended. After all, he was a police inspector, a rarity under the current British colonial governance in Hong Kong. A non-Caucasian police inspector was indeed a remarkable find, especially one who had earned his position through hard work in the action department rather than through sycophancy. It was only natural for him to exhibit a certain pride. All right, I shall see what kind of good news you can provide. I have already dined, so I shall not partake in another meal, Huang Bingyao stated before departing. In the afternoon, Su Nian successfully found a channel and transferred the funds to the police department's donation account. Huang Bingyao promptly inquired about this matter with the Internal Affairs Department. At the Hong Kong Police Headquarters, Huang Bingyao gazed at the 8-digit sum, feeling a sense of wonder. Help me investigate who Su Nian truly is and how he acquired such a significant amount of money. I am quite curious. Huang Bingyao had a nagging suspicion that this individual might be employing this donation as a novel method of money laundering. If such was the case, no one would suspect a thing. He instructed Zhang Lijun, who had recently transitioned to clerical work in the police department, to conduct the investigation. Having been demoted due to repeated scapegoating, she now served merely as a tool, researching information for various departments. Understood, Chief Huang, Zhang Lijun nodded. This information can only be obtained through the bank, and normally they collaborate. After a half-day's effort, Zhang Lijun finally completed her inquiries just before the end of her shift. The results were astonishing. Su Nian was a black card user at Standard Chartered Bank, a privilege reserved for a select few wealthy individuals, confirming that his identity at least indicated he was a person of means. Zhang Lijun cautiously reported her findings, feeling the need to ensure she had not made an error. Huang Bingyao shared her skepticism. It is impossible for a gangster to possess a black card. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? I have verified the ID number, which matches. You know he has served time. This black card was issued to him after his release. It cannot be a forgery, Zhang Lijun insisted. Huang Bingyao fell into silence. Could he be the illegitimate child of a major conglomerate? Perhaps during his time in prison, he reconciled with his family, but upon his release, he refused to abandon his identity and chose to mingle on the streets while his family continuously wired him money to pressure him into returning home to inherit the family business. Out of anger, he donated these funds to the police station. Huang Bingyao even began to construct a logically coherent narrative in his mind. However, this fantastical line of reasoning was soon cast aside. Since there were no issues with the funds, he could confidently proceed with their use. Meanwhile, after Su Nian had made his donation, he received a notification from the system indicating the completion of a task. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: increased citizen support in Tongluan by 20 buff. According to the system's description, this increase in support would enhance his business prospects. At the very least, residents of Tongluan would be more inclined to support his endeavors. Could Su Nian conclude that, with this buff, it would be relatively easy to earn money in Tongluan, particularly in neighborhood businesses? While a video rental shop was one option, there was another avenue that promised even greater profits: dining. If one could guarantee success in opening a restaurant, it would undoubtedly yield the highest returns, with average profit margins ranging from 60 to 70, whereas a convenience store typically offered only 15 to 25. The stark contrast highlighted the lucrative nature of the restaurant business. Coincidentally, during a previous meal with a young Jew, Su Nian had noticed a Hong Kong-style hot pot restaurant next door, which had a transfer sign posted outside. He had dined there once before and found the taste rather mediocre. A good day for them would see no more than 5 tables served. If he were to take over, maintaining the same flavor, could he not increase the patronage from 5 tables to 6? Sun Yin was eager to conduct an experiment. The small hot pot restaurant's owner was merely seeking to transfer the business for a sum of 100,000 yuan to recoup some renovation costs. Sun Yin meticulously acquired everything in the restaurant, including the pots, dishes, and the owner's recipe, spending an additional 20,000 yuan in the process. He did not immediately compel the couple, who owned the shop, to depart. Instead, he allowed them to continue operating for the final few hours of the evening. During these last hours, their ownership had shifted, transforming the couple's establishment from a family-run business into one where they worked for Sun Yin. To his surprise, the outcome exceeded Sun Yin's expectations. He merely signed a transfer agreement and provided a modest sum of money, yet many transfer-related matters remained unresolved. Nonetheless, the business experienced an unexpected surge in activity that evening. Previously, after 8 p.m., the place would be as quiet as a grave, but now, patrons continued to flock in for late-night snacks. This transformation was not a mere increase from 5 tables to 6, representing a 20 rise. Rather, it suggested that perhaps 20 of the residents of Tongluan were now in support of him. Otherwise, Sun Yin could not fathom why the establishment remained perpetually packed throughout the night. Chapter 83. Poor business blamed on competitors. If a mere hot pot restaurant can be so significantly affected, then there is no need to elaborate on Sun Yin's nightclub. Even on a non-themed day, a queue has formed outside his Xinguang nightclub. The queuing phenomenon has evolved to the point where scalpers are selling tickets at the back. Displeased by this absurdity and unwilling to let those unscrupulous scalpers profit, Duan Kuan drove them away. However, the scalpers merely relocated to a more distant spot, continuing to sell tickets for Xinguang nightclub. This situation has led Duan Kuan to contemplate the implementation of a real-name ticketing system. Were it not for the renovations occurring at several other nightclubs, the performance of those establishments would likely not be too dissimilar. This advantage is akin to a divine tool for conducting business. If utilized wisely, its effects extend beyond mere profitability. Sun Yin is currently preoccupied with thoughts of expanding his commercial ventures in Tongluan. He believes that even taking over a few convenience stores would guarantee the downfall of his competitors. If he can establish a monopoly in the business, what concern could he have about profits? Who could possibly rival him in Tongluan? Presently, he is unconcerned about a lack of patrons for his enterprises. The previous Hong Kong-style hot pot restaurant has already been transformed under his directive. Although Sun Yin is not particularly adept at handling spicy food, he has a profound fondness for Chongqing hot pot. Upon arriving in Hong Kong Island, he found only Hong Kong-style hot pot available, as the locals rarely indulge in spicy cuisine, making Chongqing hot pot a rare find. He instructed the couple running the hot pot restaurant to convert it into a Chongqing hot pot venue, allowing them to manage it while paying them a fixed salary each month. As long as they adhere to the recipe, ensure the broth is well prepared, and the ingredients remain fresh, it would be difficult for the hot pot to be anything less than delicious. He merely hopes to have a place to enjoy Chongqing hot pot in the future. With this advantage, he is confident he will not incur losses. After completing the transformation of the hot pot restaurant, he began to scout the streets for any shops available for transfer. If the price is right, he is determined to seize the opportunity. In one evening, he acquired 2 convenience stores, 3 dining establishments, and a bookstore. Among these 6 shops, 2 contracts were signed immediately. Following the signing, the businesses experienced an unexpected surge in popularity, transforming from quiet venues to bustling hotspots. The previous owners began to doubt whether they had a karmic connection to those establishments. While Sun Yin reveled in his latest achievements, he momentarily forgot the troubling events of the previous day. As night descended, typical bars and nightclubs would choose an appropriate moment to commence operations, generally not exceeding 8 p.m. However, Ma Wei's establishment remained closed. Today, they had spent the entire afternoon capturing grasshoppers covered in excrement, and they had yet to address the cockroaches and rats. After catching the grasshoppers, numerous areas required cleaning. While ordinary spots could be overlooked, remnants lingered even on the ceiling, leaving behind tiny footprints and wing imprints. Due to the lights, these grasshoppers would collide with the walls, resulting in various markings. Cleaning these stains proved to be a daunting task. Mopping alone would not suffice, requiring multiple applications of disinfectant to eradicate the marks. After directing dozens of subordinates, they finally managed to remove the stains, but a foul odor still permeated the bar. Initially considering the use of air fresheners as a superficial solution, the combination of the two resulted in an unpleasantly unique scent that was both nauseatingly fragrant and overpoweringly foul. Ultimately, Ma Wei opted to cease operations and close the establishment. He intended to confront Sun Yan. Ma Wei's character is brash. He refrained from directly seeking out Sun Yan last time only because he felt he lacked justification. With his associates' brainstorming strategies, he initially chose to employ cunning against Sun Yan. Now that he realized his schemes were ineffective, he resolved to resort to intimidation. His brother, Ma Chao, was not to be trifled with. He had once been deemed one of the 4 notorious figures in Tongluan, and even a mere glimpse of his face would instill fear in children. Ma Wei swaggered into Xinguang nightclub, disregarding the staff's warnings of full capacity, determined to force his way inside. The nightclub's bouncers intended to stop him, but they recognized Ma Wei, a figure well known in Tongluan for his aggressive behavior, notorious for bullying others alongside his brother, Ma Chao. "I demand to see your boss. Do not make me repeat myself," he commanded the nightclub's bouncers, his tone as authoritative as if addressing his own subordinates. However, Sun Yan was not present at the nightclub at that moment. He was wandering the streets, searching for shops available for transfer or vacancy. It wasn't until Duan Kuan called him that he hurried back. By the time he returned, Ma Wei's face bore 2 bruises. Duan Kuan stepped forward to explain, "This man entered and chased away our patrons while attempting to harass our princess. I could no longer tolerate it, so I taught him a lesson. If I have erred, I shall accept responsibility." Duan Kuan displayed an attitude of indifference, having heard of Ma Wei's reputation. Furious, Ma Wei declared, "I have already informed my brother of this incident. Not only have you stolen my nightclub's business, but you have also caused me to be unable to operate my bar. When my brother arrives, I will have him burn your nightclub to the ground." Although his brother was not the leader of the gang, his influence was nearly equivalent. The gang leader was inherently weak, while Ma Chao was known for his connections, lending practices, and business acumen, possessing both wealth and a formidable reputation that inspired trepidation among many. Hearing of Ma Wei's grievances, Sun Yan remained unfazed. "If your management skills are lacking and your business suffers, do not blame others. Are you unable to take responsibility because the ground is too hard? You are merely a failure. My subordinates will undoubtedly inform my brother. I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you allow our associates to sell their wares within your domain, I shall let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we shall be at odds until the end," Ma Wei declared through clenched teeth. "Is Ma Chao coming?" Sun Yan expressed a keen interest in this individual. His current objective is to establish a monopoly in Tongluo Wan. However, it is not feasible for him to eliminate all the leaders of the various factions. He must instead exemplify his true power to compel them to relinquish their territories voluntarily. Yet, choosing Ma Wei as the target would be far too simplistic, for eliminating him would yield little in terms of deterrence. In contrast, targeting the long-established Ma Chao would present a different scenario. Removing him would not only eradicate a menace, but also significantly elevate his own reputation. Moreover, he could even sell Ma Chao to Huang Bingyao, thereby securing a major accomplishment. Chapter 84. Kidnapping. All right then, I'd like to see just how capable your brother really is. Sun Yan wore a smile, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. The Ma brothers were his to deal with. Sure enough, just over 10 minutes later, Ma Chao arrived. At first glance, Sun Yan almost thought it was He Chao when reincarnated. Ma Chao bore a striking resemblance to He Chao 1, about 50% alike. Both shared a fondness for wearing sunglasses, even at night. One had to wonder if he could see clearly. A stroll around Central and those might have him mistaken for a blind man. "Who dares lay a hand on my brother? Bring him out now, or I'll burn your nightclub to the ground. My men are outside with Molotov cocktails ready. If you so much as touch a hair on our heads, this place will be your funeral pyre." Although Ma Chao had entered Starry Night nightclub alone, he had brought a sizable crew outside, along with a truckload of Molotov cocktails waiting. If anything happened to him inside, he'd dragged Sun Yan down with him. Compared to the arrogant crow, he was much smarter, knowing to leave himself an escape route. Sun Yan clapped his hands, and Duan Kuan dragged Ma Wei out from a hidden door. "You dare beat my brother like this? It seems you have a death wish. Do you even know that in this world, even Jiang Tianxing shows me some respect when he hears the name Ma Chao?" Ma Chao held his head high, practically looking down his nose at Sun Yan, his face a picture of arrogance. "If even Mr. Jiang shows you respect, why not just call him and have him order me to release your brother? Why bother coming here alone to rescue him?" Sometimes, boasting can go too far, to the point where you start believing it yourself, and that only leads to your own downfall. I simply prefer not to owe Jiang Tianxing any favors. Besides, with such a sharp up-and-comer emerging in Causeway Bay, I had to pay my respects. It would be a shame if we became enemies. Why not collaborate and make money together? With your ruthless drive, if applied to the drug trade, you could quickly become the face of the Golden Triangle. Instead of immediately confronting Su Nian, Ma Chao began trying to win him over. This move actually earned him some respect from Su Nian. At the very least, he recognized talent and remained calm. He didn't immediately clash with Su Nian over his brother's beating, but instead tried to recruit him first. If he found it impossible to win Su Nian over, he wouldn't hesitate to turn hostile. Though I'm a gangster, I still have principles. This venue alone earns me over $1 million a day. Your drug trade keeps you on edge every day. Does it average over $1 million daily? Ma Chao was taken aback. He knew the place was profitable, but hadn't realized it was this lucrative. He himself moved about $10 million worth of goods monthly, and even with the substantial profits from wholesale, it likely still couldn't match the earnings of Su Nian's nightclub. With profits like these, it'd be a shame to burn it down. Release my brother, and there might still be room for negotiation. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to fight you to the end. Release him? I never said I wouldn't. But he harassed my customers at the bar, costing me compensation. Pay me 10 times the amount, 92,800 in total. Su Nian expected Ma Chao to turn hostile, but instead, Ma Chao reached into his pocket and counted out the money. Was this really one of the 4 evils? Here S100,000. The extra is for your men to have some tea. Don't think a promotion makes you invincible. The longer we've been in this business, the deeper our roots. There's nothing we can accomplish that you haven't even thought of. Ma Chao tossed the money into the air, turned, and left without hesitation. Ma Wei was confused about why Ma Chao had paid. Only after being escorted out of the nightclub did he dare ask. Why pay him? That's why you've made no progress all these years. Why did he ask for money? He was betting I wouldn't pay, giving him an excuse to turn hostile or even declare war. But I'm not prepared for that right now. Is it the right time to start a war? I can't just have my men use Molotov cocktails to take them down with us. Better to go back, prepare properly, and then get your revenge. Just kidnapping a few of their top hostesses would throw them into chaos for a while. Top hostesses? You mean their head hostess? Ma Wei visibly perked up at the name. She's certainly a rare find, but she's the head hostess now. There's one called Apple at their venue. Her figure is exaggeratedly impressive. Whether she's in a flight attendant uniform or a nurse's outfit, it looks like lingerie. She's the hottest attraction there now. Let us get some people to kidnap her and demand 500,000 from Su Nian for her release. We'll do it right in front of the nightclub's customers and his men. Let us see how he handles it. If he pays 500,000 to save a hostess, he's a fool, and we make a tidy profit. If he abandons her, we still get to have our fun, and we'll keep her to work at our place. Plus, with all the customers and his men watching, everyone will see him as disloyal, and they might stop coming to his venue. Even if he chooses to save her, if we can kidnap one, we can kidnap 2 or 3. Let us see what he does then. Ma Chao's plan was vicious because he knew these hostesses would drink heavily at night and have no defenses on their way home after work. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with Su Nian directly. He just didn't see the need. He only wanted to teach Su Nian a lesson without leaving any evidence or giving him a reason to confront him head-on. Otherwise, it would be like the crow, clearly killed by him, but the gang couldn't find a legitimate excuse to seek revenge. In the eyes of most people in the underworld, it was only after De Lao Bi died that Su Nian sought vengeance, which they saw as justified. In the early hours of the morning, Apple, having finished her shift, staggered home. The hostesses had a designated hotel for their appointments, and once her work was done, she could head straight home. For convenience, she rented a room in the public housing estate behind the hotel. All she had to do was walk through an alley to reach her place. But tonight, that alley was anything but peaceful. As Apple vanished beneath the glow of the street lamp, she stepped into the shadows, only to have a burlap sack thrust over her head. The individual responsible for this unseemly act exhibited a disconcerting eagerness to explore her more sensitive areas. Another accomplice mirrored this behavior, and together, they executed a coordinated assault. After indulging their unsavory inclinations, they proceeded to bind Apple. Notably, Ma Chao and Ma Wei did not directly partake in this operation. The assailants were not their usual henchmen, but rather hired goons from a larger gang. This strategic choice was made to avert complications, as any repercussions from these individuals' capture would not implicate them. These hired hands belonged to a well-known syndicate, renowned for their solidarity. Ma Chao harbored doubts about Su Nian's audacity to confront such formidable figures. Chapter 85. The ransom demand the following noon, Su Nian received unsettling news. Nian Gu, our leading star, Apple, did not return home last night, nor is she at the hotel. We have no idea where she went. I contacted the man who took her out, but he claims ignorance as well, Duan Kuan said, his anxiety palpable. If it were any other princess, he might not be so worried, but Apple was a different matter entirely. She generated a substantial income for the nightclub, often earning tens of thousands in a single day. When Su Nian recruited these young women, he proposed they live together for their safety, ideally commuting as a group. However, Apple's business was so thriving that she could not adhere to that arrangement. Rarely did she stay out all night, for even the most well-endowed men could rarely withstand her relentless charm for 3 hours, despite their attempts. Thus, when she and T returned by morning, her sisters grew concerned and ventured out to search for her, quickly detecting something amiss. Let us review the hotel surveillance footage to see if she left and who she left with, Su Nian suggested. Nian Gu, I've already checked. Apple left alone, and the footage confirms her usual route, but there are no cameras on that stretch. I'm uncertain if alerting the authorities would be effective. There are numerous late-night eateries in the area. Some patrons may have seen Apple last night. Inquire if anyone recalls her presence and the time, and whether she was followed, Su Nian instructed, not yet considering the possibility of abduction. It was more plausible that Apple had simply spent the night with a man and was still asleep. Even in the worst-case scenario, Su Nian could only imagine her inebriated and being taken advantage of. After all, Apple frequently donned revealing attire, making her a target. In the southern district of Xiangjiang Island, a remote and desolate area surrounded by forests, Apple had been captured. Ma Chao refrained from intervening unless Su Nian definitively refused to pay the ransom. Thus, her captors were 3 rough men. Apple was gagged, blindfolded, and bound, still clad in her low-cut outfit from the nightclub, presenting a vulnerable sight. Brother Go, I can't hold back any longer. This woman is stunning. I heard she charges over 10,000 for a night. Only the wealthy can afford such a treasure, and here she is before us. One of the men exclaimed. If you had ambition, you would realize that money can procure any woman. The boss promised us 300,000 for this job. What woman can't we find? You're clumsy. What if you hurt her? If you want to indulge, that's your business. But I assure you, it won't happen here. Brother Go retorted. I'll just have a taste, the younger one insisted. The trio, all in their 20s, were brimming with youthful vigor, and none could resist the allure of Apple. The youngest, sporting a buzz cut, could not resist touching her. Apple, muffled and restrained, was unable to scream. However, the men maintained a modicum of professionalism and refrained from taking advantage of her. Suddenly, a large mobile phone rang. What is this? How do we answer it? One asked, bewildered by the sophisticated device. Just press that button, Brother Gio instructed confidently, but upon doing so, he inadvertently disconnected the call, plunging the room into an awkward silence. The tension hung in the air until Ma Chao called back. This time, they managed to answer. What is going on? I thought something had happened. Ma Chao exclaimed. Apologies, boss. This high-tech gadget confounded us. What is the issue? I asked you to take photos. Did you do it? Hurry and transport her back to Wan Chai. Why leave her so far away? Do you fear they will report her missing? Have you arranged for the ransom collector? I thought we should approach this professionally since it's our first time. I've arranged for a brother to handle it. He will return to us once the job is done, ensuring safety and reliability. Brother Go assured, referencing their core member, Xiao Fu, known for his skill and compliance. Brother Go summoned Xiao Fu, instructing, now, take her away. Remember, the boss wants you to collect the ransom directly from the nightclub. Can you handle that? Of course, but don't forget our agreement. I want 50,000 to help my mother build a house, Xiao Fu replied, hopeful. Rest assured, after all my years in this business, you know my character. Stick with me, and you'll earn money, Brother Go promised, though secretly plotting to embezzle Xiao Fu's share. As night fell, Su Nian returned to Xinguang nightclub after a long day, only to discover that Apple was still missing. It dawned on him that something serious might have transpired. However, it hadn't yet been 24 hours, and protocol dictated that a missing person report could not be filed until then. Thus, he could only dispatch his subordinates to continue searching. At 10 o'clock that evening, Duan Kuan rushed into Su Nian's office, urgency etched across his face. Nian Gu, a young man, claims he has taken Apple hostage and is now demanding a ransom of 500,000. How could anyone be so audacious as to kidnap Apple and demand such an exorbitant amount? Are they out of their minds? Su Nian expressed incredulity at the situation. This reaction stemmed from the rarity of such incidents where an employee is abducted, compelling the employer to pay a ransom. Their relationship is merely one of employment. It is unfathomable that one would consider paying a ransom. This individual boldly approached us in the lobby, directly requesting the ransom, and it was only then that many employers realized Apple was missing. They all insisted that we must retrieve Apple. What? He came to the nightclub lobby to demand a ransom from us. Am I hearing this correctly? What kind of operation is this? No, he is outside. Nian, why don't you go and take a look? Chapter 86. Double price. Su Nian had already sensed that something was amiss. He followed Duan Kuan out of the hall, which had indeed descended into chaos. Not only was the hall in disarray, but many guests from the private rooms had also emerged to witness the commotion. The small wealthy man here for the ransom was fearlessly standing amidst the crowd, unafraid of revealing his face or of being attacked by Hong Xing's lackeys, exuding an air of invincibility. Brother Nian, let us go and kill him. I refuse to believe these kidnappers would sacrifice a brother so easily. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, why not capture him and use him as leverage to retrieve Apple? The henchmen present shared a familiarity with Apple, knowing she had been abducted, and their anger was palpable. What infuriated them further was the audacity of the kidnappers to demand ransom right at their base. Was this not akin to taunting them? With a crowd of clients witnessing the scene, their silence was unacceptable. Su Nian did not utter a word, but simply raised his hand to silence everyone. They parted to create a pathway, allowing Su Nian to see the small wealthy man standing amidst the throng. Upon seeing his face, Su Nian felt a flicker of surprise. Typically, those with such visages in films were portrayed as virtuous characters. When had he turned into a kidnapper? Nevertheless, he quickly deduced the identity of the man. Yet, Su Nian still felt the need to confirm, brother, with which leader are you affiliated? What's your name? You were the first to demand ransom for someone from my nightclub. The small wealthy man glanced in Su Nian's direction. Are you the big brother of this nightclub? I cannot disclose who I am with, but I can tell you my name is Xiao Fu. Here is a photo of Apple. You can verify if she is absent from your establishment today. It is not too late to confirm before you hand over the money. Su Nian validated his suspicions. Moreover, the identity of Xiao Fu was evident the moment he spoke. Anyone could tell he was from the Dequan circle. Su Nian sighed, feigning helplessness. Brother, those of your circle must possess considerable strength, right? Why choose to kidnap our nightclub's princess when there are so many wealthy individuals in Hong Kong? Could you not simply extort a few million from any random affluent person? Xiao Fu explained in his broken Cantonese. This is a decision made by our boss. It is not your concern. At this point, Su Nian switched to speaking Mandarin, the common tongue of his homeland. Are you certain your boss is in his right mind? There are countless tycoons on the island. Extorting a few million from any one of them would be effortless, and the wealthier ones could yield over 100 million. What grievance could your boss possibly have with me? Su Nian's thoughts drifted to Luo Maosen. It could not be that his own affairs had been exposed, could it? However, after contemplating, it seemed improbable. Setting aside the likelihood of exposure, if Luo Maosen and his brothers were indeed seeking revenge, it would be far more than a simple kidnapping. They would likely obliterate the nightclub. You can speak northern dialect? Did you swim here? Xiao Fu exclaimed in surprise. Su Nian shook his head. Not quite, but I have good relations with your Dequan. Otherwise, how could I speak Mandarin? We are all brothers here. There is no need for secrecy. Just tell me what you know. The people here cannot understand. Su Nian coaxed gently. Xiao Fu furrowed his brow. In this era, those venturing out were particularly attentive to their fellow compatriots, and even a shared dialect could spark joy. Yet, it was clear that this was not a time for merriment. They were in a hostile position. Su Nian, observing Xiao Fu's expression, realized there was more to the story. This act was likely not motivated by money, but rather to disrupt the operations of his nightclub. This hinted at the possibility of rival competitors behind the scheme. Su Nian's thoughts turned to the Ma brothers. After having crossed paths with them the previous day and compelled them to repay a debt, it seemed reasonable they would resort to kidnapping for extortion. Su Nian did not wish to put Xiao Fu in a difficult position. He had already recognized the potential talent in the young man. After all, he was destined to become the king of assassins in Hong Kong, with mastery in both hand-to-hand combat and firearms. Securing him now would be a tremendous gain. Brother, I am willing to offer you 1 million to take me to meet your boss. I will go alone. 1 million. Xiao Fu was taken aback. In the hall, the henchman sent by Ma Chao to monitor the situation was growing increasingly anxious. A native of Hong Kong. He could not comprehend the northern dialect and was entirely in the dark regarding their conversation. However, despite his anxiety, he could not reveal it. Our boss said only 50,000 is needed. We do not want more. I have a big brother phone here. Call and ask. I refuse to believe anyone would turn down an additional 50,000. Sun Yin looked at Xiao Fu in disbelief. He had never encountered someone who disliked extra money. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Fu decided to make the call. Just as Sun Yin had anticipated, no one would refuse more money. Xiao Fu's boss, Dog Brother, readily agreed to the meeting. However, they insisted on choosing the location, which they set near a public housing estate in Wanchai. Sun Yin instructed Duan Kuan to prepare a vehicle and the funds, warning him not to follow closely. The rationale behind this was Xiao Fu's keen awareness of counter-surveillance. Should he suspect anyone was trailing them, the meeting would likely be cancelled. As Sun Yin departed with Xiao Fu, the monitoring henchman felt an even greater sense of urgency. Just as they exited, he prepared to settle the bill and leave, only to be confronted by Duan Kuan. At last, I've caught you. I have confirmed with my brothers that you are the pesky follower of Ma Chao. Chenpai, what do you intend to do in our establishment? I came to patronize. I ordered drinks and paid for the princess. So what business is it of yours? Apologies, but given the unusual events of today, do you prefer we use violence to detain you, or will you voluntarily remain? Chenpai recognized the seriousness in Duan Kuan's demeanor and understood he was not joking. However, this matter remained undisclosed, and he felt no need to panic at all. Very well, I shall observe what you intend to do with me shortly. I must forewarn you, my elder brother is Ma Chao. Dare you lay a finger on me and see what transpires. Duan Kuan, exhibiting no courtesy, seized his hair and forcibly dragged him back into the manager's office. The arrogance that Chenpai had previously displayed vanished in an instant, leaving him only with feeble pleas for mercy. Chapter 87. Building alliances on the other side. Sun Yin, accompanied by Xiao Fu, swiftly arrived at Wanchai. This area also bore a portion of Ma Chao's territory, which was the old lair of Dog Go. Under Xiao Fu's guidance, Sun Yin met his superior, Dog Go, within a public housing unit in Wanchai. Sun Yin had anticipated the presence of some of Ma Chao's men, yet to his surprise, all those present spoke Mandarin and were solely under Dog Ji's command. Apple was also bound here, appearing somewhat disheveled, her hair in disarray and her attire riddled with wrinkles. Upon entering the room, Sun Yin refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, he lit a cigar and surveyed the individuals around him. There were 4 in total. I believe we are not previously acquainted. Surely, those who can bind me must have a reason, Sun Yin declared, addressing them with the cigar in hand. You need not concern yourself with such details, merely provide the payment, Dog Go responded. In his view, Sun Yin's offer of double the amount indicated a willingness to compromise. He contemplated that after receiving the money, he would refuse any further requests from Ma Chao to deal with Sun Yin, thus sparing Sun Yin's dignity. I am offering double the price. Do you think I am mentally unstable? Why would I willingly give you such a sum? Sun Yin retorted, throwing a black bag onto the ground. This was prepared by Duan Kuan just before leaving the nightclub. So, you present this money to discover who is truly behind the scheme against you? I know it is Ma Chao, yet I am more curious about your motives for kidnapping. What compensation did he provide you? Since you are aware, why come in person? To put it plainly, he offered me 300,000. You do not strike me as a miser. Since you are willing to give me 1,000,000, I assure you I shall refrain from targeting your people in the future, Dog Go boasted, tapping the table to project an air of generosity. Sun Yin chuckled in disbelief. You see, my friend, the very job you undertook for him required a ransom of 500,000. He takes 200,000 for himself and leaves you with 300,000, yet you still work for him? Furthermore, do you truly believe I am afraid? If I feared those lurking behind me, I would not be in this line of work. I am here to forge a friendship and request your assistance with a task. Sun Yin produced a cigar from his pocket and extended it toward Dog Go. Cuban goods, quite exquisite, do give it a try. Upon hearing Sun Yin's words, Dog Go furrowed his brow, for indeed, Ma Chao's men had not contributed to his efforts. Forge a friendship? I cannot associate with Yugueji types. If you wish for my assistance, payment is paramount. I possess many brothers, and each is willing to fight fiercely. Dog Go continued, let us assume you have paid the 500,000 ransom. The remaining 500,000 shall be for my assistance. What do you require? Sun Yin nodded in agreement. He had come specifically to seek out Dog Ji's brothers, particularly eyeing Xiao Fu. First and foremost, I am interested in your brothers. The fact that you have brought this brother here today, bold enough to demand ransom in my territory, is commendable. I offer you 50,000 to have him transferred to my side. 50,000. Upon hearing this, Dog G's interest was piqued. Yet, he quickly realized that Su Nian was the type capable of producing 1,000,000, making this sum seem rather insignificant. 50,000 is insufficient. He is my brother. At least 100,000 is warranted, plus 40,000 for your request. What do you wish for me to assist you with? You are to help me eliminate the two brothers of Ma Chao. What is your price? Su Nian inquired. You intend to kill the two brothers of Ma Chao? Are you not concerned about retaliation? Dog Ge questioned, his expression skeptical. Su Nian smiled and shook his head. If one fears this and that, how can one expand in business? They are accustomed to being surrounded by their entourage. To eliminate them will undoubtedly require considerable effort. Additionally, after dealing with them, I too would need to escape, at least 3 million to cover the costs. Dog Ge opened his mouth wide, attempting to extract as much as possible. Yet Su Nian was no fool. I do not require you to take action. Do you not have a partnership with them? Simply lure them out to this location, and I shall handle the rest, after which I will settle the details with you. 50,000, and add another 100,000 to that, Dog Ge declared. These large players fear neither heaven nor earth. They are driven solely by the pursuit of wealth. Ultimately, it is due to his lack of roots in Hong Kong Island. Even if he offends someone, he can escape by boat overnight. Su Nian found the price reasonable. Then it is settled. You shall invite him to this room, and I will personally take care of him. Ma Chao will undoubtedly come with his men. How do you plan to handle him? Dog Ge inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. That is not for you to consider. Your concern should be how to draw him out and where your men should hide. Should Ma Chao perish, his subordinates will surely retaliate, so ensure your people remain unharmed. Su Nian had initially wished to keep matters discreet, but could not tolerate any harm towards his companions. Today it was Apple. Tomorrow it could be Tang Na, Xiao Jiaba, or even Xiao Yutai. Thus, upon learning that Ma Chao was behind this, Su Nian decided that Ma Chao had sealed his fate. Dog Ge, curious, probed, Brother, how do you intend to deal with Ma Chao? Su Nian formed a gesture mimicking a gun. You brought a firearm? Dog Ge cast a doubtful glance at the subordinate who had just searched Su Nian. To prevent any tricks from Su Nian, Dog Ge had instructed his men to search him before entry, feigning to retrieve something from his pants. Su Nian discreetly drew the gun from his concealed space, briefly displaying it to Dog Ge. His intention was to demonstrate his power, allowing them a glimpse before concealing the weapon once more. Dog Ge shot a warning glance at the subordinate who had conducted the search, who wore an innocent expression. Dog Ge was nearly provoked to strike him. Had Su Nian not been amenable, they all would have been in jeopardy. I will see if I can lure him out. Xiao Fu, you know my establishment is small, and with your upright nature, you are unlikely to accomplish anything significant. Henceforth, you should align yourself with this esteemed boss, Dog Ge remarked, patting Xiao Fu's back, feigning a benevolent demeanor. Dog Ge, you previously mentioned that after obtaining the ransom, you would allocate a portion of 50,000 yuan to me. I was even contemplating using it to build a house for my mother, as I have no desire to remain in Guangdao. A share of the profits? What profits are you referring to? What I stated was that upon retrieving the ransom, I would grant you 50,000 yuan. However, you have yet to recover it. Instead, you returned with someone else. So how could I possibly give you 50,000 yuan? Here is 2,000. Take this to purchase some new clothes. Dog Ge rummaged through his pocket and handed the 2,000 yuan to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu stood there, somewhat bewildered. While Dog Ge appeared to lack loyalty, Su Nian perceived a certain emotional intelligence in him. If he were to give Xiao Fu money at this moment, Xiao Fu would undoubtedly flee home to build a house. Only by withholding the money would he choose to align himself with Su Nian. Su Nian approached Xiao Fu, patting him on the shoulder. In this day and age, with 50,000 yuan, how substantial a house could one construct? At most, it would amount to 2 or 3 stories. However, if you choose to follow me, it would be an entirely different story. Even my casual underlings earn over 10,000 yuan monthly. If you work for just a year, you could return home and build a 4 or 5-story house. Should you work for 2 years, you could purchase a larger plot of land and erect a villa for your mother, and even construct another building to collect rent. This way, your mother would have her pension, a house to live in, and could enjoy a peaceful retirement. Su Nian began to weave an enticing vision. Although it was merely a fantasy, Xiao Fu was captivated by the idea, envisioning his mother living in a grand house, which brought him immense joy. All right, I will follow you.